Introduction. Once a renowned family on the mainland, they fell victim to collusion between dark forces and various sects, suffering atrocities beyond imagination. The Chosen One, upon discovering the truth of his family's demise, vowed to annihilate his enemies. Rising amidst the vast wilderness, his quest for vengeance unveils astonishing secrets as he seeks to seize the divine essence of the heavens, engage in epic battles against the gods, and eradicate the chaotic demons of the world. Witness his relentless journey as he ascends to the celestial realms, conquering the myriad of evils, shattering the heavens and the earth, establishing an unparalleled empire across dimensions, and laying the foundations for an eternal kingdom. Chapter 1. The Sword God Manor. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, resembling creamy sheep fat, gracing the earth and nurturing every living being upon the Xuan Tian Continent. The melodious chirping of birds in the forest, the fluttering butterflies among blooming flowers, the fragrant herbs, and the lush greenery all flourished alongside both humans and beasts. In the northern expanse of Xuan Tian, a multitude of ethereal mists enveloped the peaks, where a colossal sword, towering 100 meters high, seemed to be sculpted from the very essence of the heavens, resembling a divine artifact descended from skies. As sunlight cascaded upon the sword's blade, it shimmered with vibrant colors, akin to a rainbow, adding an air of mystery to the enchanted mountains. Beneath the sword lay a series of sandalwood structures, surrounding a resplendent rainbow pond, abundant with various spiritual herbs. This idyllic sanctuary is none other than the Sword God Manor, the current sovereign of the Xuan Tian Continent. The sheer presence of that magnificent sword alone speaks volumes of the manor's profound heritage. Were it not for their deep-rooted legacy, crafting such a magnificent multicolored sword would be inconceivable. It encompasses nearly half of the continent's upper-tier multicolored essence. Besides the materials, the artistry involved is paramount. This not only symbolizes wealth, but also exemplifies the extraordinary sword forging techniques of the Sword God Manor. The manor has maintained its dominance over the Xuan Tian Continent for millennia, intricately linked to its unparalleled sword forging prowess. Yet it is equally reliant on the guardianship of top-tier cultivators. Without such formidable beings, how could they reign in a land that venerates strength? For any practitioner of swordsmanship on the continent, possessing a sword forged by the Sword God Manor signifies both honor and power. Every century, the manor crafts a single sword, fiercely contested by martial artists from all corners of the world. Though a sword forged every 100 years is indeed remarkable, it pales in comparison to the true treasures, the Millennium Forged swords. Since the manor's inception, only 10 such swords exist, 3 of which have been acquired by the Xuan Tian Academy, the Windshadow Pavilion, and a half-beast clan, leaving the remaining 7 within the manor. However, the disciples within the Sword God Manor appeared unusually busy today, for tomorrow marks a momentous occasion, the day when a sword forged by the founding ancestor, Dugu Yunshang, will be unveiled. The manor has invited heroes and Sect from across the realm to witness the might of this legendary sword, drawing nearly all the continent's elites. Naturally, some sects may conspire together to challenge this giant, for no one relishes being perpetually overshadowed. In the manor's back garden, a man of noble bearing, adorned in opulent attire and possessing a tall stature, sat upon an exquisite chair crafted from cypress wood, continuously tossing morsels of sliced spiritual mushrooms into a fish pond. At that moment, an elder approached from behind, saying, "Master, tomorrow is the day of the sword's unveiling. I anticipate that some reckless individuals will come to vie for it. Recently, I heard that the leader of the Windshadow Pavilion, Tian Jie, has transcended to the martial emperor level, and it seems some hidden families have also emerged. If they choose to meddle, we may encounter some trouble. Moreover, intelligence suggests that foreign entities have infiltrated. Should we make some preparations?" The noble-looking man is none other than the current master of the Sword God Manor, Dugu Yunshang, renowned as the youngest martial emperor in the continent's history. Beneath the martial emperor are 6 stages: Xian practitioner, Xian cultivator, martial master, sect master, battle sovereign, and then the martial emperor with a martial god above that, an existence nearly divine, rarely seen in daily life. The man stood, a dignified smile gracing his face. "No worries, Wang Bo. I shall handle everything." Tomorrow marks a pivotal event since the establishment of the Sword God Manor. Several elders will also emerge from their seclusion. Should anyone dare to disrespect the manor, I shall ensure they leave with nothing but regret. Please send word for that rascal Tian Yu to return. Not only is the divine sword being unveiled tomorrow, but it is also his brother's first month. What is he doing at the Windshadow Pavilion? Although his martial talent is exceptional, he is still young and must not be coddled. Tell him that if he does not return tomorrow, he shall never set foot in the manor again, or I shall personally break his legs. A dark cloud seemed to pass over his mind. Wang Bo replied, "Understood, master. Do temper your anger. After all, he is just a young man." Haha, youthful exuberance is often uncontrollable. After Wang Bo departed, a strikingly beautiful woman, almost ethereal in appearance, approached Dugu Yunshang. "You, in your youth, were even more mischievous than Tian Jie, and you haven't changed much since. Yet, you take it upon yourself to educate others? Ah, you cannot say that. If it were not for you, would I have forsaken a manor for 10 years? Before Dugu Yunshang could finish, his wife, Zhao Yuling, the renowned beauty of Xuan Tian, interrupted. "Enough, no need to say more. It's embarrassing. We're old friends now. Lately, I have felt an unsettling premonition that something significant is about to occur. You should be more vigilant. You spend all your time wandering about while our son has just turned 1 month old. Have you thought of a name for him?" Dugu Yunshang replied, "No worries. Tomorrow, when the divine sword appears, I shall announce my son's name to the world." As night descended, a crow flew over a valley shrouded in perpetual blood mist, only to plummet, bleeding from its orifices. It is said that this place was once an ancient battlefield, as evidenced by the lingering blood mist, a testament to the ferocity of the battles fought here. Even after countless ages, the aura of slaughter remains palpable. Yet within this ominous crimson haze stands a dark red tower, the current headquarters of the premier assassin organization, the Windshadow Pavilion, led by Tian Jie, who has just broken through to the martial emperor realm. Inside, the ambience was dimly lit. At the pinnacle of the tower was the meeting hall, where Tian Jie sat at the center, flanked by the leaders of the top 10 sects, excluding the Sword God Manor, Windshadow Pavilion, and Xintian Academy. Tian Jie toyed with a small dagger, saying, "Tomorrow marks the most crucial day in the Xintian Continent. Should we succeed, it would be fortuitous for the resources that would suffice for your breakthroughs to the martial emperor level. However, should we fail, I can assure you that, with Dugu Yunshang's temperament, your sect shall face dire consequences. Thus, I seek your sincerity, not the empty boast of a bunch of wine bags." At the mention of wine bags, immediate discontent arose among the assembly. After all, they were esteemed sect leaders, revered by many. Yet now they were being belittled. Despite their formidable strength, they were merely battle sovereigns compared to a martial emperor, and even if they felt indignant, they had to endure. However, one stood up and retorted angrily, "Tian Jie, I advise you to temper your words. Though you are a martial emperor, you are still a fledgling one. All of us here hold significant legacies. Your Windshadow Pavilion is but a century old. Do not overestimate yourself." As soon as the words left his mouth, a dagger came to a halt mere inches from his pupil. He could not evade it in time. It was too swift. In his heart, he pondered, is this the might of a martial emperor? Truly a qualitative leap from a battle sovereign. Ah, it turns out to be the formidable Qin Batian of Tianyan Mountain. I wondered who possessed such audacity. However, do you believe that even if I were to sever you here today, the so-called foundation behind you would dare to speak with me? Tian Jie remarked with a hint of amusement. His expression swiftly turned grave. This individual before you is the key to tomorrow's operation and a testament to my sincerity. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, disheveled and ragged, resembling a specter from the abyss or a beggar from the corners of despair. Yet, it was precisely this individual who sent shivers down the spines of all present, causing them to rise to their feet in unison as if confronted by an ancient behemoth. The sense of oppression was far beyond that of a mere martial emperor. Chapter 2. The Emergence of the Divine Sword. Today marks an unparalleled occasion for the Sword God Manor, with heightened vigilance enveloping the mountain. Skilled practitioners from the manor were stationed on rooftops and along corridors, while experts infiltrated the crowd, all bound by a stringent command. Any sign of unrest would be met with merciless retribution. Since yesterday, the ethereal mist of the mountains has attracted visitors, who marvel at the grandeur of the continent's sovereign. The white fog in the woods slithered like a colossal serpent, evoking a sense that conspiracies lay hidden within. Around a resplendent seven-colored pool, a locale usually devoid of visitors, throngs of cultivators and sect leaders filled the space, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. At the heart of this assembly sat the esteemed master of the sword God Manor, Dugu Yunshang, flanked by Zhao Yuling, with 3 venerable elders on either side. Their serene demeanor and closed eyes concealed their profound depths, reminiscent of ancient immortals. These were the 6 elders of the sword God Manor, seldom seen beyond the elder hall. Yet today, they had all gathered. The mere presence of such figures, unknown even to some within the manor, astonished the crowd. They collectively gasped, realizing this was the true heritage of the sword God Manor, a formidable force indeed, deserving of its title as the premier sect in the world. There was no doubt that if the sword God Manor wished, they could effortlessly obliterate any rival sect. Today is a momentous occasion. Esteemed sect leaders and wandering cultivators, your presence here at the Sword God Manor to witness this historic moment is a tremendous honor for us. Today, we shall unveil the divine sword forged over millennia by the ancestor from the clouds, crafted with boundless treasures of heaven and earth. It has been meticulously forged during the 4 hours of utmost daylight and 4 hours of utmost darkness, drawing upon the extremes of yin and yang and consuming generations of master blacksmith's lifework. Today, it reaches fruition and is named Tian Banru. Moreover, today marks the 100th day since my son's birth. As you may know, 100 days ago, a purple aura descended in the form of a dragon and phoenix, gracing the Sword God Manor, and my son was born at that moment. A double blessing. I must confess, I have yet to name my child, so I shall seize this auspicious occasion to bestow him with a name. Dugu Yunshang proclaimed, his countenance warm and inviting. The crowd was taken aback. They had only heard of Dugu Yunshang, but had never encountered him. This was the youngest martial emperor on the continent, yet he bore no trace of arrogance. Instead, he radiated approachability, prompting murmurs of admiration among the attendees. However, some harbored concerns regarding the sword's ownership. Traditionally, the divine sword of the Sword God Manor was contested among the continent's heroes based on their prowess, but this time, it was different. This sword represented the very essence of the Sword God Manor, an unparalleled divine weapon. Would they allow such a treasure to be contested? At that moment, a voice spoke up. Indeed, Master Yunshang possesses a vast heart. As the foremost master in the realm, he remains so unassuming. It is a blessing for our world. However, how shall the sword's ownership be determined? I beseech you, Master, to clarify, lest my heart remain troubled. The speaker was the beautiful leader of the Windshadow Pavilion, a formidable presence among the top 3 powers of the Xuan Tian Continent. Though composed entirely of women, each was exceptionally skilled and vowed never to marry. Dugu Yunshang glanced at her and jested with a hint of awkwardness. Ah, it is the esteemed leader of Windshadow Pavilion, Yu. I wonder if my son, Tian Jie, has accompanied you today. He has been gone for quite some time and should return soon. Surely, I ought to meet my daughter-in-law. I cannot have him return with 3 companions at once. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuling also rose to greet Yu. Yu's lips twitched in irritation, reflecting on how the men of the Sword God Manor were nothing but tricksters, perpetually scheming. They had already ensnared her sacred maiden, and now another, Dugu Tian Jie, sought to do the same. Was it their fate to have their maidens ensnared by the likes of them? Were it not for their formidable strength, she would have razed their manor in a fit of rage. However, she dared not express her ire and managed a strained laugh. Master, you jest. I have yet to see Dugu Tian Jie. What matters now is... Before she could finish, Dugu Yunshang interjected, as for the sword's ownership, it shall follow the traditional rules. Although this is the supreme treasure of the Sword God Manor, we must adhere to our ancestral teachings. A clamor arose among the crowd, followed by a collective sigh of relief as they voiced in unison, Master is wise. Dugu Yunshang continued, esteemed colleagues, the forging pool for the millennia sword lies beneath this 7-colored lake, and the sword shall be unveiled in a few hours. This time, the rules differ. Each sect may select 3 martial practitioners to ascend the forging platform and vie for the sword's recognition. Whoever gains its acknowledgement shall wield it, thus eliminating the need for a battle. Given that today also marks my son's full moon celebration, I wish to avoid bloodshed. I trust that Tian Banru would not choose a worthless individual, correct? As his words faded, nods of agreement swept through the assembly. If they were to engage in combat to earn the sword's favor, as in previous instances, many might not survive the day. Thus, they set about selecting their most outstanding disciples. With a thunderous tremor, the 7-colored lake began to recede, revealing the massive forging platform, which slowly ascended. The crowd gasped in awe. The forging platform was crafted from deep-sea cold iron, aged over 500,000 years, capable of enduring the eternal flames of the furnace. These flames were no ordinary fire, but rather an amalgamation of various natural divine fires. The mere appearance of any one of these divine fires could incite chaos among the masses. The sword God Manor possessed such an abundance. How could they not be astounded? They could not help but lament the terrifying prowess of Dugu Yunshang, who had once leaped into the divine flames and fused 18 different fires together. The Grand Elder's tears flowed freely, and he vowed that the Tianhuang Banru must not fall into the hands of outsiders, even if it meant defying the ancestral edicts of Dugu Yunshang. A crisp chime echoed. Though soft, it resonated deeply, causing souls to tremble. A golden light shot forth from the forging pool, soaring around the sword God Manor before hovering before the Grand Elder. The crowd was taken aback. Had it automatically recognized its master? The Grand Elder was already in tears, his voice trembling as he uttered, "Master Yun, is it truly you? Your disciples have awaited this day for an eternity. Fear not, for as long as I draw breath, the sword God Manor shall endure for all time." The furious presence of Tianhuang 8 appeared to comprehend, soaring back to the mouth of the sword forging pool, where it hovered, radiating a dazzling brilliance that captivated the heart and soul. At this moment, the onlookers finally beheld the sword, their eyes gleaming with greed, longing to seize it immediately. Some even trembled, recognizing it as a divine artifact. Outside the sword God Manor, upon a mountain peak, 3 elderly men opened their eyes. One of them, the ragged figure from the previous night at the Windshadow Pavilion, remarked, "This sword is extraordinary. Even I feel a tremor within my heart. Unless it finds a master, it cannot be wielded by force, not even by us." Upon hearing this, the other 2 elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is remarkable. Unless it is claimed by a master, it must not be forcibly controlled. Otherwise, it could lead to fatal consequences. Meanwhile, Tian Jie, who was present, interpreted the situation differently. He was well aware of the prowess possessed by the 3 seated before him. Their strength surpassed his own, yet they could not wield it, fearing for their lives. What was truly unfolding? Chapter 3. The prodigies. The sword known as Tianhuang Banru hovered ominously at the forging stage, its blade shimmering with an ethereal spectrum of colors. The tip exuded an aura of duality, both yin and yang, while the edge appeared so exquisitely sharp that it seemed capable of cleaving the very continent in two. The hilt, crafted from the essence of the 5 elements, was intricately adorned with dragons and phoenixes, and at its pommel resided a piece of eternal jade. This eternal jade is said to nourish the divine essence of its bearer, granting them the boon of immortality. Such a divine artifact is a rarity among the great sects of the world, often held by reclusive families, with no more than 3 pieces in existence, each no larger than a pea. Yet, this particular piece is as large as a lychee. However, even a treasure as magnificent as the eternal jade merely serves as an embellishment for Tianhuang Banru, underscoring the extraordinary nature of the sword and revealing the profound heritage of the sword god Villa. At this moment, the aspiring participants wasted no time, flocking to the forging platform in hopes of earning the sword's recognition. They believed that with this sword by their side, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to rival them over the millennia. The platform soon became a kaleidoscope of colors as various cultivators infused their martial prowess and spiritual energy into the sword, seeking to establish a connection. Yet, a majority found their energies repelled when within 5 meters of Tianhuang Banru, indicating that they were unworthy even to forge a bond with it. Those who approached swiftly found themselves retreating just as quickly. Currently, 6 individuals remained at the forging stage: Yu Qingxian of the Moonshadow Pavilion, Shun Songlong of the Windshadow Pavilion, White, the half-beast, Chu Tianhe of the reclusive Chu family, Feng Yunhe of the Sword God Villa, Yang Wanlong of the Sword God Villa. These undoubtedly represented the elite of the younger generation, prompting a flurry of discussions among onlookers. Look, there stands the goddess of Moonshadow Pavilion, Yu Qingxian. At such a tender age, she has already reached the pinnacle of her cultivation, tantalizingly close to becoming a martial master. It is said that she has garnered the recognition of the Millennium Sword of her pavilion. Can it be? I heard she is merely 11 years old and has already captured the favor of a Millennium Sword. She must indeed be extraordinary. One wonders if she can attain the acknowledgement of the 10,000-year sword. Amidst these murmurs, Yu Yuzhu felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, being the third-ranking sect, it was only fitting that they boasted a few outstanding disciples to represent them before the world. However, The chatter continued unabated. Look, members of the reclusive family have arrived. Who would have thought that they, typically indifferent to worldly affairs, would come to partake in this grand event? Yet, that young man named Xuan Tian appears quite remarkable, as he possesses the qualification to communicate with the 10,000-year sword, indicating he is no ordinary individual. Indeed, my dear brother, you speak truthfully. However, the half-orcs are not to be underestimated. It is said that within their lineage lies a millennium-old sword. Over the past few centuries, the half-orcs have risen at an astonishing pace. Allegedly, the half-orcs of the White family were once looked down upon by the orcs. But after their former chieftain acquired the ancient sword, the frigid Tempest, from the sword God Manor, they received guidance and swordsmanship from the elders of that esteemed place. This has allowed their clan to ascend rapidly, sweeping through a significant number of orc chieftains with an invincible force, nearly achieving the status of dominion. Indeed, the elders of the sword God Manor possess an unparalleled mastery of swordsmanship. Their mere instruction can endow the orc clan with such formidable prowess. The assembly nodded in agreement, marveling at the might of the sword God Manor. Ah, is that not a member of the Windshadow Pavilion? It is quite unusual for them to be present, as they have never shown interest in such affairs before, typically favoring hidden weapons and flying daggers. This renowned assassin organization boasts such youthful talent, capable of forging connections with the divine sword. For them, it is a blessing, yet for others, it may spell disaster. Furthermore, it is rumored that they fear nothing and boldly declare that for sufficient remuneration, they would dare to claim the head of the owner of the Qingyun Manor. Whether this is ignorance or genuine prowess remains uncertain. The sword God Manor is indeed formidable, with two individuals still at the forging platform, demonstrating commendable strength. However, where is Dugu Tianyu, the eldest son of the owner of Qingyun Manor? He is the most promising candidate, as thus far, only his father, the owner of the sword God Manor, has achieved the status of a master at the age of 18. He is truly a prodigy. One wonders if he will surpass the record set by his father. Have you not heard? It is said that the young master Tianyu has long since become entwined with the saintess of the Windshadow Pavilion, a most enviable circumstance. Upon hearing this, Dugu Qingyun felt an overwhelming surge of irritation. How could they be so preoccupied with romantic entanglements during such significant matters? These vixens of the Windshadow Pavilion truly know how to provoke discomfort. He glanced at Zhao Yuling beside him, recalling that he had been the first to win over the saintess of the Windshadow Pavilion. Yu Yuzhu's lips twitched slightly, having just basked in glory. She was now painfully reminded of a sensitive topic. Ha ha ha, truly, a tigeress offspring cannot be a mere dog. The saintess of the Windshadow Pavilion. Oh, I wonder if the owner of the Moon Pavilion could consider a union with the master of the Windshadow Pavilion. After all, the master of the Heavenly Calamity Pavilion once sought rare flowers from around the world as gifts for the owner of the Moon Pavilion, only to be rejected, leaving him heartbroken for a long time. How dare you, Deputy Master Luo, do not speak so. Even if your master were present, he would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Should you utter another insolent word, I shall storm your Windshadow Pavilion. Yu Yuzhu thundered in fury. At this moment, the cacophony from the outside world had no bearing on the individuals atop the forging platform. The 6 figures present had already channeled their entire mental energy into the boundless golden space known as the realm of heavenly wrath and Eight Fury. Within this infinite expanse, 6 silhouettes were seated in meditation, among whom was an elderly man with a head of white hair, yet a youthful visage, his features refined and elegant. This was the essence of the realm of heavenly wrath and Eight Fury, and the 6 figures were mere projections of the mental energies of the 6 individuals on the forging platform, while the elder represented the sword spirit. At this moment, the elder scrutinized the assembly and, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, remarked, "Why are there only the 6 of you present? Is the Dugu clan truly so lacking in talent that not a single person has come forth?" Hearing this, Feng Yunhe hastily explained, "My lord, it is not that the lineage of the clan master lacks capable individuals. Rather, what is it? Speak quickly. Is there some scheme keeping them away? That cannot be. Who would dare be so audacious?" Feng Wudi is watching over the situation. The sword spirit interrupted, his brows furrowing. Feng Yunhe felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Feng Wudi? That brat. He is the Grand Elder, after all. His ancestor is. He felt a sudden dizziness and continued, "Senior, it is not that they are absent. The eldest son of the Qingyun clan master, Tian Jie, is already a peerless master." The sword spirit, growing impatient, retorted, "Then why is he not present, the eldest son? Surely, someone else ought to be here as well." My lord, it is not that he does not wish to come. Tian Jie has gone to the Windshadow Pavilion for a private meeting with the saintess there, and the clan master's second son has just celebrated his first month. Feng Yunhe explained, casting a glance at the sword spirit, which sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, the sword spirit's expression darkened. His lips curled into a disdainful smile, eyes blazing with fury, as he tilted his head at a sharp angle, seemingly ready to charge forth. Go now. To the private meeting. You scoundrel. How dare you indulge in such frivolities? Each word was enunciated with fervor, as if he would burst with indignation. Then, he began to stomp about, exclaiming, You wretched Dugu, what are you doing with the clan master's sword? Dugu Yunshang. Oh, what a name you have chosen. Splendid indeed. Huh. How could you possibly raise your descendants in such a manner? In such a critical moment, you choose to engage in clandestine meetings with women. The 6 individuals exchanged glances. Speechless. Was this truly the sword spirit of heavenly wrath and 8 fury, daring to label Dugu Yunshang as a wayward scion? The audacity of such a declaration could only be matched by the extraordinary sword spirit before them. A collective sigh escaped their lips. Even the typically aloof Shen Songlong, who seldom speaks, couldn't help but express his astonishment. The sword spirit was utterly incongruous with the sword itself. One was a loquacious old man, while the other exuded an imposing aura of celestial wrath. Suddenly, a perceptive individual recalled the sword spirit's previous remark regarding how he resembled his descendant. Could it be? In an instant, the crowd was rendered speechless, frozen in place. Ahem, my apologies, everyone. I seem to have lost my composure. Allow me to introduce myself. I wonder if anyone still remembers me. I am Dugu Yunshang. In my quest to forge this sword, I sacrificed my entire cultivation, merging 18 kinds of divine fire into one, and inadvertently became this sword spirit. Having spoken, he immediately assumed the demeanor of a reclusive sage. Upon hearing this, the crowd experienced another wave of dizziness. Such casual words, sacrificing one's cultivation, merging divine fires, any single type of divine fire, if mishandled, could spell disaster for even a martial emperor, and yet, he had merged 18. What terrifying power must he possess? Surely, only a legendary martial god could wield such might. However, it was the 2 disciples of the sword god Mountain who first regained their composure, exclaiming in unison, Greetings, ancestor. We have long heard of your illustrious name. To see you in person today is an unparalleled honor. Oh, if that is the case, you 2 may leave now. Dugu Yunshang immediately reverted to his playful, mischievous self, bending down to glare at them. The 2 disciples felt a wave of embarrassment. Ancestor. Haha, just teasing you. Now, let us commence your assessment. With a flourish of his long sleeves, the surrounding space transformed, transporting them to what appeared to be an ornate palace. Before them stood a cloud ladder. Dugu Yunshang explained. It is quite simple. There are 10 steps in total. Those who can ascend will be the ones to wield the sword. However, each step represents something different. There are tests of greed, anger, and ignorance inherent in human nature, as well as evaluations of your talents and character. Go forth, and let me see if you young ones can impress me. The 6 of them sprang into action, each stepping onto the ladder, but they instantly froze in place. Within mere moments, they all descended, only to find Dugu Yunshang with a grim expression. Dugu Yunshang approached, tilting his body as he walked. My goodness, what is the matter with you 6? You couldn't even pass the first step of greed. Your minds are entangled, and your hearts are unstable. With your current cultivation, if you do not stabilize your minds in the Xuanxiu realm, you will be in grave danger moving forward. You cannot wield the sword. Depart. With that, Dugu Yunshang waved his sleeve, expelling them. On the sword forging platform, the 6 opened their eyes, filled with immense dissatisfaction and disappointment. Yu Qingxian recalled the vision she had experienced on the steps. She had vividly seen a scene where the saintess was engaged in battle and injured, requiring her immediate assistance. Yet, she was on the verge of obtaining the qualification for the Millennium Sword and could not afford to delay. She firmly believed that she could return in time after attending to the matter, and thus, she departed. Yet, in an instant, the words of the sword spirit echoed. For one's own selfish desires, lacking compassion for others, one is unworthy to wield the sword. This was a village adorned with blooming flowers and filled with melodious birdsong, where the inhabitants lived in self-sufficiency, basking in happiness and contentment, oblivious to worldly affairs. The songs of woodcutters resonated through the mountains, the laughter of women filled the fields, and the playful voices of children painted a picturesque scene. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the tranquility, as a visible beam of light obliterated the village in an instant. In the sky, 2 formidable warriors clashed fiercely, locked in an intense struggle. With a series of explosive sounds, the turbulent ripples of battle engulfed the village. A woman cradled a child in her arms and fled towards her cellar, yet the violent waves of conflict severed her head in an instant. Mother! The child screamed in anguish, and in that final moment, he remained shielded beneath her, tears unspilled, his eyes bloodshot, as he crushed stones beneath him in despair. When the chaos ceased, a man clad in white approached him, lifting him up and presenting a sharp dagger, saying, "Your mother was slain by those two." Before he could finish, the child seized the dagger and dashed towards the two dying figures, plunging it directly into their chests. "Very well, you possess a fierce resolve. Henceforth, you shall be my disciple. What is your name?" Shen Songlong. In that instant, time seemed to halt, and a voice resonated from the heavens. "Your obsessions run deep. Your nature is brutal, and your decisiveness is alarming. Should you wield the sword, the world may face dire straits." Upon emerging from this ordeal, Xuan Songlong remained silent, retreating to his chamber to reflect upon the events that had transpired, as if they were truly real. Dugu Yunshang remarked, "Haha, since none can claim the sword, we shall await Tian Jie's return to test his worth. If he fails, the sword shall remain upon the forging altar, waiting for its destined master. Today marks my son's 100th day, so let us all stay and partake in a feast to sample the culinary delights of my sword God Manor." With that, he took the child from Zhao Yuling's phone, saying, "My son has yet to be named. It is indeed an embarrassment. Today, in front of the world, I shall name him." Suddenly, the forging altar reverberated with the roar of the Tianhuang Eight Fury. The Grand Elder sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with alarm. Realizing the gravity of the situation, could someone have gained the sword's acknowledgement? The onlookers grew increasingly agitated. They had previously sent forth their most distinguished disciples, yet none had stirred the Tianhuang Eight Fury. Now, the sword seemed to actively seek a master, causing a palpable shock among them. Undoubtedly, whoever possessed this sword would be capable of dominating the world. Soon, the Tianhuang Eight Fury provided its answer, soaring swiftly towards Dugu Yunshang. Dugu Yunshang immediately unleashed a terrifying aura befitting a martial emperor, coalescing his martial energy into a sword to counter the Tianhuang Eight Fury. However, before it could reach the sword, the weapon formed from his martial energy disintegrated in an instant, leaving Dugu Yunshang in astonishment. "Do not fear. This sword is likely here to seek its master. No one can manipulate it under my watchful gaze, and moreover, none have yet earned its recognition." The Grand Elder placed a hand on Dugu Yunshang's shoulder, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. At that moment, Tianhuang Banu circled around Dugu Yunshang, then struck his face forcefully with the sword's blade before transforming into a beam of light that entered the child's brow nestled in his embrace. Now, Dugu Yunshang and the other elders examined the child in his arms, their faces brimming with excitement. This was indeed a momentous occasion. The Grand Elder trembled with exhilaration, laughing heartily. "Today marks a grand celebration at the Sword God Villa. The divine sword has chosen its master in my son. My esteemed colleagues, envy is futile. However, do not despair. After the banquet, the Sword God Villa will certainly present grand gifts to all sects, ensuring you will not be disappointed." "Hold on. Humph, what a farce this Sword God Villa presents. You speak of fair competition while employing such underhanded tactics." A figure descended from the sky. Chapter 5. The Storm Rises. Tian Jie, you may have overstepped your bounds. First and foremost, the Sword God Villa operates with utmost integrity. Tianhuang Banu, a millennium sword, is beyond our manipulation, and we must adhere to our ancestral teachings. Secondly, you should be aware that regardless of one's status, all must walk through the gates of the Sword God Villa. Do you think that attaining the rank of martial emperor grants you such privilege? Dugu Yunshang stood calmly, neither pleased nor troubled. The diners below were suddenly agitated. Impossible. The Sword God Villa has always upheld integrity and strict discipline. Its disciples, while traversing the continent, never harm the common folk and are known for their kindness, alleviating suffering. Indeed, I heard that during the recent drought in the north, the Sword God Villa dispatched all its disciples to assist in disaster relief, investing millions in crystal coins. Not necessarily. Perhaps this is merely a fade. They always speak of fair competition for the sword, yet thus far, only 3 millennium swords remain outside the Sword God Villa. Now, this divine sword has no thrilling contest, and simply returns to the villa, belonging to a mere month-old infant. Surely, the Sword God Villa is employing trickery to pave the way for future generations. Whispers of speculation filled the air, prompting the Grand Elder's temper to flare. He spoke forcefully. "Enough. My esteemed colleagues, reflect on this. Since the establishment of the Sword God Villa, has there ever been a time when we produced a fine sword and kept it for ourselves? We have always invited all sects to participate. The capable shall prevail. This is the legacy of our founding ancestor, Dugu Yunshang. Were it not for his teachings, even if we claimed all swords for ourselves, what could you do? Can one not use the swords they forged themselves? Do you presume this to be a given? If the sword god Villa were selfish, the likes of Jihan Feng, Tian Wu Qinyang, and Wu Xing Shui, you would never have allowed the half-beasts, Xuan Tian Academy, and Windshadow Pavilion to take any. Each sword is a masterpiece. Indeed, the Grand Elder speaks truthfully. The sword god Villa has always operated with integrity and would never stoop to underhanded deeds. Yet you, Tian Jie, have committed numerous atrocities, taking countless lives, and dare to preach justice? Moreover, shouldn't you descend? We are in the midst of our meal, and your presence here is rather uncomfortable. The one who spoke was a robust man, his face chiseled as if sculpted by a master artisan, with distinctly defined muscles. This individual was Luo Tianming, the steward of the Xiantian Academy and a formidable martial emperor in his own right. He was unperturbed, for the Xiantian Academy possessed profound heritage, having been established for several millennia, with disciples scattered across the continent. Their infrequent involvement in worldly conflicts granted them the potential to rival the sword God Manor if they chose to engage. Tian Jie chuckled lightly. It seems the praises for your sword God Manor are indeed plentiful. However, I noticed earlier that the divine sword surged into the young master's body with an unmatched force. Since you cannot discern its significance, I have summoned a few longtime friends. Perhaps they can assist us in this matter? At that moment, 8 shadowy figures descended from the heavens, swiftly arriving above the sword God Manor. The 6th elder furrowed his brow and instructed, "Let the lady and the young master leave this place. It appears today's events will not conclude amicably." The 7 individuals were ancient beings from the top 10 sects, excluding the Windshadow Pavilion and the Xiantian Academy, and they were evidently coveting the divine sword. The younger generation on the ground felt dizzy with excitement, witnessing the sudden appearance of so many martial emperors. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, for such transcendent beings were rarely seen in the world. However, they quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly retreated, for a significant event was about to unfold. The mere presence of martial emperors could obliterate them with ease. The Grand Elder stepped forward, stating, "It appears you vermin have been lurking around, orchestrating this grand scheme. How audacious to send 8 martial emperors to our sword god Manor merely to gaze upon the young master's physique. Enough, we can handle this. Please, everyone, return." Tian Jie could not help but chuckle dryly. Old fool, what is there to behold in that boy? Let me be candid. Your sword god Manor has dominated this continent for too long and ought to rest. If you surrender that child, you must vow to retreat from worldly affairs and withdraw from the sword god Manor. After today, prosperity shall continue here. Otherwise, your blood will nourish the surrounding flora. Young one, have you awoken from slumber? Do you truly believe you can seize our sword god Manor? The 2nd elder stepped forward, standing in the void. At this moment, the martial emperor from Tianyan Mountain spoke up. "My friend, have you lived for a millennium only to become foolish? We have 8 martial emperors here, one more than you. In battles between martial emperors, no one has ever fought 2 at once and emerged victorious. Do not overestimate yourself." Suddenly, a sound akin to a bursting water bag echoed. Before the words could cool, one of them was annihilated in an instant, shattered into countless fragments. Tian Jie and the other 7 were taken aback, the occurrence transpiring too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a martial emperor was extinguished, even his soul reduced to mere remnants. Tian Jie was the first to react, exclaiming in horror, "Martial god! How could this be?" His face was one of shock, while the remaining 6 felt an unsettling dread, a desire to curse. "Tian Jie, you have misled us." The 2nd elder's eyes glimmered ominously. "Humph! How dare you insult me with your mere status as a martial emperor? To speak without discerning the strength of your opponent is a grave mistake. You are courting death." As he cast his gaze upon the remaining 7, he unabashedly unleashed the formidable pressure of a martial god, leaving them momentarily unable to blink. "Now, who among you still wishes to attend to my lord's health?" The sword god Manor truly lives up to its reputation as the overlord of the continent, with its profound heritage, boasting not 1, but 2 martial gods. Indeed, a spectacle to behold. Suddenly, the air around them warped, and 3 figures emerged, an elderly man in tattered robes flanked by 2 others. They stepped forward to counter the oppressive aura of the 2nd elder, allowing the 7 to finally catch their breath, gasping for air, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, inwardly lamenting the terrifying might of the martial god, feeling as insignificant as ants under the weight of another's will. "King Madman, the Grand Elder exclaimed. Did you not perish in the demon realm? The ragged elder chuckled softly. Ah, Feng Wudi, in those days when you hunted me down, I had no choice but to flee into the demon realm. I never anticipated you would follow me there. In desperation, I severed my own heart, feigning death to deceive you. Little did I know, you were easily misled, taking a mere glance before departing. It was only later that I was rescued by these two brothers of the demon clan and further honed my heavenly demon technique, achieving the status of martial god. I had thought I could annihilate your sword God Manor with a mere flick of my wrist, yet you too have attained the rank of martial god. Humph. But even if you have reached that pinnacle, not a single soul shall leave your sword God Manor alive today. Humph. In your past, you wrought havoc, slaughtering countless martial practitioners to cultivate your nefarious skills. You brought this upon yourself. I had believed your heart was severed out of remorse. I spared you, thinking you had changed, yet you remain unrepentant, the Grand Elder sighed. Brother Wang, words are futile. Today we shall raise the mountain and annihilate the stronghold. 3 martial gods and 7 martial emperors. Surely we can conquer this sword God Manor, declared one of the demon clan's martial gods. At this moment, Dugu Yunshang set down his teacup, his demeanor unhurried as he remarked, Ah, what a bold declaration to annihilate mountains and strongholds. Have you consulted with me on this matter? King Madman narrowed his eyes. Dugu Yunshang chose to let his actions speak for him, as he manipulated the surrounding space, emanating the might of a martial god. Advancing towards the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, since you dare to trespass upon my sword God Manor, prepare to embrace your demise. There will be no escape for you. In the distance, onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts racing at the sight of 6 martial gods, legendary beings, 3 of whom belonged to the sword God Manor. Heaven above, even Luo Tianming sighed, acknowledging the immense strength of the sword God Manor, possessing 3 martial gods. His own Xiantian Academy had but 1, and it was uncertain whether that elder still lived. At this moment, he recognized the dire circumstances. Although the sword God Manor had 3 martial gods, they were outnumbered by 4 fewer martial emperors on the opposing side, a precarious situation indeed. Thus, he promptly dismissed the students nearby and stealthily infiltrated the rear mountains of the sword God Manor. Chapter 6. The battle erupts. Humph. What of the 3 martial gods? Your sword God Manor must face annihilation today. With a fervent declaration, Wang Fengzi surged towards the Grand Elder, igniting an imminent clash. The Second Elder confronted the newly vocalized divine martial god of the demon domain, while Dugu Yunshang engaged another adversary, both ascending toward the heavens. Their battle sent ripples through the atmosphere, painting the sky in a kaleidoscope of colors. The intensity of their conflict was palpable, captivating all who beheld it. Below, the heavenly tribulation and 6 other martial emperors began their maneuvers, preparing to strike down the 3 elders. At that pivotal moment, Yushu swooped in, positioning herself before the 3 elders. After all, her family saintess had wed Dugu Yunshang. Despite her anger, the Sword God Mountain had generously bestowed numerous spiritual herbs and treasures upon the Windshadow Pavilion over the years. Moreover, the ethereal water moon she wielded originated from the Sword God Mountain, establishing yet another layer of connection. Thus, she felt compelled to intervene, confronting the heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation, you are indeed a despicable scoundrel. If you wish to pass today, you shall do so over my dead body. Yushu, why must you go to such lengths? The heavenly tribulation sighed, his heart hardened, yet if anyone could stir emotions within him, it was undoubtedly the enchanting figure before him. Master of heavenly tribulation, I leave this person to you. With that, the others charged toward the Sword God Mountain, while the 3 elders soared into the air to confront the trio. Alas, the remaining 3 continued their advance toward the inner sanctum of the Sword God Mountain. In a secluded bamboo grove on the rear mountain, Wang Bo hastily escorted Zhao Yuling away. Zhao Yuling, a formidable warrior of the battle sovereign rank, glanced at Wang Bo, the steward of the Sword God Mountain, who was also a martial emperor, a fact she found surprising. She then turned her gaze to the tumultuous battle above, silently praying, and promptly employed the Windshadow Pavilion's secret technique to inform Yushu. She urged her to ensure the current saintess retained Dugu Tianyu, preventing his return at all costs. Suddenly, Wang Bo furrowed his brow. Madam, you must flee without looking back. A martial emperor approaches. I will hold him off. You must leave, quickly. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuling, holding her infant child, barely 100 days old, enveloped the child with her power and sped away. What brings you here, Luo Tianming? Wang Bo was taken aback, realizing the newcomer was Luo Tianming. Could he be attempting to take advantage of the chaos? Nay, please do not misunderstand. I am here to ensure the safe retreat of Zhao Yuling and her child. Luo Tianming replied, somewhat exasperated. How many martial emperors were there within the Sword God Mountain? Wang Bo remained skeptical. No need. I am sufficient on my own. We have little in common with your Xiantian Academy. It would be best for you to refrain from interfering, lest you bring unnecessary trouble to Xiantian Academy. Besides, today's events have already been anticipated by the Master and the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianming chuckled heartily. Wang Bo, you possess a sharp wit. The three doors are indeed united as one. Not to mention, Yu Yuzhu has already stepped forward to oppose the heavenly tribulation. It is likely that the lad named White has also alerted his clan. Furthermore, there are external forces invading, as a denizen of the Xiantian continent. How could I stand idly by? Additionally, I owe Dugu Yunshang a personal debt of gratitude and must ensure the safety of his wife and child. 3 adversaries approach. Let us join forces, 2 against 3. I am aware that you are no ordinary martial emperor. Otherwise, Dugu Yunshang would not have entrusted Zhao Yuling and her child to you. Wang Bo, upon hearing this, nodded helplessly and said, fine. But if you hold us back later, I won't hesitate to take on 4 of you. Luo Tianming, upon hearing this, thought to himself, what kind of formidable old man is this, that he dares to take on 4? In the sky, the great elder coughed up blood, while Wang Fengzi had a gaping hole the size of a bowl in his chest. In a frenzied state, Wang Fengzi fixed his gaze on the great elder, panting heavily. Feng Wudi, you truly live up to the name of invincibility. Even after countless battles in the demon realm at the same level, no one has ever harmed me. Huh, this is exhilarating. Come again, once I deal with you. I shall fetch my sword and carve the child open to retrieve the divine blade. Feng Wudi, upon hearing this, was instantly enraged. Are you hastening your own demise? Prepare yourself. 1,000 swords descend upon demons. Instantly, thousands of swords manifested behind Feng Wudi, each one seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. Wang Fengzi shouted in alarm, recalling how he had once been compelled to self-inflict wounds to feign death against this very technique. Come forth, old man, and witness the culmination of my demonic prowess, heavenly demon dance. A dark storm suddenly enveloped Wang Fengzi, the very space around him resonating with anguished cries, a malevolent aura permeating the air. Wang Fengzi bellowed, old man, perish. The great elder uttered a single word, kill. With a thunderous roar, the 1,000 swords surged forth, cleaving through the dark storm, creating ripples that resonated across the battlefield, affecting even the other 2 combat zones. The sword energies relentlessly sliced into the dark tempest, and ultimately, the last barrier was breached, engulfing Wang Fengzi in an instant. The great elder sighed in relief, but suddenly realized the peril he was in. It was too late. A streak of black light descended from the heavens, enveloping him entirely. Regret washed over him as he lamented his carelessness and lapse in vigilance. As the sword energies dissipated, the black light also receded. Both Wang Fengzi and the great elder plummeted toward the ground, Wang Fengzi's body resembling a honeycomb, while the great elder, too, was grievously injured, his white robe now drenched in crimson. Oldest brother, the second elder, upon witnessing the great elder descending, his eyes blazing with fury, roared, Demon Clan. Windshadow Tower. If I do not perish, I shall annihilate all of you. The situation for the second elder was equally dire, as half of his upper body lay in ruin, mirroring the fate of the demon he fought. The battle intensified, yet it too was nearing its conclusion, both sides fighting with their last breaths. Ultimately, the second elder and the demon warrior met their demise together. On Dugu Yunshang's side, things were somewhat more relaxed. Although he had just entered the realm of the martial gods, his mastery of swordsmanship was unparalleled across the continent, forcing the demon warrior he faced to retreat, coughing up blood profusely. On the ground, Tian Jie continued to confront Yu Yuzhu, feeling somewhat speechless, his mind clouded with confusion. With every step he took forward, Yu Yuzhu unleashed a fierce offensive, each strike aimed to kill, yet he dared not retaliate, only able to evade her attacks. Sighing, he thought, who doesn't have a goddess in their heart? So he simply sat in the void, no longer advancing, brazenly engaging Yu Yuzhu in casual conversation. The gathered crowd was equally bewildered, questioning if this was truly the merciless assassin, Tian Jie, who slaughtered without a second thought, or merely a charlatan from the rivers and lakes. The 2 individuals faced each other in the sky, while below, the tumult of battle echoed as the 7 great sects jointly besieged the Sword God Manor. Even united, their losses were staggering. The elite experts of the Sword God Manor were overwhelmingly numerous, leaving the attackers with no choice but to press on. Knowing that if they failed to utterly dismantle the Sword God Manor today, they would be crushed like ants on another day. At this juncture, they resorted to a strategy of attrition, hoping to wear down the skilled fighters of the Sword God Manor. On an open field, the ground reverberated with thunderous booms. Not a single bamboo stood upright, and the earth itself had been upheaved by 3 feet. Blood trickled from Luo Tianming's lips, while Wang Bo gasped for air. At this moment, Luo Tianming was struck with astonishment at Wang Bo's prowess, capable of contending against 2 peers of the martial emperor rank. Aside from himself, perhaps only the enigmatic Dugu Yunshang could rival such strength. He inwardly marveled at the extraordinary abilities of the Sword God Manor's warriors. His adversary, a martial emperor from the 7 Absolute Valley, dared not engage Luo Tianming in a direct confrontation, as they were wary of offending the Xiantian Academy. Fresh from a fierce battle with the Sword God Manor, they were uncertain how many of their main forces they had lost, and with the involvement of foreign martial deities. He questioned whether they could even conquer the Sword God Manor this time. Even if the 7 great sects united against the Xiantian Academy, it would be akin to child's play for the Academy to crush them. Reflecting on this, he glanced at the 2 martial emperors battling Wang Bo and felt a chill run down his spine. Truly, they were formidable beings from the world's foremost sect. He then communicated with the other 2 martial emperors, who nodded in grim determination. He perceived that although Wang Bo was of the same rank, he radiated a subtle aura of various Dao powers that they could not compare to. Even if he joined the fight, victory was not guaranteed. Luo Tianming also observed this, feeling a sense of disappointment in his own abilities. Despite being a martial emperor himself, he could not match the prowess of others. No wonder that old man claimed he could take on 4 opponents without a care. Just as Luo Tianming was lost in thought, the martial emperor opposing him from the 7 Absolute Valley shot, like an arrow toward Wang Bo, flanking him with 2 others. Together, they summoned spells and magical artifacts to ensnare Wang Bo in their midst, and in unison, their chests began to glow. In that moment, Wang Bo realized he had fallen into their trap, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events. "Oh, you 3 vile scoundrels!" Luo Tianming exclaimed, "You old rascals, scheming together." With that, he summoned his most powerful defensive artifact, channeling all his strength into defense, and swiftly ascended straight into the sky. Chapter 7. The Mysterious Powerhouse Indeed. The 3 martial emperors resorted to self-detonation to eliminate Wang Bo, fully aware that their combined strength could not contain him. Should he break free, it would spell doom for their sections. Boom. A colossal sound erupted, and the mountains within a 20-mile radius were instantaneously vaporized, a pillar of light shooting into the heavens. Luo Tianming's defenses shattered in an instant, yet they absorbed much of the impact and energy, sending him hurtling through the air, losing control over his body, and sustaining considerable injuries. In a distant realm, Zhao Yuling immediately sensed the impending danger. She summoned 3 treasured artifacts for protection, but as the shockwave subsided, 2 of the treasures were destroyed, and the last one bore cracks. Still filled with trepidation, she gazed intently at the spot, fearing that Wang Bo had likely met his demise. Yet, she dared not linger and swiftly propelled herself forward. The Sword God Manor suffered extensive destruction under the violent blasts of the 3 martial emperors' self-detonations, with countless buildings collapsing. Tian Jie, in a swift response, shielded Yu Yuzhu with his own body while simultaneously countering the shockwave with offensive maneuvers. In the skies above, Dugu Yunshang was taken aback by the unfolding chaos. His heart racing with shock, he unleashed his most formidable attack against the demonic martial god, hoping to swiftly conclude the battle and return to assist those within the manor. Meanwhile, in the distance, Luo Tianming consumed a medicinal pill, regulating his breathing as he soared towards Zhao Yuling and her son. He understood that Wang Bo could not have survived the explosion centered around him caused by the 3 martial emperors. With a heavy sigh, he propelled himself forward with great urgency. At this moment, Zhao Yuling was beginning to feel utterly exhausted, unable to fly like a true martial sovereign. She could only sprint across the ground, her strength waning. Yet, she dared not stop, continuously consuming pills to regain her stamina. If she did not restore some energy, she feared she would collapse before the martial emperors could catch up. Suddenly, a cold sweat trickled down her back, a sense of crisis overwhelming her. One of the martial emperors was in pursuit. Just as she contemplated concealing her presence, she heard Luo Tianming's voice calling from behind. "Madame Zhao, please wait. Do not be afraid. It is I, Luo Tianming. Do you remember me?" Though Zhao Yuling felt a wave of relief, she still retrieved the sacred dragon's radiance given to her by Dugu Yunshang from her spatial ring. Luo Tianming descended from the sky, exhaling deeply as he spoke. "Madame Zhao, do not fear. I bear no ill intentions. You and Lord Yunshang are my saviors. I have come to fulfill this karmic bond. Years ago, when I was gravely injured and near death in the Demon Dragon Mountains, you and Lord Qingyun passed by and saved my life. I may not interfere in Lord Qingyun's battle, but I vow to protect you and your son until you are safely away. Rest assured, Zhao Yuling remained skeptical, asking, is that true? What about Wangbo? He has perished. The tremendous sound just now was the result of the three martial emperors' self-destruction to perish alongside him. Enough talk. Let us leave quickly. I do not know if anyone else is pursuing us. With that, Luo Tianming used his strength to lift Zhao Yuling and her son, carrying them away into the distance. Dugu Qingyun's battle had concluded. He had severed the head of the martial god from the demon realm. Now, feeling somewhat drained, he landed atop the five-colored giant sword at the sword God Manor. He beheld the bodies of the disciples and the three elders alongside the remains of the three martial emperors, his eyes swelling with tears. Clenching his fists, blood trickled from them. As the calamity descended, Tian Jie observed Dugu Qingyun plummeting from the heavens, his pupils dilating in horror as he sensed the impending doom. The friliest of camels surpasses the mightiest of horses. A foreboding of death enveloped his heart. Below, the disciples of the Sword God Manor had nearly been exhausted by the onslaught of the 7 great sects, their treasury all but emptied. Upon sighting Dugu Qingyun, despair washed over them, for he was a martial god, and thoughts of resistance had long since fled their minds. Coughing up blood, Dugu Qingyun steadied himself with one hand against his chest, unleashing the oppressive aura of a martial god. In that instant, those of lower realms were crushed under the weight of his presence. Today, I shall unleash a massacre to honor the fallen heroes of my Sword God Manor. Your sect shall henceforth be erased from this continent. I do not relish in bloodshed. It is you who have forced my hand. A grand massacre. A decree of erasure from the continent. The Sword God Manor indeed exudes tyranny. Was it you who killed my son? It appears I have arrived too late. The barrier of realms is truly vexatious. From the shattered void emerged an ancient elder with a singular horn upon his head, nullifying Dugu Qingyun's martial god pressure. Much to the relief of those below, the members of the 7 sects, including Tian Jie, rejoiced at this turn of events, yet they were not foolish enough to linger. Swiftly retreating to avert any unforeseen consequences, Dugu Qingyun narrowed his eyes and queried, who are you? If you hail from the demon domain, why do you meddle in our continental affairs? We have always maintained a neutral coexistence. Today, your domain has repeatedly trespassed upon my Sword God Mountain. What is your intent? Am I to be branded the tyrant for defending against those who invade my gates and slay my disciples? Exquisite words indeed. Ha ha ha. The elder scoffed. I am Susses, the Prince of Annihilation. You speak of trespassing and the slaughter of your disciples? Humph. In the past, Dugu Yun trespassed upon my domain to seize divine fire, slaying my disciples in the process. Today, you have slain my son. Am I not entitled to retaliate? Dugu Yun was a being of unparalleled prowess. Despite our deep-seated enmity, I could not help but admire him. My father and grandfather, both martial gods, fell at his hands. I too was gravely injured then. Now that he is dead, it is my duty to avenge him. Eradicate all of the Dugu lineage. Humph, your clamor is tiresome. Do you not recall the true nature of those events? As for your son, he brought his own demise upon himself. A kill is a kill. Let us battle if you dare. Do you think I fear you? With that, Dugu Qingyun soared into the air. Susses replied leisurely. Youth is often characterized by impetuosity. You, a lower-tier martial god, dare to flaunt your strength before me. A higher-tier martial god? After I subdue you, I shall eradicate every descendant of the Dugu name. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a strike towards Dugu Qingyun. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Dugu Qingyun understood that the gap between ranks of martial sovereigns was immense. He immediately unleashed his most formidable technique, the Celestial Rain Sword Dance, but upon contact with Susses, it shattered, sending Dugu Qingyun crashing to the ground, creating a massive crater. Susses grasped Dugu Qingyun from afar, declaring, I am in no rush to end your life. I want you to witness the demise of your kin and descendants, one by one, before your very eyes. I shall seize the culmination of Dugu Yun's lifelong efforts, the divine sword forged over millennia, to assist me in dominating the demon domain, and then I will savor your torment, allowing Dugu Yun to witness the consequences of crossing me from the heavens. Upon finishing his words, the space around him distorted, revealing a portal, and he stepped through it. Meanwhile, Luo Tianming and Zhao Yuling had already traversed over 2,000 miles and were resting by a lake. Exhausted and severely injured, Luo Tianming, still bearing the burden of Zhao Yuling and her child, took a moment to recuperate and said, Madam, If we travel another 200 miles, we shall reach Qinglong City. Once we arrive, you should change into a more modest attire. Your current garments are too extravagant and may attract unwanted attention. We will then return temporarily to Xuan Tian Institute, where you will be safe. I am uncertain if the sword God Manor can withstand this calamity. If, and I emphasize if, Lord Qingyun and the others meet with misfortune, you should take refuge at Xuan Tian Institute. Upon our return, I shall immediately send someone to fetch young Master Tianyu. Zhao Yuling nodded in agreement, saying, "Thank you, Brother Tianming, for your assistance. Qingyun will not perish. He has yet to name our son." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Suddenly, the sky above the lake warped, and a portal emerged, from which an elder stepped forth. Luo Tianming's eyelids twitched as he exclaimed, "The fabric of reality shatters. This is bad. It's the martial god. Madam, we must flee." The elder, none other than SARS, calmly declared, "None shall escape. Your greatest hope lies in my grasp." "Qingyun, no, it cannot be." Zhao Yuling cried out in despair, her gaze fixated on the barely conscious Dugu Qingyun in SARS's hands. Luo Tianming, enraged, shouted, "You scoundrel, I will fight you. You wretched monster. Fight me?" SARS laughed derisively. "Killing you is as effortless as crushing an ant. May you all perish." With that, he raised his hand to strike. In an instant, SARS's arm exploded, leaving him in shock, for another portal had appeared before Zhao Yuling, from which a sword aura surged forth, severing his limb. A voice rang out, "Who dares? Spare those who can be spared, my friend. Your reach into the demon realm is a tad excessive." At the same time, from the portal emerged an elder with flowing white hair, a youthful visage, and an ethereal presence. SARS, upon seeing him, felt his pupils constrict and cold sweat drench his body as he turned to flee. Chapter 8. The Peach Blossom Land. "Ah, fellow cultivator, since you are here, why rush away?" The elder raised his hand, sealing SARS's portal. SARS's face was a mask of terror, drenched in cold sweat. This man was even more formidable than Dugu Qingyun, surrounded by countless legends. "Feng Qingyang, you are still alive." Luo Tianming was equally astonished. Feng Qingyang, a legendary figure of Xuantiandalu, the most esteemed expert, who had authored countless martial techniques, combat skills, and formations. A millennium ago, he stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess. For the sake of his beloved, he had single-handedly infiltrated the demon realm, vanquishing all its champions and slaying the supreme demon emperor. Thereafter, he vanished from the world, almost annihilating the entire demon realm by his own strength. A third of the martial techniques at Xuantianshu Institute were conceived by Feng Qingyang himself. There were countless tales of his exploits, and Luo Tianming understood that with such an extraordinary figure intervening, today's crisis could indeed be resolved. Feng Qingyang smiled calmly and said, "Ah, it seems even in the demon domain, there are those who recognize this old fool. However, your arrival here is rather excessive. I am well aware of the grievances between you and Dugu Yun from years past. Nonetheless, I do not wish to make things difficult for you. If you wish to depart in peace today, then release the person in your grasp, for he is a descendant of an old acquaintance of mine. Otherwise, should I be compelled to retrieve him myself, I fear your body may suffer the consequences." Luo Tianming trembled nearby, for he had encountered a legendary figure, a being of immense power whose mere words hinted at the peril of his adversary's body. What astounding confidence! Luo Tianming's eyes sparkled with astonishment. SAS, undeterred, retorted angrily, "Feng Qingyang, I am aware of your might and your long-standing reputation. The Dugu clan has a deep-seated blood feud with my family, and I must see this matter resolved. We have come too far for me to leave future generations with a lingering threat. However, as we are both high-level martial gods, the victor remains to be seen. Today, you will agree, whether you wish to or not. Even if it leads to mutual destruction, I shall slay the descendant of Dugu Yun." Feng Qingyang paused, then chuckled, "Oh? It seems you are indeed prepared to engage me. Though I have not wielded my strength in quite some time, I assure you, while fish may perish, the net shall not break." A gust of wind swept through, causing Feng Qingyang's long hair to flutter. Before SAS could react, Feng Qingyang's other wrist had detached from his body, and Dugu Qingyun flew promptly to Zhao Yuling's side. Feng Qingyang tossed a pill to Zhao Yuling, instructing, "Quickly, administer this to him and seal his energy channels." Zhao Yuling hastily complied, tears streaming down her face as she implored, "Qingyun, no, do not leave. You must rise and see our son, you must name him." Luo Tianming approached, saying, "Madam, please do not fret. Since Elder Feng has intervened, Lord Qingyun will surely be safe. Do not cry, allow him to rest peacefully." Nodding, Zhao Yuling wiped her tears away. Only then did Feng Qingyang turn. seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of a counterattack from SS, and declared, "Enough. I grant you a reprieve today. You may leave. To kill you would tarnish my reputation." SAS, now agitated, wondered what had transpired, having witnessed no sign of Feng Qingyang's assault. Could it be that he had reached the same level as the Demon Lord? "So this is Feng Qingyang," he muttered. "Today I concede, having failed to recognize a titan. Yet do not grow too complacent. My domain boasts more than one expert of your caliber. We shall inevitably return to conquer this land." With that, he turned and tore open a portal to depart. Feng Qingyang descended slowly, his gaze piercing as he focused on the child in Zhao Yuling's arms. "Ah, Dugu Yun, you dismissed my counsel all those years ago regarding this matter. Are you satisfied now?" He then turned to Luo Tianming, saying, "Brave hero, I thank you for aiding my old friend's descendant. I see you have sustained considerable injury. This may cause lasting harm. Take this third-grade Xianqing pill. It will help alleviate your afflictions and assist you in your recovery." At this moment, Luo Tianming stood with his hair standing on end, trembling hands pressed against his lips. Uttering soft gasps of awe, he instinctively retreated, leaving even Zhao Yuling somewhat at a loss for words. Luo Tianming stammered, "Elder, please do not address me as a hero. It would be too much for a humble person like me. I am already content to have met you. How could I dare to accept your elixir?" Feng Qingyang smiled gently and replied, "Ah, we are both practitioners of martial arts. There is no need for such modesty. Let us refer to each other as fellow cultivators. I appreciate your assistance today. Keep the elixir, and I shall take care of this family of 3. Farewell." With that, Feng Qingyang tore through the fabric of space, leading the 3 members of the Dugu family into the void. Luo Tianming stood dazed by the lakeside, returning to his senses after a long moment. His face was flushed with excitement, his heart racing in his throat as he muttered to himself, "Fellow cultivator. Elder Feng referred to me as a fellow cultivator. Fellow cultivator." Despite his exhilaration, he took the 3-turn Xianyuan Dan and swallowed it, beginning to regulate his breathing. His body had sustained considerable damage. First from battling the martial emperor of the 7 Absolute Valley, leaving him with internal injuries, and then from the shock of the self-detonation of 3 martial emperors. Carrying Zhao Yuling and her son over such a distance had nearly exhausted him. If he did not take the time to recuperate, he would surely be left with irreversible internal injuries. As the 3-turn Xianyuan Dan entered his body, Luo Tianming was instantly astounded. The items bestowed by legendary figures were indeed extraordinary. A wave of comfort and coolness enveloped him, as though every pore in his body had opened. A refreshing energy coursed through his meridians, rapidly healing his wounds. To his astonishment, he sensed signs of breaking through the bottleneck that had long hindered him at the intermediate martial emperor level. However, he dared not attempt to break through just yet, as it would require time to stabilize. Luo Tianming rose and dashed toward the direction of the Moonshadow Pavilion, intent on swiftly retrieving Dugu Tianyu to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. This place resembled a picturesque scene, with several plots of farmland, astonishingly cultivated with celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. Beside the medicinal fields lay a shimmering lake, where celestial cranes danced gracefully. At the foot of a gentle hill stood a few wooden houses, from which wisps of smoke rose, and behind them were 6 colorful chickens. These were no ordinary fowl, but rare divine treasures, of which fewer than 20 could be found on the continent, even in the heyday of the sword God Manor. Across from the houses, a waterfall cascaded down the mountainside, sending up sprays that formed a beautiful rainbow. Occasionally, the calls of cranes mingled with the distant sounds of monkeys, creating an idyllic paradise, a veritable realm of immortals. At that moment, the space in front of the houses fractured open, and Feng Qingyang emerged with the Dugu family. He gently laid Dugu Qingyun down inside the house and turned to Zhao Yuling, saying, "From this day forth, you shall reside here. This is Yunji Mountain, a place inaccessible to ordinary folk. Please wash Qingyun and prepare a change of clothes for him." Zhao Yuling nodded and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior Feng, for saving my life. I am unable to repay this kindness, and I can only serve you as a humble assistant." "Enough of the formalities," Feng Qingyang replied. "The bond one share with Dugu Qingyun was forged through hardship. Neither of us can outdo the other. We eventually became sworn brothers. Back then, Dugu Qingyun had acquired 2 types of divine fire, but was ambushed by Sarza's grandfather, who seized the flames. Severely injured, Dugu fled and later ventured into the demon realm. I had warned him against it, advising that if he insisted on going, he should sever all ties. The demon race is merciless and vengeful, and I urged him not to leave a legacy of calamity for future generations. Regrettably, he lacked the resolve. The day before forging the sword, He confided in me about his intention to fuse with thee, entrusting me with the promise to assist his descendants should they face a dire disaster. As Feng spoke, his eyes glistened with tears, revealing his fond memories of an old friend. Zhao Yuling was taken aback, unaware of such a backstory. She inquired, "Senior, is my husband in good hands?" "Rest assured, he shall not perish," Feng replied. "However, he has just broken through to the martial god level, and his foundation is unstable. During a battle, his qi was shattered. Though his life is safe, his cultivation may be ruined. Fortunately, I managed to seal his qi just in time, otherwise, it would have been destroyed. Now, keep an eye on him while I gather some herbs to aid his recovery." With that, Feng departed. Zhao Yuling placed the child down, her eyes shimmering with tears. She retrieved garments and towels from her spatial bracelet and began to cleanse Dugu Yunshan's body. Once she had changed his clothes and fed the child, Feng returned with several herbs, muddy from the ground. "Remember this assortment of herbs," he instructed. "Every 3 days. Gather them anew and brew for 5 hours. Administer it once daily, no more. Although they are spiritual herbs, excess can lead to adverse effects. He should be fine now. I must seek something from the hidden family to inspect the barrier. The demon race has managed to breach it, indicating that beyond Dugu Yunshang, others have also shattered the barrier. If the demon realm launches a full-scale invasion, the Xuan Tian Continent will be in peril." After speaking, he tore open a spatial rift and turned to leave, suddenly recalling, "Young lady, do not use force when collecting herbs. Gather them gently from the earth. Those are my lifeblood. Feed the leftover dregs to the chickens." With that, he departed. As Zhao Yuling picked up the herbs and prepared to leave, the space ruptured again, startling her. Feng Qingyang poked his head through with a smile. "Oh, young one, though Qin Yun is frail now, the chickens behind the house must not be harmed." He chuckled, then closed the rift and vanished. Zhao Yuling, slightly bewildered, muttered to herself, "He truly is not quite right, another old rascal." Suddenly, the space tore open again, and Feng stepped out. Zhao Yuling was taken aback. Did he hear her? Feng, a bit embarrassed, stated, "I am getting old and forgetful. I must wash my feet and change my shoes." Zhao Yuling, exasperated, replied, "With your level of cultivation, do you really need to wash? A gentle flick of your power could accomplish that in an instant." Feng, assuming an air of a transcendent sage, replied, "Young child, you do not understand. Embracing simplicity and experiencing the habits of mortals is, in itself, a path to enlightenment. I have expended considerable effort on these houses and fields without resorting to a shred of force." As he spoke, he filled a basin with water to wash his feet and change his shoes. Zhao Yuling was also taken aback. She had never anticipated that the legends of the Xuan Tian Continent could be so mundane, which was truly unexpected. "All right, I shall take my leave," Feng Qingyang declared as he tore through the fabric of space once more. Zhao Yuling felt speechless as he alternated between calling her young lady, little one, and child. "Am I not a parent myself?" she thought. Suddenly, the space rippled again, and Zhao Yuling could no longer contain herself, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Old man, what now? I am not being chased to death, but I might just die of fright from you. Haha, I forgot to mention, as you were taking care of the child. And given that Qin Yun's health is not up to par, he must eat meat. If you want meat, go hunt it on the mountain opposite, with your battle prowess. It should be a simple task. Well then, I truly must take my leave this time. Farewell." With that, Feng Qingyang departed once more. This time, Zhao Yuling was not speechless, but rather felt a warm sensation. Having grown up in the Windshadow Pavilion without parents, surrounded by strict rules and constraints, she was experiencing for the first time the warmth of an elder's nagging care. Chapter 9. A painful farewell on a picturesque mountain shrouded in mist. Not a single tree could be found, only various kinds of bamboo swaying gently in the breeze. The slopes were covered with these bamboo stalks, and at the summit stood 2 towering king bamboos, each 3 meters in diameter, reaching into the clouds, about 9 meters above the ground. The branches of the bamboo were woven into 3 large characters, Windshadow Pavilion. This was the location of the continent's 3rd sect, the Windshadow Pavilion, said to be the only place where one could witness the most magnificent moon on the continent. At that moment, a dark speck in the sky was rapidly approaching. Behind the Windshadow Pavilion lay a crystal-clear lake, where fish of various colors swam gracefully. In a pavilion by the lake, a young couple was seated. The young man, with his refined demeanor and British features, possessed exquisite long hair. His deep, dark eyes shimmered with an enchanting hue. His thick eyebrows and prominent nose exuded nobility and elegance. He smiled at the woman beside him and said, "See you, I must return today. Not only is it a significant day for my sword God Manor, but it is also my dear brother's full moon celebration. I should have departed early, but I have spent the entire morning with you. If I do not return today, it will be difficult for me to come back in the future. How can I face my parents and the seniors and juniors of God Manor? My father values his reputation immensely. The woman beside him had a fair, smooth complexion, with distinct features and enchanting, watery eyes. Her willow-like eyebrows and delicate, tender lips were captivating. Every smile and frown was soul-stirring, as exquisite as a painting. She gently shifted her steps and softly pleaded, Tianyu, will you not stay with me for just one more day? Just one more day, the last day? Once you leave, who knows when you will return? If you leave today, I swear I shall never wish to see you again. She understood well the feelings of the man before her. However, she had received a dire command, and no matter the cost, she had to keep him here today, or she would never have the chance to see him again in her lifetime. This was the eldest son of Dugu Yunshang, Dugu Tianyu, and the saintess of the Moonshadow Pavilion, Tang Xiu. Dugu Tianyu found himself at a loss, torn between family and the woman he cherished. He turned to Tang Xiu and said, Xiu, please do not be angry. It is not that I do not love you or wish to be with you, but rather that. Before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous sound erupted from the front courtyard. A woman's voice rang out fiercely, Luo Tianming. Are you seeking death? Take another step forward, and I shall slay you. It is not that the Moonshadow Pavilion disrespects the Xiantian Academy, but you have gone too far. Do you believe that just because the pavilion master is absent, we cannot deal with you? What is happening? Tang Xiu exclaimed, moving to investigate. Dugu Tianyu grasped her hand and rushed towards the front courtyard. In the inner garden of the Moonshadow Pavilion, the deputy master, Yu Xuan, stood with her disciples, swords drawn, facing the recently arrived Luo Tianming, who appeared bewildered. Deputy Master Yu, it is not that I, Luo, lack understanding of the rules, but rather that the situation is urgent, and I could not inform you in time. Today, I am an elder. The furious Yu Xuan interrupted, transforming into a streak of sword light aimed at Luo Tianming. Realizing he was in grave danger, Luo knew he had spoken out of turn. However, he could only defend himself, forming a protective barrier around him. To his shock, a crack appeared in his defense as Yu Xuan's formidable power nearly breached the defense of a martial sovereign. It seemed he would need to be more cautious when addressing women in the future. Pausing for a moment, Luo Tianming declared, Very well, I cannot hide it any longer. Deputy Master Yu, I must tell you that today, regardless of the circumstances, I intend to take Dugu Tianyu with me. I know he is inside. Humph. Whether he is or not, your reckless intrusion into the Moonshadow Pavilion is a death sentence. Even if he is here, you cannot simply take him as you please. Who knows what your true intentions are? Yu Xuan shouted in anger. Deputy Master Yu, allow me to explain, Luo Tianming continued. Today, the 3 martial gods and 7 martial sovereigns launched an assault on the God Manor. I hurried here, fearing for young Master Tianyu's safety and knowing that Feng Qingyang would be unable to find him. However, bringing him to the Xiantian Academy would be far safer and more beneficial for his growth. Luo Tianming recounted the events of the day in full detail. Yu Xuan stood there, utterly devoid of energy, completely stunned. Dugu Tianyu, who had just arrived, overheard everything, his body tensing, teeth clenched, filled with rage like a primordial beast. He cast a significant glance at Tang Xiu before launching into the air, the stone slabs beneath him cracking under the force of his takeoff. Luo Tianming reacted swiftly. The Moonshadow Pavilion was filled with women, and if there were any men, they would undoubtedly be the unruly children of the Dugu family. He quickly pursued Dugu Tianyu, blocking his martial power while rebuking him. You fool! Are you seeking to return to your death? Let go of me. It is none of your concern. Even if I must die, I will take a few with me. Dugu Tianyu, now consumed by madness, was filled with rage, his eyes bloodshot as he struggled fiercely. Slap! Luo Tianming struck Dugu Tianyu hard across the face. Childish! You must come to your senses. Do you, a mere first-tier master, dare to challenge a pack of ravenous wolves and malicious spirits? Even your father, the esteemed Lord Qingyun, revered as a martial deity, was vanquished. Were it not for the timely arrival of Elder Feng, the Dugu clan would have faced extinction, perhaps due to your actions. The Moonshadow Pavilion has also been ruthlessly bloodied by that scoundrel SARS. Do you possess no awareness of this? Do you truly consider yourself worthy of the Dugu name? If I were in your position, I would bide my time, for a gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. When you are capable, then speak of your earlier proclamations, roared Luo Tianming. At this moment, Dugu Tianyu, though shaken, still trembled with rage, responding, I am grateful for your guidance, elder. Those who trespass upon my mountain and dismantle my home, who torment my parents, the 7 great sects and the demonic realm, I will not allow this injustice to go unpunished. I have heard that you hail from the Xuan Tian Academy. I implore you to take me as your disciple. From this day forth, I shall redouble my efforts in cultivation, and those who have perpetrated these sins shall repay them tenfold. Luo Tianming then turned to Yu Xuan, saying, Vice Master Yu, you have heard him. I shall take him with me. The heavenly tribulation has not ceased, though he may not dare to act against the Moonshadow Pavilion now. It is not a sustainable situation. The heavenly tribulation is the most enigmatic of assassins. Only at Xuan Tian Academy can Tian Yu find safety. After a moment, Yu Xuan regained her composure, tears glistening in her eyes. In her youth, she had been deeply enamored with Dugu Yunshang. She nodded slightly and said, Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to proceed this way. I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope Brother Luo can forgive my impertinence. Luo Tianming, feeling somewhat abashed, replied, Not at all. It was I who acted thoughtlessly. I shall take my leave now. Brother Luo, please, I shan't see you off any further. In light of these events, Moonshadow Pavilion must take precautions, Yu Xuan said, her words imbued with deeper meaning. Tian Yu, I am sorry. I did not foresee such events unfolding, Tang Xiu lamented, her tears soaking her garment. She could fully empathize with Dugu Tianyu's anguish, as her heart ached for his suffering. I understand, Miss, Dugu Tianyu replied, his eyes closed, tears escaping the corners. What do you call me? I am Xiu. What troubles you? She asked, her concern palpable. I truly did not anticipate this. I beg of you, do not despair. No matter how arduous the path, I am willing to accompany you, she sobbed, her voice cracking. Dear lady, there is no need for such distress. Were it not for your insistence, Tianyu would have already met a tragic fate. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. How could I harbor any resentment towards you? I consider myself fortunate to have walked through the most beautiful moments of life alongside you. Henceforth, let us sever these ties of fate. I apologize for my earlier impudence. And though I do not dare to expect your forgiveness, I implore you to take care of yourself, Dugu Tianyu declared, turning away, his eyes now streaming with tears. One can only feel such profound sorrow by causing pain to a beloved. Tianyu, please do not act this way. I beg you, do you not love me? You promised to take me to see the most beautiful fields of flowers, to the ends of the continent to watch the shooting stars, she implored. Luo Elder. Let us depart, Dugu Tianyu said weakly. Luo Tianming nodded slightly and turned to Yu Xuan, saying, Vice Master Yu, I bid you farewell. With that, he took Dugu Tianyu and soared into the sky. Tang Xiu, watching the departing Dugu Tianyu, collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed, while Yu Xuan sighed, Alas. Take her down and allow her to rest properly. The three of you must keep watch over her, ensuring she does not entertain thoughts of self-harm. In the air, Luo Tianming turned to Dugu Tianyu, expressing his displeasure. You, young man, I never anticipated you to be so heartless. What a splendid young lady. And yet your handsome face has likely shattered the hearts of countless women. Dugu Tianyu retorted disdainfully. You are the one with the face of a scoundrel. I am not devoid of feelings, but I must accept that we no longer inhabit the same world. If she were to remain with me, she would suffer, perhaps even lose her life. This way, at least I can protect her and still catch a glimpse of her. Sighing, he added, I cannot comprehend your romantic entanglements. I only desire your scoundrel face, which suffices for me. With that, he took Dugu Tianyu and swiftly flew towards the Xuan Tian Academy. Chapter 10. A world in turmoil. The following morning, the stars were concealed, and the sunrise bore a hint of crimson, casting its light upon the now shattered Sword God Manor. The former glory, majesty, and prosperity seemed to fade away like the myriad stars in the sky. Above the Sword God Manor, Yu Yuzhu and Tian Jie were still locked in confrontation, while the representatives of the 7 major sects had nearly retreated. They took what they could, destroyed what they could not, and set ablaze what remained. Yu Yuzhu dared not depart. She feared Tian Jie would target the massive 5-colored sword atop, Sword God Manor. Tian Jie, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Yuzhu, what will it take for you to leave? What kind of enchantment has this Sword God Manor cast upon you? Why are you aiding them? If I were to eliminate them for you, would that not be more beneficial? Your Moonshadow Pavilion would flourish without fear. Silence, you scoundrel. The Sword God Manor stands for righteousness in this world. Moreover, although my holy maiden has broken the rules, she is still my beloved charge. This is her home. If I do not stand up for her, how can my Moonshadow Pavilion ever hold its head high again? I am thoroughly disappointed in you. Not only do you associate with scoundrels, but you also conspire with the demonic clan to bring ruin upon Sword God Manor. Seeing you now disgusts me. When you once sent me flowers, I cast them into a cesspool upon returning. I shall no longer play your games. Furthermore, know this, that five-colored sword symbolizes a legend of this continent. Should you dare lay a finger upon it, I will march upon your Windshadow Pavilion, and it shall be a battle to the death. Yushu, unwilling to continue this fruitless standoff, grew increasingly concerned for Dugu Tianyu's safety and promptly departed. Tian Jie stood in stunned silence for a considerable time, muttering to himself, "The flowers remain, they remain." He then called after Yushu as she left, "Rest assured, I swear I will not touch it." The news of the bloodbath at God Manor spread like thunder across the continent, causing worldwide turmoil. People discussed it fervently during their meals, with some expressing terror at the arrival of the demonic clan's martial gods. Now that God Manor had fallen, who could withstand further assaults from the demon realm? Reactions varied widely. The populace condemned the 7 major sects for their despicable actions, while wealthy patrons praised their deeds. As the disciples of God Manor frequently borrowed money from them to support what they deemed lower-class individuals. There were also solitary cultivators who boldly proclaimed their intent to confront the 7 great sects, demanding an explanation for their shameless collusion with foreign tribes to harm their own kind. Among the common folk, the criticisms directed at the Windshadow Tower were surprisingly few, for they feared that the very individuals from the tower might be lurking nearby, ready to unleash calamity upon them at any moment. The commoners could only sigh in resignation, as most of them were mere mortals incapable of cultivation. Although the God Manor took considerable care of such individuals, the notion of avenging them was nothing short of a fantasy, for even a single master could easily sweep them aside. Some reclusive families had caught wind of the events and promptly dispatched envoys to uncover the truth. Ultimately, they were left astonished by the revelations of the previous day, a fierce battle involving 6 martial gods in the void, 3 of whom belonged to the God Manor. This was an unexpected revelation, prompting them to consider sending more disciples out to gain a better understanding of the continental situation. Within an ancient palace, a gaunt old man suddenly opened his eyes, golden light emanating from them. With a soft sigh, he closed his eyes once more, feeling his breath fade. 100 miles away from the God Manor, a colossal avian creature obscured the sky, reminiscent of the legendary Xuan. A closer inspection revealed that a structure was built upon its back. At the forefront stood a figure, his upper body bare, clad in black 3/4 pants and barefoot, possessing a well-defined physique. He sported a small braid, and his thick eyebrows were striking. But what drew the most attention were the 2 robust tusks protruding from the corners of his mouth, each about 5 centimeters long, framed by his green skin. He leaned against a sword radiating an icy chill, the marble beneath him adorned with frost. Behind him was a legion of beings resembling him. This was the half-orc army, led by the very individual who had once acquired a legendary sword from the God Manor, Watai. At this moment, he gripped the sword known as the Extreme Cold Storm tightly. Upon receiving a message from his son, White, the day before, he had hastened to arrive. The journey was too far for him to carry such a multitude alone. Thus, he had to rely on the Great Rock for transportation. Fearing that his kin might fall victim to ambush if he departed alone, he turned to his companions and urged, "We are nearly there. I shall proceed ahead. You must follow swiftly." With that, he soared into the air, making his way toward the God Manor. Upon reaching the entrance of the God Manor, now in a state of disrepair, he nonetheless advanced step by step, driven by an innate sense of respect. At this moment, Watai's waist flushed crimson, the color spreading throughout his body, an ominous sign of impending frenzy fueled by his overwhelming anger. He understood that without the God Manor, he would not be the man he was today. His kin had forever been looked down upon by the orc tribe. Now, half-orcs had risen to the nobility among them, all thanks to the God Manor. Seeing the manor in such a dire state ignited his fury. As the sun was obscured by dark clouds and rain began to fall, it felt as though the heavens themselves were weeping in sorrow. With a roar, Watai let out a cry to the sky. Kneeling upon the ground, he drove his sword into the earth and, with both hands raised, began to chant prayers in the half-orc language. An hour later, the great rock descended outside the gates, and upon seeing Watai, the entire half-orc legion instinctively knelt, mirroring his actions and joining in the solemn chant, united in their mourning. After the conclusion of the events, Watai rose, commanding, "Lift the bodies of the disciples from the God Manor onto the rock, so that they may be properly interred upon our return." He then summoned White using a unique method. White emerged from the nearby ground, exclaiming, "Father, there is an old man here who is still alive. Hurry, come and save him." Upon hearing this, Watai rushed over, using his strength to unearth the soil, only to be taken aback. The Grand Elder. He dared not lift the Grand Elder with his hands, instead dragging him with force, instructing, Make sure you understand this. I do not wish for any disciple of the Sword God Manor to be left without a resting place. I shall return to the clan. Should you encounter any remnants of other sects, eliminate them without hesitation. After issuing his orders, he looked at his son and declared, "Well done, my son. You have accomplished a great feat. From this day forth, you shall be the chosen successor to the clan leader, without exception." With that, he soared into the sky. The 7 major sects, Windshadow Pavilion, Heavenly Cloud Mountain, 7 Absolute Valley, Peerless City, Dragon Elephant Sect, Misty Sect, and Bean Mountain, sealed their gates, activating defensive arrays, retreating into seclusion. Windshadow Pavilion fared somewhat better, as the ever-present blood mist before the valley served as an excellent defense, yet they still recalled their contacts from various cities. Yu Yuzhu had returned to the sect, seated in the grand hall, having shattered a multitude of teacups. What were you thinking? You let Luo Tianming take him away so casually. Why did you not send someone with him? What if something were to happen to Tianyu? I will hold you accountable. Get out. Yu Yuxuan entered, saying, "Sister, calm your anger. It was I who permitted him to take him. Although I am not closely acquainted with Luo Tianming, I am well aware of his character. Tianyu will be fine." Yu Yuzhu sighed and shook her head. "I hope so. What of Siyu? Is she still unconscious?" "Yes. That foolish girl. Just like Yuling back then. Tomorrow, I shall visit the Xiantian Academy to check on her. I am quite fatigued. You should focus on your training. I have a premonition that the continent is on the verge of change." "Indeed, sister, rest well. I share your sentiments. I must strive to break through to the martial emperor level swiftly. This incident is likely to have a significant impact on the continent." After some time, Wutai returned to the Beastman clan, directing his flight towards the Peacock clan, renowned for their mastery of various medical arts. He entered the room of the clan leader directly. The female leader, Kong Mingyue, was napping. With a loud crash, Wutai broke open the door. How audacious! Who dares? Upon recognizing Wutai, Kong Mingyue's demeanor softened, and she smiled. Bowing, Wutai, without delay, laid down the Grand Elder, Feng Wudi, stating, "If he lives, your clan shall remain safe. If he dies, your clan shall face annihilation." "You know I mean what I say?" Kong Mingyue was taken aback, quickly checking the Grand Elder's pulse, then commanded, "Bring forth the largest revival ginseng from the ancestral hall at once." A person entered from outside, momentarily startled upon seeing Wutai. "Hurry, place it in the heavenly pool. I shall arrive immediately." Kong Mingyue was now anxious, for the Grand Elder was in grave danger. The clan's treasured artifact could save them, and it was undoubtedly worth the price. She understood that this half-beast clan leader was a formidable individual. Treasures could be cultivated again. But a life lost meant everything was truly gone. Chapter 11. A glimmer of hope. 3 years have elapsed since the fall of the Sword God Manor. Bowtie interred all the disciples of the Sword God Manor upon a lofty mountain within his clan. Each disciple bore a number and name inscribed upon their chests, prompting Bowtie to honor them all with proper burial rites. Initially, he feared that no one would pacify these restless souls. Thus he brought them back and laid them to rest within his clan's grounds. The Grand Elder awakened a year prior. His body, once ravaged by the frenzied assault of King Madman, has nearly returned to its former state. Although his cultivation has been preserved, he now resides at the lower tier of the martial emperor rank. Upon regaining consciousness, tears streamed down his face as he commemorated the fallen disciples of the Sword God Manor, standing vigil for 3 days and nights. Fortunately, he did not catch sight of Fengyun River's grave. Otherwise, his lineage would have faced extinction. He subsequently imparted 2 peerless sword techniques to Bowtie before departing quietly. At the Xiantian Academy, within the director's courtyard, a one-armed youth diligently swept the autumn leaves that had fallen after winter. This was Dugu Tianyu, who over the past 3 years had gained a degree of maturity, his gaze now deeper and more profound. Through his own efforts, he garnered the director's favor and became the director's sole disciple. 2 years prior, he sought to return to the Sword God Manor to pay homage to the spirits of the departed, but was discovered by the Windshadow Pavilion, leading to a relentless pursuit spanning over 1,000 miles. Fortunately, Luo Tianming arrived just in time to rescue him. He has now attained the pinnacle of the battle sect. The director bestowed upon him a new name, Xuan Tian. Dugu Tianyu had become too conspicuous, and his frequent outings often led to trouble. During this time, Yu Yuzhu visited him several times. Upon seeing his lost arm, she clutched the empty sleeve of his robe and wept for an extended period, creating quite a scene at the Xiantian Academy. He was bewildered by the intensity of her reaction. In a picturesque setting, a child with large, glistening eyes blinked occasionally, dirt smudging their delicate cheeks. With a mane of pure white hair and muddy feet, The child played endlessly with the earth, resembling a porcelain doll. Not far away, outside a row of wooden houses, a handsome young man chopped firewood, while inside, an extraordinary beauty prepared a meal, filling the air with delightful aromas. The man called out, what delectable dish awaits today? It smells divine. I feel as though I might perish from hunger." With that, he set down his axe and made his way towards the kitchen. "Get out of here. You just want to sneak a bite. You've devoured it all. What will our son eat? I'll have to scold you," the beautiful woman retorted. At this, the man frowned. "Now that we have a child, I've become an outsider. Alas. Oh dear son, get back here. You're off to trample the medicinal fields again. When your grandfather Feng returns, he'll surely skin you alive." The man dashed towards the fields. "I know, father. Please don't hit me," the child pleaded, looking up with innocent eyes at the approaching man. This is the Dugu Yunshang family of 3. Who could have imagined that the once revered family of the sword God Manor, the greatest in the realm, now leads such a tranquil and carefree existence? 3 years ago, after Dugu Yunshang awoke, Feng Qingyang visited once, assessing his physical condition and informing them of the outside world's circumstances, such as the half-orc burying the disciples of the sword God Manor and rescuing the Grand Elder. Upon hearing that Donggu Tianyu was safe at Xiantian Academy, both parents breathed a sigh of relief. They were cautioned against naming the child, as no name would be worthy of him. The couple found themselves at a loss for words, while Feng Qingyang continued to refer to the child as son, exclaiming, "Oh, foolish child, how could your father ever strike you? From now on, you must not disturb the medicinal fields. They are your grandpa Feng's lifeline." Donggu Yunshang affectionately lifted the child, declaring, "Let us go. It's time for a meal." "Ha." During dinner, Zhao Yuling remarked, "This child consumes an abundance of meat, yet fails to gain any weight. He eats even more than you do. The meat is nearly finished. I shall venture into the mountains to hunt some more shortly." Hearing this, Donggu Yunshang grasped Zhao Yuling's hand and said, "You have endured much these past few years. I shall go instead." "No, how could you, with your martial artist cultivation, think to enter the mountains?" She replied, "Fear not, my precious wife. Although my cultivation is lost, the holy dragon's radiance is sufficient. I have no desire to continue my training, nor do I wish for our son to cultivate. How delightful it would be for our family to live an ordinary life. I am weary of the strife and storms beyond. Just one of the Donggu family can traverse this world. I also believe Tianyu will not disappoint us." He then kissed Zhao Yuling on the cheek. With glistening eyes, Zhao Yuling responded, "Qingyun, though I have longed for such a life, I worry for you." "No worries. I have come to terms with it and let go, which is why I have resolved to cultivate only to the level of martial artist. Henceforth, let the men handle the rugged tasks of hunting. I apologize for burdening you, Yuling. At present, I wish only to witness our son grow, and then let old Feng find a daughter-in-law for him, and watch our grandchildren flourish." "Ha, you never change. Hurry and eat. Afterward, take our son to find some meat." Zhao Yuling scolded him with a playful glare. "I can go alone. He is still too young," he replied. "No, if he is to grow up in the mountains, he must learn to stumble and fall from a young age. A child can withstand a few tumbles. You cannot watch over him forever," Zhao Yuling retorted. All right, I will take him. Do not be angry. Eat your vegetables." After their meal, Donggu Yunshang held the holy dragon's radiance in his left hand while cradling the child in his right, exclaiming, "Let us go hunting. Hooray, hooray. Let us catch a big bear." The child cheered joyfully. Observing this scene, Zhao Yuling's face radiated happiness. What regrets could one have with such picturesque surroundings? Alongside a beloved partner and child? A big bear, a big bear. The child on Donggu Yunshang's shoulder waved his hands excitedly, overwhelmed with emotion at his first hunting adventure. "All right, silly boy, stop singing. You will scare off the prey," he teased. "Oh, okay, father." The child nodded earnestly. "Shoo, there's a bear ahead. Stay here and watch how I hunt it. I shall prepare bear paws for you to enjoy when we return. Pay close attention, my treasure." Dugu Yunshang gently caressed the child's head before pivoting to charge like an arrow towards the brown bear, a creature of formidable strength, classified as a second-tier monarch, akin to a human martial artist of profound cultivation. Just as humans can hone their skills, so too can animals. A first-tier monarch mouse could easily vanquish a non-cultivating tiger. However, the path of cultivation is arduous for animals, which is why they do not possess the same hierarchical divisions as humans. Breaking through to the first tier signifies an ascension to the upper echelon, bypassing the middle and lower ranks entirely. Although the brown bear before him had achieved the second tier, Dugu Yunshang surpassed it by an entire level. Hence, he drew no sword. He was a seasoned observer of martial prowess, his physical strength transcending this mere stage. The bear, sensing an impending confrontation, became agitated. Before it could react, Dugu Qingyun's fist struck, sending the massive creature, at least 800 pounds, crashing to the ground. He turned to smile at his son in the distance, but suddenly, a chill coursed through him. In an instant, he conjured the sacred dragon's radiance to strike towards his son's head. Yet, as a mere martial master, he could not summon his sword. He could only rely on brute force. At that moment, a third-tier monarch bear loomed above his child, moving with alarming speed. Dugu Qingyun felt despair wash over him. He could do nothing but watch helplessly. Chapter 12. A fury aroused just as the bear was about to swat his child aside. Dugu Qingyun shouted no. He unleashed every ounce of his martial power and surged forward. Suddenly, the child shifted backward, leaping into the air. With his left leg bent and his right leg extended, he swept it towards the bear's head. Utilizing the momentum, he then struck the bear's eyes with a punch, followed by a 360-degree spin of his left elbow, crashing down onto the bear's neck. By this point, the bear had fallen to the ground, blood streaming from its mouth and nose. The child gently descended, raising his right foot above his head to stomp down on the bear's waist. "Do you still wish to bully the baby? Humph, foolish bear," the child exclaimed, brushing off his hands upon landing. Dugu Qingyun stood in stunned silence. How could a 3-year-old child, who played in dirt and urinated daily, possess such remarkable prowess? Before he could fully grasp the thought, he rushed to embrace his son, his voice trembling as he spoke. "My child, are you all right? Let father see. You're not hurt, are you? Were you frightened? It was my fault for being careless. I'm so sorry." He meticulously examined his child's body. "I'm fine, father, just a bit of numbness in my toes." The child giggled. Dugu Qingyun then set the child down and surveyed the brown bear on the ground, now lifeless. Its skull was shattered, one eye burst, and its vertebrae and waist bones lay broken. Dugu Qingyun's face was a mask of astonishment. "You say your toes are merely numb? Is this a jest?" Even an adult at the same level would likely sustain injuries when facing such a beast, unless they were of a higher cultivation than the bear itself. Yet, how could he have sensed no trace of martial energy from his child? And such lethal precision, who had taught him? How had he acquired such skills? With a contemplative expression, Dugu Qingyun lifted his son in silence, binding the legs of both bears together with a rope before dragging them back. Frequently glancing at his son and then at the fallen creature, the child nestled in her arms continued to hum a tune, oblivious to the world around him. Zhao Yuling, having just hung out the laundry, caught sight of Dugu Qingyun returning home with their son in his embrace, accompanied by 2 bears. With a joyful laugh, she exclaimed, "Hey, darling, you've done remarkably well. Just one would suffice. Why bring back 2? They won't stay fresh for long. Are you trying to take the easy route? Hey, wooden man, I'm talking to you." "Oh, 2 brown bears," Dugu Qingyun mumbled, still preoccupied with earlier events. Zhao Yuling rushed over, her concern palpable. "What's wrong? Are you hurt? Let me see." Dugu Qingyun, feeling a bit awkward, replied, "I'm fine, they can't harm me." "My dear, I need to ask you something, and I expect your honesty." "All right, go ahead," Zhao Yuling nodded. "Did you teach our son any martial arts or cultivation techniques?" Dugu Qingyun asked uncertainly. "What are you talking about? Have you bumped your head on a bear or something?" "He is too young to understand any of that." Zhao Yuling was bewildered. Dugu Qingyun nodded. "True, but today's events were too strange. It was our son who fought the larger bear." "What? Are you joking?" Zhao Yuling nearly leapt up, her face flushed with anxiety. She scooped up their son and began inspecting him, knowing full well that Dugu Qingyun would not jest about such matters. "Indeed. I carried him back after the incident." Dugu Qingyun recounted the day's occurrences in detail, his expression filled with remorse. Zhao Yuling was instantly distraught and began to weep. "What were you thinking? How could you leave our child alone? Thank goodness he is safe, or I swear I'd make you regret it." She cried while showering her son with kisses. "Mother, don't cry, the baby is fine. If you cry, the baby will cry too," the child said, gently wiping Zhao Yuling's tears. Yes, mother won't cry. "Now tell me, who taught you how to fight bears?" "I don't know. One night, while I was asleep, an old man kept jumping around like that," the child replied, his big, watery eyes fixed on Zhao Yuling. At that moment, both Zhao Yuling and Dugu Qingyun were taken aback. This was news to them. Could it be because of that sword? Zhao Yuling gasped. Dugu Qingyun nodded. "I too have my suspicions, though I cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse. Truly, it's a serendipitous twist of fate." Suddenly, a distortion in space heralded the arrival of Feng Qingyang's voice. "Haha, I'm back," he announced, stepping into view and surveying the 3 astonished figures. "What is going on? Wow, this child has grown so much. Come here, let Grandpa Feng give you a hug." With that, he took the child into his arms, showering him with affection. Grandpa Feng. I thought it was Grandpa Feng. The child questioned, gazing at the elderly man before him. All right, you cheeky little rascal, call me whatever you like. But I suggest you call me Grandpa Feng, or I'll give your bottom a smack. Feng Qingyang chuckled, revealing that despite being an ancient being, he bore none of the aloofness often associated with his kind. Instead, he appeared as a playful old child. Oh, Grandpa Feng, why is your beard so long? Mama says that not shaving means you're an old man. The child innocently remarked, as if lecturing Feng Qingyang. Meanwhile, Dugu Yunshang and his wife stood there, utterly speechless. This individual is undoubtedly a master of unparalleled prowess on the mainland. Yet, he finds himself lectured by a mere child. Feng Qingyang, slightly embarrassed, muttered, "Little one. What do they truly comprehend?" This is what one refers to as an ethereal demeanor. Suddenly, Feng Qingyang sensed something amiss in his surroundings. His pupils widened in shock. Oh dear heavens, what has happened to my precious belongings? He hastily set the child down, raised his hand slightly, and dashed towards the medicinal field, where chaos reigned. Spiritual herbs lay scattered, askew and in disarray. The only untouched remnants were the slightly bitter sprouts that had just begun to emerge. Along the ridge, small figures crafted from earth were scattered about. At that moment, Feng Qingyang, now fuming, fixed his gaze upon the child not far away, as well as the awkwardly embarrassed couple, Dugu Yunshang and Zhao Yuling. Dugu Yunshang instinctively pulled the child behind him. Feng Qingyang sprinted to the rear of the house, bellowing in despair, "My chickens! My colorful chickens!" Before him, the once vibrant chickens were now left with but a few sparse feathers. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the Dugu family, circling them twice before standing in front, clucking in agitation. Dugu Yunshang and Zhao Yuling, visibly embarrassed, lowered their heads, while Dugu Yunshang occasionally nodded, muttering, "What on earth did I say when I left?" As he spoke, he playfully tapped the heads of both Dugu Yunshang and Zhao Yuling. Zhao Yuling, with a hint of a playful tone, gently pleaded, "Oh, Grandfather Feng, please do not be angry. The child is still young and particularly spirited. He ran off in the blink of an eye. Please, do not be upset. We shall gradually help you cultivate the herbs. As for the chickens, I have instructed Qingyun to raise the fence higher and seal any gaps. Please calm down. I will prepare a delicious meal for you. Look, there are still plenty of herbs left, and the chickens are unharmed, right?" Zhao Yuling's voice grew softer with each word. "Then why not gather all the herbs and slay the chickens for meat?" Feng Qingyang retorted, furrowing his brow in discontent. "Grandfather Feng, I understand my mistake. I promise I won't eat those delectable herbs anymore, nor pluck the chicken feathers." The child chimed in, peering out with innocence. Feng Qingyang scooped the child into his arms, exclaiming, "I do not hold you accountable, my little ancestor. You nearly broke this old man's heart. Yes, Grandfather Feng. I will only choose the less tasty options from now on, saving the delicious ones for you," the child earnestly declared, nodding. Feng Qingyang's lips twitched in amusement. "You shall not eat them. If you do, I might just have to spank you." "Oh," the child exclaimed, his small fingers playfully colliding in excitement. "Grandfather Feng, I have a matter that perplexes me, and I hope you can provide guidance," Dugu Yunshang said softly. Feng Qingyang, with a dismissive glance, replied, "What could possibly require my counsel?" Thus, Dugu Yunshang recounted the events of their hunting expedition that day. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang became visibly agitated, trembling with excitement. He handed the child to Zhao Yuling and declared, "Indeed, this child is extraordinary. It appears my initial assessment was correct. Something within him has awakened, which is precisely why I advised you not to name him." Zhao Yuling, a bit anxious, exclaimed, "What is that thing, ancestor? Surely it must have a name. We cannot keep calling it son forever." Feng Qingyang pondered for a moment and replied, "Indeed, there is no name worthy of him. Let us simply allow nature to take its course. Namelessness shall be his name, for being nameless surpasses being named. This child is no ordinary being. I sense a great storm is about to arise. If we are unprepared, the entire continent shall suffer calamity." Upon hearing this, Dugu Yunshang said, "Ancestor Feng, I had already anticipated this child's extraordinary nature, especially during his descent and when Tianhuang Banru recognized him as its master. I was overwhelmed with excitement. However, I do not wish for him to cultivate. I find this life quite satisfactory, for at least he is unharmed and can grow up carefree." After he spoke, he noticed Feng Qingyang's face flushed with anger. Feng Qingyang kicked Dugu Yunshang's backside, scolding, "You foolish wretch. Do you even comprehend what you are saying? How can the descendants of that peculiar old man be so infuriating? I tell you, you little brat, the reason you could not discern the truth before was due to the dormant power within him. Now that it has awakened, do you know what it is? It is the fortune of the entire continent and the spirit of the land. Dugu Qingyun and Zhao Yuling exchanged bewildered glances, asking, "What is that?" Feng Qingyang, stamping his foot in frustration, retorted, "What is it? Of course, you cannot comprehend. Surrounding this child's qi are a dragon and a phoenix in purple, and beneath the qi lies the Tianhuang Banru, forged by that old man. That dragon and phoenix represent the auspicious purple energy that once flowed east. This is the spirit of the continent. He can conceal all of his aura, rendering it imperceptible to outsiders. Only those who engage him in combat can gauge his true strength. Even I cannot discern his power, and his cultivation speed exceeds that of ordinary individuals by more than 100-fold. He can also guide himself to discover various relics and divine artifacts across the continent. Once he matures, he could even merge with the continent and transform into anything. All things possess spirit, and the continent can sense the impending horror of this catastrophe, thus placing everything on the shoulders of the Nameless One. And you, instead of allowing him to become a dragon or a phoenix, wish to reduce him to a mere insect. I could just as easily end you, you wretched scoundrel. Girl, bring me a cup of tea." Dugu Qingyun was left speechless, pondering what sort of disaster could elicit fear even from the continent itself. Had he truly erred? Feng Qingyang sipped his tea, growing increasingly irate. "I know my girl cannot possess such a wooden head as yours. I must ask you, girl, how did you become so blind?" Zhao Yuling found herself at a loss for words, realizing that the man before her was a far cry from the majestic figure who had once saved them. Dugu Qingyun interjected, "Ancestor Feng, I truly do not wish to. You infuriate me with your insolence." Feng Qingyang exclaimed, turning to Zhao Yuling, "Can I kill him?" Zhao Yuling hurriedly shook her head. Feng Qingyang shouted, "Dugu Qingyun, how is it that no thunderbolt has struck you down in these 9 heavens?" The old man truly wished to pry open your crown and extract your brain, placing it upon a bluestone slab to be trampled upon for 3 days and nights. With both feet, he would then take the flour mixed with a twist, fry it in oil, and toss it to the ground with a resounding smash until it lay in ruins, fit only to be fed to dogs. At this moment, Zhao Yuling was on the verge of bursting into laughter, nearly suffering an internal injury from suppressing her amusement. It was the first time she witnessed Dugu Qingyun being scolded so thoroughly. In contrast, Dugu Qingyun's expression was one of utter bewilderment, his eyes wide and nearly rolling into circles as he grasped the back of his head, lowering his gaze in confusion. He had previously heard Yuling describe him as an old rascal, but today he was truly enlightened. "You ought to be grateful that this child is still young. Had he been a bit older, when calamity strikes, Dugu Yun would undoubtedly have shattered you for neglecting such a promising talent." After saying this, he turned around, his pupils dilating and his mouth twitching. "You scoundrel, what are you doing?" Dugu Qingyun and his wife also looked up, only to find Wu Ming once again playing in the medicinal field. Zhao Yuling hurried over to lift him up. Oh no, this is a calamity. Quickly, support me. Are all the members of the Dugu family this infuriating? I shall take my leave. Otherwise, you two will surely drive me to my grave." As he spoke, Feng Qingyang turned to walk towards the room, shaking his head and muttering, "What a calamity, what a calamity." Chapter 13. A new path. Early the next morning, old Feng arose and arrived at the doorstep of Dugu Qingyun and his wife, shouting, "Open the door, open the door, open the door. You rascally boy. How old are you, and still not out of bed? The sky is nearly bright. Do you wish to conceive another child? Open the door. I am taking Wu Ming out for some physical training." Dugu Qingyun opened the door and replied, "Old Feng, I have been up for quite some time. They have already gone out. You mentioned yesterday that the continent is about to undergo a transformation." Yuling said that while she yearns for such peaceful days, one must possess the qualifications for tranquility, so she could not resist, and has taken the child to cultivate. Haha, I knew this girl was reasonable. Unlike your infuriating Dugu family. Old Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he said, "Come, let us sit in the courtyard and converse. I have learned some matters during my visit to the reclusive Qin family. After chatting with their elders, we exchanged vital information. What news could warrant such concern from you?" Dugu Qingyun inquired, feeling unsettled by Feng Qingyang's repeated mentions of impending disaster since his return yesterday. Feng Qingyang replied, "You are not yet qualified to know these matters. Suffice it to say that a great anomaly is about to occur. The Qin family holds you in high regard, commending your actions 3 years ago for eliminating so many useless martial emperors. The spiritual energy of this realm is not boundless. It permits only a certain number of strong beings to exist. The ascent through the ranks of martial emperor demands immense spiritual energy, as you, having witnessed the martial god's grandeur, surely understand. Once one reaches the martial god level, the reliance on spiritual energy diminishes, shifting instead to the comprehension of the great laws. With so many martial emperors perishing 3 years ago, the spiritual energy has naturally been released, and this continent has seen the emergence of several martial gods. When calamity descends, we may temporarily withstand it, but ultimately it depends on whether heaven grants Wuming the time to grow. By the way, who was the steward of the sword God Manor? That person is quite extraordinary. Dugu Yunshang's expression darkened. He pondered the nature of the calamity that required several martial gods to temporarily withstand its onslaught. He then inquired, "Is it Wang Bo? He was once saved by my father when he encountered severe injuries near the Five Elements Lake. Wang Bo vowed to repay my father by guarding our estate for a millennium. Recognizing his prowess as a battle lord, my father brought him back to the manor to serve as the steward. The Five Elements Lake? Are you aware of this man's true depth?" Feng Qingyang questioned. "Regrettably, I do not know much, ancestor. I have merely entrusted him with the management of the estate's affairs. All I am aware of is that he ascended from battle lord to intermediate martial emperor over 500 years. What troubles him?" Dugu Yunshang replied. Feng Qingyang nodded thoughtfully. "You are indeed a remarkable talent, one of the youngest martial emperors in the annals of this continent. Your innate abilities surpass mine. In your days as a martial emperor, did you ever confront 2 adversaries of equal rank simultaneously?" Dugu Yunshang responded with a hint of bewilderment. "Ancestor, you jest. You are well aware of the disparity in such battles. I humbly acknowledge that I have no rivals within my rank, but I certainly lack the confidence to withstand the combined assault of 2 martial emperors. Why do you inquire about this?" Feng Qingyang chuckled lightly. "But do you know that Steward Wang not only faced 2, but even 3 opponents without faltering? Alas, he was caught off guard and ultimately fell to their self-detonation." Dugu Yunshang was astounded. He was already aware of Wang Bo's formidable strength, but this revelation was beyond comprehension. Feng Qingyang continued with a serene smile. "This individual is unequivocally not of this continent. To put it more accurately, he does not belong to this realm of humans, demons, or spirits. The place from which he hails is where true terrors dwell. Do you understand why he defies the heavens?" Dugu Yunshang stood abruptly, astonished. "Not from here? Then where does he come from? Can one truly defy the heavens simply because he does not belong here?" Feng Qingyang gestured for him to sit and replied, "I cannot say with certainty where he originates, but he undoubtedly does not belong to this realm, for his cultivation system is entirely distinct. It is surprising that after spending so long with him, you failed to notice the anomalies that even Luo Tianming recognized. He must have transcended the battle lord realm without reliance on spiritual energy, instead comprehending the rules of this world to ascend to martial emperor. This is the primary reason for his extraordinary combat prowess. Henceforth, Wuming shall adopt this cultivation system, for he possesses the essence of the continent, which should pose no issue. Moreover, I suspect he is at least a peak innate martial master, perhaps even more. Fortunately, he has consumed numerous spiritual herbs, or else his body would have long succumbed to the strain." Dugu Yunshang's mind went blank as he shook his head vigorously. "Ancestor, please pause. I need a moment to digest this. A battle lord breaking through with the power of the Tao? An innate martial master? This defies all reason. Indeed, I too find it astonishing. Ah, by the way, I visited the Xiantian Academy and saw your eldest son." Feng Qingyang stood and mentioned. Upon hearing Dugu Tianyu's name, Dugu Yunshang immediately grew anxious. Having doted upon his eldest son since childhood, he had not seen him for several years and was filled with concern, urgently asking, "How is Tianyu? What has he grown into? Is he well?" Feng Qingyang cast a disdainful glance. "You are aware you have a son out there, are you not? Weren't you intent on indulging in your own pleasures? Rest assured, that lad possesses a temperament strikingly akin to his mother, steady and composed. He now stands merely a step away from the martial emperor. I have informed him of your circumstances and encouraged him to contemplate the great Tao for his breakthrough. Alas, he has lost his left arm." Upon hearing this, Dugu Yunshang's eyes brimmed with bloodshot anguish. At that moment, a voice from behind warmed his heart, prompting him to quietly whisper to Feng Qingyang, "Ancestor Feng, please do not disclose this to Yuling. I fear for her. I understand. Which is why I did not bring the child back." Feng Qingyang replied with a nod. Father, I'm back," Wuming exclaimed as he rushed over to embrace his leg. Dugu Yunshang turned to lift Wuming, affectionately saying, "Ah, you've returned at last. Where did your mother take you? What adventures have you had?" "Mother took me to the mountaintop to absorb celestial energy, saying that if I absorb enough, I could soar through the skies like a bird." Wuming blinked innocently. Dugu Yunshang and Feng Qingyang chuckled, and soon after, Zhao Yuling, visibly excited, said, "Qingyun, can you guess what level of cultivation our son has now reached?" Upon hearing this, Feng Qingyang leaned in to inquire, what level? Zhao Yuling took a deep breath and replied earnestly, he is a master. A second-tier master. Wait. Yuling, hold the child, and Feng Lao, please assist me. I feel rather dizzy. Dugu Qingyun suddenly sank to the ground, stunned. Feng Qingyang, slightly more composed, asked, how do you know? Have you tested it? What are you saying, Ancestor Feng? Zhao Yuling retorted. He just broke through this morning. I sensed a hint of his energy. Indeed, I can't be mistaken. Feng Qingyang nodded. From today onward, you need not take him to absorb spiritual energy. I shall personally instruct him. Absorbing spiritual energy may not be beneficial for him at this stage. Zhao Yuling, somewhat perplexed, asked, why is that, Ancestor Feng? Feng Qingyang jested. Let this young lad sit here and discuss it with you tonight. Zhao Yuling's face flushed with embarrassment. Ancestor Feng, you are far too irreverent. I must go prepare dinner. On a cloud ladder, a one-armed youth ascended slowly, bamboo leaves fluttering past his handsome visage. Today, he felt a sense of reluctance to be there. Upon reaching the grand entrance of the Bamboo King's Hall, two women halted him. Halt. Who goes there? What brings you to our Moonshadow Pavilion? The young man raised his gaze and replied, Greetings, ladies. I am a disciple of the Xuan Tian Academy, here to seek assistance at the Moonshadow Pavilion. One of the women remarked, as a disciple of the Xuan Tian Academy, you should be aware of our rules. No men are allowed to enter. Though her words conveyed strictness, her heart betrayed a desire to defy the rules. How dashing he was. She wished to invite him in without hesitation. Unperturbed, the young man stated, Ladies, I kindly request that you inform Lady Yuzhu, the pavilion master, that Xuan Tian Academy's Xuan Tian seeks an audience. Before the woman could turn to relay the message, Yuzhu had already approached the mountain gate, her excitement evident as she said, Xuan Tian, you may enter. Yuzhu escorted him to her exquisite loft, a haven of luxury and refinement. The first floor serves as a reception area for guests, while the second floor is adorned with a variety of flowers and plants. The third floor showcases an array of exquisite treasures, and the fourth floor is filled with the clothing and shoes of Yu Yuzhu, a dazzling sight to behold. It is not until the fifth floor that one encounters Yu Yuzhu's living room and bedroom. As Tian Yu, accompanied by Yu Yuzhu, ascended to the fifth floor living room, she poured him a glass of water and remarked, Tian Yu, what brings you here? Surely it's not for that girl, see you. You rascal. You're beginning to resemble your father more and more. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Dugu Tian Yu replied, No, Aunt Yu, it's not what you think. I'm not one to beat around the bush. I'm quite grown up now. Yu Yuzhu chuckled, Aunt Yu? I suppose you wish to stay here for a few days. Is that convenient? Dugu Tian Yu's face flushed crimson, and even Yu Yuzhu was taken aback before teasingly responding, Tian Yu, is there something you need? Of course, it's convenient. Siyu's room is quite spacious. Dugu Tian Yu, his thoughts swirling with confusion, pondered the rules of the Windshadow Tower and its principles. He then said, Aunt Yu, it's not as you imagine. I'm here on a mission. Recently, Fengzhu visited me and mentioned that the continent is currently in turmoil. He advised me to adopt a different cultivation system, to grasp the power of the great Tao to break through and imprint it within my body. He shared some methods with me and indicated that Moonshadow Tower represents the pinnacle of what one can achieve on this continent, drawing closer to the great Tao. Furthermore, your esteemed Sect's protective mountain array has absorbed some of the great Tao's power, hence my journey here to seek a breakthrough. I wanted to try the system Fengzhu spoke of. Yu Yuzhu, surprised, smiled and replied, the power of the great Tao is not easily comprehended, but by all means, give it a try. You may stay on the second floor. It will also serve to cultivate your mind and spirit. Dugu Tianyu stood, grateful. Thank you, Aunt Yu. She smiled and said, no need to be so formal, you silly boy. Since you wish to comprehend the power of the great Tao, I shall gather some samples for you that will surely aid you. Dugu Tianyu expressed his gratitude. I am deeply indebted to you, Aunt Yu. Both for the Dugu family and personally, I shall never forget your kindness. All right, enough of that sweet talk. I shall fetch it for you right away, she said before departing. Not long after Yu Yuzhu left, a voice echoed from outside. Aunt Yu, I just emerged from seclusion. Have you made the orchid cake for me? I'm here. In that moment, Dugu Tianyu froze, a wave of emotion washing over him. His heart raced as he recognized that voice, one he had longed for, the most cherished sound to his ears. His hands trembled involuntarily. Chapter 14. Walking through wind and rain at that instant, the newcomer halted abruptly. Though over 3 years had passed, the silhouette remained unmistakably familiar. She stood there, dazed, before tears brimmed in her eyes as she cried out, Tianyu, and rushed to embrace him, tears streaming down her face. I've missed you so much. Have you finally come to see me? How have you been these years? What about your arm? Where's your arm? Tang Xiyu exclaimed in a panic, grasping at the empty sleeve on her left side. Dugu Tianyu closed his eyes momentarily, mustering the strength to rise and turn. My lady, you have mistaken me. I am Xuan Tian, not the Dugu Tianyu you speak of. Tang Xiyu shook her head vehemently, declaring, impossible. You are deceiving me. Everything can change, but one's aura cannot lie. As she reached out to caress Dugu Tianyu's cheek, he instinctively recoiled. I implore you to maintain your dignity, my lady. I am indeed Xuan Tian. You must have mistaken me for someone else. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, he began to exit. Dugu Tianyu, halt. Tang Xiyu cried out, tears streaming down her face. Why do you treat me this way? Why? Dugu Tianyu hesitated for a brief moment, yet continued on his path. Moments later, Yu Yuzhu returned, her face adorned with a smile. However, upon entering, she was met with the sight of Tang Xiyu collapsed on the floor. Instantly, she understood the situation and hurried over to help her up. Why are you crying? Foolish girl? Tears bring ill fortune. Remember the last time you wept? He lost his arm. What do you wish to lose this time? Cease your tears. Be obedient. Tang Xiyu abruptly paused, questioning. So, does that mean he is Dugu Tianyu and not Xuan Tian? Indeed, Yu Yuzhu affirmed. But let me enlighten you, dear child. Men have their burdens to bear. He carries immense responsibility and deep-seated enmity. You must understand him, just as he lost his arm. If you were to be together and he lost you, it would not merely be an arm he lost, but half of his world. You, if he were to lose you, what do you think he would do? Thus, this is his way of protecting both you and himself. Yu Yuzhu comforted Tang Xiyu, gently stroking her head with a smile. He will stay here for a few days. If you wish to take care of him, prepare meals that are particularly unpalatable. Let others deliver them to him daily. Who allows him to bully you so? Tang Xiyu's spirits lifted as she nodded eagerly. Indeed, that blockhead. But speaking of which, Aunt, isn't our Moonshadow Pavilion unwelcoming to men? You were never like this before. How come? Yu Yuzhu interrupted. I will tell you later. Now, hurry, for dinner time approaches. I shall arrange for orchid cakes to be sent to you shortly. After dinner, Feng Qingyang remarked, tomorrow, I will take Wuming for training and return in a year. Zhao Yuling immediately felt tears welling up. Master Feng, where will you take him for training? This seems quite favorable, but why for such an extended period? What if he misses me? She was on the verge of tears. Feng Qingyang, slightly exasperated, replied, All right, just do not let those tears fall here. This place is only suitable for nurturing health. The challenges he will face in the future are far beyond those he encountered at the Sword God Villa. If we wish to shield him from injury later on, we must be resolute now. Zhao Yuling, feeling helpless, turned to Dugu Qingyun, who feigned innocence, as if to say, Don't look at me. I cannot argue or win this battle. Zhao Yuling then pleaded, Master Feng, could we perhaps leave the day after tomorrow? Tomorrow he turns 4. And I wish to prepare something delicious for Wuming, a chicken for him to eat. Feng Qingyang retorted, Hey, I say, where in this vicinity can you find a chicken? Do not even think about my 6-colored chicken. Zhao Yuling whispered, Old rascal, let me make myself clear. If he doesn't return for his 5th birthday a year from now, I shall unleash my wrath upon you. Moreover, I will slaughter all the colorful chickens you've raised and feast upon them with the herbs from your medicinal field. Dugu Qingyun was taken aback, his hands and feet losing their agility. He had never witnessed Zhao Yuling speak in such a manner, and he was even more alarmed that she was addressing Feng Qingyang. However, Feng Qingyang, upon hearing her words, was not angered. He chuckled. Ha, little girl, fear not. I shall certainly bring him back. If anything unexpected occurs, it would be quite the matter. The Demon Dragon Mountain Range, also known as the Paradise of Beasts, is a place that instills both dread and madness. It is feared because it is often referred to as the graveyard of cultivators, where countless practitioners perish each year. It is a place of frenzy, for any 4-tiered king-level magical beast that emerges gains sentience, and within them is birthed a golden core. The golden core has become an indispensable part of many lives. It can heal ailments, aid in pill concoction, refine weapons, and enhance cultivation levels. Countless cultivators venture here annually to hunt magical beasts for their cores, some for personal cultivation and others to exchange for crystal coins. Due to the exorbitant cost, these cores are priced accordingly, typically accessible only to regional overlords and affluent families. A 1st-tier golden core is produced by a 4-tiered king-level magical beast, which is equivalent to a Grandmaster-level human cultivator. To hunt such a beast, a minimum of a 3-person Grandmaster team is required. Otherwise, one risks becoming mere fodder for the beast. Thus, a single 1st-tier golden core is valued at 10,000 crystal coins, enough for a family of 3 to sustain themselves on food for 3 years. The value of a 4th-tier golden core cannot be measured in mere currency. It is associated with 7-tiered beasts, equivalent to the pinnacle of human martial emperors, capable of human speech and flight, possessing intelligence comparable to that of humans. 7-tiered, king-level magical beasts are transcendent beings subject to heavenly retribution, but should one endure this, they may soar to unimaginable heights. The hunting of 7-tiered beasts is generally beyond the capability of martial emperors. The worth of a 4th-tier golden core can only be exchanged for something of equal value. Transcending monetary measurement, it is a treasure that can elevate a battle sovereign to martial emperor status in an instant. Something that many may strive for their entire lives without success. In this Demon Dragon Mountain range, magical beasts occupy 2/3 of the entire continent, with the remaining third sporadically scattered throughout. Buzz, the void shattered, and a portal manifested, revealing an old man and a child. Upon their arrival, some 7-tiered beasts in the depths of the mountains concealed their presence, fearful of being discovered. It was Feng Qingyang and the nameless child. Feng Qingyang addressed the child. Though you are but 4 years old, you are already at the Grandmaster level, indeed among the ranks of the proficient. I know that Dugu Yun is teaching you sword techniques. Thus, I shall impart various martial skills to you. The nameless child nodded. From this day forth, you shall survive here alone. A year later, I will return to fetch you. Use this sword. As Feng Qingyang withdrew a sword from his spatial ring and presented it to Wu Ming, he cautioned, remember, when you encounter others, you must conceal yourself. Do not allow anyone to discover your presence. Humans can be more terrifying than the magical beasts of these mountains. If you find yourself in an unavoidable situation, simply claim that you accidentally wandered here. Strive to remain discreet in your actions, and if questioned about your name, respond with Wu Ming, without a surname. Furthermore, at noon each day, recall the methods I taught you to comprehend the principles of the Great Tao. Additionally, unless faced with life-threatening peril, do not summon the heavenly wrath of the 8 animosities within you. Should you acquire the beast's golden core, place it within your spatial ring. It must not be consumed. Do you understand? Yes, Master Feng, Wu Ming understands. Wu Ming nodded earnestly. Then I shall take my leave. Remember, you are a warrior, not a child. The road ahead may see you traversing storms alone, with few companions by your side. With those words, Feng Qingyang tore through the void and departed. Wu Ming's eyes gazed vacantly at this unfamiliar terrain. Though merely 4 years of age and exuding an undeniable cuteness, he possessed a keen intellect and a composed demeanor. Not only did he have 2 ancient monsters as mentors, but he also frequently accompanied Dugu Yunshang on hunting excursions in the mountains. In the outside world, the once secluded 7 great sects had opened their doors, while Fengying Tower seemed to have evaporated from existence over the past 2 years. The 5 hidden families and the orc tribe had begun to roam across the continent. Aside from the hidden families, Xuan Tian Academy now stood as the foremost sect in the land. The ruins of the sword God Manor were adorned with a plethora of vibrant flora, yet the 5-colored, 100-meter-long giant sword still shimmered with brilliance, as if recounting the legendary tales of its former glory. However, beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the continent, a grave crisis was quietly approaching. Chapter 15. Slaying the 4-stage monarch beneath several large trees at the periphery of the magic Dragon Mountain range. A small child sat beneath a tree, savoring a piece of slightly undercooked beast meat, his eyes blinking and his lips glistening with grease. Suddenly, a sense of danger clawed at his heart, prompting him to swiftly summon his sword and slash behind him. With a roar, a 50-meter-long crimson python lunged at him, its gaping maw ready to strike, only to collide with the blade of his sword. The impact sent him staggering back over 5 meters, leaving him deeply shaken. The sword had failed to cleave through the serpent's hide. Could it be a 4-stage monarch beast? The serpent was equally astonished. How could such a small child possess such immense strength? The blow felt as heavy as a colossal rock, causing it to see stars. Enraged, it charged once more at the diminutive child. Wu Ming leaped into action, his body aligned with the sword, and he thrust towards the serpent's head like an arrow. Too swift. The crimson python sensed impending doom and swiftly twisted its upper body to the right, simultaneously sweeping its tail towards the child's waist. Wu Ming reacted with equal speed, raising his fist to strike at the serpent's tail, and both were sent reeling back. The serpent gazed intently at the child before it. It was the ruler of this domain and had encountered human warriors before, yet none had ever exhibited such otherworldly prowess as this little creature. It regarded him with a penetrating stare. At that moment, the child declared defiantly, "You foul serpent, do you intend to bully me? I shall slay you." Having uttered those words, he unleashed a formidable display of martial prowess, imbued with a hint of the power of the great Tao, charging towards the crimson python. Behind him trailed a phantom, a testament to his extraordinary speed. In response, the serpent swiftly coiled its body into a spiral and propelled itself forward. Just as it advanced, a child unexpectedly knelt and slid toward it. The serpent, sensing danger, instinctively arched its body. Anticipating this movement, the child leapt to the upper rear of the serpent and, with a swift stroke of his sword, severed the serpent's tail. The serpent roared in fury, enraged by such an affront from a mere child. This was a profound humiliation. Before the child could land, he saw the serpent charging at him again, prompting him to push off a tree and shout, "Gentle winds and soft rain." The sword in his hand emitted a slight aura, piercing through the air like a torrential downpour. The serpent, unable to evade, collided headfirst into the onslaught. Thud! The impact sent the child flying, penetrating the trunk of a towering tree, and he immediately felt a wave of excruciating pain in his chest. The serpent was equally injured, with dozens of translucent wounds oozing blood from its head and neck. With the sword as support, the child gradually stood up, declaring, "Val serpent, this time I shall slay you. Sword, heed my command." Setting sun's last ray. In an instant, the sword in his grip transformed into a deep crimson hue, shooting straight through the hole in the tree he had created, directly towards the wounded serpent. Thud! The blade pierced the serpent's head and embedded itself into the tree behind it. The serpent's eyes reflected a myriad of unfulfilled desires. Yet it lacked the strength to struggle and collapsed to the ground. The child, clutching his chest, approached slowly, withdrew the sword, and then sliced open the serpent's belly, searching relentlessly, becoming drenched in blood. Finally, he discovered a small, white orb, no larger than a cherry, radiating a faint glow. This was the beast's golden core. He retrieved the core, wiped away the blood, and placed it into his spatial ring. Having been here for a month, today marked the first time he had slain a fourth-tier king beast. Over the past month, he had engaged in battle at least thrice daily. Due to the nature of his energy reservoir, king beasts could not discern his true cultivation level, mistaking him for an ordinary mortal, and thus sought to consume him, only to end up filling his own belly instead. Today's battle posed a significant challenge. The crimson python was swift and powerful, leaving him somewhat fatigued. He turned and made his way to a nearby river. Upon reaching the riverbank, he leapt into the water, shedding his garments to cleanse himself of the serpent's blood. Observing a red-purple bruise on his chest, he muttered angrily, "Val serpent, the next one I encounter shall meet the same fate." Humph. Little did the creature know, he had been raised on spiritual herbs and the flesh and blood of beasts, endowing his body with resilience far beyond that of ordinary folk. For a common person, such an attack could have been fatal. This was the most severe injury he had sustained thus far. As he had previously only faced third-tier king beasts, this was his first confrontation with a fourth-tier opponent. After washing himself and changing into fresh clothes, he reflected, "Fortunately, Grandfather's sword taught me a couple of sword techniques. Otherwise, today could have been perilous." He intended to return upstream to seek further instruction from Grandfather's sword. Residing in a hollowed tree, 5 meters in diameter, located deep within the Dragon Mountain range. Returning to the hollow of the tree, the Nameless One sat cross-legged, beginning to regulate his breath. A crimson-purple mark on his chest gradually faded away. He slowly digested the events of today's battle, recalling every detail. Then, he directed his consciousness into the depths of the Tianhuang Bayou, calling out, "Grandfather's sword, Grandfather's sword, please come forth." A moment later, an elderly man, still slightly drowsy, appeared before him and remarked, "Little one, are you not practicing today? What brings you here?" This space was the realm of the sword spirit within Tianhuang Bayou, and the elder was the venerable Dugu Tianyu. Nodding, the Nameless One replied, "Grandfather's sword, I will practice later. Please teach me some sword techniques." Dugu Yunshang raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you comprehended what I taught you previously? Do not aim too high." The Nameless One blinked and nodded, "I have understood. Let me demonstrate." Dugu Yunshang, somewhat skeptical, responded, "Very well, I shall be your opponent. Use not only your sword, but all that you have learned. You must be adept not only against beasts, but also against humans." With that, the Nameless One sprang forth with astonishing speed, launching a punch towards Dugu Yunshang's face. Dugu Yunshang leaned back, and in an instant, the Nameless One drew his sword, thrusting upwards at Dugu Yunshang. Dugu Yunshang thought to himself, "What a fierce contender." He swiftly retaliated by kicking towards the Nameless One's left hand while arching his body backwards, aligning his knee parallel to the ground. The Nameless One reacted with remarkable speed, executing a 360-degree spin in midair. He raised his right leg high above his head, aiming a downward chop at Dugu Yunshang. Dugu Yunshang leapt up with force, meeting the descending leg with his own, while simultaneously sweeping his left foot towards the Nameless One's face. The Nameless One had no choice but to counter with his right fist. The impact sent both his leg and fist flying at an angle, causing him to somersault and land in a half-crouch. Dugu Yunshang chuckled, "Haha, quite impressive. Your attacks are fierce and your reflexes swift. But do be mindful of your own vulnerabilities." Again, the Nameless One sprang back into action, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes akin to gentle rain upon Dugu Yunshang. With his right hand, Dugu Yunshang condensed his chi into a sword, effortlessly dispersing all the raindrop-like strikes. The Nameless One sheathed his sword, invoking the power of the setting sun and inscribing it upon his blade. In that instant, he charged towards Dugu Yunshang, but the latter merely pinched the sword's tip between two fingers. At that moment, the Nameless One leapt into the air, aiming a kick at Dugu Yunshang's groin. Dugu Yunshang caught his foot and lifted him, saying, "Haha, you rascal. Is that underhanded tactic one taught to you by that scoundrel Feng Qingyang? Furthermore, the setting sun technique is not meant to be used in such a manner. Against someone of a higher level, you are merely offering them a gift. To catch them off guard, do you understand? It seems that your comprehension of swordsmanship is swift, yet you still lack practical experience in its application." Releasing the Nameless One, Dugu Yunshang declared, "I shall teach you an exceptionally powerful sword technique, named Phantom Ethereal. Watch closely as I demonstrate." With that, Dugu Yunshang vanished. And before the Nameless One could react, a sword formed of sword chi appeared at his throat. At this moment, the Nameless One was left dumbfounded. This sword technique was exceedingly mysterious and unfathomable. Dugu Yunshang remarked, "This ethereal illusion can render you invisible, eluding all traces. While it may be beyond the capability of ordinary individuals to achieve true invisibility, it is entirely feasible for you. This technique can be employed either to vanquish foes or to make a swift escape. It was originally devised by me to counter professional assassins." Wu Ming, with eyes wide in excitement, exclaimed, "Grandfather's sword is truly remarkable. Please teach me. Teach me quickly, immediately." Dugu Yunshang conjured a rune with his right hand and infused it into Wu Ming's mind, cautioning him, "Remember, you must first comprehend it fully. Only then can you acquire the skill. Do not merely observe and learn superficially. Mastering it requires a deep understanding. Henceforth, dedicate an hour each day to practice in my presence. Now go, for the old man needs his rest." Yes, I understand." Wu Ming nodded and exited the sword spirit space. Upon his emergence, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, and his stomach grumbled in hunger. He leapt down from the tree and retrieved a beast's leg from his spatial ring. Using brute force, he ignited a fire and began to cook. Chapter 16. A helping hand. The sun shone particularly brightly today. In a tree hollow, the young boy opened his eyes, adjusted his coat, and consumed the wild fruits he had foraged yesterday. Then, he leaped down from the tree, stretched languidly, and set off toward the central region of the magic Dragon Mountain Range. Wu Ming had been here for half a year, having grown slightly over a meter in height. His physique now adorned with well-defined muscles. His skin remained tender and fair, complemented by a thick mane of white hair. His body had grown considerably, yet his hair had not lengthened at all. The king-level magical beasts on the outskirts of the mountain posed little challenge to him now. His spatial ring contained more than 20 golden cores, including 5 purple ones. These were second-level cores, produced by the bodies of 5-stage king-level beasts. The first level is white. The second is purple, the third is blue, the fourth is black, and it is said that the 5th level is dark red. Though few have ever encountered such a rarity, Wu Ming had now attained the status of a lower-tier battle sovereign, having broken through by comprehending the laws of heaven and the power of the Tao. His right calf now bore faint Tao runes, as if inscribed upon him. Had he relied solely on spiritual energy, he would have reached at least the upper tier of battle sovereign by now. His current targets were predominantly 5-stage, king-level magical beasts. 3 months prior, he had witnessed a 4-member beast hunting team, all battle sovereigns, being annihilated by a 5-stage saber-toothed tiger. Following his breakthrough, he began hunting the 5-stage king-level beasts in the central region. Initially, the 4-stage king-level beasts would launch various attacks against him, even daring to ambush him in the dead of night. However, after he had slain a dozen or so, the 4-stage beasts began to avoid him, fearing discovery by this monstrous child. Even his dwelling had become a forbidden zone for the 4-stage king-level beasts, who dared not approach. At this moment, Wu Ming had ventured into the central region for a while, yet he had yet to encounter any 5-stage king-level beasts. During this time, a 4-stage spotted leopard had attacked him, only to be dispatched with a single punch. After claiming the golden core, he continued on his way. Now, he sat atop a tree, feasting on wild fruits as he began to scout for 5-stage king-level magical beasts. A sudden roar echoed from the outskirts, causing several trees to crash down. Wuming, having discarded the half-eaten wild fruit, swiftly navigated the treetops like a monkey. In a short span, he arrived at the scene of the fallen trees, where a wolf resembling a hedgehog, adorned with 20 sharp spikes, each over 30 centimeters long, was toying with 4 junior masters. They appeared to be around 15 years old, clad in identical white garments embroidered with the words Xuan Tian Academy on their chests. At their age, possessing such cultivation was already a mark of genius. Not everyone could be as extraordinary as Wuming. At that moment, Wuming observed silently, even without deliberately concealing his presence. The lone wolf and the 4 individuals below were oblivious to his existence. The 4 were already somewhat despondent. The 2 slightly stronger among them bore injuries, blood trickling from their lips. The graceful girl among them asked, Yin Shixiao, Zhang Shixiao, are you both all right? It's nothing, I'm still alive. I didn't expect this beast's hide to be so tough. One of the men replied, wiping the blood from his mouth. What should we do now? Another man, trembling in fear, questioned. What can we do? We can only fight to the death. The 3 of us must protect Miss Jie and ensure her escape. A slightly taller man declared. Indeed, we can only fight. This is the price of confidence, the first man to speak after the girl added. He then began to gather his strength, addressing the girl. When we charge, you must flee at the fastest pace. Go and bring help to avenge us. Do not let our sacrifice be in vain. With tears streaming down her face, the girl nodded, knowing that even if she attempted to fight, she would merely become a meal for the spiked wolf today. The 3 men soared into the air, launching their attack against the wolf. Unhurriedly, the wolf regarded them with disdain, and then, with a sudden tremor of its body, before the girl could turn to flee, 3 spikes shot out like lightning. With 3 resounding thuds, the men were pierced through their shoulders and flung away, each impaled against a tree. Wuming was equally astonished. It was said that the spiked wolf enjoyed playing, but it seemed to exhibit a rather cruel sense of mischief. Subsequently, the wolf leaped and opened its gaping maw, lunging towards the girl. No! One man screamed in desperation. The girl closed her eyes, bracing for the inevitable. Just as the wolf was about to pounce on her, a dark red sword seemed to descend from the heavens, piercing through the wolf's neck and pinning it to the ground nearby. At that moment, the girl opened her eyes, staring blankly at the wolf on the ground, then abruptly glanced in the direction of the sword's hilt. The 3 men were equally taken aback, turning their gazes toward the source. They beheld a child with a cherubic face, perched on a tree branch, munching on half a wild fruit while intently examining Jie. The 3 were utterly astonished. Was this little creature their savior? Shouldn't he have been a tall, handsome man? The taller man questioned with suspicion, little friend, did you throw that sword? The child paid them no heed, continuing to savor the sweet fruit in his hand. The 3 men gradually withdrew the spikes from their shoulders, letting them fall to the ground before hastening towards the girl, shielding her behind them. The situation was perplexing, leaving them uncertain of the intruder's intentions. They remained motionless, fixated on the child perched in the tree, whose level of skill was indiscernible. After a brief moment, the child finished the wild fruit and leaped down from the tree. The onlookers, slightly tense, observed him as he approached the thorned wolf, unsheathing his sword with practiced ease. He extracted a golden elixir, and with a sharp crack, he crushed it in his hand, then turned to them and proclaimed, take this, 1 for each of you. The thorned wolf's spikes are venomous. Only this elixir can counteract the poison. At this, the girl cautiously stepped forward to receive the elixir, recognizing its precious nature. Oh, little brother, which hidden family do you belong to? Or are you perhaps a descendant of the true dragon? You possess remarkable strength. What is your name? She inquired. I have no name, he replied. With your level of cultivation, you have come here merely to serve as a meal for the magical beasts. Consume the elixir and depart swiftly, lest you encounter a perilous fate. With that, he turned to leave. At that moment, a boy stood up, laughing, huh? Lectured by a mere child? We are all masters here. You're just a strong little one. Before he could finish, a sword hovered perilously close to his brow, causing him to break into a cold sweat. Without looking back, the child maintained his throwing stance, declaring, silence. Mere masters. To kill you would be easier than slaying that thorned wolf. Were it not for this young lady reminding me of my mother, even if you were devoured today, I would not intervene. He then sheathed the sword. Mastery of sword control. The 4 exclaimed in unison. The girl, quick-witted, dashed over and said, hey, little brother, please wait. The child feigned innocence, asking, what is it, young lady? She retrieved a lollipop from her spatial ring and offered it to him, saying, I truly have nothing else to give. Take this as a token of my gratitude for saving us. A lollipop? The child inquired, his expression one of confusion. You don't know? It's candy, exceptionally sweet and edible, she explained, somewhat exasperated. Oh, thank you, young lady, he replied, accepting it without hesitation and popping it into his mouth. The girl, momentarily taken aback, asked, Aren't you afraid it might be poison? He shook his head, stating, I am not afraid. You do not seem like a villain. And besides, I fear no poison. How about this? Night is approaching, so do not venture out. Come with me, and I shall ensure your safety. Alas, I have wasted a day with you all and accomplished none of my own tasks. With that, he prepared to leave. Dieni, may they accompany us as well? The girl asked. They are free to decide for themselves, he replied, moving onward. At that moment, the three men approached, saying, Dieni, this is unwise. We should return. Are you truly willing to place your life in this child's hands? Dieni shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, And trust you instead? Do you have confidence in your ability to leave safely? The nighttime in the Magic Dragon Mountain range is far more chaotic than during the day. With that, she turned and departed, following the unnamed one. What should we do now, Brother Yin? A man inquired. The man being questioned replied, What else can we do but follow Dai? How should I know? After saying this, he too followed behind Dai. At this moment, 100 miles away from the Magic Dragon Mountain, in a hotel, a one-armed man approached the bar and asked, Innkeeper, has anyone dressed like me come through here? The innkeeper glanced and said, Ah, a member of Zhuantiangu. Haha. Indeed, there were 4 little fellows who left early this morning, heading towards the Magic Dragon Mountain. No sooner had he finished speaking than the man had vanished from sight. Chapter 17. The Mischievous Child. Night had fallen, and the eerie forest echoed with the enticing aroma of roasted meat. The unnamed one and his 5 companions had kindled a bonfire by the river, cooking the meat of a 4-star brown bear, which had just been hunted by the unnamed one. Witnessing his prowess left the 4 astonished, rendered speechless. Had it been them, taking down such a bear would have surely resulted in either injury or death, yet the unnamed one had dispatched it with a single, forceful punch. The unnamed one did not invite them to his dwelling, as there was not enough space for all 4, and their relationship had not yet reached that level of intimacy. After all, it was his own sanctuary, a place where everyone harbors their own secrets. As the 4 observed the unnamed one skillfully roasting the meat, it was evident that he was a seasoned hand at this task. The bear paws were deboned and skewered on a wooden frame, rotating slowly. At that moment, the unnamed one produced a homemade seasoning, a white powder interspersed with green, red, and purple flecks, and sprinkled it over the bear paws. Dai, being slightly more familiar with him, inquired, Little brother, what is this? The unnamed one replied, This is made from first-grade magical beast elixirs, leaves from the tree of life, Tongtian chrysanthemums, and Zihuang spirit grass. It is absolutely delicious. The 3 men collapsed to the ground, and even Dai nearly fell into the bonfire, shocked beyond measure. Whose mischievous child is this? Not only is he reckless, but he is also wasteful. Elixirs are meant to be used for refining, not for seasoning meat. And those leaves from the tree of life, Tongtian chrysanthemums, and Zihuang spirit grass are ingredients for crafting high-tier elixirs. They are not found in the market, only at auction houses. How dare he use them as barbecue seasoning? The most exasperating part was that this mischievous child spoke so nonchalantly, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. If outsiders were to hear this, they would undoubtedly think they were boasting. With a sprinkle, he had wasted hundreds of thousands of crystal coins. This was a feast that no power could afford. Simultaneously, they pondered the influence behind this mischievous child. What kind of family or sect could possess such vast resources to raise such a child? Meanwhile, the 4 were drooling uncontrollably. This was undoubtedly the most extravagant banquet on the continent, without exception, as the bear paws turned golden and crackled with a satisfying sound. The unnamed one took one down and handed it to Dai, saying, Eat it while it's hot. It won't be crispy once it cools. Dai, who was famished and had long been salivating, took it without hesitation and asked, Aren't you going to eat, little brother? The unnamed one nodded, saying, I want to eat. I'm tired of it. I prefer wild fruits. With that, he pulled out a wild fruit resembling a snow pear and began to nibble on it. At that moment, aside from Dai, the 3 men collapsed again. Seeing this, the unnamed one asked, What's wrong? Has the thorn wolf poison not been resolved? That can't be possible. Dai, with a smile, replied, It's nothing. They seem to have a few issues, gesturing towards her head. Oh, so those 3 have some mental troubles. This needs proper treatment. Grandpa Jian says that if someone's mind is afflicted, they're usually just pretending, and a good thrashing will suffice. I'll handle it. With that, she set down the wild fruit and began to walk over, causing the 3 to bristle in fear. shaking their heads vigorously. No, 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 that won't be necessary. It's all fine, really. Hee hee hee. Just let us show you. This was the collective thought of the three. What if that clumsy oaf punches me to death? Dai chuckled incessantly at their reaction. Wu Ming, observing this, was taken aback. Could it be that Grandpa Jian was mistaken? He then turned to Dai and said, Sister, you look truly lovely when you smile. Dai rolled her eyes and replied, Such a young lad already concerned about beauty. Little one, if you grow any older, who knows what might happen? She then asked, by the way, do you really have no name? Wu Ming nodded, yes, I am nameless and without a surname. Dai acknowledged this, saying, very well, if you prefer not to disclose. That is your choice. I am Dai. This is senior brother Yunshao. The tall one is senior brother Zhang Long, and the small-headed one is senior brother Shilla. She continued. By the way, who is this Grandpa Jin you mentioned? Dai inquired, to which the three smiled and nodded at Wu Ming. Oh, Grandpa Jian is simply Grandpa Jian, Wu Ming replied. What brings you here? Dai's expression turned somber as she explained, the three of us are disciples of the Xuan Tian Academy. We must undertake various tasks to earn rewards. We were overly confident in our abilities and accepted a mission to procure 4 golden pills from the magic Dragon Mountain range. Initially, senior brother Xuan Tian was to accompany us, and he would not intervene unless our lives were in danger. The mission begins tomorrow. We had planned to meet senior brother Xuan Tian at the Magic Dragon Hotel, but we believed ourselves strong enough and came here without waiting for him. After speaking, Dai fell into a melancholic silence. Once invincible among their peers at the Xuan Tian Academy, they now found themselves toyed with by 4 formidable adversaries, and a child so small had come to their rescue. The child's powers were indeed astonishing, and their once inflated egos were now somewhat deflated. Wu Ming, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, You are far too confident. Previously, 4 uncles from the battle sect were torn to shreds by a tiger just across the river. Do you dare venture into the magic Dragon Mountain range like this? The 4 were taken aback, instinctively drawing closer to Wu Ming. At this moment, Dai, with a furrowed brow, cautioned, Little brother, don't frighten us. No, really. This is the boundary between the outskirts and the central region of the magic Dragon Mountain range. I saw it from that tree. I've been searching for that 5th-tier tiger for days, but it won't show itself. Wu Ming said with an innocent expression. The 4 were left speechless. A 5th-tier tiger was not something one could simply overpower. Could this child truly be a descendant of a celestial dragon or a Pishio? Who goes there? Wu Ming suddenly stood, tossing the nearly devoured wild fruit towards a large tree before dashing towards it. The 4 snapped back to reality, a sense of urgency gripping them as they followed. At that moment, Wu Ming reached a tree where he encountered a one-armed man. The presence of this man instilled a sense of dread in Wu Ming, far more intimidating than any 5th-tier warrior he had faced before. May I inquire, who are you and what brings you to my abode? The one-armed man stood before a tree branch, directly in front of the tree hollow excavated by the Nameless One. He was taken aback. Is this truly your home? Who might you be? Despite sensing no aura of might emanating from the child before him, the one-armed man could not dismiss the earlier projectile or the child's swift movements, which unmistakably indicated he was a practitioner. However, he felt no trace of power from this young individual, leaving him somewhat astonished. Having reached the pinnacle of the battle sovereign realm and spent several days at the Windshadow Tower contemplating the essence of martial force, he had yet to ascend to the martial emperor level. As the time for their agreed-upon task approached, he had come here, only to find no sign of his 4 disciples along the way. The Nameless One gazed up defiantly. Enough? It matters not who you are. To trespass upon my home is a grievous offense. I shall end you. With that, he brandished his long sword, unleashing a fierce sword strike directed at the one-armed man. Leaping forward with determination, the sword aura shimmered with a hint of power and a violet glow. The one-armed man summoned his might, coalescing it into a defensive shield before him. With a resounding crash, the shield shattered under the force of the sword aura, hurtling towards his face. Alarmed, he realized his oversight. Who could have anticipated such ferocity from such a small child? The one-armed man reacted swiftly, vanishing in an instant. Several sword strikes cleaved through trees before dissipating. The Nameless One frowned at the sight, a cold smile gracing his lips as he pivoted and thrust his sword towards the rear. The man behind him, dissatisfied with the turn of events, wielded his empty sleeve infused with power, creating a vortex that ensnared the rain-like sword auras. With a tremor, all the sword energy was shattered. Both combatants were pushed apart, with the Nameless One returning to his doorstep and the one-armed man standing where the Nameless One had been moments before. The Nameless One was taken aback. Had this person so easily dismantled his technique? It seemed his cultivation surpassed mine by a considerable margin. Yet, when he gazed upon the one-armed man, a mixture of excitement and astonishment coursed through him. How could he not be amazed? Firstly, at the prowess of this child. Secondly, the child had mastered the legendary and secretive sword technique of the Dugu lineage. The first move, gentle breeze and drizzle. The one-armed man, brimming with enthusiasm, queried, "Are you of the Feng lineage? How did you acquire this sword technique? Who instructed you?" The nameless one, with a disdainful glance, retorted, "What business is it of yours? I am Xiong, known as Child. Prepare to meet your end." With that, he charged forward. The one-armed man was left speechless. The four individuals who had just arrived overheard the exchange and thought, "So you acknowledge yourself as a mischievous child." Just then, Dai shouted, "Wait. Do not fight. He is one of us." At that moment, both the nameless one and the one-armed man turned towards Dai, equally astonished. "What? One of us?" Chapter 18. Brothers recognized Dai, explained. "Nameless, this is my senior brother, Xuan Tian, who is here to assist us with our task. Senior brother Xuan, this is Xiong. He has no surname. He is the one who saved us today. My apologies, senior brother." With that, Dai bowed her head, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. Xuan Tian was renowned as the most handsome male at Xiantian Academy and was known for his stern demeanor. It was said that a disciple accompanying him on a mission had nearly faced his wrath for disobedience. In that moment, the nameless one sighed in relief as he and Xuan Tian gracefully descended from the tree. "Master Xuan Tian, please hold your tongue." Before Dai could finish her words, Xuan Tian interrupted her and approached Wuming, saying, "Young one, I observe your remarkable prowess in battle. What is your name, and from whom do you hail? Where is your celestial homeland?" Wuming, raising his sword defensively before his chest, replied, "I have no name or lineage. I know not where my celestial abode lies." Xuan Tian, somewhat at a loss for words, pressed further. "Then how do your parents address you? How did you acquire such skills without a teacher?" "My parents call me son." Before Wuming could elaborate, the four others collapsed to the ground, utterly stunned. It was a rather obvious remark. Wuming glanced at them, shaking his head. "My abilities were honed through battles with magical beasts." Xuan Tian's mind raced with disbelief, thinking, could you not conjure a more fitting excuse? If mere encounters with magical beasts could yield such skills, the Dragon Mountain range would surely be overrun. "Ha, young one, surely that marvelous technique you just displayed, the gentle breeze and drizzling rain, was not taught to you by a magical beast." "No, it was not." Wuming nodded earnestly. Xuan Tian, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of hope and eagerly inquired, "Then who was your teacher?" "It is my own creation," Wuming declared with utmost seriousness. "Oh dear." The four who had just regained their footing collapsed once more. Is a child of your age truly capable of such innovation in martial arts? Even Xuan Tian's lips twitched in disbelief. Wishing he could devour this audacious child whole, Xuan Tian remained silent, raising his right hand to mold his energy into the shape of a sword. And with a swift motion, he thrust it to the right. Instantly, a wide swath of trees was pierced, light from the moon filtering through the holes like a sky full of stars. He then addressed Wuming. "What a coincidence. I have also developed a sword technique of my own, quite similar to yours. Now watch." With that, he summoned his energy into a sword and executed the technique known as the setting sun's dying light. A sharp whoosh of sword energy sliced through two towering trees and penetrated a 5-meter thick slab of marble, embedding itself in the ground behind it. "Did you also create this move?" he asked Wuming. Wuming nodded repeatedly, suddenly realizing, No, I am not familiar with it at all. I did not create it. No, big brother, you are truly impressive. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave." With that, Wuming turned to depart. Xuan Tian shook his head and sighed. Alas! With a resounding crash, he unleashed his power, knocking out the four disciples of the Xiantian Academy. Wuming, taken aback, had thought Xuan Tian would target him, but instead had incapacitated his four companions. "What is going on?" Wuming looked at him, preparing to use his phantom escape to flee. Just then, Xuan Tian suddenly asked, "Is your father named Dugu Yunshang? Is your mother Zhao Yuling? Do you know an elder by the name of Fengzhu?" With that, Xuan Tian appeared somewhat agitated. Wuming was struck with astonishment. He had always known that his parents had never departed from the Celestial Mountain, while Fengzhu was often on the move. Even so, it was unlikely that such matters would be discussed with others. Could it be that this person had an extraordinary connection to Fengzhu? But how could he possibly possess the same sword technique? Regardless, he still possesses boundless rage and the ability to conjure ethereal illusions. If all else fails, he can always flee. What if this individual is closely acquainted with my parents or the Wind Ancestor? Perhaps I could cultivate a rapport and learn various martial techniques. Thus, the nameless one nodded. Indeed, I have heard the wind ancestor refer to him as father and call his mother Zhao Yuling. How do you know this? Hey, what are you doing? Do you believe I could slay you right now? Hey. At this moment, he was lifted by Xuan Tian, who held him tightly against his chest. With overwhelming excitement, Xuan Tian exclaimed, Brother, dear brother, I am your true elder brother. I am Dugu Tianyu, of the Dugu family. That sword technique is unparalleled within our lineage. Tears of exhilaration streamed down Xuan Tian's face. What is happening? Let me down at once. I can hardly breathe. The nameless one shouted. Xuan Tian released him, asking, How are our esteemed parents? Where are they? How have they been? What brings you to this place? Wait. Let me gather my thoughts. My parents are your parents? You are my brother? How was I unaware of having a brother? I came here to train. How can I be certain of what you say? The nameless one queried, suspicion evident in his tone. Xuan Tian nodded earnestly. Brother, perhaps you are still young, and there are matters our parents have not disclosed to you. I am indeed your genuine brother. The sword technique serves as irrefutable proof. It is the extraordinary swordsmanship of our Dugu family, kept secret from outsiders. Is that truly so? Hold on, do not move. The nameless one stepped back and called out loudly into the sword spirit's realm. Old sword, come forth. I shall slay you. Smack. He received a light tap on his head, and an elder appeared behind him, saying, You little rascal. Have you consumed bear's heart or drunk strong liquor today to come here, throwing tantrums? Hey, what are you doing? Let go. The nameless one tugged at the elder's beard defiantly. Old sword, you told me that the sword technique you taught was a secret art. Yet now I encounter someone with the same sword technique. What do you have to say about that? Child. The elder replied with a hint of annoyance. So what if you meet someone with the same technique? Why the commotion? That is a kin of your own blood. Otherwise, the runes of the sword technique could not resonate with another's bloodline. Is that truly the case? The nameless one questioned, still skeptical. Enough of this. If you do not release me, I shall become enraged. I can make your life miserable. Before he could finish, the nameless one vanished. Under the tree, the nameless one opened his eyes and gazed at Xuan Tian. Are you truly my brother? Why have I never seen you before? How did you end up here? Xuan Tian's previously tense demeanor softened slightly. I am indeed your brother. You can return and ask our parents for confirmation. Did our father not inform you of the sword technique when he taught you? This technique cannot be mastered by anyone outside our Dugu lineage. The sword technique was not taught by my father. The nameless one shook his head. Then why do you go by Xuan Tian? Xuan Tian, astonished, replied, Not by our father. Then who? Who else could it be? Xuan Tian was given to me by my master. My original name is Dugu Tianyu. Dugu Tianyu. I have heard that name before. My mother often calls it in her dreams at night. The nameless one exclaimed. The sword technique was taught by grandfather sword. His conviction solidified, for his mother frequently uttered the name Dugu Tianyu. Dugu Tianyu was taken aback. Grandfather sword? Who is grandfather sword? Upon hearing these words, Wuming exclaimed, Grandfather sword is indeed here. A radiant beam of light emanated from his chest, spiraling gracefully through the air before crashing down before him with a resounding thud. The earth trembled subtly, and an unsettling aura began to spread, causing the surrounding king-class magical beasts to flee in a frenzy. At that moment, a sword, measuring 1.5 meters in length, gradually levitated before Wuming. The blade shimmered with 7-colored brilliance, its hilt adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an essence of the 5 elements, while a large piece of longevity jade graced the tail of the hilt. The radiance of the entire sword illuminated the surrounding area. Dugu Tianyu, taken aback, recognized the divine sword immediately, having previously accompanied Dugu Yunshang to the sword pool. Overwhelmed with excitement, he trembled at the sight of his brother's extraordinary achievement, integrating a sword that had acknowledged its master into his very being. Wuming nodded and said, Indeed, this is grandfather's sword. He taught me the art of swordsmanship. Ah, he taught you. May I have a look? Dugu Tianyu inquired eagerly. Wuming, in response, nodded and soared towards him with the sword. As Dugu Tianyu grasped the sword with his right hand, he was taken aback by its weight and found himself unable to lift it. Realizing this, he chuckled awkwardly, understanding that a millennium-old sword could only be wielded by its master. After all, this was a sword of 10,000 years. He remarked, Put it away, brother. I lack such fortune. Haha, little one, you are truly remarkable. Wuming nodded and returned to his side, the divine sword transforming into a beam of light that merged with his being. Dugu Tianyu approached, squatting down to affectionately ruffle his brother's hair. The last time I saw you, you were but an infant. My little one, How you've grown so quickly. And so powerful too. On our first meeting, I have nothing worthy to gift you. Whatever you possess is likely of greater value than my own treasures. Here, this is the gift I originally intended for you. He presented Wu Ming with a miniature sword crafted from the godwood of training. Though it may not be as formidable as your Tianhuang Banro, it is made from a rare godwood that I searched the continent to find. After much pleading, I exchanged 5 third-grade golden pills for this small branch. Despite its diminutive size, it was incredibly resilient. Nothing but divine artifacts could sever it, and only the worthy could forge it. As he spoke, a profound sadness and anger flickered across his features. Wu Ming accepted the petite sword, merely 10 centimeters in length, yet it emanated a potent life force and a disquieting energy, seemingly capable of piercing through anything. Cradling it in his hands, Wu Ming displayed an expression of deep affection. Thank you, brother. His call of brother brought a radiant joy to Donggu Tianyu's face, a sound he had waited 4 long years to hear, often questioning whether he would ever hear it again. With tears glistening in his eyes, Donggu Tianyu embraced Wu Ming tightly, exclaiming, "Good brother, good brother." He then planted a kiss on Wu Ming's porcelain cheek. At that moment, the 4 others regained consciousness, sitting up just in time to witness this tender scene. They exchanged bewildered glances, with Dai Yi particularly struck by the revelation that Senior Xuan Tian harbored such affection. With a thud, the 4 collapsed back to the ground, fainting once more. At this moment, Dugu Tianyu and Wu Ming brought the 4 individuals to the flickering campfire nearby. Wu Ming inquired, "Brother, what brings you here? Why aren't you with father and mother? Over there, everything is splendid. There are numerous delectable spiritual herbs, 6 varieties of colorful chickens, and long-legged cranes. Oh, and brother, I grilled some meat for you. It's absolutely delicious." Wu Ming spoke with great enthusiasm, having not conversed with anyone else apart from Dugu Yun in the past 6 months. Dugu Tianyu lifted his head, inhaling deeply, and replied, "Alas, dear brother, since our parents have not confided in you, it is not my place to do so. It would not benefit you. But, dear brother, what is it that you are scattering?" Dugu Tianyu asked suspiciously. Wu Ming turned his head and explained, "This white powder is ground from a first-grade golden elixir, and these are leaves from the tree of life. The red ones are petals of the Tongtian chrysanthemum, and the purple ones are purple emperor's spiritual herbs." Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianyu was astonished and laughed as he questioned, "Brother, where did you learn all this? You have quite the appetite, haha. Do you realize how much all this food costs? You little fool." Wu Ming, with a puzzled expression, responded, "Huh, no one taught me. I have always enjoyed these herbs since childhood. However, father and mother always told me that consuming this golden elixir powder could enhance my martial prowess. Also, brother, what is money?" Looking at his innocent brother, Dugu Tianyu felt a wave of affection wash over him. He gently patted Wu Ming's head and said, "So you've been raised on this diet? It's no wonder you possess such strength and vitality. Haha, money is a brilliant, shimmering crystal that can be exchanged for goods. For instance, this first-grade golden elixir can be exchanged for 50,000 crystal coins, and 1 crystal coin can be traded for, well, many tasty items." Dugu Tianyu realized he was at a loss for words, struggling to find an analogy, as it seemed his brother had never ventured into the city and was thus unfamiliar with the outside world. Wu Ming then asked, "Brother, aside from detoxification and consumption, does the golden elixir have other uses?" "Indeed, it has many uses, which you will learn about in due time," Dugu Tianyu replied. With a flourish, Wu Ming emptied the golden elixirs from his spatial ring and exclaimed, "Brother, here you go. Hee, consider this a gift for you. Since I only know how to eat, and you are aware of so many uses, I shall give them to you." Dugu Tianyu was left utterly bewildered. Although he had encountered many things, he had never seen someone so young possess such an abundance. It was likely that some sects would not even have this many. In total, there were 21 first-grade golden elixirs and 5 purple golden elixirs. He asked, "Did you acquire all this by slaying king-level magical beasts? How is it that you have second-grade golden elixirs? Can you defeat 5-stage king-level magical beasts? Have you entered the battle sect?" Dugu Tianyu's face was filled with astonishment. He was renowned as the continent's youngest martial emperor, surpassing even his father. So how could his 4.5-year-old brother possess such cultivation? "Yes, I've just reached the lower tier of the battle sect." Wu Ming nodded, still somewhat dissatisfied. Dugu Tianyu, unable to contain his disbelief, sank to the ground. Wu Ming stood up and pulled Dugu Tianyu, asking, "Brother, what's wrong? Is there something amiss with the people from your Xiantian Academy?" Dugu Tianyu rose, his forehead adorned with strands of dark hair, pondering who among them possessed such folly. "It is not that. Your cultivation speed is unparalleled even across this continent, truly unprecedented. Yet, in our encounter, I felt no trace of your prowess, he remarked. Wu Ming shook his head, replying, I am uncertain. I only heard that during a conversation between Feng Zhu and my father, it was suggested that it might be due to my qi si. Dugu Tianyu nodded. Ah, it appears I have an extraordinary younger brother. Ha. By the way, why do you not have a name? Or is it that you simply do not wish to share it, little one? Not even with your brother? Wu Ming replied with a shake of his head. I shall not go. Feng Zhu instructed me to cultivate here, and he will retrieve me in a year. If I were to run away, he would not take me back. I have no name. It was only half a year ago that I was called Wu Ming. Before that, my parents referred to me as son. Hee. It is said that being nameless is preferable. One is better off without a name. Dugu Tianyu nodded. Indeed, that is acceptable. Ha. Let us not dwell on such matters. It is quite late. Come, let us savor your roasted meat, for we must also take these four fellows on a mission. With a thunderous roar, the four suddenly awakened. And Wu Ming and Dugu Tianyu sprang to their feet, gazing across the riverbank where a pair of eerie green eyes emerged from the dark thicket. Chapter 19. How is this possible? As the ghostly green light approached, it became clear that it was a saber-toothed tiger slowly sauntering forth. 5-segment monarch. Dugu Tianyu furrowed his brow, while the four from Xiantian Academy lost their composure, shouting, Brother Xuan Tian, quickly, dispose of it. Do you wish to perish? Dugu Tianyu admonished. How can you, hailing from Xiantian Academy, be so ignorant of the fundamentals? Wu Ming, bewildered, asked, Brother, what fundamentals? Dugu Tianyu explained. The so-called fundamentals refer to the covenant between magical beasts and humans. It is said that millennia ago, humans established an oath with the king of the Malong mountain range, which included predecessors like Dugu Yun and Feng Qingyang, along with 3 others from hidden families. Just as Wu Ming was about to respond, Dugu Tianyu's hand upon his shoulder silenced him. Wu Ming then inquired, what are the terms of that covenant? He turned to the saber-toothed tiger and continued. The terms dictate that once humans attain the battle sovereign realm, they must not engage with 6-segment monarch magical beasts or lower. They may only combat those of the same realm. For upon reaching battle sovereign, one experiences a qualitative leap in power, rendering them capable of swiftly vanquishing 6-segment monarchs. Thus, it is forbidden to strike at beasts of a lower realm, lest one provoke beasts of a higher tier. Similarly, 6-segment beasts must not attack those below the battle sovereign level. Thus, even if it were to approach with murderous intent, I could only watch or escape with you. My purpose in accompanying them on this mission is precisely to avoid such encounters. If I were to slay it, I would incite the wrath of a 7-segment being within. At that moment, none of us would be able to escape, so we must depart now. I can kill it. I have been searching for him for a long time. At this moment, the unnamed one spoke. You? The 4 exclaimed in unison, both shocked and concerned, as Dugu Tianyu was aware of the formidable power of the unnamed one, especially since he was his own younger brother. It's fine. Do not worry. With that, the unnamed one summoned the sword bestowed upon him by the Wind Ancestor, gripping it firmly in his right hand while his left hand delicately held the middle of the blade. Beast, today you shall meet your end. Phantom Void. Suddenly, the unnamed one vanished without a trace. Not even a whisper of his presence remained. It was as if he had either left this realm or merged seamlessly with it. Dugu Tianyu was taken aback, realizing that even this technique was within his brother's repertoire, the legendary Sword God series of techniques, believed to be lost to time. What manner of being is this Tianhuang Banu that has imparted such skills to his brother? At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger felt an inexplicable dread. The one he least expected had become his most lethal adversary. Possessing the wisdom of a 5-segment king, akin to that of a 15 or 16-year-old, he turned to flee. Yet, as he pivoted, he was met with the shocking sight of his own headless body standing upon the ground. He closed his eyes in disbelief. At that instant, the unnamed one maintained the stance of striking down the saber-toothed tiger, his right arm raised at an angle, left leg bent, back turned to Dugu Tianyu and the others. His head tilted, with the sword's tip poised beside his right arm. This strike was nothing short of brutally elegant. My goodness, that was so cool, Zhang Long exclaimed, clapping his hands in admiration. At this moment, Dai Yi was utterly captivated, lost in the spectacle, her hand instinctively finding its way to her mouth as she exclaimed, So handsome. No wonder Brother Xuan Tian admires him. Before she could finish, a chilling aura enveloped the air, causing her to shiver as she glanced at Dugu Tianyu. Do not speak recklessly if you are unaware, Dugu Tianyu admonished. The unnamed one felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him and plopped down, sighing, This technique truly drains one's energy. I must use it sparingly in the future. I am utterly fatigued. Dugu Tianyu felt a surge of delight. This impressive young lad would surely restore the Sword God Villa and the 7 great sects in the future. Hurry and retrieve the golden pill, you silly brother. Ha ha. With that, the unnamed one cleaved through the saber-toothed tiger and extracted a golden pill radiating a purple glow. Grinning childishly, he turned to Dugu Tianyu and said, "Look, brother, another one." However, Dugu Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. Like a flash of lightning, he rushed to shield the unnamed one, bellowing towards the front. "Do you intend to break our agreement?" The unnamed one turned to look, but before he could inquire, a hoarse, elderly voice echoed, "Young friend, I have come to ascertain who has slain my grandson. This does not breach our accord." As the voice resonated, a saber-toothed tiger, towering 5 meters and measuring 10 meters in length, emerged from the dense forest, speaking in human tongue. A 7-segment king. The 4 on the opposite bank gasped in astonishment. Even Dugu Tianyu and the unnamed one felt an invisible pressure bearing down upon them. The saber-toothed tiger then locked its gaze upon the unnamed one, asking, "You are the one who has slain my grandson?" The unnamed one, undaunted, replied, "Indeed, I killed him. What of it?" The 4 on the opposite bank were overwhelmed by the urge to flee. "Little ancestor, could you not be a bit gentler? That is a saber-toothed tiger, one that can speak. Are you truly finding joy in this mischief?" The saber-toothed tiger remained unfazed, remarking, "Heh, little one, you possess remarkable skills, quite impressive indeed. I hope that when you reach the martial emperor level in the future, you will have the courage to face me again. Until next time, my young friend." With that, he ascended into the air, heading towards the heart of the Demon Dragon Mountain range. At this moment, Dugu Tianyu was drenched in sweat, genuinely fearful that the saber-toothed tiger might disregard their vow. It seemed that the oath made earlier was indeed a prudent decision. He dared not linger any longer. Swiftly grasping the unnamed and flying across the river. Upon landing, he furrowed his brow and addressed Shire. "Once we return, you must gather your belongings and leave the Xuan Tian Academy." The other 3 turned their gazes in his direction, barely suppressing their laughter, for Shire was trembling with fright, having inadvertently wet himself in terror. Dugu Tianyu continued, "You are the first individual from Xuan Tian Academy to be so terrified by a magical beast. You do not deserve to remain in the academy, as it tarnishes its reputation." At this moment, Shire had not yet recovered from his shock. Yunshao inquired, "Senior brother Xuan Tian, should we leave the academy as well?" Before he could finish his sentence, Dugu Tianyu interrupted, "Look at all of you. Talents? Prodigies? Yet you are outdone by a mere 4-year-old child. What face do you have left to call yourselves geniuses? Reflect upon this when we return. Fear not. A 7th-tier king would not dare to act against us. Even if he did, the entity in the Demon Dragon Mountain range would eliminate him." Dai nodded, determined to be bolder. Although senior brother Xuan Tian was stern and formidable, he was not unkind to girls. She then remarked, "Senior brother Xuan Tian, not everyone possesses the peculiar abilities of this little one, right?" Turning to the unnamed, she added, "Little brother, you are only 4. I have a sister named Dai Wu. Would you like to be betrothed to her? She is a year older than you and a little beauty." Dugu Tianyu, sitting on a large marble stone, frowned. "Enough. What are you talking about? Such a young child, can you be serious?" The unnamed, intrigued, asked, "What is a wife? What can she do? Can she eat? Or can she help with cultivation?" Laughter erupted among the group, the little one's innocence endearing him to all. Even Dugu Tianyu could not help but smile faintly, secretly lamenting, "Such innocence is truly precious. But will he withstand the storms of the future?" Dai explained, "A wife is someone who washes your clothes, cooks for you, bears your children, and manages your spirit coins." "Humph, I can do all that myself. And it can't be eaten. I don't want it," the unnamed retorted with disdain. Thus, the group continued to tease him for a while before settling down to meditate and cultivate. The next morning, they were awakened by a piercing scream. They turned to find Shire just coming to his senses, repeatedly murmuring, "A 7th-tier king can speak, it can talk, it can talk." Dugu Tianyu frowned and exclaimed, "Enough noise." With a flick of his sleeve, he rendered Shire unconscious. "This mission is declared a failure. Pack your things, we are returning." The unnamed, awakening from his practice, asked, "Brother, are you leaving? Can we play for one more day? I don't know when I'll have someone to play with again." The 3 from Xuan Tian Academy exchanged glances. Their expressions darkened. "Play? Only someone as peculiar as you would consider this place a playground. This is a graveyard for cultivators, a place for the dead." Dugu Tianyu, with a face full of reluctance and heartache, said, "Little one, there will inevitably come a day of parting. You must take good care of yourself here and refrain from engaging in perilous activities. Strive to cultivate your abilities. You are a prodigy. In the future, this continent shall surely belong to you." Wu Ming nodded in agreement. "There will be a day for goodbyes as well, brother. Come back in 6 months, and then we shall return together. Dugu Tianyu covered his mouth and reassured, rest assured, brother will definitely visit your home in 6 months. Be cautious and strong, all right? I understand, brother. Wu Ming responded, nodding. Dugu Tianyu embraced him once more, saying, good. By the way, I had originally borrowed the Dean's projection stone, intending to capture the thrilling moments of our genius hunts against the magical beasts. He glanced at the 3 others, and then explained to Wu Ming. This is a rare treasure in the land of Wangguan. It can preserve the images of any event for a while. Come, smile for it. Is it truly that wondrous? Wu Ming exclaimed, eagerly taking it and examining it closely. Just face it and infuse your martial energy, Dugu Tianyu instructed. Thus, Wu Ming concentrated and fumbled with it for a while before finally handing it back to Dugu Tianyu. At that moment, Dai Yi's heart was bleeding. It was over. The senior had indeed succumbed. Dugu Tianyu stood up and stowed the projection stone, saying, then we shall take our leave. Take care. Wu Ming remained silent, merely nodding. With that, Dugu Tianyu led the 3, dragging one along as they strolled outward. Oh dear, let's go. Never mind. Let's eat something and cultivate. We can explore the other side this afternoon, Wu Ming murmured to himself as he began to prepare a bear's leg for roasting after skinning it. Once outside the Magic Dragon mountain range, Dugu Tianyu addressed them in the Magic Dragon hotel room. You must not speak of what you witnessed concerning the little one to anyone. Do you understand? If you do, I shall annihilate your families. The 3 nodded vigorously. We won't. Senior Xuan Tian, you can rest assured. Even if we said it, who would believe us? We won't speak of it. Indeed. Dugu Tianyu nodded in satisfaction, but before he could fully relish his contentment, Dai Yi interjected, Senior Xuan Tian, everyone has their struggles and dualities. There are far too many peculiar individuals in this world. Occasionally, 1 or 2 with eccentric inclinations is quite normal, right? But someone like you, including Dugu Tianyu. The 3 collapsed to the ground. Who cares about your inclinations? Have you lost your mind? Goodness. Dugu Tianyu rose and patted his shoulder, declaring, ahem. My inclinations are perfectly normal. It is merely that the little one shares some blood ties, so I ask you to keep it confidential. At that moment, Dai Yi nodded enthusiastically, confidentiality assured, definitely. Haha, I knew it. Dugu Tianyu stated. All right, we have reached a safe place. You may return now. I have matters to attend to. Dai Yi, please go back and inform the dean that Schuyler is unworthy of staying in our academy. Dai Yi's heart fluttered. Wow? The senior is asking me to do him a favor. Hey, stop daydreaming. The person has already left. Let's go. I never wish to return to this place again. Yunshao exclaimed. Dugu Tianyu arrived at the top floor of a loft, and, before even entering, called out, Aunt Yu, are you there? I am back, ha ha ha. Is there anything delicious to eat? By the way, the culinary skills of the chefs at Windshadow Pavilion are truly abysmal, not even comparable to that of a 4-year-old. With that, he stepped inside. Yushu was preparing orchid cakes when she spotted Dugu Tianyu walking in. She smiled and said, Oh, you rascal. What tasks have you been up to these past few days? Look at how excited you are. It has been years since I have seen you this happy. And are you truly certain the food is unpalatable? Dugu Tianyu sat down and poured himself a cup of tea, stating, I assure you, it is exceptionally dreadful. I must tell you, either it is excessively salty or unbearably bitter, utterly difficult to swallow. Yushu laughed heartily. Then would you like to meet this chef? Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianyu exclaimed, I must meet him. I have to teach him how to cook properly. You all deserve better meals. I cannot fathom how the people at Windshadow Pavilion can tolerate such fare. Yushu chuckled mischievously. Very well, Master Tianyu. This orchid cake is the chef's favorite. She resides in the highest loft by the lake in the back garden. Why not deliver it to her and meet her as well? Dugu Tianyu became flustered, his lips twitching as he realized. Ha ha ha. I was just joking. Aunt Yu, my dear aunt. Every meal is far more delectable than any mountain treasure or ocean delicacy. It is simply exquisite. I still reminisce about that taste. Truly delightful. Yushu was in fits of laughter. Ha ha ha. You mischievous boy, such a glib tongue. Now tell me, what task did you undertake? You have returned transformed, yet your audacity remains unchanged. Dugu Tianyu responded, Aunt, please sit down. You won't believe whom I encountered. With that, he produced a memory stone and handed it to Yushu. Yushu, being well acquainted with such treasures, infused it with her power. Inside the memory stone appeared a child with fair skin and a thick mane of white hair, making various playful faces, utterly adorable. Yushu turned and asked, Whose child is this? So cute. I yearn to meet them. Dugu Tianyu exclaimed with excitement. This is my brother, my dear brother. Look how adorable he is. Aunt Yu, what is the matter with you? At that moment, Yushu appeared struck by lightning. her smile abruptly freezing, replaced by tears as she looked at Dugu Tianyu and asked, "What did you say? Please repeat that." Dugu Tianyu, perplexed, replied, "This is my brother. My biological brother, the second child of my father and mother." Yu Yuzhu sank down, crying, "My grandson, my little grandson. My grandson survived all those years ago and has grown so big. How precious. What a good boy." At this, Dugu Tianyu became flustered, frozen in disbelief, and asked, "This can't be. Aunt Yu, what are you saying?" Chapter 20. The War Emperor of Heaven Yu Yuzhu, now regaining her composure, responded, It's nothing. Nothing at all. He truly resembles my grandson. Ha. Dugu Tianyu furrowed his brow. "Aunt Yu, do you take me for a child or a fool? Aside from my mother, is there anyone else in Moonshadow Pavilion who has given birth? Is it truly you, the illustrious lord of Moonlit Pavilion, Yu Yuzhu? Could it be that my father and mother are siblings?" With a sigh of despair, Yu Yuzhu lamented, "Alas, some truths are destined to be revealed. And you? What manner of thinking is this? See, you speaks rightly. You are indeed quite the fool." With that, she delivered a sharp smack to Dugong Tianyu's head. Stunned, Dugong Tianyu clutched the back of his head, realizing he had uncovered a monumental secret, yet somehow found himself in the role of the victim. Yu Yuzhu took a sip of tea and glanced at the nameless figure in the reflection stone, smiling gently before using her power to seal off the attic, declaring, 30 years ago, I was the most exceptional disciple of Moonlit Pavilion and also its Saintess, representing our sect in the Xiantian Youth Supreme Battle. You are aware of the Youth Supreme Battle, are you not? Dugong Tianyu nodded. I am aware. It is a martial competition for youths under 30, held every 5 years. I missed the last one, so I must participate this time. Yu Yuzhu nodded in affirmation. It was during that time that I met him. In the final match, we fought to a standstill, each of us expending our last breath. I had thought that scoundrel possessed the grace of a gentleman and would show me some mercy. Instead, he emerged victorious, and as I lay in the center of the ring, he squatted down, shamelessly declaring that if he could not defeat his own wife, how could he protect her? It was then that I was captivated by his handsome visage and unparalleled strength. He even promised to bestow all the rewards upon me after the competition, and to my surprise, he truly did, gifting me the Falling Moon Stone, the only one in the world imbued with profound Tao power. It was during that time that he confessed his feelings to me. Subsequently, we secretly agreed to undertake missions together, seeking treasures across the continent, lying on the grass to watch shooting stars, dreaming of the future, and savoring the exquisite delicacies of every city on the continent. In his quest to pluck the most beautiful flowers for me, he was relentlessly pursued by the beast men, suffering grievous injuries. At that moment, I was incredibly moved. He truly was a fool. Yu Yuzhu took another sip of tea and continued, It was after that I found myself with his child. Terrified, I falsely claimed that the beast men had kidnapped me as an act of revenge against them. The upper echelons of Moonlit Pavilion mobilized to demand my return from the beast men, who, being obstinate, angrily claimed that they had indeed abducted me and intended to force me to bear their offspring. Yet, Moonlit Pavilion was ultimately too weak and sought help from all quarters. But to no avail. The then master of Sword God Manor, your grandfather, Dugong Qinglong, had gone to the underworld. The elders remained in seclusion, and your father was merely a teenager at that time. I, however, appeared unfazed as he brought me home to carry the child in peace. Eventually, I gave birth to a girl, your mother, Zhao Yuling, whose father, your grandfather, is none other than the current dean of Xiantian Academy, Zhao Chenyi. At this revelation, Dugong Tianyu was left astonished, rising abruptly to his feet. Yu Yuzhu smiled gently at Dugu Tianyu and recounted, upon my return to the Moonshadow Pavilion, I claimed to have stealthily slipped back while the beast men were distracted. It was only upon returning to my clan that I learned of Master Song Yumo's grievous injuries inflicted by the minotaurs of the beastman tribe, which ultimately led to her demise. In her final moments, she entrusted her legacy to me, and I was so overwhelmed with sorrow that I contemplated ending my own life. Aunt Song had always cherished me, providing me with everything she could. Even upon discovering my loss of purity, she bore no resentment. Her smile upon my safe return was her final farewell. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Dugu Tianyu consoled her, Do not weep. Once a life has departed, it cannot be revived. Surely, you are faring well now, and she would be pleased to know this. With a self-deprecating smile, Yu Yuzhu continued, I severed all ties with Zhao Chenyi, for I felt responsible for Aunt Song's fate. I shall atone for my sins in the days to come. When your mother was merely 5 years old, I brought her back, fearing Zhao Chenyi would neglect her and lead her to suffering. I then designated her as a saint, hoping she would take charge of the Moonshadow Pavilion. Yet, I deemed myself unworthy of such a position. Alas, fate can be cruel. 15 years later, your grandfather, Lord Dugu Yunshang, returned to Sword God Mountain gravely injured. Once a paragon of martial prowess, he had surpassed the realm of the martial god. Yet he returned in a state of despair, a testament to the harrowing nature of the cycle of life and death. Shortly after his return to Sword God Mountain, he passed away. I sent Yuling to visit Lord Qinglong, only to discover she had taken a liking to your father, Dugu Yunshang, who at that time was far more handsome than you. Realizing the situation, I intended to speak with Sword God Mountain, appealing to their sense of honor regarding Lord Qinglong and Aunt Song, hoping they would spare the saint. However, your father, that scoundrel, had already reached the pinnacle of martial sovereignty and had enlisted 6 elders to act as matchmakers. Those 6 old rascals were more rogue than the last, threatening that if I did not comply, they would forcibly subjugate my Windshadow Pavilion, taking all the women and distributing them among the disciples of Sword God Mountain, each receiving a wife. At that time, I alone understood the true power of Sword God Mountain, 2 martial gods and 5 martial sovereigns. Marrying my daughter into such a formidable force seemed prudent. She would likely find greater happiness than at the Windshadow Pavilion. Thus, I acquiesced. Then, you came along, wreaking havoc upon my saint. Your Sword God Mountain is indeed a den of rogues. To this day, only you, I, and Zhao Qinyai are privy to this matter. Dugu Tianyu, upon hearing this, was visibly shaken, his countenance one of disbelief. He had never before comprehended the shocking circumstances surrounding his grandfather's absence. Previously, he had thought it odd that a martial god could not live for millennia. Now he understood the tragic truth of his grandfather's demise. Yu Yuzhu turned to Dugu Tianyu and said, "So, little rascal, do you think I would allow you to cause mischief with my saint if it were not for the fact that you are my grandson? Do you think you can come and go from the Windshadow Pavilion at will? From now on, when we are alone, you may call me grandmother instead of aunt." Dugu Tianyu, ever charming, replied, "But you are still so young and beautiful. Calling you aunt seems more fitting, doesn't it?" Yu Yuzhu laughed. "If your wooden-headed father had half your charm, I wouldn't be so vexed." In a moment of awkwardness, the young Dugu Tianyu called out, "Grandmother." "Oh, dear grandson." At this moment, Yu Yuzhu gazed lovingly at her grandson and inquired, "By the way, amidst all this chatter, where's your younger brother? Why hasn't he come to see me? He is such a darling. Far more adorable than you were at his age." Dugu Tianyu replied, "My brother is currently cultivating in the Demon Dragon Mountain range." Preposterous. That rascal Zhao Yuling, allowing such a young child to roam the Demon Dragon Mountain range. And you, why haven't you brought him back? No, I must go rescue my little grandson. Yu Yuzhu fumed, rising to take flight. Dugu Tianyu hurriedly called out, wait, grandmother, let me finish." Yu Yuzhu retorted, "What nonsense. Every passing minute puts my grandson in greater peril." Dugu Tianyu exclaimed, "But my brother is now a lower-tier battle sage, capable of hunting 5-tiered king-level magical beasts." Yu Yuzhu was taken aback. "What did you say? Are you jesting? He is merely 4 years old. How could he possibly comprehend the ways of cultivation?" Dugu Tianyu nodded. "Not only does he understand, but he is an exceptional talent. He has mastered the lost techniques of the Sword God Manor and possesses the heavenly wrath armor. He is thriving each day and enjoying the continent's most luxurious meals. Ha ha ha. Do not worry, grandmother. I have personally witnessed him defeat a 5-tiered king-level beast in an instant, and 6-tiered kings would not dare to challenge him. Just look at him, and you will see. If there were any real danger, would I, as his elder brother, not protect him?" Upon hearing this, Yu Yuzhu considered the logic, albeit still astonished. "Is my little grandson truly so formidable? What is his name?" Dugu Tianyu affirmed, "Absolutely. However, his name is rather peculiar. He claims to be nameless and without a surname, a title given by the esteemed Feng Qingyang. He believes that being nameless is superior to having a name." Yu Yuzhu sighed in relief. That is good. I did not expect to have such an outstanding grandson. Truly remarkable. Both of my grandsons are exceptional. Ha ha. She then continued, "How wonderful. As long as he is safe, that is all that matters. The name is quite astonishing. Nameless. Ha ha, what a fine name." However, Yu Yuzhu's expression shifted as she furrowed her brow. "Recently, I have heard that the powerful figures of the major hidden families are heading towards the cycle of reincarnation with Feng Qingyang. It is said that a great calamity is imminent. You must hasten your cultivation. In the face of disaster, every bit of strength is a safeguard." Dugu Tianyu nodded. "I will attempt to break through tonight. I was unable to do so last time due to my mission." Yu Yuzhu slightly nodded. "If you achieve a breakthrough in the coming days, you will surpass that scoundrel Dugu Yunshang. Haha. Moreover, if you succeed, I shall strip Tang Xiyu of her title as Saintess and bestow it upon Yu Qingxian. Take Xiyu with you, having reached the martial emperor level. There are few who can threaten you on this continent, and Xiyu is devoted to you. Dugu Tianyu acknowledged, thank you, grandmother. I will ensure her safety. Yu Yuzhu smiled gently. Go now. After dinner, I shall activate the Great Formation, and you can give it a try. With that, Dugu Tianyu departed, leaving the kindly Yu Yuzhu gazing at the image stone displaying the Nameless One. As night fell, Dugu Tianyu took his place at the center of the Moonshadow Pavilion. With closed eyes, he immersed himself in the profound force of the Great Tao, while the falling moon stone, suspended above him, bestowed by the moon rain bamboo, resonated with his spirit. At this moment, the energy sea within Dugu Tianyu was ensnared by a myriad of circular chains of regulation, numbering 360 in total. To transcend to the martial emperor realm through sheer force, one must absorb spiritual energy and transmute it into martial power to shatter these chains, neither too much nor too little. Excessive force risks shattering the energy sea, while insufficient energy not only fails to break the chains, but may also provoke a resonance that could rupture the energy sea. Presently, the energy sea was as fragile as the membrane within an egg. It was not that the upper echelon of battle sovereigns possessed regulation chains. Rather, such chains emerged when one endeavored to breach this confinement. Countless individuals found themselves ensnared by this barrier, where a misstep could lead to the shattering of their energy sea, relegating them to the status of ordinary folk, unable to cultivate for a lifetime, or worse, resulting in immediate death. What Dugu Tianyu sought was not to shatter the chains, but to comprehend the essence of these regulations, drawing upon the power of the Great Tao to gradually dissolve the chains and claim them as his own, integrating the symbols of Tao into his energy sea, enabling a qualitative leap in martial power far beyond the reach of ordinary martial emperors. Wang Bo served as a prime example, capable of simultaneously contending against 3 martial emperors of the same rank without faltering. The challenge, however, was immense. For a battle sovereign to even touch the power of the Great Tao was a formidable task, one that even martial emperors found elusive. Not everyone was endowed with the spirit of the continent, capable of drawing near to the power of the Great Tao. Dugu Tianyu had to stabilize the chains of regulation within his energy sea with his consciousness, while simultaneously using the falling moon stone to capture the essence of the Great Tao. As time flowed by, he couldn't help but marvel at the potency of the falling moon stone, which inherently possessed the power of the Great Tao, drawing it close. He did not intend to extract the power from the stone, for that would render it a mere ordinary stone. Instead, he persistently guided the essence of the Great Tao with his consciousness to seek out the corresponding regulations for dissolution. Days passed, 1, 3, 10, until Dugu Tianyu appeared pallid and parched. Moonrain Tower and Tang Xiyu observed him with bated breath. On the 9th day, only 5 chains of regulation remained in the energy sea. Yet Dugu Tianyu struggled to find the regulating power to dissolve them. As the 11th day dawned, with his mind racked for a solution, a gentle breeze brushed past, and a bamboo leaf fell upon his head. Bamboo leaf? Naturally. Yes, nature. Dugu Tianyu chuckled at himself, recognizing the 5 elements' power. Indeed, the universe returns to the 5 elements, and the 5 elements return to the Great Tao. Thus, he withdrew his consciousness from the pursuit of the Tao and began to merge with nature. Indeed, upon embracing the power of the 5 elements, the last 5 chains of the Great Tao seamlessly integrated into his energy sea. With the disappearance of these final chains, a radiant burst of light emanated from Dugu Tianyu's energy sea, illuminating him in its glow. The energy sea shattered into particles, coursing throughout his body, evolving his bones and meridians to a new level before reconstituting. The reformed energy sea became slightly smaller, yet the dense martial power and the floating symbols of the Great Tao signified that he had ascended to an entirely new level, martial emperor. Upon opening his eyes, he gently probed his consciousness, perceiving the vibrant life force of every flower, blade of grass, and tree around him with unprecedented clarity. At this moment, the body was no longer bound by the earth, as if it had seamlessly merged with the heavens and the air. He stood up and began to float gently, experiencing the profound power of space for the first time, emptiness. Observing him throughout this transformation, Yu Yuzhu and Tang Xiyu let out a sigh of relief. Yu Yuzhu said to Tang Xiyu, "From now on, you shall accompany him. He no longer fears the might of the 7 great sects. It is impossible for me to claim victory over him." Tang Xiyu, overwhelmed with emotion, knelt down, tears streaming down her face, and said, "Thank you, Aunt, for your support. The kindness you've shown over the years, I shall never forget. I hope you take care of yourself, and I promise to visit you often. Yu Yuzhu helped Tang Xiyu to her feet, chiding, what are you doing? It's not like you won't see me again. Come now, get up. There's no need to act as if we are parting forever. She then turned to Dugu Tianyu and transmitted her thoughts. You little rascal. Why aren't you coming over to eat? If you're not hungry, your aunt and your little wife are starving. Dugu Tianyu, taken aback yet moved, realized that they had been watching over him. If anything were to happen, they would be the first to protect his life. He flew towards Yu Yuzhu's pavilion. Upon seeing her and then Tang Xiyu, he embraced Tang Xiyu tightly, saying, Xiyu, I'm back. I missed you. At that moment, Tang Xiyu was in tears, exclaiming, It's all right, Tianyu. I am willing to wait for you no matter how long it takes. I never want to be apart from you again. Dugu Tianyu nodded repeatedly. Okay, I promise you. How dare you treat me like air? It's time to eat, eat. You two little rascals have really forgotten your mother after getting a wife. Yu Yuzhu scolded playfully. I've waited so long for you. How will you make it up to me? At my age, not sleeping is quite dangerous. I do not wish to see more wrinkles. Dugu Tianyu turned back and smiled. Don't worry. I'll go slay a 7-Dan sovereign and bring back its golden core to make you a facial mask. Now that's more like it. You little rascal. Come and eat. With that, Yu Yuzhu turned and left. Tang Xiyu, filled with excitement, looked at Dugu Tianyu and asked, You've become a martial emperor. Will you still be called Dugu Tianyu or Xuan Tian? Dugu Tianyu replied, You can call me Dugu Tianyu, but to the outside world, I shall be known as Xuan Tian, the martial emperor. Chapter 21, The Demon Dragon Xinyuan. Xuan Tian, the martial emperor. Yes, that's fitting, exuding an aura of dominance. Yu Yuzhu turned to leave, and Tang Xiyu nodded slightly, gazing dreamily at Dugu Tianyu. At this moment, Wu Ming lay idly on a tree in the Demon Dragon mountain range. Lost in thought, 3 months had passed, and he had advanced to the intermediate level of the battle sect. Yet, his mind was still occupied with thoughts of his brother. Dugu Tianyu. His intellect surpassed that of ordinary folk, and he pondered the circumstances surrounding his family, sensing that there were secrets his parents were keeping from him. He resolved to inquire thoroughly upon his return. Help! Help! At that moment, a woman's cry echoed from a distance, awakening the nameless one to a sense of alarm. He realized with dismay how careless he had been, failing to notice the presence of another. Swiftly, he rolled over, gripping a branch that had been lying beside him, and propelled himself away. After leaping across 5 trees, he spotted a woman in her 20s, whose martial aura resonated with that of a master. Being pursued by a 4-segmented fire spider, the creature relentlessly spat out strands of scalding silk, which melted anything upon contact, and the woman was nearing exhaustion. Observing the scene, the nameless one shook his head and summoned his sword, lamenting the necessity to intervene again, thus disregarding the ancestral warnings. He leaped from the tree like a flash of lightning, delivering a swift strike that severed the fire spider's head. The woman, witnessing this, was left in astonishment. Was she seeing things? No, it was indeed a child before her. The nameless one approached, producing a golden elixir, and inquired, Who are you? With such skills, you could easily perish in this forest. The woman, momentarily speechless, retorted, And who might you be? At your age, you would likely fare worse here than I. Where are your guardians? She sensed no trace of martial prowess emanating from him. The nameless one, taken aback, replied, I just saved you, you know. I don't require guardians. Defeating such a beast feels like a waste of my energy. The woman shot him a disdainful glance. Such arrogance. You merely succeeded because it was distracted, didn't you? Finding her ungratefulness infuriating, he turned to leave, but the woman, a hint of panic in her voice, called out, Wait, little brother, could you stay and chat with me a bit longer? I had a quarrel with my clan and ran away from the camp. Can you wait until they find me before you leave? They will surely thank you profusely. The nameless one regarded her with skepticism. Will you offer any martial techniques in return? The woman, feeling overwhelmed, pondered. Martial techniques were the foundation of every sect and not something to be casually offered. Yet, she couldn't let him leave. This little fellow seemed quite strong, and after a moment's consideration, she nodded. I can offer you one. At this, the nameless one settled down, grinning. Now we can continue our conversation. Haha. The woman rolled her eyes. You truly are a little miser. What brings you here? I am Huang Yunfeng. What should I call you, little brother? I am nameless, without a surname, he replied. Huang Yunfeng scoffed. If you want to share, then so be it, humph. Noticing her injured ankle, the nameless one suggested, If I can heal it, will that earn me 2 martial techniques? Only if you can actually heal it, she challenged. As soon as the words left her lips, the nameless one lifted her foot, rummaging through his spatial ring for a remedy. After a prolonged search, He shook out the contents of the ring, nearly startling Huang Yunfeng to death. Among the items were 3 second-grade golden elixirs, 1 first-grade elixir, countless spiritual herbs, and even branches of a divine training tree. She marveled in disbelief, pondering which hidden family he belonged to, given the extraordinary treasures he possessed. The nameless one selected a spiritual herb and waved his hand, returning the scattered items to their place. Here, take this. It will invigorate your blood and heal you instantly. Upon hearing this, the young woman eagerly partook of the offering, and instantly, the pain from her earlier sprain began to subside. In astonishment, she exclaimed, "You truly are remarkable. Do you possess all these wonderful items all by yourself?" The unnamed replied with a nod, "Of course." Just then, a voice called out from behind the hillside, "Miss Huang, where are you?" Huang Yunfeng responded, "I'm right here." Turning back to the unnamed, she added, "Members of the sect have arrived. Wait a moment while I fetch you some martial techniques." With that, she rose and shouted, "I'm here, Aunt," and dashed towards an elderly man. She recounted her recent encounter, and the old man approached the unnamed with a look of delight, suggesting that martial techniques were indeed forthcoming. The elder, upon examining the unnamed, noted the absence of any martial energy emanating from him. He began, "Young brother, I am Huang Zhenglong, the vice leader of Tianyun Mountain. I've heard you seek martial techniques, correct?" The unnamed nodded vigorously. Yes. The elder chuckled, "Young one, martial techniques are not as easily obtained as cabbages. Here is my proposal. While I've heard tales of your immense strength, lacking martial energy, I can teach you a cultivation method instead. You can trade something from your spatial ring, and we shall both benefit." The unnamed shook his head vigorously. No, that is not how it is. I saved that sister's life just now. She offered this to me in gratitude. This spatial ring represents my hard-earned savings over the past 6 months. You think I would trade it for a mere method of cultivation? The elder insisted. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you, young one. It could elevate you to the realm of cultivators. The unnamed, feeling a growing dissatisfaction, retorted, "Old man, are you perhaps deluded? Do you truly take me for a fool? You think you can deceive me with a mere cultivation technique? Forget it." He turned to leave, sensing an ominous foreboding, for he could not discern the elder's true strength. At that moment, Huang Zhenglong's sinister demeanor emerged as he sneered, little one, whether you agree or not, today I shall claim both your spatial ring and your life." Upon hearing this, the unnamed furrowed his brow, realizing his fears had materialized. He confronted the elder, "Unashamed old fool, if you think you're capable, come and try." Huang Zhenglong laughed heartily. "Do you truly believe that your strength makes you invincible? If so, do not blame me for taking advantage of your youth." With that, he unleashed his formidable power as a high-level battle sage, striking towards the unnamed with a powerful blow. A thunderous sound echoed, and where the unnamed had stood, nothing remained, not even a trace of energy. Huang Zhenglong was taken aback. Had he struck so fiercely that he left no remnants? His spirits lifted at the thought of the treasures contained within that ring, and he rushed forward. However, before he could reach the spot where the unnamed had just stood, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Startled, he looked down to find a transparent hole punctured through him. Gradually, half of a sword's blade emerged from his back. Turning his gaze forward, he saw the unnamed standing there, sword raised and unmoving, laughing. "I told you. You were still dreaming just now. How did you collide with me? Have you not awakened? Oh dear, it seems that hurts quite a bit." Having spoken, he twisted his sword again. Huang Zhenglong, filled with rage, exclaimed, "Wretched child, today I shall slay you." Jinyan palm. With that, he concentrated all his martial power into his right hand and struck fiercely towards Wu Ming's face. Wu Ming, unable to evade in time, gathered his own formidable strength and met Huang Zhenglong's palm head-on, resulting in him being violently thrown back. Huang Zhenglong staggered a few steps, nearly fracturing his right hand. Astonished by the child's unexpected prowess, Wu Ming was propelled several meters into the air, crashing into a large tree before finally coming to a stop. Spitting out a mouthful of blood for the first time, he reflected on how the previous ethereal illusion had drained him significantly, initially believing he could defeat Huang Zhenglong, only to realize he had underestimated the might of a battle sovereign. Was this truly the power of a battle sovereign? Indeed, he could not prevail. Had it not been for his resilient physique, he would have likely been slain by that palm strike. Meanwhile, Huang Zhenglong was equally shaken. This child could not be more than 7 years old. How could he be so terrifying? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him, but he quickly dismissed it, convinced that such an entity could not possibly intervene. Wu Ming gradually stood up and declared, "Old man, you are the first to inflict such harm upon me. Should I survive today, I will surely visit the Tianyun Mountain you speak of. Prepare to meet your end. With a fierce shout, Wu Ming's chest radiated a brilliant light, and a sword appeared in his hand. Huang Zhenglong's pupils dilated in shock. Tianwan, Eight Fury. You are that child from years ago. His expression twisted into one of madness. Wu Ming, taken aback, inquired, which child from years ago? What do you mean? Ha 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 ha. Truly, the heavens have favored my Tianyun mountain. Since you are unaware of the past, I shall let you remain in ignorance. Fear not, I shall not kill you. If I were to slay you, who would retrieve the sword for me? Ha ha. With that, he drew the sword from his chest with his left hand, sealing the wound with martial energy, and summoned a long staff to strike at Wu Ming. Wu Ming swallowed the golden core of the fiery spider he had just obtained, feeling his martial power surge within him. Huang Zhenglong's lips twitched. Was the golden core capable of such feats? Wu Ming gripped the sword at his right side, closed his eyes, and silently recited, "The flowing clouds and gushing waters." This sword technique emphasizes a harmonious blend of speed and slowness, rigidity and softness, achieving unity of form and intent, of intent and chi, of chi and spirit. It moves like a dragon emerging from the water, yet remains as still as a clever cat stalking its prey. With a swift upward thrust, a radiant beam of light, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens, shot towards Huang Zhenglong. Sensing an impending crisis, Huang Zhenglong realized his negligence. After all, it was a divine sword, incomparable to ordinary weapons. With a ferocious momentum, he prepared his strongest offensive, concentrating his martial energy into a massive staff to counter the sword light. Yet, the sword light surged forward with unstoppable force, penetrating the colossal staff and striking Huang Zhenglong directly. His expression morphed into one of horror and disbelief as he toppled to the ground. Not far away, Huang Yunfeng covered her mouth, utterly shocked by the scene before her. Her usually formidable grandfather had been cleaved in two by a mere child. The other four companions accompanying her were equally stunned, their nerves frayed by the overwhelming impact. By the time they regained their composure, Wu Ming had approached Huang Yunfeng, glaring at her, and demanded, "Why? I saved your life, yet you seek my demise." Huang Yunfeng, snapping back to reality, shouted at the four companions, "Quickly, quickly, kill him. Avenge our deputy sect master." The four were paralyzed with fear, trembling at the thought of engaging him in combat. Their deputy master had fallen in mere moments. Cleaved in two, were they truly capable of challenging him? In an instant, two of them turned to flee. Shaking his head, Nameless summoned the exquisite sword gifted to him by the divine wood of the Dugu clan and pierced through the skulls of the two fleeing individuals. He then soared between the remaining pair and directed his words at Huang Yunfeng. "You are indeed more terrifying than a beast. Since I have spared your life, I shall not slay you." Just as Huang Yunfeng was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Nameless turned to the other two, declaring, "If you wish to survive, you must kill her." Huang Yunfeng gasped in shock, slowly retreating. "You cannot do this. I am the young lady of Tianyun Mountain, the granddaughter of the deputy sect master. What do you desire?" One of the assailants retorted, "Your grandfather lies in two pieces because of you. We share no blood ties. It is unnecessary for us to sacrifice our lives for you. You are nothing now." With that, both lunged toward Huang Yunfeng. Nameless remarked, experienced the feeling of betrayal, and turned to leave. Behind him, he heard Huang Yunfeng's final, desperate cry, prompting him to channel his sword and pierce through the energy centers of the two assailants. Their anguished cries echoed, "Why?" As he walked away, Nameless replied, self-serving and short-sighted, "You betray your friends. I spared your lives. If you manage to escape, consider it a stroke of luck. If not, it is your own doing." With that, he leapt into the trees and vanished from sight. Reflecting on the three individuals from Xiantian Academy who had fought valiantly for their friends, Nameless shook his head, pondering the stark contrast among comrades. Not long after departing, a sudden thud resonated as Nameless collapsed to the ground. Taking a deep breath, he gradually sat up to regulate his breathing. Today's injuries were severe. Had it not been for his resilient physique and the presence of profound runes within him, he would have perished. Consuming some healing herbs, he began to mend his wounds. Within his energy center, a purple dragon and phoenix spiraled, each departing to heal his injuries and solidify his condition. Remarkably, Nameless wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, while the surrounding spiritual energy continuously flowed into him, replenishing his earlier exertions. An hour passed, and Nameless opened his eyes, fully healed and brimming with strength. To an outsider, such rapid recovery would be inconceivable without months of recuperation. However, just as he began to revel in his restored vigor, an instinctive chill ran down his spine as he fixated on a figure in the distance. A man appeared to be in his 30s, with flowing white hair, a fair complexion, and striking red lips. His deep-set eyes bore a hint of sorrow, and his long black robe swayed gently in the breeze. He stood before Nameless, devoid of any visible aura, yet Nameless instinctively understood the man's overwhelming power as he hovered in the void. Realizing that escape would be futile should this man wish him harm, Nameless steeled himself and inquired, "Uncle, who are you?" The man smiled softly, a smile capable of enchanting countless admirers, and replied, "I am Xianyuan Jueming. Ah, young one, I see you possess remarkable potential. From your earlier actions and the healing process, it is clear that you cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Moreover, your bloodline evokes a sense of familiarity within me." Unbeknownst to him, he was startled for a moment. He had just engaged in a skirmish with Huang Zhenglong. Subsequently, he remarked, "Uncle Xianyuan, do you seek me for a particular purpose? If not, I shall take my leave, for I have a meal to attend to." With that, he made to depart. The man laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What is this? The once invincible little demon king appears quite endearing in his timidity. Ha ha, rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Noticing your temperament aligns with mine, I wish to invite you to my abode for a visit. Ah, my friend, I fear you shall not be able to take him away today." At that moment, the air rippled with distortion as Feng Qingyang emerged from the spatial portal. Chapter 22, A Family Reunion. Feng Qingyang, you old relic. I never imagined you to be still alive. Feng Qingyang, rather than displaying anger, burst into laughter. "Ha, you, the creeping creature, are still among the living. I find myself quite lonely on this journey. How could I not wish to visit?" Upon hearing this, Xianyuan Miju chuckled, "You old rascal. Your tongue remains as sharp as ever. Yet, every time you come, it is never for anything good. A millennium ago, you arrived with a few old codgers to sign a pact, and 5,000 years passed. You pilfered a vast expanse of my celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. For a century, you demanded a 4th-grade golden elixir, and 50 years ago, you absconded with my 6-colored chicken. Half a year ago, you unleashed this little monster to wreak havoc, leaving my people in despair. What do you intend to do now?" Unbeknownst to him, the young man was taken aback. "A millennium ago, your people?" Feng Qingyang seemed to discern the confusion in his expression and explained, "Young one, this gentleman is the overseer of the Demon Dragon Mountains, a black serpent. Beasts that transcend the 8th rank of kings undergo a rebirth, taking on human form." Feng Qingyang, "Begone. I am a dragon, a most fearsome kind. Speak quickly, what brings you here? If you intend to take this mischievous lad, do so promptly, or you shall disrupt the ecological balance." Xianyuan Ju exclaimed. At this juncture, the young man felt dizzy, his face contorting into a look of disbelief. Transcending the 8th rank? Is that not above the martial gods? There exists such a formidable being within the Demon Dragon Mountains, and it is a black dragon. Only Feng Qingyang would dare to call him a creeping creature. Moreover, this ethereal figure, Feng, is quite mischievous. Feng Qingyang laughed heartily. How many beasts could this little one have slain to disrupt the ecological balance? It has certainly captured the attention of this esteemed gentleman. He then turned to Xianyuan Ju. "I have come to present you with a gift." Xianyuan Ju regarded him with disdain. "What could you possibly offer me? If what you present does not poison me, I shall be grateful." Feng Qingyang then produced a tree, saying, "Look here, old fellow, what do you see?" In an instant, Xianyuan Ju's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he exclaimed, "The Dragon Emperor Rebirth Tree? How can this be? Quickly, let me examine it." With that, he gazed at the tree with eager eyes. Feng Qingyang replied, "It is yours for the taking." Xianyuan Ju, now elated, exclaimed, "Thank you." But before my brother could finish his sentence, he interjected, "No, I refuse. You surely have ulterior motives." Feng Qingyang smiled gently. "This is a treasure I obtained from the demon tribe, having learned from the first leader of the demon clan, who was none other than the Dragon Emperor. That is what it means to be a true dragon. This gift shall enable you to become a genuine dragon. I have no need for it." Xianyuan's doubts were extinguished as Wen Qingyang's voice fell. With a flick of his hand, he tossed something towards him. Overjoyed, Xianyuan cradled it in his hands, exclaiming, "What a splendid item. I never imagined that something I have long sought across the continent would be gifted to me by my dear brother. Thank you, thank you." A sly smile crept upon Wen Qingyang's lips as he replied, "Brother Xianyuan, why the formality between us? There is no need for such politeness, ha ha. However, everything in this world adheres to the principle of cause and effect. Today, I plant the seeds of fate for the demon clan through you. As for the outcome, should you fail to repay this debt, I fear that great anomalies may soon descend upon us." Xianyuan's countenance shifted instantly at these words. "What nonsense! Have you come here to toy with me, Wen Qingyang? You dare to speak of cause and effect?" Wen Qingyang, amused by Xian Yuan's indignation, laughed heartily. What are you saying? I am but your good brother. Ha ha ha. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he continued. Surely you are aware that great anomalies are approaching our realm. The demon clan has already begun to stir trouble, while others are guarding the realm of reincarnation. In my youth, I nearly eradicated the demons, leaving them with no one to oppose me. Yet now, I must resolve this entanglement, and thus, I seek your assistance. You need not engage in battle. Simply ensure the safety of the demon clan at the rear. Should I perish in battle, you must lead the demon clan to the Dragon Mountain range and safeguard them. This is the outcome you must ensure. Simple enough, is it not? Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan was greatly shaken. He was acutely aware of Wind Qingyang's formidable strength. Are you saying that even you risk death? How peculiar. Wind Qingyang nodded gravely indeed. The once great Dugu Yunshang, a prodigy, also succumbed to grievous injuries and died at home. The reason I seek a 4th-grade golden elixir is to save him, Xian Yuan inquired. What exactly is the matter? Wind Qingyang sighed, shaking his head. To this day, I have yet to discern the nature of the threat. Without apprehending a living witness for interrogation, I can only conclude that these are foreign entities, not native to our continent. Furrowing his brow, Xian Yuan replied, Is that so? Very well, I shall accompany you. Since we are all beings of this realm, it is our duty to confront any invasion. Wind Qingyang rejoiced at this response. Excellent. Let us meet at the demon clan's entrance at dawn. With that, Xian Yuan tore through the fabric of space and departed. After Xian Yuan's departure, Wind Qingyang landed and addressed the unnamed one. What are you doing, little one? I'm grilling meat. I can't understand a word you all are saying. I'm starving. Came the reply without even a glance. Wind Qingyang, with a disdainful look, chided, What attitude is this? You dare speak to your ancestor without turning around? Aren't you afraid of being struck by heavenly lightning? Enough of that. Come back with me, Wind Qingyang commanded. At this, the unnamed one abruptly turned. No, no, no. I'm not going back. I promised to return with my brother. Brother? Which brother? Wind Qingyang inquired. The unnamed one took a bite of meat and replied, Dugu Tianyu, my brother. Wind Qingyang, slightly taken aback, asked, You have met? Yes, indeed. Look, this is the gift my brother gave me, the unnamed one said, mouth still full, as he retrieved a miniature sword from his spatial ring. My goodness, I never expected young Dugu Tianyu to be so generous, casually tossing around treasures. Wind Qingyang exclaimed, Let us go. I shall fetch him shortly. With that, he grabbed the unnamed one and tore through space once more. On the summit of Yunji Mountain, Zhao Yuling was meticulously tending to the spiritual herbs in the fields. After enduring 6 months without the interference of nameless malice, the herbs had flourished abundantly. Under the guidance of Dugu Qingyun, she had ascended to the realm of Martial Emperor to prepare for the inevitable storms that lay ahead. Dugu Qingyun was busy organizing some animal hides nearby. Although he had lost all his cultivation 4 years prior, he was, after all, a former martial emperor with commendable talent. He had resumed his training with remarkable ease and had already reached the status of battle sovereign. Suddenly, the fabric of space twisted, and a figure arrived with 3 companions. Dugu Qingyun gazed in astonishment as Feng Qingyang appeared, accompanied by Nameless, Dugu Tianyu, and Tang Xiyu. Zhao Yuling was equally taken aback, with tears welling in his eyes. Dugu Qingyun rushed forward to embrace Dugu Tianyu, their words unspoken yet full of emotion. Zhao Yuling, however, dashed over, exclaiming, Son, my beloved son has returned. Tianyu. Dugu Tianyu conveyed his father's sentiments to Zhao Yuling, saying, Mother, your unfilial son has returned. How have you both been? This is my wife, Tang Xiyu. Zhao Yuling looked at her son, now mature and robust, even more handsome than she remembered after years apart. Tang Xiyu sweetly greeted, Hello, uncle and aunt. Dugu Qingyun smiled and nodded at Tang Xiyu, inviting her, Come, sit down. Oh, my little son, you've grown so tall. Do you miss your father? He then lifted Nameless into his arms, sitting on a wooden stool as he turned to Feng Qingyang and expressed, Thank you, Ancestor Feng. Feng Qingyang replied, It is nothing. Your family is truly happy. That fellow Dugu Yunshang is indeed fortunate. Zhao Yuling emerged from the kitchen with tea, suddenly exclaiming, Tianyu, your hand. What happened to your arm? She began to weep sorrowfully. Dugu Tianyu reassured her, It's nothing, mother. It was a moment of impulsive punishment. I didn't reattach it. Nor did I allow it to regenerate, as a reminder for my entire life. Nodding, Zhao Yuling acknowledged her son's maturity, understanding that he had his own thoughts at this age. She then embraced Nameless, asking, Little darling, how have you fared these past 6 months? Look at you. Covered in dirt. Quickly change so that your mother can wash you. The family shared laughter and conversation, with Feng Qingyang joining in their lighthearted banter, steering clear of matters concerning the continent. However, Nameless suddenly interjected with an unexpected question. Father, why was my brother away when he was young? How do some people recognize the sword within me? His inquiry cast a shadow over the atmosphere, and sadness enveloped the group. Feng Qingyang gently patted Dugu Qingyun's shoulder and advised, you should tell him. He will learn eventually, and it is better to prepare him than to face complications later. His intellect and temperament have long surpassed that of an ordinary child his age. Dugu Qingyun nodded, reflecting, in the blink of an eye, nearly 5 years have passed. Sigh. Our Dugu family was once the master of the Sword God Mountain, the foremost sect of Xuan Tian Continent, until Ancestor Feng rescued us and brought us here. What a remarkable array of 7 major sects. What audacity from the demons of the abyss to invade our homeland, to bully my parents, and to pursue my brother. I will remember this. One day, I shall level them all. Nameless radiated with a violet glow, clenching his fists, while Dugu Tianyu's eyes reddened. Recalling the valiant figure of his father, once a martial god, now reduced to the realm of battle sovereign. Tang Xiyu remained silent, resting against the shoulder of Dugu Tianyu. At this moment, any words would be superfluous. Subsequently, Dugu Tianyu declared, there is one more important matter to convey, especially to you, dear mother. The others gazed at him with questioning eyes. Dugu Tianyu continued, Mother, please remain calm. Grasping Zhao Yuling's hand, Zhao Yuling, somewhat bewildered, inquired, what is it that demands such mystery? Dugu Tianyu replied, I have located grandmother. And grandfather? What did you say? Even Dugu Qingyun stood up in shock, while Zhao Yuling became increasingly agitated, trembling all over. In her memories, she had grown up in the Moonshadow Pavilion, and Yu Yuzhu had always claimed her parents were long gone, saying that she had found her in the mountains, with a coherent tale to boot. Who is it? Quickly tell me, mother. I intend to seek them out tomorrow. Zhao Yuling was so excited that she stuttered. Feng Qingyang interjected, why wait until tomorrow? I, your old ancestor, will fetch them myself. What a twisted fate this is. Just think, in my prime, I was so formidable and carefree. Yet now I serve as a mere servant to the descendants of that old man Dugu Yun, and I must keep watch over them. What sins have I committed? Dugu Tianyu apologized. I'm sorry, mother. Grandmother forbade me from revealing more. I promised her. I only wish to inform you that they are both safe and sound. Feng Qingyang responded, all right, enough of this. Let us get on with dinner. I've been running around everywhere these days. It has been a long time since I felt this exhausted. I'd like to eat something. Certainly, Elder Feng. Thank you for taking care of our family. Zhao Yuling stood up, and Tang Xiyu joined her, saying, I will help. Dugu Tianyu remarked, never mind, I shall go, you stay seated. Tang Xiyu shot him a glare. Are you itching for trouble? Laughter erupted among the group. In the southern region of the demon clan, a space tore open. Haha, I have finally emerged. I am free at last. A gaunt foot stretched out from within. Chapter 23. Extravagance of the Golden Elixir on Yunju Mountain. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal. Feng Qingyang took a sip of tea and announced, I must depart tomorrow. Chaos looms in the demon clan. I will head to the realm of causality and take Wuming to Yufeng City, allowing this lad to experience the mortal world. Experiencing life in the mundane realm is a form of cultivation. There are lessons that parents cannot impart. He must learn them himself. Dugu Qingyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, after all, the fate of this child is beyond our comprehension. Feng Qingyang concurred, yes. I cannot foresee his future. I consulted with the reclusive ancestor Qi Hengtian to attempt to deduce his destiny, yet I could not glean a single hint. Dugu Tianyu stated, Elder Feng. Tomorrow see you, and I wish to accompany you to the demon clan. Given that the world is about to change, it is prudent to engage with them sooner, allowing us to better respond in the future. Feng Qingyang nodded, very well. However, it must be a cautious engagement. Remember not to act impulsively. He then turned to Dugu Qingyun. I know what you wish to say. Rest assured, with me present, their safety is guaranteed. Moreover, you two should focus on your cultivation for now. Refrain from venturing out. I recently heard that Moonshadow Pavilion has been renamed Bloodshadow Pavilion. This malignant entity, if it weren't for the urgent need for personnel, I would have leveled it to the ground. Alas, this calamity has arrived more swiftly than I had anticipated. A palpable sense of oppression envelopes the crowd. Even figures as formidable as Feng Qingyang hesitate to assert their ability to suppress this disaster. At this juncture, Dugu Qingyun, striving to alleviate the oppressive atmosphere, spoke. Feng Ancestor, I have long wished to inquire about a matter. Might you be willing to disclose it? Feng Qingyang nodded and replied. What is it? Speak freely. Dugu Qingyun continued. Might I ask what your current cultivation level is? I am aware that a millennium ago, You had already taken a step into the realm of the martial god. Feng Qingyang cast a disdainful glance and retorted, "You mischievous rascal. Why do you ask such a question? Ha ha. It is, of course, to set Feng Ancestor as your target." Dugu Yunshang smiled in response. Feng Qingyang then turned to Wu Ming and stated, "Let us begin with the martial god. You should familiarize yourself with these concepts. Typically, when one cultivates to the level of martial god, they begin to grasp the powers of space and the great principles. These two forces are indeed extraordinary, defying the heavens, and, as such, one must endure tribulations to transcend into the martial god realm. Hence, the title of god is bestowed upon those who wield powers beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Above the gods lies the true mastery of the fundamental rules. The powers of the great principles spoken of in the martial god realm are merely an understanding of these principles, not the rules themselves. Those who command the rules are referred to as emperors, while in the realm of demons, they are known as kings. The power of rules is something you will gradually experience. It is not wise to aim too high too quickly. If we speak of an emperor above the martial god, then I am an intermediate martial emperor. The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. An emperor. This was the first time they had heard of such a realm. Previously, the martial god was merely a legendary tier, and now there was mention of the martial emperor. It appeared that the path of cultivation was truly boundless. Feng Qingyang must be a prodigy of extraordinary caliber. Subsequently, Feng Qingyang added, "Of course, nothing is absolute. Throughout the history of the continent, there has been only one exception. Wu Ming. I estimate that this young lad is already capable of grasping the power of space at the level of martial sovereign." The crowd erupted in surprise, all eyes turning towards Wu Ming. Could this young boy possess such terrifying talent? This made Wu Ming shyly retreat behind Zhao Yuling, who then lifted him and said, "Son, when we enter the city, you must be cautious. The heart of the magic Dragon Mountain range is markedly different from its other areas. Here, the presence of magical beasts is considerably sparse, creating an atmosphere devoid of dread. Instead, it is filled with the sounds of birdsong and the fragrance of flowers, featuring a verdant lake that emanates a rich vitality. Scattered around the lake are several bamboo houses, one of which boasts a modest balcony with a wooden table adorned with a pot of fragrant tea. At this moment, Xianyuan Jumie sat cross-legged in this serene place, with the Dragon Emperor Rebirth tree hovering before him. Xianyuan Jumie closed his eyes to cultivate his martial prowess, seeking to integrate the essence of the Dragon Emperor Rebirth into his golden core, thereby facilitating a profound transformation that would allow the aura of the Dragon Emperor to fully merge within him. Beside him stood a humanoid magical beast who inquired, "Master Dragon Lord, are you truly prepared to venture to the demon clan with that individual?" Xianyuan Jumie opened his eyes and replied, "It seems that merging with the Dragon Emperor Rebirth tree is not so simple. As for you, Tiger King, address me as Lord Xianyuan. You should take the opportunity to explore human society more often. There is much we can learn from them." He continued, "I must go to the demon clan. This is a matter of fate. If I do not go to resolve it, there may be dire consequences. Alas, it appears that the Dragon Emperor Rebirth tree is not so easily assimilated." Buzz. Feng Qingyang arrived with Dugu Tianyu and Tang Xiyu, inquiring, "Xianyuan, are you prepared? Shall we set forth?" At this moment, Dugu Tianyu and Tang Xiyu were both astonished. Is this truly the ruler of the Demon Dragon Mountain range, having reached such heights? Xianyuan Jumie, gazing down imperiously, retorted, "Feng Qingyang, you old rascal. Are you intent on courting death, dragging along these young ones to accompany you in your demise?" Feng Qingyang shot back, "You truly lack conversational finesse. They are the supreme talents of the younger generation, accompanying me to broaden their horizons." Xianyuan Jumie nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite impressive. A martial emperor in his early 20s, surpassing that brat Dugu Qinyun. Dugu Tianyu interjected, "Lord Xianyuan. He is my father." "Ah, no wonder. Your lineage is indeed devoid of weaklings. Very well, let us depart." With that, Xianyuan Jumie tore through the fabric of space and stepped inside, followed closely by Feng Qingyang. Yufeng City, the second largest city on the continent after Xintian City, was bustling at the city gates. A child, over a meter tall, donned a crimson robe embroidered with a sword on the back. Beneath it, he wore a pure black long shirt, black trousers, and black shoes, complemented by a white jade belt and a shock of white hair, his skin as delicate as porcelain, exuding a hint of aristocracy. This outfit was crafted for him by Zhao Yuling, who tearfully gifted him 1,000 crystal coins upon parting. For Feng Qingyang had insisted she not give more, hoping he would strive to earn his own. Unnamed stood dazed at the city gates, gazing at the throngs of people, feeling a twinge of panic. It was his first encounter with such a multitude, and anyone would find it hard to remain composed. Slowly, he ventured into the city, frequently glancing around as various calls echoed through the streets, accompanied by an array of novel and intriguing items. He was instantly captivated, his childlike heart swelling with excitement. Approaching a stall selling puppets, he reached out to take one, only to be halted by the vendor. "Ah, young master, you cannot simply take that. It must be purchased. Our family relies on this craft for our livelihood." "Purchase? What does that mean?" Unnamed responded, perplexed. The vendor, equally bewildered, wondered whose child this could be. Had he never left home? His attire certainly did not suggest a country bumpkin. The vendor clarified, "Purchasing means you give me a certain amount of gold coins, then I can give you this. In other words, you exchange gold coins for this item." "Oh, I see. How fascinating. I thought I would have to slay you to obtain it. It appears that's not necessary. How much do I need to give you?" Unnamed began rummaging through his spatial ring. The vendor, misunderstanding, exclaimed, "Good heavens, what kind of child is this? At such a tender age, he speaks of slaying. Nevertheless, it's 1 gold coin each. Which one do you fancy? I'll fetch it for you. Here, take this," Unnamed said, handing over 3 crystal coins. "I want those 2 large ones and that small one." He pointed to a male and female carving, along with a smaller one, which he considered a token of affection for his parents. The vendor, startled, replied, "Young master, you needn't give so much. This crystal coin is worth 100 gold coins. If you give me 1 coin, I may not even be able to provide you with change for that amount." Unbeknownst to him, the young boy, with a hint of childlike innocence, tossed 3 crystalline coins to the shopkeeper and joyfully departed with his wooden carving in hand. In a short span of time, he had filled his spatial ring with an assortment of toys and various confections, having lavishly spent over 100 coins. After wandering for the entire morning, his stomach began to rumble, prompting him to inquire about a place to eat. His question left the passers-by in astonishment. "What? You wish to eat monster meat?" Their eyes widened in disbelief, for such a delicacy was rarely seen, let alone consumed by ordinary folk. The boy nodded earnestly, and a passerby replied, "Young one, follow this road straight ahead. When you reach the largest house, you will find the grandest restaurant in Windward City, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. If it's not there, then it doesn't exist." The boy nodded gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you, sir," before skipping away, his spirits soaring, a small pinwheel twirling in the breeze. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stop! Thief! Catch her! How dare she steal at such a young age?" Turning back, the boy saw a burly man pursuing a fair-skinned little girl with large, expressive eyes, a delicate nose, and full lips. The girl was running frantically, shoving pieces of cake into her mouth. The boy, oblivious to the concept of theft, mistook the scene for an act of aggression and leaped in front of the man, grasping the girl's hand and pulling her behind him. The girl struggled to break free but realized her efforts were futile. The boy reassured her, "It's all right, little sister." He then turned to the man, saying, "Sir, how can you, a grown man, chase after such a small child? Do you truly believe children are easy to bully? Come on, I could strike you down with a mere wave of my hand. Do you believe me?" As he prepared to act, the ground beneath him trembled, and the marble tiles shattered instantaneously. The man, taken aback, realized the gravity of the situation. He was up against a cultivator, while he himself was merely an ordinary citizen of the first rank. He stammered, "Esteemed cultivator, I assure you, I am not pursuing her to harm. I make my living selling cakes here, supporting an elderly parent and young children with my meager earnings. However, she took my goods without paying and ran off. If she is your friend, I will gladly accept my fault and beg for your mercy." The boy responded, "Is it merely a matter of not exchanging coins? Here, take this." He casually tossed a crystalline coin to the man. The boy was gradually beginning to grasp the significance and value of these coins. The man, trembling, caught the coin, his earnings for half a year. Before he could express his gratitude, the boy had already seized the girl's hand and continued on their way. As they walked, the boy asked, "Don't you have any coins? Why didn't you exchange with the uncle?" The girl took a moment to respond. "Could you please let go of my hand? Don't you know that there are distinctions between boys and girls, and that we should not touch?" The boy was taken aback. "What do you mean?" The girl shot him a look and said, "You don't even know that? Such a wooden-headed fellow." Releasing her hand, the boy inquired, "Who are you, and where are your parents? Shall I take you to find them?" The girl replied, "My name is Dai Wu, and I don't want to go back. Those people drive me insane. They keep insisting that I cultivate and 1 tea let me play. I sneaked away with this merchant caravan, and now I have no money and my stomach is growling." As she spoke, her voice grew softer and her head drooped. The boy exclaimed, "So you too are a cultivator? If you are hungry, dear brother will take you out to eat." With that, He led the little girl straight to the Drunken Immortal Tower. The Drunken Immortal Tower is the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Yufeng City, standing 5 stories tall. Stone pillars intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes adorn its entrance, and a large crystal plaque emblazoned with the 3 characters for Drunken Immortal Tower showcases its opulence. Crafted from crystal coins worth at least 10,000 coins, a testament to its immense wealth. At that moment, the nameless boy entered with Dai Wu. As soon as they stepped inside, they were intercepted by a waiter who said, "Hey there, little friends. This Drunken Immortal Tower is not a place for just anyone to enter. Even the cheapest dish here costs 50 crystal coins. If you come here without money, you might get hurt." The nameless boy cast a disdainful glance, but remained silent, casually tossing 500 crystal coins onto the table. "Is this enough for a meal?" he inquired. The waiter was taken aback. These 2 youngsters were quite the surprise, casually tossing 500 coins. His expression changed immediately, and he exclaimed, "Ha! I knew this young lord was not short of money. Please, follow me to the exclusive VIP area on the top floor." The pair ascended to a private booth on the rooftop, where a curvaceous waitress approached them. "What would you like to order?" she asked. "First, bring 5 pounds of king-level monster meat, grilled," the nameless boy commanded. Both Dai Wu and the waitress gasped in shock. What was this? Starting off with monster meat. 5 pounds, no less. Was this a feast for monsters? Although it was rare, there were surely tastier options. Dai Wu immediately protested, "Hey, wait a minute. What do you mean starting with monster meat? Aren't you afraid? You want to eat something so ferocious?" The waitress, equally perplexed, asked, "Little friend, do you truly wish for monster meat?" "Yes, hurry up, I'm almost starving," the nameless boy urged. The waitress replied, "I cannot decide on this matter, as monster meat typically requires a reservation. You must understand, it's not easy to procure. Unless someone pays a high price for a reservation, no one would risk their life to bring it back." The nameless boy shot a disdainful look. "Then hurry and summon someone who can make decisions. I might starve." Before long, a stunningly beautiful woman with revealing attire arrived, her voice alluring enough to mesmerize any man. "I am Yuxian, the owner of the Drunken Immortal Tower. I hear you are seeking monster meat, young sir. At such a tender age, you have exquisite taste." She glanced at Dai Wu and added, "Life is indeed full of intrigue." Dai Wu, flustered, retorted, Hey, we have no connection. We just met." Yuxian chuckled, "Little sister, I never implied you two had any relationship. Are you confessing something? Enough. Just bring me the meat. I'm starving," the nameless boy said impatiently. Upon hearing this, Yuxian replied, "Young sir, we do have monster meat, but it has already been reserved. There are no extra servings available. If you wish to eat it, you will have to wait for half a month. Moreover, it comes at a steep price." With a thud, the nameless boy placed a first-level golden elixir on the table. "Will this suffice for a meal?" This was given to him by Dugu Tianyu, who had handed it back to him before he departed, instructing him to use it for various life matters. Had he known the nameless boy would squander it this way, he would have surely scolded him. Yuxian was momentarily stunned. Could this little rascal be from a hidden family, possessing such wealth? Dai Wu was no less unsettled. This was an utter waste. Could one truly use a golden elixir in such a manner? How could it not be enough? With a furrowed brow, the nameless one exclaimed, "Quickly bring the meat." And with a sharp sound, another was thrown. "Is this enough?" he inquired. Yuxian, unable to stand, sat down and replied, "That's sufficient. Just one is enough. However, rules are rules, and someone had already placed an order, so perhaps, crack. Can it be exchanged now?" Dai Wu was on the verge of tears. "You blockhead. That's a golden elixir, incredibly valuable. You treat it like cabbage. What sort of family do you hail from? Goodness." At that moment, a gentle and elegant voice emerged from the loft. "I hear someone wishes to order mountain delicacies from me." Chapter 24. The First Battle of the Wind. Sovereign. A man clad in pure white, with long hair cascading down his temples and a folding fan in hand, exuded an air of scholarly elegance as he entered. "Miss Yuxian, are you about to tarnish the reputation of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion?" he inquired. Upon hearing this, Yuxian smiled and replied, "Young master Bai Rui, you jest. The Drunken Immortal Pavilion has never engaged in such matters." She then glanced at the nameless one. Bai Rui observed the 4 golden elixirs on the table, slightly taken aback. "Haha, this young friend is indeed extravagant. With these golden elixirs, one could procure a great deal. But the mountain delicacies have already been reserved by me. No matter how much you offer, you cannot acquire them." Upon hearing this, the nameless one turned to Yuxian and asked, "Is this the one who ordered the magical beast?" Yuxian nodded. The nameless one then mused, "If I were to slay him, would they become unclaimed?" Dai Wu gasped in shock, while Yuxian frowned. This was likely Bai Rue's bottom line, and it was astonishing that such a child would so casually speak of slaying him. Bai Rue laughed heartily. Little one, summon your companion from behind you. You lack the power to threaten me. Whose child are you, that you have been spoiled into such arrogance? Allow me to discipline you on behalf of your family. Saying this, he raised his hand to strike at the nameless one. Yixian stood up to block the blow, laughingly saying, Young Master Bai Rue, as our esteemed guest, surely you are aware of the rules here? Bai Rue, upon hearing this, chuckled. My apologies, Miss Yixian. I momentarily acted recklessly. I am not one to resort to violence, but this child has insulted me today, and I must teach him a lesson. Yixian replied, If this young friend agrees, you may duel on the second floor. Duel? What duel? Before Yixian could finish, the nameless one interjected. Dai Wu shot him an annoyed glance. You don't even know what a duel is. Where do you come from? A duel is a place where people settle scores, determining superiority and discussing life and death. Just apologize to this big brother and let us go eat elsewhere. Hearing this, the nameless one stood up, leading everyone to believe he was about to apologize. However, he exited the private room, declaring, I will be waiting for you on the second floor. With a thud, Yixian and Dai Wu clutched the table, nearly losing their balance. Regaining her composure, Dai Wu rushed after him, exclaiming, Hey wait, that's a duel arena. One careless move could lead to death. Don't go. How can you be so reckless? Don't worry, it'll all be fine. Just go get something you like to eat and watch. The nameless one casually replied, handing Dai Wu a golden elixir. TSK, 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 what extravagance. This was Dai Wu's inner thought. Surely, even the sword God Manor could not afford to indulge such a spendthrift in the past. On the second floor, most of the attendees were either passing through or were about to arrive for the Youth Supreme competition. It could be said that opportunities were abundant for cultivators. Few were not either affluent or noble. As Wu Ming ascended the central stage, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter. Who was this child come to play? They paid little mind to it, intent on their food and drink, when suddenly, Bai Rue leaped onto the stage as well. Only then did the crowd realize that a duel was indeed taking place. Impossible. Was there really a need to watch this duel? Isn't that young Master Bai Rue? How did he come to the stage today? He has never fought anyone before. It is said that he became a battle sect member in his early 20s. Truly remarkable. Yes, I've heard he hails from the reclusive Bai family in the south. He is here to participate in the Youth Supreme competition. It's quite a spectacle to witness him in action. Come on, just look at his opponent. He could probably send that child flying with a mere slap. After all, that child possesses no martial prowess, nor is he a cultivator. Is Bai Rue just bullying him? All the diners turned to watch, engaged in lively discussion. Yixian had also brought Dai Wu closer to observe. Bai Rue declared, Esteemed friends, I am not one to resort to violence lightly. But this arrogant young lad has insulted me today. I must discipline him on behalf of his parents. Will you fight or not? And do not mention my parents again. If you do, I shall make you regret it. Wu Ming retorted disdainfully. You are seeking your own demise, and I shall oblige. With that, Bai Rue charged at Wu Ming. His right fist raised, aimed directly at Wu Ming's face. As he closed in, Wu Ming remained completely still. Dai Wu and Yixian shut their eyes, as if they had already envisioned Wu Ming being sent flying. After a moment, instead of the expected sound of impact, they heard the crowd collectively gasp in astonishment. How is this possible? Bai Rue exclaimed in disbelief, for as his fist neared Wu Ming, less than half a meter away, Wu Ming evaded like lightning, taking Bai Rue's former position, and remarked, It seems I have overestimated you. Bai Rue, enraged by the perceived insult, swiftly turned again, this time even faster, delivering a punch enhanced with martial energy. He had no desire to employ any techniques. The fight was already somewhat laughable, and the thought of losing was utterly inconceivable. With a sharp sound, Wu Ming caught his fist with one hand, saying, If you are hungry, I permit you to eat before returning. Why do you lack strength? As the saying goes, experts discern the nuances while novices merely enjoy the spectacle. Those present were all cultivators. How could they fail to recognize the depth of Wu Ming's simple movements? Especially since he had not yet utilized any martial force? Yixian was so astonished that her mouth formed an A shape. As for Bai Rue, he had exerted 80% of his power in that punch, yet it was effortlessly caught, and his opponent had not even unleashed his martial might. Nor could he gauge his realm. This revelation left Bai Rue in shock, as he struggled to free himself and retreated a few steps. Could this be an ancient monster in disguise? Or perhaps a transformed beast? Such wickedness. Wu Ming chuckled. I often hear of reclusive families, each boasting individuals of remarkable talent. Yet you seem rather ordinary. It appears that even the so-called hidden families are merely a gathering of rabble. As these words escaped his lips, not only did Bai Rui seethe with rage, but others below also joined in the scornful chorus. It was inevitable that members of hidden noble families were present as well. A nameless figure shouted, "Silence! Those who dare to defy me, I shall subdue one by one." Instantly, his commanding voice rendered the crowd mute. The recent skirmish had illuminated the remarkable prowess of this nameless individual, leaving no one to believe he was jesting. Bai Rui, consumed by a fiery indignation, felt the weight of humiliation descend upon him. The prodigy of the Bai family was being derided by a mere child, scarcely past adolescence. Do you comprehend, ignorant wretch, that you have backed yourself into a corner? I have never been this enraged. With that, Bai Rui closed his folding fan and declared, "Prepare to meet your demise." He unleashed his full strength, charging forward like a bolt of lightning. In response, the nameless youth did not falter, summoning a violet energy to counter Bai Rui's advance. Behind him trailed a flurry of afterimages. The nameless one leaped, using his left hand to block Bai Rui's oncoming right fist, while simultaneously sweeping his right hand towards Bai Rui's face. Bai Rui, quick to react, bent at the waist, delivering a left punch aimed at the youth's midsection. The nameless one countered with his right leg, blocking the blow, while his left foot swept towards Bai Rui's waist. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Bai Rui swiftly leaned back, using his right hand to support himself as he executed a backflip, landing 8 meters away. Such a simple exchange left Bai Rui with a throbbing headache, as he recognized the disparity in their realms and the impressive combat experience of the nameless youth. It was no jest. This youth sparred daily with the legendary figure of Dugu Yunshang. Bai Rui mused, the ice and fire dual palms. Instantly, a layer of frost enveloped his right hand, while flames swirled around his left, both hands coming together to strike at the nameless one. In response, the nameless youth waved his sleeve, unleashing a violet hurricane that surged forward. The wind sweeps away the clouds. Bai Rui was taken aback. This technique was renowned within the Xuan Tian Academy, a creation of the esteemed Feng Qingyang, and the youth had mastered it. How could he possess such power? Exclaimed a disciple from the Xuan Tian Academy. Although the motion appeared simple, the nameless one had gathered a significant portion of his energy, expending half of his strength to execute this technique for the first time. On the stage, the hurricane shattered the ice and fire dual palms with ease, hurtling directly towards Bai Rui. Upon witnessing this, Bai Rui's expression shifted dramatically. He summoned a protective energy shield, but with a resounding crash, the shield crumbled under the force of the hurricane, its potency significantly diminished. Nevertheless, Bai Rui was still propelled backward, nearly teetering off the edge of the arena. The spectators below were aghast, re-evaluating the nameless youth, who had managed to suppress a formidable opponent, a battle sovereign, sending him soaring through the air. Bai Rui staggered to his feet, hair disheveled, and laughed heartily. How foolish of me. A mighty tiger does not need to exert its full strength to catch a rabbit. With that, he retrieved a long spear from his spatial ring, its shaft adorned with a dragon coiling around it, while the spearhead blazed like a roaring flame. Yishin gasped, the Emperor's fiery lance. Butterfly dance. Still munching on snacks, inquired, what is that? Yishin explained, it is said to enable those below the Martial Emperor rank to unleash a hint of Martial Emperor's aura to suppress their opponents. To witness such a rare artifact here is astonishing. This must be Bai Rui's trump card. We are in dire straits now. Bai Rui sneered. You have forced me to this extent. Even in death, you should consider yourself fortunate. Perish. With that, he thrust his spear towards the nameless one. At that moment, the nameless one sensed the impending danger. Even a hint of the Martial Emperor's might was lethal for a mere battle sect member. Consequently, he summoned a long sword and vanished without a trace. Bai Rui's heart sank in terror, gone. Not even a whisper of his presence remained. Instinctively, he lunged backward with his spear, only to find a sword poised against his neck. The voice of the nameless one echoed, you have been defeated. Had I wished to behead you, your corpse would already be in 2 halves. Clang. Bai Rui relinquished his spear and closed his eyes in silence. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. From the very beginning, he had been suppressed and had gained nothing, while this youth had not even taken their duel seriously. Defeated. He sighed, I concede. May I inquire whence you hail, and your name? The nameless one sheathed his sword, replying, I am nameless, from the countryside. Uft. Bai Rui spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, utterly infuriated. Would it have been too much to claim descent from a powerful clan? The spectators below were momentarily speechless, until one person let out a scream, and chaos erupted. They questioned how the Nameless One had executed the ethereal phantom strike, a technique they felt utterly incapable of evading. It was too bizarre. At that moment, the Nameless One leaped down from the arena and addressed Yuxian. Can we eat now? Only then did Yuxian come to his senses, exclaiming, Yes, yes, of course. Dai Wu, still in shock, could not find her voice. The boy before her, appearing nearly her age, possessed a terrifying strength, overpowering a battle sect expert throughout the match. Hey, little sister, let us go eat. The Nameless One said to the dazed Dai Wu. Nodding, she followed, her heart still unsettled. Who are you really? Where do you come from? How old are you? Are you a transformed ancient monster? Dai Wu queried during the meal, with Yuxian also intrigued, sitting beside her, fascinated by this child. The Nameless One took a bite of meat, declaring, I am nameless. I cannot reveal where I come from. I am nearly 5 years old. What? Both Yuxian and Dai Wu were once again thrown into disarray. Yuxian, who interacted daily with cultivators, had encountered many, but had never heard of one so young possessing the power to dominate a battle sect member. Dai Wu chimed in, You're only 4. Then you must call me sister. I am almost 6. She laughed, Little brother. Absolutely not. I am taller than you. The Nameless One retorted with a roll of his eyes. Dai Wu giggled, That doesn't matter. I am still older than you. No, I refuse. What are you doing? Hey, the Nameless One called out as Dai Wu, grasping the beastman's arm, reached out the window, declaring, If you don't call me that, I'll throw you out. The Nameless One was left speechless. Sister, quickly give me some meat. I'm starving. Yuxian watched the two childish figures with envy, sensing the impending storm and the potential champion of the Supreme Youth Tournament. Indeed, the news spread like thunder to every cultivator's ears in Yufeng City, leaving them all astonished. Yet, some skeptics, undeterred, sought to challenge the Nameless One. Chapter 25. Inscribing runes after dining, Yaxuan arranged accommodations for Wu Ming and Jiewu in a lavish suite, equipped with every conceivable luxury. Each had their own room. As night fell, Wu Ming entered a meditative state, his consciousness drifting into the realm of sword spirits. Upon arrival, he was greeted by Dugu Yunshang, who remarked with a hint of annoyance. Where have you been, you little rascal? Since the last time you summoned the divine sword, you have forsaken your practice. Do you believe the swords might render further training unnecessary? Old fool, are you aware of the tribulations my parents endured because of this sword? Wu Ming retorted fiercely. What do you mean? Dugu Yunshang inquired, puzzled. Did your parents never mention the sword's origin? What have they suffered? Wu Ming, filled with rage, declared, Of course I know. This sword was forged by my ancestor, Dugu Yunshang, over the span of 10 millennia. Yet, on the day it was completed, collusion with demonic forces led to an invasion of my home, subjecting my parents to unspeakable horrors. Were it not for this sword, how could my family have faced such calamity? Dugu Yunshang, taken aback by this revelation, asked, And what has become of the sword God Manor? It no longer exists. Wu Ming said, clenching his fists tightly. Enraged, Dugu Yunshang demanded, Who dares perpetrate such a crime against my lineage? Wu Ming responded, The Windshadow Tower conspired with the demon Susi and others. Were it not for the intervention of the venerable Feng Qingyang, my family would have faced total annihilation. Susi, how dare he act with such audacity? Dugu Yunshang bellowed, then sighed, raising his gaze. Had I known then what I know now, I would have heeded Feng Qingyang's advice. He is no ordinary man, still alive, and if I were to consider no more of that, I am Dugu Yunshang. Wu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. Dugu Yunshang glared down at him, saying, I am indeed Dugu Yunshang, the very ancestor you so disrespectfully refer to as old fool. Mind your words. Wait, what are you doing? Before he could finish, Wu Ming leaped onto his back, seizing a handful of hair. So you are the true culprit behind my parents' suffering. Are you so idle? Is life not enough for you? Do you have no friends? No one who loves you? Must you engage in such frivolous pursuits, leading to my family's ruin? You old scoundrel, do you expect me to call you ancestor? Are you dreaming? Furious, Dugu Yunshang grasped Wu Ming's foot and lifted him off the ground, proclaiming, Impudent, dare you speak to me in such a manner? I must be your grandfather, otherwise, I would sever you in two. Your arrogance grows daily, little one. Wu Ming struggled fiercely, shouting, Let me go. I wish to duel you. I shall pluck your beard. Dugu Yunshang tossed Wu Ming onto the ground, stating, Enough. Do you know why I forged this sword? Wu Ming rolled his eyes, replying, Is it not to dominate the world for the sword God Manor? Dugu Yunshang countered, Ignorant. Such a narrow-minded perspective. Wu Ming shot him a sideways glance, asking, Then what is the reason? Dugu Yunshang spoke with a grave expression. A millennium ago, during my time in the cycle of reincarnation, I stumbled upon a rift in the fabric of dimensions. From this fissure emerged a creature that ruthlessly slaughtered every martial emperor who ventured in search of fortune, devouring their flesh and blood. I intervened and managed to suppress it. Though it possessed terrifying strength, I narrowly succeeded in slaying it. However, its words hinted at the existence of many more such formidable beings. Consequently, I sought rare treasures from heaven and earth to seal the rift, yet I knew this was merely a temporary solution. When their army descends, no one in the Xuan Tian Continent will be able to withstand them, and the world will be plunged into chaos. Thus, I began forging this sword, hoping it would provide me with the means to contend against them upon their arrival. I have instructed my descendants to visit the cycle of reincarnation every century to mend the rift. I dare not disclose this to the world, for it would incite panic. Wuming, upon hearing this, was taken aback. According to the Wind Ancestor, the great anomaly seems to have already arrived. Is it possible that no one has repaired the rift? Dugu Yunshang questioned, puzzled. Wuming replied, I have heard my father mention that my grandfather returned from the cycle of reincarnation severely injured and subsequently passed away. Furthermore, my father's cultivation was entirely lost due to a previous encounter. That explains much, Dugu Yunshang reflected. Wuming, now filled with indignation, declared, my Dugu family has safeguarded this realm for generations, yet we have been betrayed by the very people of this land. Humans can be more terrifying than beasts. What a comparison. Enough of this. Focus on your training. Since Feng Qingyang is teaching you martial techniques, I shall commence your instruction in swordsmanship today. His martial prowess is extraordinary, Dugu Yunshang stated. Wuming bowed his head, remorseful. I apologize, ancestor. I have erred in showing you disrespect. Dugu Yunshang waved his hand dismissively. No matter. I am merely a sword spirit now. I perceive that within you lies the essence of profound runes, truly remarkable. Your talent is exceptional. Yet your mastery of these principles remains rudimentary. The runes within you float aimlessly, unmarked, which is a sheer waste. You are only able to harness a fraction of their power. Sit down. I shall teach you how to inscribe these runes. Wuming nodded and settled into a meditative posture. Dugu Yunshang instructed, use your mental energy to sense each rune, then guide them onto your bones, merging them through force, allowing your skeletal structure to be infused with the essence of the Tao. This will enable you to wield this power at will, preventing it from wandering aimlessly within you. After inscribing your bones, you shall proceed to inscribe your meridians. Let the runes permeate your entire being, and your capabilities will undergo a qualitative transformation. Subsequently, breaking through to the martial emperor realm will become a simple endeavor. Upon hearing these words, Wuming felt a deep sense of realization. No wonder. Despite having comprehended the power of the Tao, he found it difficult to utilize. He could only harness a fraction of it. It turned out that he needed to inscribe it. Truly, an elder at home is like a treasure. He promptly began to follow the instructions of Duguyan, attempting to manipulate the runes. At that moment, he discovered that while it sounded simple, executing it proved to be quite challenging. The power of the Tao, a force that transcends martial prowess, was indeed difficult to channel. After much effort, he managed to draw just one rune, preparing to engrave it upon the bone of his right hand. However, integrating the rune into the bone was no simple task. He began to use his martial power to gradually carve the rune into his bones, but soon realized that his martial prowess as a battle sect disciple was wholly inadequate for the task. Thus, he called upon the purple dragon wind to assist him in carving the rune. Duguyan watched with a twitching mouth, his mind filled with exasperation. I instructed you to integrate it, not to force it in. Goodness, what a headache. Wuming, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, thought, is it truly this difficult? Eventually, after considerable effort, the final piece was successfully inscribed, and his right hand radiated a brilliant light. Its bones instantly transformed into a golden hue. Wuming felt an unprecedented resilience in his right hand, imbued with immense power, as if he could penetrate the very earth. His cultivation level also ascended to the pinnacle of the battle sect. Duguyan was taken aback, surprised that the young lad had indeed succeeded, albeit in an exceedingly rough manner. He then remarked, you little rascal, I meant for you to integrate it smoothly, not to hammer it in like a nail. Wuming replied, slightly bemused, is there a difference? As long as it gets in there, right? Huh. Duguyan, somewhat irked, retorted, do as you wish, but your current level makes inscribing the runes rather challenging. Since you have succeeded, tomorrow I shall teach you the unparalleled swordsmanship. But it is late, I need to rest. You should go as well. There's a little girl outside, who looks like she might devour you. With that, Duguyan vanished. Wuming opened his eyes, exclaiming, as he realized Daiwu was so close that their noses nearly touched. Startled, Daiwu fell onto the ground, exclaiming, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare me? Wu Ming retorted, what about you? You nearly gave me a heart attack. You just said there are differences between men and women. What are you doing in my room? Are you trying to spy on my cultivation of the supreme martial arts? Who will want to learn from you? It's been ages. Get up and eat something. Dai Wu replied with an eye roll, her face turning red as she hurried out. Upon emerging, Wu Ming found breakfast already prepared on the table, delivered by Xuan that morning. Brother, after you eat, shall we go shopping, okay? Dai Wu said, her big, watery eyes fixed on Wu Ming. He nodded slightly. It would be good to go outside and broaden their horizons. As they reached the second floor, they were suddenly surrounded by a throng of people, including members of various sects and influential individuals from different regions, all eager to curry favor with him, hoping to befriend someone of such immense potential. At that moment, Wu Ming wore a look of panic. He had never faced so many people before and quickly grabbed Dai Wu's hand, making a hasty retreat. From above, Xuan observed the scene and chuckled softly. He is still just a child, haha. This boy is extraordinary. He must have a powerful figure backing him. Beside Xuan stood an elderly man, frail to the point of appearing unhealthy, with a tuft of goat-like beard and eyes gleaming with wisdom. At such a tender age, he has already grasped the essence of the great path. Extraordinary indeed. It seems the world has truly transformed. Upon hearing this, Xuan exclaimed in astonishment, Elder, is this true? Can you discern his true nature? The old man shook his head and replied, this child certainly possesses something remarkable. I cannot perceive his realm, nor can I sense his martial fluctuations. Yet, last night, there was a surge of the great path's energy emanating from his room. Endeavor to uncover his background. Bringing him into the family would yield immeasurable benefits. Remember, it is crucial to investigate thoroughly. Consider this. He claims to be nearly 5 years old. And if my memory serves me right, the events surrounding the Sword God Manor occurred nearly 5 years ago. If that is indeed the case, establishing a good rapport would be prudent. This lineage is truly formidable. With that, the old man vanished, seemingly tearing through the fabric of space. Were others to learn that such a martial deity resided within the drunken immortal pavilion, it would undoubtedly stir significant commotion. On the street, 2 children ambled along, purchasing any amusing trinkets and indulging in delectable treats that caught their eye. Wu Ming displayed a generous spirit, tossing crystalline coins about with abandon, and numerous passers-by greeted him. For the battle of the previous day had indeed shattered all expectations. His distinctive white buzz cut was particularly eye-catching, making him easily recognizable. Eventually, Jiawu could no longer bear the sight and bought him a hat, though the expense was still covered by Wu Ming. The two playfully chased each other through the streets, buying and eating as they went. Jiawu exclaimed, brother, come. Sister will take you to a wonderful place. With that, she exited the city gates and sprinted towards the distant mountains, Wu Ming calling after her, wait for me, be careful, and dashed after her. Upon reaching the hillside, they found themselves amidst a sea of blossoms. Jiawu lay on the ground, attuning herself to the symphony of nature, with butterflies fluttering gracefully around her. Wu Ming reclined beside her and remarked, I had no idea such a place existed. Can these flowers be eaten? Jiawu retorted, exasperated, what reincarnation are you from? All you think about is eating. Wu Ming fell silent. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet and declared, someone's coming. He rushed to the edge and peered down the slope, where indeed an elderly man appeared, riding a fearsome magical beast, followed by 10 young individuals. Jiawu approached and observed people from Biyun Mountain. They seemed to be heading to the Young Supreme competition. She then turned her gaze to Wu Ming, who was visibly startled by the sight before him. At that moment, Wu Ming's eyes burned with intensity, his fists clenched as he gritted his teeth. Biyun Mountain. Without waiting for Jiawu to react, he charged down the hillside. Chapter 26. A bloodbath. Wu Ming raced ahead alone, with Jiawu following him in a state of bewilderment. The old man, eyes closed, rode leisurely atop a 4-stage king-level magical beast. Relishing the moment, this beast, difficult to tame, was lent by the sect leader to bolster his presence. Without the leader's special methods, such a feat would have been impossible, filling him with pride. As they approached Yufeng City, he could almost hear the sounds of admiration from others, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Were these cultivators truly from Biyun Mountain? A sudden sound jolted him awake. Before him stood a figure, seemingly around 1.20 meters in height, yet bearing an expression of youthful innocence. The elder waved his hand dismissively and closed his eyes once more. One of his disciples stepped forward and declared, since you are aware, why do you not depart? Whose child are you? Do not deceive yourself. Obstructing the path like this could cost you your life. Huh? How audacious of the Biyun Mountain. Is this road yours? Nameless retorted disdainfully. Upon hearing this, the disciple unleashed his martial prowess, striking at Nameless with a palm. He then turned away with a sneer, as if unwilling to witness the child being reduced to rubble. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as a diminutive wooden sword shot forth directly before him, causing the temperature around him to plummet. The other disciples stood frozen in shock, for a hole had been pierced through his forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. How could this be? The newly arrived Dai Wu, witnessing nameless action, murmured in astonishment. Could he be from the Dugu family of the Sword God Manor? His technique is identical to what my kin described. She then quietly concealed herself behind a tree to observe. At this moment, the elder opened his eyes and remarked, "Heh, this little brat possesses some skill. All of you, attack, kill him." He contemplated the wound of the fallen disciple with a pensive gaze. With a collective shout, 9 disciples charged toward Nameless, unleashing a flurry of colorful martial techniques and brandishing various weapons. Nameless waved his sleeve and declared, "The wind sweeps away the clouds." 2 of the fastest disciples were instantly torn apart, leaving the others momentarily stunned before they flanked him from both sides. Nameless glanced at his right hand and mused, "Let us see your power." He clenched his fist and struck like lightning at the chest of a Biyun Mountain disciple, who hastily summoned his martial energy to counter the blow. With a resounding thud, the disciple's entire right arm exploded, and cracks appeared within his internal energy sea. Nameless swiftly turned to another disciple, who, clearly intimidated, raised a large blade defensively. However, he soon realized he had underestimated the force of Nameless' punch. It pierced through his weapon and caved in his chest with a singular, devastating blow. 4 more disciples arrived, and Nameless pivoted, drawing his long sword to unleash a technique akin to a gentle rain. The 4 disciples were pierced multiple times by the sword energy, leaving them riddled with wounds. In a flash, he turned and slit the throats of the remaining 2 disciples with breathtaking speed. The elder was taken aback. Cultivators were invaluable assets to any sect, and among 100 individuals, it was rare to find even one capable of cultivation. To witness so many perish in an instant pained him deeply, especially since these disciples were all gifted, each having reached the master realm. Enraged, he bellowed, "Scoundrel! You wretched child, I shall have your head. Unless I flay your skin and draw forth your tendons, my fury will not be quelled." With that, he leapt forward, unleashing the might of a battle sovereign, drawing forth a massive blade to cleave at Nameless. Nameless, not daring to underestimate the threat, gripped his sword tightly, the runes of the great Tao illuminating. As a purplish martial energy enveloped his long sword, and he struck horizontally at the elder. Clang! The blade and sword clashed, both being repelled simultaneously. Not only the elder, but even Dai Wu was taken aback. Could this truly be the strength of a mere 4-year-old child, contending with a battle sovereign? She too was a prodigy, having entered the martial master realm at the age of 5, yet she was astonished by the display before her. She felt an immense pride in this regard, as most people had only just begun to encounter the term cultivator. Thus, she believed herself to possess exceptional talent, even with gradual cultivation. She would reach heights that ordinary individuals could only aspire to. This is why she had no desire to cultivate and had fled. However, she now realized that her so-called genius paled in comparison to the brilliance of the nameless figure before her, akin to the full moon overshadowing a firefly's glow. The elder was even more astonished. A child of such tender age, not only could he not discern the child's cultivation level, but he could also contend with him. He immediately inquired, "Who exactly are you? Do you truly wish to oppose me, Beiyin-san?" A sense of trepidation washed over him. The power behind such a young individual was self-evident. With a chuckle, the nameless one replied, "Since you are so eager to know, I shall reveal my identity to you. Pay close attention, old dog." After saying this, he summoned the sky desolate Eight Fury, which floated majestically before his chest. Dugu stifled a gasp, nearly crying out in fear. The elder, his face filled with horror, exclaimed, "Sky desolate Eight Fury? How is this possible? You are a descendant of the Dugu family? They still have heirs. Yes, you are the child who had reached 100 days. Only he possesses such a divine sword. You're alive." At this moment, he contemplated fleeing. The mere presence of the sky desolate Eight Fury was enough to shatter him to pieces. He was a coward at heart. Otherwise, he would have long attempted to break through to the martial emperor level. Regret washed over him, but it was too late. In a fit of rage, the nameless one declared, "Old dog, listen well. Not only am I alive, but my entire family is thriving. The debts you owe will be repaid, one by one. Dugu Yunshang is not dead." The elder screamed in terror. "Of course, my father is in excellent health." The nameless one scoffed, his disdain evident. The elder's eyes glazed over, and his weapon clattered to the ground as he muttered to himself, "Dugu Yunshang is alive. He is still living. It's over. It's over. He is not dead, not dead." As he continued to mutter, the elder sank to the ground, his eyes wide open, lifeless. The Nameless One, wearing a befuddled expression, sheathed his divine sword. His father had once been such a terrifying figure that merely invoking his name had caused a battle-hardened warrior to drop dead. Subsequently, he began to rummage through the Elder's spatial ring, discovering a plethora of celestial herbs and spiritual medicines. The four-segmented king-level magical beast was equally terrified, its fur standing on end as it retreated, shrieking in fear. The Nameless One swiftly decapitated it with a single stroke of his sword. Approaching Diawu with an impassive expression, he inquired, "Who are you? Just now, I heard you mention the setting sun. Do you recognize that technique?" Diawu tensed up, replying, I have an older sister named Daiwei, who is at the Xuan Tian Academy. I've heard her mention it before." And then, your sister is Daiwei. So you are the Nameless One." He abruptly halted, understanding the implications of her words. "What? You know my sister?" Daiwei asked, bewildered. The Nameless One quickly shook his head. No, I don't know her. How could I? I have an elder brother at the Xuan Tian Academy who mentioned her." He thought to himself, "Should I tell you that your sister intends to betroth you to me? That would be quite awkward." It was no wonder the name sounded familiar. He continued, "All right, enough of the pretense. You heard my conversation with that old dog, right? Keep it a secret. Now, let me treat you to some roasted meat." Diawu's heart raced at the mention of an elder brother. Could it possibly be Dugu Tianyu? The lineage of the Solitary One is indeed becoming increasingly terrifying with each generation. He immediately responded, "I didn't hear anything. What did you say?" Then, suddenly recollecting, he exclaimed, "Barbecue. Are you intending to feast on human flesh?" Unnamed retorted with irritation, "Are you blind? Do you not see this magical beast?" Only then did Daiwu breathe a sigh of relief and follow along. They chose not to return to the previous hillside, as Daiwu vehemently opposed the destruction of the flora. Ultimately, Unnamed had no choice but to lead Daiwu into a sparse grove, saying, "Is this satisfactory, miss?" Daiwu nodded, and thus Unnamed began to prepare the magical beast. Daiwu watched in bewilderment. His technique was so familiar. Was he frequently consuming magical beasts? Truly a merciless child. Subsequently, Unnamed selected a prime cut of lean meat and ignited the fire with force. As he commenced his preparations, just before completion, he sprinkled on his secret seasoning and presented it to Daiwu, saying, "Taste it. It is absolutely delightful." He then retrieved the juice he had purchased earlier and offered it to her. At first, Daiwu adamantly refused, too timid to partake. But as the enticing aroma wafted through the air, she could not resist sampling a tiny morsel. Once she tasted it, she found herself unable to stop. With her mouth still full, she urged, "Hurry, grill some more. This is simply too delicious. No wonder you would fight others for this. It is truly worth it. Wow, it's so good. Grill more. Don't be lazy, brother." Unnamed was left speechless by Daiwu's antics. Had she not just claimed she wouldn't eat? Yet here she was, reveling in the feast and snatching his share. He humorously remarked, "You grill it yourself?" Daiwu retorted fiercely, "Don't think you're impressive just because you're skilled. I'm not afraid of you. If you don't grill, I will cry." Unnamed found himself in a predicament, bewildered by such a tactic from a girl. What nonsense was this? He resumed grilling, and eventually, both had eaten their fill. Daiwu, too, was satiated. She took a bite only to discard it aside, and then ran to lie down on a hillside adorned with wildflowers as dusk approached. Unnamed rose and said, "Get up, it's time to head back." Upon glancing down, he noticed Daiwu had already fallen asleep. Shaking his head, he exclaimed, "A magical beast is coming." Daiwu sprang up, shouting, Where? Although there was no beast in sight, she found Unnamed doubled over with laughter. Daiwu yelled, "How dare you play tricks on me? You stand right there. I will not let you off." Thus, they playfully chased each other into the city. Yixin was in her room sipping tea delivered that afternoon when suddenly the void shattered and the Grand Elder stepped through, saying, "Make way for the old man." She retorted, "In the future, could you please enter through the front door and knock? I am a young lady, after all. Is there any decorum in barging in like that?" The Grand Elder, feeling the awkwardness of the situation, replied, My apologies, miss. I was genuinely startled." Yixin insisted, "Regardless, you must knock before entering." The Grand Elder awkwardly chuckled and promised, All right, I will ensure that next time. You rascal, when you were younger." Yixin interrupted, feeling embarrassed, All right, what is it that you wish to discuss?" The Grand Elder's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he stated, "There is no need to investigate that child any further. I have already discerned his background." Yixin inquired with curiosity, "Unnamed? What have you discovered?" The Grand Elder replied, "Do not offend him. Try to befriend him and cultivate a good relationship. It will bring no harm to your family." Yixin rolled her eyes and remarked, Grand Elder, how can you suggest such a thing? He is merely a child. How to approach him? I truly wish to. But I am a full 18 years his senior. What are you thinking? The elder chuckled. Oh, my child, warriors often live for centuries. It is of no concern. No concern at all. Haha. Just wait until he matures. You must establish a good rapport with him now. I have spent an entire day with him and have not only witnessed his prowess, but also observed that he possesses the strength to contend with a battle sovereign. What? Xuan exclaimed, rising in astonishment. The elder stood as well, declaring, not only that, he is the son of the illustrious Dugu Yunshang. Moreover, he wields the divine sword. Tianhuang Banruo. Dugu Yunshang is not dead. A tempest of emotions surged within Xuan, setting aside the fact that he possesses the Tianhuang Banruo. Merely being the son of Dugu Yunshang is enough to astound anyone. Who could forget the tales of his arrival? Heralded by purple chi descending in the form of a dragon and phoenix upon the sword God Manor? And Dugu Yunshang is alive, along with the unfathomable strength of this unnamed individual. Such revelations alone are sufficient to forge a connection with him, especially as he is the bearer of the continent's foremost artifact. Xuan was on the verge of exclaiming in disbelief. The elder continued. Have you ever considered that Dugu Yunshang was once gravely injured by a high-ranking martial deity? What kind of formidable being must have rescued him from such a perilous fate? Now, remember to keep this under wraps. If word gets out, it could spell disaster. There must be a reason Dugu Yunshang remains hidden. That man is no ordinary individual. With that, he departed, leaving Xuan in a daze. The magnitude of today's revelations was overwhelming. The world believed Dugu Yunshang to be deceased, yet here he was, alive and well. The next day, atop a mist-shrouded peak, a man sat in the center of a grand hall. With a sudden clap, he hurled his teacup away, exclaiming, I care not who you are. Should I uncover your identity, I shall annihilate your entire family. Reporting to the Sect master, we have located your steed. A figure entered to deliver the news. The man's expression softened slightly as he replied, quickly, bring it to me. The messenger hesitated, saying, but Sect master, just what? Speak. The man interrupted. I fear it cannot be brought here. Please, Sect master, come to the courtyard to see for yourself. Upon hearing this, the man soared into the air. And upon reaching the courtyard, his mind went blank. His beloved beast lay there, headless, with its legs missing. Nearby were a few bones, remnants of roasted flesh, and a neat row of bite marks. Enraged, he roared, sending those nearby flying in all directions. At that moment, an elder rose, saying, Sect master, please quell your fury. The death of the deputy Sect master is shrouded in mystery, appearing as if he was frightened to death from the wounds on the fallen disciple. It is evident that the weapon used was a sword, and of exquisite craftsmanship. Not long ago, the deputy Sect master of Tianyun Mountain also met a gruesome end at the hands of a sharp blade. There are many sword masters on this continent, but few have incurred our enmity. This matter likely runs deeper than it appears. We must deliberate carefully. The man, contemplating the elder's words, replied, let us observe the situation for now. Someone will inevitably make a move. Sighing, he added, Chapter 27, The Breakthrough of Heavenly Tribulation. The higher echelons of Biyun Mountain trembled with unease. That is their affair. Unbeknownst to him, he had yet to awaken from his cultivation. Last night, he had directly infused 2 runes into his bones, drawing upon the power of the dragon and phoenix. The sight left Dugu Yun with a pale expression. His little grandson was far too reckless. While others were cautious in their approach, he seemed eager to hammer the runes in, as if he feared they would not take. Currently, he was stabilizing and familiarizing himself with the energy, sensing that with the integration of just 3 more runes, he would break through to the level of battle sovereign. He intended to achieve this breakthrough first before delving into the comprehension of this profound power. Upon awakening, he heard the voices of Yuxian and Dai Wu outside, prompting him to rise and exit his chamber. The table was already laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies, and he couldn't help but feel his appetite stir. Sister Yuxian, you've brought so many delicious treats again. Aren't you worried I won't have enough gold coins to pay you back? He exclaimed. By the way, why are you dressed like that today? To his surprise, Yuxian had transformed her usual style, donning a delightful floral dress and sporting a playful ponytail. With a charming smile, she replied, What's wrong? Does my brother not like this outfit? Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously. I love it. You look so beautiful. It doesn't matter how you dress. With a slight smile, she remarked, I didn't expect you to be so sweet-tongued. Perhaps I should have a taste of that? He gasped, I'll pay you back with crystal coins for your meals. You can't go around biting my tongue. Although my mother advised me against raising my hand against a woman, this is simply unacceptable. Ha ha ha. You're truly amusing, brother. Who's going to bite your tongue? The meals are free, don't worry. Take your time eating, and I'll fetch you some fine tea shortly. It's a splendid brew traded from the Beast clan. With that, Yuxian exited the room. Hey, where are you going? I'm eating. What is wrong with me? I just practiced a bit longer and woke up late. He called after her. At that moment, Dai Wu was tugging at his ear, exclaiming, Are you really that oblivious? Can't you see she has ulterior motives? Confused, he replied, What does she want from me? She doesn't even know my secrets. Can she really consume my cultivation? Dai Wu, exasperated, retorted. Can't you truly see it? From this day forth, you must not express any affection towards any woman. Do you understand? Her face flushed crimson as she realized the weight of her own words. Why not? Isn't Sister Yuxian simply stunning? He countered. By the way, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? Did you catch a cold yesterday? At that moment, Yuxian entered with a playful smile. Oh, I hope I'm not interrupting anything. You two seem quite the couple, learning to flirt at such a young age. TSK. Here. This is some tea for you both. Please, continue. Dai Wu, thoroughly embarrassed, buried her face in a cup of water, while he, unfazed, accepted the tea with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Yuxian. With a smile, she said, Continue on. I'll take my leave for now. After her departure, he retrieved a medicinal herb from his spatial ring and solemnly offered it to Dai Wu. Here, take this. My father once experienced a similar ailment, and my mother provided him this remedy. You should give it a try. Dai Wu shot him an exasperated glance. You truly know how to infuriate me. After speaking, he hurried back to his room, leaving Wu Ming in a state of bewilderment, muttering to himself, No wonder my father says women are strange beings. It is indeed peculiar that she, despite being ill, refuses to take medicine. Upon hearing this, Dai Wu nearly stumbled in shock, exclaiming, Ill? Nonsense. I cannot believe your absurdity. After a while, Wu Ming finished his meal and gently knocked on Dai Wu's door, saying, Dai Wu, you should rest well since you're unwell. Let me go visit Sister Yaxuan. The door swung open abruptly, and Dai Wu, her face flushed with anger, retorted, What do you want with her? Startled, Wu Ming stammered, I just want to find her. You can't go alone. I will accompany you. Dai Wu insisted. Wu Ming, at a loss for words, replied, But aren't you sick? I merely wish to inquire if there are any disciples from other sects residing here. Dai Wu shot back, You're the one who's sick. Why do you need to ask? Without responding, Wu Ming took her hand and said, Then let us go. In that moment, it felt as though a seed within Dai Wu had been watered, beginning to sprout. Hand in hand, they arrived at the innkeeper's door and lightly knocked. Yaxuan's voice called from within, prompting them to enter. Yaxuan was busy organizing finances and greeted them with a smile. What brings you here? Come, sit down. I'll pour you some water. Wu Ming replied, No need, Sister Yaxuan. I came to ask you something. Yaxuan, smiling, encouraged him. What is it? Speak freely. Wu Ming nodded and inquired, Are there any disciples from the sects residing in your establishment? Yaxuan, taken aback, responded, No, their sects are distributed in Yufeng City and the larger Xintian City for various affairs and relationships. Why do you ask? Wu Ming shook his head. Oh, just curious. I apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave now. As he departed, Yaxuan casually remarked, These sects are formidable, each boasting at least 2 battle masters. I wish our Zuaxian Lu could have such strength one day. Wu Ming chuckled, No worries, Sister Yaxuan. Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pinch at his waist. Dai Wu was gripping a bit of his flesh and interjected, Sister, we must take our leave now. Goodbye. Once outside, Wu Ming asked, What are you doing? Dai Wu shot him a disdainful look. Were you about to say you intend to become a battle master of Zuaxian Lu? He retorted playfully, How ridiculous. I am still quite young. Dai Wu, irritated, tugged at him again. Oh, so you really do have such thoughts. No, let go. That hurts. Wu Ming exclaimed. You know what pain is? After exiting, Wu Ming headed eastward. As they usually wandered the western side and had not noticed any sect branches, Dai Wu walked beside him, pulling on his left hand. Given her height, her head rested against his arm. The seed of affection within her was growing, and Wu Ming glanced at her, shaking his head. What a spineless girl you are. After walking a couple of miles, they indeed spotted a gate with the words Longxiang Sect inscribed above. Wu Ming paused momentarily, a cold smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, then resumed, No bone sister, let us go have some juice. Dai Wu, confused, asked, What do you mean, no bone sister? Wu Ming shot her a glance and replied, If you had bones, why are you leaning on me? You scoundrel. The butterfly dance, in a fit of exasperation, found herself utterly speechless, as a single utterance tarnished her refreshing demeanor. She decided against venturing out and instead retreated to rest, for she was unwell. I possess a herb, she muttered dismissively. I don't need your spiritual grass. I shall recuperate on my own. That night, the butterfly dance remained awake, acutely aware of the intentions of the Nameless One. She was determined to prevent him from leaving that evening, yet he remained indoors throughout the night. It was only as dawn approached that she finally succumbed to slumber. Meanwhile, a portion of the Nameless One's consciousness delved into the sword's spirit realm, fervently inscribing runes, while another part contemplated the path of enlightenment. His physical form absorbed spiritual energy, striving to ascend to the rank of battle sovereign that very night. At last, as the final rune embedded itself into his chest bone, a tempest suddenly erupted outside, dark clouds swirling ominously. Thunder rumbled, and a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, struck down directly towards the Nameless One's chamber. The butterfly dance was jolted awake by the thunderclap, witnessing this alarming scene. Leaving her chilled to the core, she swiftly dashed toward his room. The Nameless One was equally startled, while he acknowledged his robust physique. He was not yet prepared to withstand such a lightning strike. Just as he intended to summon his power to counter the threat, a harmonious sound of dragons and phoenixes resonated from within him. In an instant, a purple shield materialized, enveloping him, adorned with runes of the Tao. The vibrant lightning was thwarted with sheer force. The shield then transformed into a dragon and phoenix, returning to his energy sea, continuing to swirl around him. The Nameless One stood in stunned silence, realizing that had it not been for the dragon and phoenix, he might have met his demise that day. Simultaneously, he felt elation as he successfully broke through to the battle sovereign level. It was then he recalled his brother's words. The prowess of a battle sovereign represented a qualitative leap, not merely in physical strength, but also in martial energy, transitioning from a gaseous state to a liquid one, quietly resting in the energy sea. With a subtle motion of his fist, he found that he could channel his martial energy effortlessly, as though he could shatter an opponent of the battle sect with a mere gesture. He recognized the sheer folly of his earlier challenge to a battle sovereign. Had he not comprehended the Tao, he would have long since perished. Expanding his consciousness, he experienced a profound connection with the world around him, sensing the very breath of every flower and tree. Hey, brother, what has become of you? Are you all right? Open the door. At that moment, the Nameless One snapped back to reality, noticing a gaping hole in the wall behind him, created by the multicolored lightning. Shaking his head, he opened the door. As the door swung open, the butterfly dance rushed in, tears streaming down her face as she embraced him. Brother, it's such a relief that you're unharmed. Thank the heavens. She leaned her head against his chest, a wave of warmth enveloping them. The Nameless One, feeling quite at a loss, remarked, dear sister, I am indeed fine, but if you continue like this, you might find yourself in trouble. The butterfly dance looked up, puzzled. What trouble could I possibly be in? He gestured toward her attire. Could you perhaps put on some clothes first? Startled back to reality, the butterfly dance realized she was clad only in a red belly band. Her mind went blank, and with a startled gasp, she slapped him playfully, exclaiming, pervert, and dashed back to her room, her face ablaze with embarrassment, the earlier images replaying in her mind. At this moment, Xuan arrived with the Grand Elder, bursting through the door. Unnamed stood at the entrance. Yet before he could utter a word, Xuan inquired, what on earth are you doing? What breakthrough have you made to provoke the heavenly tribulation that seeks your demise? What unfathomable act have you committed? Unnamed, taken aback, replied, that was the heavenly tribulation? I merely experienced a breakthrough. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, realizing he had caused quite a ruckus. You were unaware? The Grand Elder asked. And who might this be? Unnamed inquired defensively. Oh, this is the esteemed physician of the drunken, immortal pavilion. Due to the frequent injuries sustained in the arena, I sought out a renowned doctor. I noticed the commotion you caused and was relieved to see you unharmed, Xuan explained. With that, Unnamed relaxed, assuring, I am quite fine, dear sister, worry not. Xuan retorted with a hint of exasperation. In the future, if you wish to engage in such flamboyant antics, do so elsewhere. Do not demolish my establishment. Unnamed, feeling embarrassed, nodded in acquiescence. My apologies, sister. I had not anticipated the outcome. Xuan smiled mischievously. Pray tell, what is your current cultivation level that could attract such a calamity? At this moment, Daiwu perked up her ears, having no knowledge of Unnamed's cultivation and sensing his secret was not for her to inquire about. Unnamed responded, I just broke through to the battle sovereign level. Repeat that. How old are you? Xuan exclaimed. Unnamed gestured with his hand. I am nearly 5 years old. The three present gasped in astonishment. Is it even possible for a child to achieve this? Xuan waved her hand dismissively. Enough. I cannot bear to converse with such a prodigy. It is utterly disheartening. With that, Xuan and the Grand Elder lowered their heads, arms dangling as they walked away. For them, it felt as if a multicolored lightning bolt had struck them. Upon exiting, the Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with excitement. Xuan, this is unprecedented. You must secure him. A mere 4-year-old has reached the battle sovereign level and provoked the heavenly tribulation. My heavens! I must return and report this immediately. We must ensure he becomes our son-in-law, even if it requires force. Before Xuan could utter a word of protest, the Grand Elder vanished into the air. She thought to herself, this is disastrous. Should those mad old men learn of this, who knows what outrageous actions they might take. Chapter 28. The destruction of the Dragon Elephant Sect inside the room. Unnamed observed that dawn was approaching, and the room had been struck by lightning. He sat in the living area, closing his eyes to contemplate the power of the Tao. As the first light of day broke, someone delivered breakfast. It was a server, not Xuan. Unnamed intended to call for Dai Wu, but gently knocked on the door instead, which opened to reveal Dai Wu lying in bed, dressed. Shaking his head, Unnamed covered her with a blanket and quietly exited the room, leaving Dai Wu to secretly revel in her comfort. After breakfast, Unnamed made his way directly to the Dragon Elephant Sect. Upon arrival, he encountered 2 young warriors stationed at the entrance. As he approached, one of the young men blocked his path, saying, "Young one, this is the Dragon Elephant Sect. May I inquire what brings you here?" Unnamed was taken aback, realizing that not all within this sect were ill-intentioned, and replied, "I wish to join the sect." The man chuckled, "Ah, little one, the sun shines brightly upon you. Go ahead, turn right upon entering. There you will find a master who will assess your aptitude. If you succeed, you may join our sect." Unnamed nodded in gratitude. "Thank you." As he entered, he turned and inquired, "Excuse me, brother? How long have you been in the sect?" The man smiled, "I joined just last year, which is why I am stationed here at the gate, haha." Unnamed nodded and proceeded onward, not to test his aptitude, but heading directly for the main hall. Inside the hall, apart from 2 maidens, there was no one else. Unnamed asked, "May I inquire who is in charge here?" One maiden replied, "What a charming young lad you are. Here, the deputy sect master oversees matters. If you seek him, please come back this afternoon. He has gone to visit the 7 Absolute Valley this morning." Unnamed nodded and asked, "Are there others?" The maiden responded, "Indeed. The disciples and instructors are in the back courtyard, teaching the new arrivals. You seem to be a newcomer as well. Allow me to escort you there." Nodding in agreement, Unnamed followed her to the back courtyard, where approximately 30 individuals were gathered. In the center sat a robust middle-aged man, sipping tea, flanked by 2 disciples. "Newcomer, what are you staring at? Find your own path. First, strengthen your body. Though you possess a reservoir of energy, without a robust physique, you cannot wield martial prowess. Fortunately, the senior brothers who will represent our sect in the Youth Supreme Tournament are here to guide you. I am the instructor here, and I believe you must prove yourself before entering the sect's headquarters." The middle-aged man pointed at Unnamed and declared. With a slight smile, Unnamed inquired, "Might I ask how many years you have instructed at this Dragon Elephant Sect?" The instructor replied, "What, do you doubt my capabilities? I have taught here for over 20 years. Regardless, my mastery at the Battle Sovereign Realm is more than sufficient to be your mentor." The 2 nearby disciples chimed in. "Indeed, he is a formidable master at the Battle Sovereign Realm. You are likely witnessing such a powerhouse for the first time." Unnamed shook his head and suddenly struck with ferocity, appearing before the instructor like a specter. "Battle Sovereign? Huh, I could suppress you with a mere gesture." Before the instructor could react, Unnamed's words had barely left his lips when the instructor was taken aback, attempting to summon his martial energy to strike back. Yet, he was too late. Unnamed's fist wind pierced through his body, shattering his energy reservoir. Unnamed swiftly seized a disciple's sword and decapitated him. It was all so swift. Merely a flash of lightning. The 2 nearby disciples were utterly paralyzed by shock. At that moment, the remaining disciples finally reacted, screaming as they fled. Unnamed, in a blink, reached the back door and gently waved his hand, causing the gate to close automatically. "If you wish to escape through this door, let that old man serve as your example." He gestured towards the dismembered instructor and continued, "Those who have been part of the Dragon Elephant Sect for over 5 years, stand to the left. Those with less than 5 years, to the right. And those who have been here for 5 years without stepping outside the sect, stand in the middle." Terrified, the individuals promptly complied, with over 20 gathering on the left, only 1 in the middle, and 3 on the right. Unnamed nodded, "Excellent. Those on the right and in the middle, step forward." The 4 trembled as they approached. Unnamed looked down upon the 20-plus individuals. "Will you confront me together? Or shall I take you down one by one?" Over 20 individuals were taken aback. One of them inquired, Might we know how we have offended you? Please enlighten us, and we shall surely amend our ways." The nameless figure burst into laughter, retorting, "Amend? Can you reverse time? Prepare to meet your end." With that, he raised his hand and swiftly dispatched the speaker. The remaining individuals, now filled with fury, realized that their only chance for survival was to fight back, brandishing an array of weapons and various forms of might against the Nameless One. Calmly, he extended his right arm, and suddenly, dozens of purple long swords, forged from concentrated martial energy, materialized behind him. He merely gestured towards his assailants, and the swords soared forth, instantaneously piercing through them all. He then commanded a disciple standing nearby to sever the heads of the fallen and secure them with rope. Just as the disciple prepared to act, a thunderous crash echoed through the air as the door was shattered. An elder stepped through, surveying the scene and releasing an aura of combat prowess, inquiring, "Did you slay these people?" Without uttering a word, the Nameless One retaliated with a forceful punch directed at the elder. The elder responded with a powerful palm strike, and the two forces collided with a tremendous boom. The Nameless One's martial force was not mitigated. It surged towards the elder, who was taken aback and shouted, all-encompassing. A vortex appeared before him, drawing in the Nameless One's fist. The vortex erupted, leaving a massive crater in its wake. The elder, astonished, exclaimed, "Who are you? What business do you have in my dragon elephant sect? Such cruelty at such a young age." The Nameless One chuckled, "Ah, cruelty? Did you consider the cruelty when you trespassed upon my sword God Manor?" The elder, aghast, realized, "You are a descendant of the Dugu clan?" "Indeed I am. Prepare to meet your demise, old dog." The Nameless One leapt, drawing his sword and thrusting it towards the elder like a gentle rain. The elder summoned a spear and deftly parried the onslaught of sword energy. In a swift motion, he lunged with his spear aimed at the Nameless One. The Nameless One deflected the spear aside, stepping on it to immobilize it, and then thrust his sword at the elder. The elder, with considerable combat experience, evaded by sidestepping and leaping into the air, bringing his spear down upon the Nameless One. The Nameless One sidestepped, using his sword to absorb part of the impact, then trapped the spear under his arm and with a forceful motion, sent the elder flying. Seizing the spear mid-flight, the elder executed a somersault, landing gracefully on one hand before flipping backward to regain his footing, catching the spear with his right hand, holding it diagonally behind him. "You clever brat. No wonder you hail from the Dugu clan. You possess some skill." The Nameless One replied with a light chuckle, "Thus far, you are the first to exchange so many blows with me without sustaining any injuries. Humph, arrogant youth. Today, I shall slay you." With that, the elder charged at the Nameless One once more with his spear. The Nameless One, undeterred, met him with his sword. Clang! The spear and sword clashed, and the elder raised a hand to strike at the Nameless One, swiftly gaining the upper hand as he leapt, using his foot to spring off the spear. He aimed a horizontal kick at the Nameless One's face, but the Nameless One leaned back to evade, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spun in midair, bringing his left foot down with great force. With a sickening crunch, the elder coughed up blood, his chest crushed under the Nameless One's weight. The Nameless One then questioned, "What other techniques do you possess? Do you not have any martial skills to employ?" With a decisive stroke, he severed the elder's head. At that moment, a young guard rushed in, his face pale with shock. "Did you do all this? Why have you acted in such a manner? Who are you?" The Nameless One turned to him and replied, "If someone were to invade your home and commit murder, what would you do? I see you are not of their ilk. You may leave. I shall not harm you. However, you must also forget that you have ever encountered me. Go to the Xuan Tian Academy. You three newcomers. Heed this. Once you step beyond this door, forget about me, or you shall bear the consequences. Quickly sever their heads and string them together with a single rope. One remains unaccounted for." In the afternoon, Xuan Tian of the Dragon Elephant Sect returned to the sect, humming a tune. "This is outrageous. There isn't even a gatekeeper." Suddenly, he sensed a foul odor of blood. Without hesitation, he rushed to the main hall, only to find a youthful child seated in his place. He inquired, "Who are you?" Wu Ming smiled and replied, "The one who will end your life." Xuan Tian raised an eyebrow. "Oh, do you think you can?" Wu Ming took a sip of tea and remarked, "Excellent tea. Whether I can or not, you shall find out." "Huh. The child possesses courage. Come forth." Wu Ming hurled the teacup and summoned the training god's sword to his command, invoking the setting sun. Xuan Tian frowned, recognizing the technique from the sword God Manor. No wonder. He swiftly donned the elephant armor, which enveloped him in a radiant suit of armor. Wu Ming acknowledged impressive martial skills. The training god's sword, unfaltering, pierced through the elephant armor, halting just as it grazed his skin. Xiang Tian yanked out the diminutive sword, exclaiming, "So it is the training god wood. No wonder. Such a fine gift. I shall accept it." Wu Ming scoffed, "You dare covet my belongings? Perish." He vanished into thin air, having learned that Xiang Tian possessed no practical offensive skills, merely relying on defensive techniques. Thus, he unleashed a lethal move. Xiang Tian, taken aback, swiftly employed all his defensive techniques at once. Yet, he felt a chilling sensation at his throat and turned to face Wu Ming, his eyes widening at the sight of the sword in Wu Ming's hand, just as his head fell. Wu Ming was equally astonished. The Tianhuang 8 anger was sharper than he had imagined. Without exerting force, it had sliced through 5 defensive techniques, severing Xiang Tian's head. He then turned to the surviving disciple and commanded, "After I leave, display the head outside and forget you have ever met me. Otherwise, you will share their fate." With that, he departed, leaving the disciple trembling and nodding vigorously, fearful of Wu Ming's wrath. Upon returning to his chamber, Wu Ming took a bath to wash away the lingering scent of blood. He donned a pristine white robe and sat in the parlor, savoring the tea sent by Xuan. Shortly thereafter, Dai Wu entered, calling out, "Where have you been? Why didn't you inform me? I thought you were with Sister Xuan." "Ah, you even changed your clothes?" Wu Ming chuckled, "I merely took a stroll, practicing amidst the mundane world." Dai Wu shot him a disapproving glance. "Stop with the nonsense. Are you hungry? I'll fetch you some food." She started to leave. Wu Ming called Dai Wu. Startled, she wondered why he had suddenly switched from calling her sister. "What is it?" Wu Ming replied, "You are truly kind. Thank you." Dai Wu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Oh, it's nothing. Are you unwell? Your face is so red. I have some herbs for you." Before long, Dai Wu hurriedly brought 2 plates of food and some rice, placing them on the table. She swiftly closed the door and exclaimed, "The branch of the Dragon Elephant Sect has been annihilated. Was it you?" Unnamed shook his head and said, "How is that possible? There are 2 battle lords there." Dai Wu retorted, "You can save those words for others. I am well aware of your prowess. If you choose to remain silent, then I shall ignore you." "Oh." Unnamed simply replied, "You stubborn fool. You insufferable blockhead." Dai Wu, infuriated, stomped her foot in frustration. At that moment, Xian, in another room, furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "He truly is a troublesome brat, single-handedly obliterating the Dragon Elephant Sect. It seems imperative to cultivate a good relationship with him. A person like him is extraordinarily formidable." Within the confines of Yufeng City, the Dragon Elephant Sect was brazenly slaughtered in broad daylight, their severed heads displayed like trophies at the entrance. The news spread across the continent like a tempest, prompting the remaining 5 major sects to shut their doors in alarm. Windshadow Tower had retreated years prior, withdrawing all personnel. At the headquarters of the Dragon Elephant Sect, a burly man exuding the aura of a martial emperor clenched his fists, making a sound like cracking knuckles. The extermination of his sect in daylight not only humiliated him, but also plunged the hard-earned reputation of the Dragon Elephant Sect into despair. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he noted that 3 deputy sect masters had perished by the sword, and this could not be mere coincidence. Summon the leaders of the 5 major sects at once to convene at the Dragon Elephant Sect for urgent discussions. Chapter 29. The Return of the Brother 3 days later. The incident regarding the annihilation of the Dragon Elephant Sect's branch was still the talk of the continent. Some applauded the act, while others deemed it too horrifying and cruel. In the grand hall of the Dragon Elephant Sect, the sect master, Long Batian, sat at the center, surrounded by 5 individuals: Huang Zhongfeng of Tianyun Mountain, Sun Tianxing of Bieyun Mountain, Lu Ruoling of Chijua Valley, Li Ao of Wushuang City, and Wang Wanlong of Mist Sect. Apart from Windshadow Tower, the 6 sect masters of your gathered here. Long Batian began. "I believe you all know the reason for your summons. First, it was Tianyun Mountain, then Bieyun Mountain. And now it is our Dragon Elephant Sect. Our deputy sect masters have been slain one after another. Moreover, they were killed by a swordsman. The wounds on the disciples of Bieyun Mountain and those of our own sect are nearly identical, indicating a singular perpetrator wielding the same martial techniques. Has anyone witnessed this?" Lu Ruoling interjected, "What is there to see? This must surely be the work of the remnants of Sword God Manor. Apart from them, there are few who could offend the same expert swordsman across your 3 sections. Let us not forget the existence of Dugu Tianyu." "Humph. Can a mere 20-year-old brat contend with a battle lord?" Huang Zhongfeng retorted. "Huh. Huang Sect Master, you seem unaware of the Dugu lineage. According to Windshadow Tower, they failed to capture Dugu Tianyu when they pursued him. Even then, he was already at the pinnacle of the battle sect. Now, 3 years later, I have no doubt he can match a battle lord and even slay one," Li Ao remarked with a hint of gloom. I worry it might be Dugu Yunshang. Sun Tianjie added. The room fell silent for a moment before Lu Ruoling replied. That should not be the case. If it were Dugu Yunshang, would we still be here today? Enough with the useless chatter. I have a plan. Long Batian declared. Let it be known that the disciples of Chijua Valley will head to Yufeng City to assist in the investigation of the Dragon Elephant Sect case. We shall blend into the crowd. Once that person appears, we will strike together and eliminate him. What say you? I shall take the lead. The others nodded in agreement. 3 months later, various rumors often circulated outside about the disciples of different sects, yet Wu Ming remained inactive. It was not that he did not wish to act, but rather Di Wu insisted on clinging to him, following him wherever he went, and he had an inexplicable premonition that he should not venture out. Over the past 3 months, Di Wu and Wu Ming had nearly explored the entirety of Yufeng City. Wu Ming gradually became acquainted with many aspects of the mundane world. During the day, he would take Di Wu for strolls in the streets, and at night, he would practice his cultivation. Di Wu, in turn, began the training she despised the most, aligning her rhythm with his. Today marked Wu Ming's 5th birthday. In the morning, Wu Ming donned the outfit his mother made for him upon entering the city. For the past 3 months, Xuan had brought him breakfast every morning. After finishing his meal, Wu Ming cheerfully inquired, Sister, what wonderful gift will you give me for my birthday today? Di Wu responded, Really? How about I offer myself to you as a bride? Ah, that seems rather inappropriate. Wu Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. Ha ha ha, look at your silly expression. Are you unwell? Hurry and take your herbs. Di Wu laughed. Wu Ming, feeling a wave of annoyance, thought to himself, Can we please not mention the herbs? Eat up. Afterward, we'll go out to see what delicious food and fun activities await us. On the street, Di Wu continued to cling to Wu Ming's left arm, resting her head against it. Passing a puppet shop, she urged Wu Ming, Owner, please carve a little figure for me. The owner chuckled, Haha, certainly. What kind would you like, young lady? Oh, it's you again, young man. I hadn't collected the gold from you last time. But this time, I'll carve for you both at no charge. What will you have carved? Wu Ming smiled and replied, Thank you, owner. Di Wu chimed in. Let us carve figures of the two of us. All right, please wait a moment. At that moment, a stunning beauty on a diagonal building called out to the man beside her. Look at that person's attire. It resembles what your mother made for your brother. The man, upon hearing this, looked over and suddenly exclaimed with delight, It truly is that little fellow. I thought I'd need to inquire. Yet here he is. This was Tang Xiu and Dugu Tianyu. Tang Xiu said, No way. Look at that little girl beside him. Oh dear, how sweet she is, especially in broad daylight. Dugu Tianyu also noticed, feeling a wave of disbelief. He had already been scolded for early romance. What was his brother doing in this situation? Had he truly fallen for the mundane world while cultivating amidst it? Taking a sip of tea, Dugu Tianyu said, Let me be for a moment. Phew. Let us go down and take a look. He stood up, but Tang Xiu grabbed his arm and insisted, Wait, I want to go too. Saying this, she leaned against him and declared, Let us go, my little husband. Dugu Tianyu immediately shivered at her words as they descended together. Sister, let us carve a figure of you and one of me. Then I'll give you mine, and you'll give me yours, all right? Di Wu smiled and proposed. Wu Ming nodded. Sure, but I want to pay for it. It's my birthday gift. There's a murderous aura. Wu Ming's body tensed as he turned around, momentarily frozen in place. Brother, it's really you, he exclaimed. Di Wu turned her head quickly, glancing at Dugu Tianyu, who also stood in shock. Dugu Tianyu teased, I want 2 puppets carved as well, one for you and one for me. In silence, the unnamed one exclaimed, Brother, it's not like that. Listen to me. This sister-in-law is truly stunning. Oh, so adorable. What is your name? Before the unnamed could respond, Tang Xiu approached and gently patted Dai Wu's head, saying, Dai Wu. What a lovely name. Dai Wu shyly replied, I am called Dai Wu. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianyu exclaimed, Dai Wu? Dai Wu. How did you two come together? Is it because of that girl, Dai? At that moment, the unnamed's face turned into a comical expression of embarrassment. No. Let's go. Today is your birthday, and I made a special trip here. Come on. What do you wish to eat? Brother will treat you. As he spoke, he pulled the unnamed closer, draping his arm over his shoulder as they walked toward the city center. Tang Xiu shook her head in exasperation, remarking, The members of the Dugu family truly outdo one another. Turning to Dai Wu, she said, Let us go, little sister-in-law. Dai Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. On the way, Dugu Tianyu remarked, Brother, do not fall into worldly distractions. What is your current level of cultivation? The unnamed looked up and replied, I am at the lower tier of Battle Sovereign, but I am about to break through to the middle tier. Dugu Tianyu nearly stumbled in shock. realizing just how extraordinary his brother was. Meanwhile, Tang Xiyu and Dai Wu were engrossed in delightful conversation behind them. At the Zuaxian Lu, Yixian was savoring fragrant tea on the balcony when he suddenly looked down and muttered, Dugu Tianyu. A middle-aged man across from him also gazed down, commenting, goodness. He is still young, yet exudes a strong aura of lethal intent. He must have experienced numerous battles of life and death. Remarkable indeed, a middle-tier martial emperor. These brothers are quite something. The Dugu family must have cultivated some incredible fortune. My daughter, we missed our chance once before, but an opportunity has arisen now. Yixian replied, Father, if you speak of this again, I shall ignore you forever. They are here. I will go greet them. The man nodded slightly. The unnamed led Dugu Tianyu into the living room, where Dugu Tianyu exclaimed, You both live together? The unnamed nodded, and Daiwu quickly explained, No. He lives in that room, and I live in this room. Tang Xiyu laughed, But aren't you all living together anyway? Ha. The unnamed, feeling flustered, said, Brother, please do not tease me. There is truly nothing between us, just a sibling relationship. Tang Xiyu smiled and replied, Tianyu and I share a sibling bond too. Who would believe that? Both the unnamed and Dai Wu chimed in unison. Just then, Yixian entered and remarked, I heard that my younger brother has brought guests. So it is the esteemed Dugu Tianyu? Dugu Tianyu, astonished, stepped forward and asked, Who are you? Do you recognize me? Yixian smiled and explained, 10 years ago, young Master Tianyu visited our clan with Lord Dugu Qingyun. At that time, you jokingly said you would betroth me to you, but you were sulking and ignored me. He then glanced at Tang Xiyu. Upon hearing this, Dugu Tianyu chuckled. So it is Miss Qin. My apologies for not recognizing you. Who would have thought that this renowned Zuaxian Lu belonged to the hidden Qin family? Quite a surprise. Yixian smiled back. Young Master Tianyu, you flatter me. Who could predict that in this humble Zuaxian Lu, I would encounter the brothers of the Dugu family? I shall have the kitchen prepare a feast. Please wait a moment. After Yixian left, Tang Xiyu, with a frown, demanded, You better explain yourself. What do you mean by betrothing me? Dugu Tianyu scratched his head in disbelief and said, That's not the case. We never agreed, did we? Moreover, you heard it yourself. I didn't even spare her a glance. Wu Ming cleared his throat softly. Subsequently, the group took their seats, and Wu Ming recounted to Dugu Tianyu how he had once slain a member of the Beyond Mountain. When he mentioned his father's name, which could terrify anyone, Dugu Tianyu was equally stunned. The conversation then shifted to how he single-handedly annihilated the Longxiang sect, prompting Dugu Tianyu to grip Wu Ming's shoulder with tears in his eyes, exclaiming, Good brother, you surpass me. However, he cautioned, Do take care and remember not to act impulsively. Matters must be considered thoroughly. It was wise of you not to attack those disciples from the sections. On my way here, I encountered a group that included 3 martial emperors. They might have been trying to lure you out. Wu Ming nodded, Understood, brother. What calamity is befalling the demon clan? At that moment, a light laugh emanated from outside, followed by the entrance of a middle-aged man who stepped in and said, I heard from my daughter that the brothers of the Dugu family are here. So I came to meet the dragon among men. I hope I am not intruding. Dugu Tianyu rose and said, Uncle Qin, you flatter me. Please come in. The man entered and introduced himself to the others, esteemed young supremes. I am Qin Darong, the current head of the reclusive Qin family. If I have not entertained you adequately, I humbly ask for your guidance. Dugu Tianyu replied, Uncle Qin, you are too kind. This place is more than sufficient. Qin Darong chuckled. That is good. We are all family. I sincerely apologize for the events of the past. I only learned of them the next day. When I took my family to the Sword God Manor, we found only the corpses of the remnants, but none of the Sword God Manor's people. Therefore I, along with several elders, sealed the 5-colored great sword in the mountain to prevent thieves from coveting it. I wonder, where is Qingyun now? Is he well? Hearing this, Dugu Qingyun was deeply moved and replied, Thank you, Uncle Qin. My father is doing well, living in seclusion, and he likely will not emerge for a while. A great calamity is approaching, and he is diligently cultivating. Qin Darong nodded. Indeed, my Qin family's ancestor has also gone to the realm of reincarnation to guard the seal. I have heard that the esteemed Feng Qingyang has also emerged to suppress the chaos in the demon clan. Dugu Tianyu said, Yes. I have just returned from the demon clan, and that thing is extraordinary. Qin Darong was taken aback. You have encountered that entity? Wu Ming, curious, asked, What is it, brother? Dugu Tianyu replied solemnly, I have seen it. Chapter 30. The Young Supreme Tournament. Qin Darong furrowed his brow. What is this strange occurrence? Have you battled them? Dugu Tianyu nodded. It is exceedingly bizarre. The demon clan's venerables are akin to human war venerables, and just 100 miles beyond the dimensional rift. They were strangled by a scrap of cloth. Some were even ensnared by a broken branch, most of whom drifted out from the dimensional rift. There have been too many strange occurrences. Even Feng Zhu is investigating. Last month, a peculiar creature, accompanied by a dozen others, burst forth from the rift. The leader clashed with Feng Zhu for over 100 exchanges before being severely injured and fleeing back through the rift, while I dispatched the other beings. They were all immensely powerful, able to contend with me without martial prowess. Had I not comprehended the great Tao and broken through, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to deal with them. Qin Daorong marveled. Such terrifying beings? Engaging in combat with the esteemed Feng Qingyang for over 100 exchanges. Moreover, you have grasped the essence of the Tao, truly remarkable. What do they resemble? Dugu Tianyu replied, it is difficult to discern. Their forms are humanoid, yet their faces are obscured by a mist, rendering their features indistinguishable. Qin Daorong pondered for a moment and inquired, Tianyu, what brings you back this time? Surely, you do not intend to participate in the Continental Youth Competition, for that would be quite unfair, huh? Consider the most exceptional geniuses. The highest among them is Qi Mingyuan of the Qi family, who has only attained the upper echelon of battle sovereign. You, as a mid-tier martial emperor, would indeed be somewhat of a bully. Ha ha. Dugu Tianyu, upon hearing this, wore an awkward expression and said, no, Uncle Qin, I have come to celebrate my brother's birthday today. I am especially grateful to Miss Yaxuan for her care of my brother during this time. Oh, your brother's birthday. Haha. How fortuitous. In that case, as his uncle, I must express my sentiments. Saying this, he retrieved a dark red golden elixir from his spatial ring and presented it to Wu Ming. The crowd was astonished. Such a treasure is rare and coveted. A fourth-tier golden elixir, suitable for a 7-segment monarch. Wu Ming shook his head, saying, no, I cannot accept this. Qin Daorong chuckled, it is of no consequence. This will prove beneficial for your future. The path you tread is far longer than ours. You shall find use for it. Dugu Tianyu added, accept it. Consider it a favor owed to Uncle Qin. Tang Xiu nearly erupted, exclaiming, is it proper to speak in such a manner? Yet, they all understood that the favor from a 5-year-old battle sovereign is worth far less than the value of this elixir. Even Qin Daorong chuckled awkwardly, saying, indeed. Accept it. Should my clan face adversity in the future, I hope the Dugu family can lend assistance. Only then did Wu Ming accept it, while Dai Wu was on the brink of drooling. This was exceedingly generous, truly extravagant. At that moment, Yaxuan commanded for the meal to be served. Finally, she made a special effort to join them for dinner. My brother is 5 years old. The events of that day feel as if they occurred just yesterday. Were it not for the current turmoil across the continent, where martial emperors cannot be slain, I would surely flatten the 7 great sects. Dugu Tianyu spoke with a hint of melancholy, and Tang Xiu grasped his hand, fully aware of his sentiments. It is as though one could easily swat a mere mosquito. Yet one is constrained from doing so. Yaxuan, upon hearing this, offered consolation. A gentleman's vengeance is not to be sought hastily. 10 years is not too late. I believe the chaos will eventually subside. Family grievances shall be avenged. Dugu Tianyu merely smiled faintly. Then Qin Daorong announced, the Youth Supreme competition begins tomorrow. Is there anyone desiring to participate? Shall I arrange for registrations? Dugu Tianyu shook his head, stating, I shall not attend this time, nor shall my brother. The Wind Ancestor has instructed me to take Wu Ming to the Demon Clan, to engage with the peculiarities therein, for it harbors great peril, yet equally great opportunity. You intend to take him away? No. Dai Wu immediately protested, and the crowd erupted in a flurry. Then Yaxuan chuckled, saying, how can one feel so reluctant to part with such a young fellow? Oh dear, these children. Truly, you should return home early. A few days ago, someone from your family inquired about me. Dugu Tianyu nodded, saying, little sister-in-law, you should return home early. That elder of yours has quite the temper. You are still young, and in the future, your paths shall diverge. The Nameless One had a rosy complexion throughout, while Dai Wu was on the verge of tears. Imploring him, upon our return, I shall diligently cultivate and come to find you. You must not discard the puppet, do you hear? The Nameless One was at a loss for words, merely nodding vigorously. After their meal, they parted ways, and the Nameless One tugged at Dugu Tianyu, saying, brother, take me to a place. He pointed towards the mountains beyond the city, declaring, I intend to break through tonight. You wish to break through? Then why run so far? Dugu Tianyu inquired, puzzled. The Nameless One scratched the back of his head and replied, Sister Yixin forbids me from breaking through, fearing I might demolish her building. Dugu Tianyu rolled his eyes in disbelief, retorting, Is breaking through so destructive? You wouldn't want to collapse a mountain, would you? He then informed Tang Jie before soaring into the sky with the Nameless One. This was the first time the Nameless One experienced the sensation of flight, an extraordinary and enchanting experience. Once they arrived, the Nameless One requested, "Brother, please step back a little." Dugu Tianyu teased, "You little rascal, do you intend to take your brother down with you?" The Nameless One shook his head and pointed at the sky. "You wish to shatter the heavens?" Dugu Tianyu exclaimed in shock. The Nameless One felt a wave of frustration. No wonder Sister Siyu referred to him as having a wooden brain. It seemed quite accurate. He then sat down in meditation. Dugu Tianyu immediately sensed the profound power of the Tao, silently astonished. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and thick, dark clouds enveloped the starry sky. Thunder roared. And even Dugu Tianyu felt a sense of trepidation. This was a scene he had never witnessed before. The dark clouds shimmered with flashes of lightning, as if brewing something ominous. At that moment, Qin Dao Rong flew over, saying, "I thought a fellow Taoist was breaking through. It turns out to be him. He truly can attract the heavenly punishment and face the tribulation." Dugu Tianyu gasped, "This is the heavenly tribulation. No wonder I thought he was up to something terrifying." Qin Dao Rong chuckled. "Is this not terrifying?" He gestured towards the sky. With a resounding crash, a five-colored divine lightning, like an enraged dragon, surged towards the Nameless One. Dugu Tianyu was alarmed and prepared to intervene, but Qin Dao Rong stopped him, saying, "Assisting him would be futile. This is heavenly punishment and a test of his strength. Besides, only a martial emperor facing a martial god usually attracts such punishment. Can you withstand it? You would only harm him." Dugu Tianyu replied, "Ah, thank you, Uncle Qin, for your enlightenment." Inside the room, Tang Jie felt an overwhelming sense of unease, exclaiming, "What is that?" Earlier, Dugu Tianyu had ventured off with the Nameless One, and Dai Wu calmly nibbled on a snack, reassuring her, "Do not fear. My brother is breaking through." Breaking through? Tang Jie echoed in shock. Given the considerable distance, she too felt a wave of pressure within her heart. Once more, the Nameless One resonated with the sound of dragons and phoenixes. Enveloped in a protective purple aura, with a thunderous boom, the purple shield remained steadfast, then vanished. From a distance, Qin Dao Rong exclaimed, "Is this the legendary purple energy from the east? How astonishing to withstand such a terrifying heavenly tribulation." Dugu Tianyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it seems so." Boom. Another five-colored divine lightning descended from the heavens. This time, the Nameless One lacked the purple shield. He sensed impending doom as all his martial energy surged to the crown of his head. Crack! The divine lightning cleaved through his martial power, striking him on the back. The Nameless One fell to the ground, agony coursing through his back and chest, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. With relentless convulsions, the formidable Dugu Tianyu swiftly approached Wuming, reaching out to support him. However, as soon as his hand made contact with Wuming's body, a crackling sound erupted, and a flash of lightning surged from within Wuming, singeing Dugu Tianyu's palm. Startled, Dugu Tianyu was taken aback. Could such a phenomenon truly exist? The pain that Wuming had endured began to dissipate, and at that moment, he felt remarkably well, ceasing his convulsions as he ascended to the intermediate stage of a battle sovereign. To his astonishment, a strand of multicolored divine thunder danced within his energy sea, prompting him to attempt to harness it. Yet, the divine thunder seemed indifferent to his efforts, playfully bouncing around his energy sea. Unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse, Wuming sat upright. Dugu Tianyu, filled with concern, gazed at him and asked, "Brother, are you all right?" Wuming, his face charred, nodded reassuringly. "I'm fine, brother. Let us go home." At that moment, the dark clouds parted, revealing a sky still adorned with countless stars. Qin Dao Rong approached with a grin. "Congratulations. You've broken through again. Last time, I heard from Yaxuan that there was only one strand of multicolored divine thunder. Now there are two. I predict that soon there will be three. I have a feeling that one day, this little nephew will charge forth amidst a tempest of divine thunder, breaking free from this realm." Dugu Tianyu nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Uncle Qin, for your concern for my brother. I hope he can truly achieve it." He affectionately ruffled the hair of his prodigious brother before soaring into the air, returning to their quarters. Upon entering, Dai Wu and Tang Jie simultaneously gasped, "Is this Wuming?" Dugu Tianyu nodded, no laughing. "Ha ha." The two women burst into laughter. Wuming, bewildered, dashed to the vanity and exclaimed, "Is this me?" "Ha ha." Dugu Tianyu couldn't help but chuckle, and Wuming promptly washed his face and changed into a fresh outfit. Emerging, he declared, "Brother, tomorrow I wish to attend the Youth Supreme competition to observe their martial skills and combat techniques." Dugu Tianyu replied, "Indeed, that sounds good." Early the next morning, Dugu Tianyu set out with Wuming, allowing Tang Xiyu and Dai Wu to explore the streets. After all, Tang Xiyu, being a girl, had spent considerable time in the demon clan and could benefit from a leisurely stroll. In the city center stood the largest arena of Yufeng City, typically devoid of duels and spectators. However, today it buzzed with excitement, gathering a diverse array of cultivators, disciples from various sects, and members of hidden families, alongside martial artists from the Orc tribe. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman drew gasps from the crowd. Dugu Tianyu recognized her and approached Wuming to greet her. "Vice Master Yu, it's a pleasure to see you. I extend my respects. Have you brought Sister Yu Qingxian to participate in the competition?" Yu Yuxuan smiled slightly, teasing. "Young Master Xuan Tian need not be so formal. Are you here to claim a reward? And who is this?" The surrounding crowd murmured in discontent, questioning what she meant by claiming a reward. It was merely a hand. After all, they could easily overpower him. Dugu Tianyu chuckled. "Ah, Auntie, you flatter me. I am not here to compete. As you know, my strength is such that participating would be akin to bullying. This is my younger brother, my true brother." Yu Yuxuan exclaimed in surprise. "Is this him? He has grown so much." Dugu Tianyu nodded. "I brought him along to broaden his horizons." After exchanging a few simple words, Yu Yuxuan departed. "Ah, Teacher Luo." Dugu Tianyu pulled Wuming to face a robust middle-aged man, supporting his younger brother with one hand and bowing to Luo Tianming, saying, "Greetings, Teacher Luo." He gestured to Wuming, who quickly responded with a bow. "Hello, Uncle Luo." Luo Tianming chuckled. "Haha, Xuan Tian. Not bad, not bad. Impressive cultivation. Who is this little fellow?" Dugu Tianyu replied. "He is Xuan Tian's younger brother. He asked to come with me. This isn't a suitable place for conversation." Luo Tianming led the two brothers to the exclusive resting area of the Xiantian Academy, exclaiming, "I can't believe this guy has grown so big. Time truly flies." Dugu Tianyu turned to Wuming and said, "This is Uncle Luo, who protected you and your mother during your escape from pursuers." Wuming's demeanor transformed into one of deep respect as he bowed once more, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Luo, for your life-saving grace. I am at your service. Should you ever require assistance, I will gladly face any peril." Luo Tianming laughed heartily. "No need for such formalities. How about coming to my Xiantian Academy for further studies?" Wuming felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Dugu Tianyu whispered a few words to Luo Tianming, who suddenly looked astonished, his mind racing. After a moment of silence, he exclaimed, "Incredible. We can't chat any longer. You two will sit with my Xiantian Academy's group. I suspect the unscrupulous merchants have already sold out all the seats." Dugu Tianyu smiled. "Thank you so much, Uncle Luo." Chapter 31. The frenzy of the beastmen. The arena was packed to capacity, filled with a cacophony of voices. At this moment, disciples from various sects entered the arena, but the seats for Dugu Yunshang and the Dragon Elephant sect remained empty. It was not due to a lack of disciples, but rather that their elite members had all been slain by Wuming, and the remaining ones were deemed insufficiently skilled. It was better to forfeit than to suffer humiliation. At this juncture, a flamboyantly dressed gentleman ascended to the arena, standing in midair. He projected his voice through sheer force, commanding, "Please be quiet." Instantly, the crowd fell silent. A martial emperor. For some, merely witnessing a martial emperor was enough to boast about for years. The man continued, "Greetings, esteemed friends, cultivators, and dignitaries. I am Zhao Qinya, the president of Xiantian Academy. This Continental Youth Supreme Competition is jointly organized by Xiantian Academy, Windshadow Tower, and the Hidden Qin family." Upon Zhao Qinya's arrival, Dugu Tianyu was taken aback, realizing that he was both his teacher and grandfather. A remarkable coincidence. The audience buzzed with excitement, recognizing Zhao Qinya as the foremost cultivator under 200 years of age, aside from Dugu Qingyan. Generally, cultivators' ages were difficult to discern. Even those in their hundreds appeared to be merely middle-aged. Much like Luo Tianming, who looked to be in his 40s but was, in fact, several centuries old. Zhao Qinya continued, "Due to time constraints, the finals will be held tonight, and the rules will differ from previous competitions. Each sect may present 2 elite disciples, one under 20 years of age and one between 20 and 30. They will draw lots to determine their opponents. Contestants must not harm one another. Failure to comply will result in immediate disqualification, and that sect shall forever be barred from participating in the grand competition. The reward for this competition is as follows. For those under the age of 20, the prize consists of 5 third-grade golden pills and the opportunity to select a martial skill from my Xiantian Academy. For those over 20, the reward is a training divine wood, the value of which should be evident to all present. They too may select a martial skill from my Xuan Tian Academy. The crowd erupted in excitement at the mention of the training divine wood, a remarkable piece measuring 1.5 meters in length and as thick as a bowl. One could only wonder where Xuan Tian Academy had procured such a treasure. This divine wood, a 5-meter-tall tree, emanated a sacred light, its hardness beyond imagination. The tree itself was an ancient spirit, already attuned to the essence of the universe, capable of standing toe-to-toe with martial deities, unless it willingly allowed it. No one could break even a single branch. After a moment of astonishment, the crowd came to a realization. Since the sword God Manor had fallen, who in the world could forge such a marvel? Zhao Chanya seemed to grasp this concern as well and remarked, even if no one can forge it, wielding it as a weapon would still be quite advantageous. Now, the young elites have completed their draws. The first match features Yu Qingxian from Windshadow Pavilion and Lu Qinglong from 7 Absolute Valley. With that, he ascended to the judging platform. Yu Qingxian, now a master at the age of 20, was indeed a prodigy, while Lu Qinglong from 7 Absolute Valley looked rather malnourished and exclaimed, "Wow, little beauty. Why not come back with me to enjoy the pleasures of life?" Yu Qingxian retorted, "Be quiet," and swiftly drew her sword, slashing towards him. Lu Qinglong, taking on a serious demeanor, drew a large blade and declared, "I'll take you back, ha!" The clash of blades ensued. Yu Qingxian delivered a kick aimed at Lu Qinglong's groin, startling him with her ferocity. He countered by pressing down with his left knee, but Yu Qingxian quickly thrust her sword towards his throat. Lu Qinglong retreated, saying, "You may be lovely, but your heart is fierce. However, I like that. Behold my move, earth-shattering slash." A massive wave of energy surged towards Yu Qingxian, yet she did not evade. Instead, she spun in place, summoning a radiant moon that shielded her, and then leaped, shouting, "Moon God kill." In an instant, she pierced Lu Qinglong's shoulder with blinding speed, calmly stating, "You have lost. Had it been a lethal strike, it would have been your throat." Zhao Chenya proclaimed, "Congratulations to Windshadow Pavilion for their swift victory in this first match. We also extend our gratitude to Lu Qinglong for his impressive martial skills." After watching for what felt like an eternity, with 10 rounds of matches passing, Wuming found himself nearly dozing off. For him, the skirmishes held little allure, merely noting the unique martial techniques of each sect. However, the audience was far from indifferent. For the common folk unable to cultivate, such grand battles were exceedingly rare and sparked continuous gasps of amazement. Finally, a peculiar match drew Wuming's attention. A Minotaur from the Beastman clan faced off against Qi Mingyuan of the reclusive Qi family. This was Wuming's first encounter with the Beastman clan, and Qi Mingyuan, having been mentioned by Qin Darong, clearly possessed exceptional prowess. The Minotaur towered over 3 meters, renowned across the continent for its thick hide and immense strength, while Qi Mingyuan, at 26 years of age, had already attained the realm of battle sovereign, showcasing extraordinary talent. The Minotaur approached, its muscular form imposing, with sharp, gleaming horns. Without a glance at Kiminjuan, it declared, "Human boy, will you descend on your own? Or shall I incapacitate you and toss you down?" Kiminjuan responded with a cold laugh, "Will you crawl down, or shall I snap your horns and throw you away?" The Minotaur erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Human, today you are finished." It casually hurled a large toothpick towards Kiminjuan, an object so vile that he had no desire to catch it. He stepped back, and with a resounding thud, the wooden toothpick embedded itself in the bluestone slab, demonstrating an astonishing power. Even Wuming and Dugu Tianyu were taken aback. Indeed, the Minotaur possessed immense strength. The Minotaur leaped forward, delivering a powerful punch. Kiminjuan did not evade. Instead, he clenched his fist and met the blow head-on. The impact of their fists colliding sent both combatants staggering back. Kiminjuan was secretly astonished. This Minotaur was formidable indeed. He had been exceptionally strong since childhood, able to lift 200 pounds with one hand at the age of 5, and had continuously soaked his body in spiritual elixirs. Yet, he found his arm tingling and his chest aching from the Minotaur's strike. The Minotaur, equally astonished, had not expected this mere child, barely taller than its legs, to contest strength with it and achieve a stalemate. It roared in delight, "Excellent." Again, the Minotaur jumped, muscles bulging, and threw another punch at Kiminjuan. This time, Kiminjuan did not underestimate the attack. He summoned his martial prowess and met the punch once more. The Minotaur was sent tumbling through the air, crashing to the ground, while Kiminjuan's feet were driven into the bluestone slab, inciting cheers from the onlookers below. Shaking its head, the Minotaur rose and said, "Not bad, not bad. You have earned the right to be my opponent. You possess strength, and so do I." As he spoke, a layer of golden energy enveloped him. "You shall lose, human." Bull Demon Fist. In an instant, the power in its right fist magnified, forming a colossal fist that came crashing down. Kiminjuan, rising and retreating, dared not meet it head-on. With a deafening boom, the ground where he had stood moments before was instantly transformed into a massive crater. Kiminjuan did not wish to prolong this confrontation. Although he was strong, he could not possibly match this brute force. In a flash, he darted behind the Minotaur, delivering a power-infused punch. The Minotaur, sensing the attack, braced its muscular back and took the hit head-on. Despite its tough hide, it still sustained a bruise, and its muscles were battered. Enraged, the Minotaur growled, "You seek death." But by the time it turned around, Kiminjuan had vanished, only to reappear behind it once more. Thus, the Minotaur endured more than 20 punches to its feet, chest, and back, each leaving a mark. Collapsing to the ground, Kiminjuan stood panting, "You push me to this." The Minotaur clenched its fists, a crimson aura radiating from its waist. Entering a frenzied state, Dugu Tianyu remarked, while Wu Ming looked on in confusion, "What is this frenzy, brother?" Nearby, Luo Tianming chuckled, "Watch closely. This is the unique trait of the orc race. When in a frenzied state, their minds are solely focused on battle, devoid of any emotion. Their strength, speed, and defense elevate to another level. This is their exclusive ability." Wu Ming nodded, astonished. If their strengths were comparable, this orc's frenzy would undoubtedly dominate. Wu Ming noted, "Kiminjuan is no simple opponent. His strength must exceed what we have witnessed." Luo Tianming nodded slightly and remarked, "Behold." With a mighty roar, the Minotaur rose, its voice deepening. "Prepare to meet your doom, human wretch." With that, it brandished a colossal war hammer and charged forward. Qi Mingyuan, undeterred, drew forth a spear. Imbued with a layer of formidable power, and the two engaged in a fierce clash, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds. At this moment, the Minotaur began to falter under the relentless onslaught. Wu Ming, perceptive to the unfolding dynamics, inquired of Luo Tianming, "Uncle Luo, does this Minotaur lack martial skills?" Luo Tianming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they possess none. Were they to master martial techniques, this realm would undoubtedly belong to them. Their habitation among the orcs, rather than expanding outward, is precisely because humanity wields martial skills that can counterbalance their might. Otherwise, in their frenzied state combined with martial prowess, who could withstand them? The only ones acquainted with martial techniques are the half-orcs. It is said that the half-orc, Bo Tai, once gained the recognition of the frigid tempest, yet lacked martial skills. Feng Wudi bestowed upon him 2 sword techniques and offered guidance. From being a lowly half-orc, he ascended to nobility within the beast kin. One can only imagine the profound impact martial skills have on the orc race. Wu Ming nodded in understanding. After all, the ferocity of the berserk orcs was already terrifying. And should they acquire martial skills, it would spell catastrophic consequences for humanity. On the stage, the Minotaur bore several wounds yet remained fiercely combative, relentlessly attacking Qi Mingyuan. The latter, with no choice, retreated to a distance and declared, "You foolish beast, if you seek death, I shall grant it." Star extinction. Qi Mingyuan gripped the spear's tail, and before its tip appeared a circle inscribed with runes, within which a 6-pointed star glimmered with similar symbols. A golden dragon spiraled around the spear. Directing its gaze at the Minotaur, Qi Mingyuan shouted, "It is over." With a forceful thrust, the spear pierced through the Minotaur's abdomen, pinning it to the ground. The Minotaur continued to roar in fury, struggling against its fate. At this juncture, Zhao Chenai intervened, utilizing his power to extract the spear and subdue the Minotaur's rage. Removing it from the arena, the match was declared concluded. Zhao Chenai announced, "Esteemed spectators, please take a half-day respite. The finals will resume this evening." The finalists included those under the age of 20, Yueqing Xian of the Moonshadow Pavilion, Dai of Xuani College, Yunshao, and Li Tianjun of Wushuang City. For those over 20, the contenders were Qi Mingyuan of the reclusive Qi family, Qin Yanhua of the Qin family, Chu Tianhe of the Chu family, Yin Ting of Xuani College, and the half-orc White. Upon seeing White, Dugu Tianyu felt a wave of relief. For this clan had once laid to rest all the lost souls of the sword God Manor, and he intended to pay his respects once again. "Why is there no representative from the Moonshadow Pavilion among those over 20? Someone queried, just as Yu Yuxuan happened to pass by and overheard. She glanced at Dugu Tianyu. How could that be? The top talents were all spirited away on the first day. Dugu Tianyu, feeling quite embarrassed, offered a hasty greeting and, with a sheepish expression, hurriedly took Wu Ming away. Chapter 32. The Beastman with martial arts skills. After enjoying a meal, the two brothers strolled leisurely through the streets, with Dugu Tianyu momentarily forgetting how long it had been since he last did so. The bustling vendors, the playful laughter of children, and the lively discussions among the crowd about their grand endeavors filled the atmosphere with a sense of joy. Yet, how long could this bliss endure? The stars adorned the clear night sky, and at the heart of Yufeng City, the crowd surpassed that of the daytime. Those unable to find a seat stood, with standing spots fetching 2 crystal coins each. Still, many were willing to enter and witness the finals featuring the continent's prodigies. The first match was between Yu Qingxian from the Windshadow Pavilion and Dai Yi, a disciple from the Xiantian Academy. Zhao Qinyao announced with a resonant voice. At this moment, 2 extraordinary beauties ascended the arena, inciting a wave of cheers. Yu Qingxian exuded an aloof elegance, while Dai Yi embodied a charming cuteness, attracting adoring glances from the onlookers. Upon her arrival, Dai Yi politely greeted Yu Qingxian with a smile, saying, "I hope my sister will show mercy." Yu Qingxian responded with a slight smile and immediately launched an attack towards Dai Yi. Dai Yi retaliated with a swift punch, and the two exchanged blows, each displaying their remarkable skills, constantly maneuvering around the stage, eliciting gasps from the audience. In the end, Yu Qingxian narrowly claimed victory with a palm strike aimed at Dai Yi's face, stopping just in time. Dai Yi smiled and said, "Thank you, sister, for your mercy." Yu Qingxian replied with a gentle smile, "You are quite impressive yourself. I am merely a year older and have practiced for an additional year." Dai Yi shook her head, stating, "Once one steps onto the path of cultivation, age becomes inconsequential. It is the age of 20 that determines the trajectory of one's future. Below 20, it depends on one's talent and practical experience. In the same realm, a loss is simply a loss." After her smile, she gracefully departed the stage, followed by Yu Qingxian. Dugu Tianyu remarked, "Dai Yi is quite formidable. No wonder she dared to venture into the Demon Dragon Mountain range." At that moment, as Dai Yi descended from the stage, she suddenly spotted Wu Ming and Dugu Tianyu, sprinting towards them with uncontainable excitement. Having arrived late in the morning and exhausted after the match, she had not seen the two brothers before. One was her idol, and the other her savior. Seeing them together filled her with exhilaration. Wu Ming, upon noticing her approach, felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, silently pleading, "Don't come over, don't come over." "Hey, brother," Dai Yi exclaimed as she playfully tapped Wu Ming on the back, startling Luo Tianming, who feared Wu Ming might retaliate and send Dai Yi flying. Wu Ming forced a stiff smile, replying, "Hee, Dai Yi, sister. Please, take a seat." He attempted to shift aside, but Dai Yi firmly pressed him down, saying, "It's fine. Just sit." "Oh, you should sit in my spot." She pointed to the disciple beside Dugu Tianyu, who eagerly complied. "Of course, Sister Dai Yi." Dai Yi then playfully insisted that Dugu Tianyu sit next to her, squeezing in between them, concerned about the peculiar inclinations of her senior brother, Xuan Tian. She teased Wu Ming a few times, suggesting she would arrange a match for her sister with him, leaving Wu Ming blushing furiously, wishing he could burrow into the ground. Meanwhile, Dugu Tianyu chuckled softly, observing Wu Ming with a glint of amusement, contemplating their peculiar arrangement. The two were already living together. The thought only made Dugu Tianyu smile more. Luo Tianming could no longer bear it, and exclaimed, "Enough! Let us watch the match. This time it is the half-orc white against Qi Mingyuan. It promises to be a spectacle, so why waste time on trivialities? What need have we for wives?" Unnamed nodded vigorously in agreement. Luo Tianming continued to murmur to himself, "Qi Mingyuan truly has had enough of encountering orcs. Is there some unseen connection between him and these creatures?" Qi Mingyuan, clad in a flowing white robe, leaped gracefully into the arena, while White approached leisurely, bare-chested, adorned only in black shorts, his feet unshod. He was draped in a verdant hue, reminiscent of Unnamed, with a shock of short white hair and 2 fangs peeking from the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Dugu Tianyu gasped in disbelief, while Zhao Qinya and Luo Tianming twitched their lips in astonishment. For White held in his hand a sword radiating an icy aura, the extreme cold storm. Few recognized this legendary blade, and those who did could not help but marvel at its magnificence. Simultaneously, they were awed by White's talent. The very fact that he could wield the extreme cold storm indicated his extraordinary prowess. The sword had acknowledged him. Qi Mingyuan furrowed his brow at the sight of this half-orc, who stood nearly at his height, yet exuded an unmistakable threat. He said, "I have heard that your kind are the only orcs who comprehend martial arts." "Half-orc," White corrected him gently, to which Qi Mingyuan replied somewhat awkwardly, "A half-orc who understands martial arts. Allow me to witness the battle prowess of a frenzied half-orc." White retorted coolly, "If you can compel me to unleash my frenzy, I shall concede my defeat." Qi Mingyuan's eyes twitched with irritation, arrogant. In an instant, He drew his war spear and charged at White. Unfazed, White did not draw his sword. Instead, he grasped the hilt and dragged the unsheathed blade forward as he rushed at Qi Mingyuan. The onlookers from the Qi family began to grow restless, and one youth shouted, arrogant. As they closed the distance, White executed an upward thrust, lifting the war spear, before swiftly sweeping Qi Mingyuan's feet from under him. Qi Mingyuan, in response, leaned back, propping the lifted spear against the ground, and kicked out at White with both feet. White quickly sidestepped, using his right foot to kick against the spear, aiming to destabilize Qi Mingyuan. The latter, quick to react, spun the spear in midair and thrust it down towards White. White countered with a horizontal strike, deflecting the spear and thrusting his sword towards Qi Mingyuan's chest. Qi Mingyuan narrowly avoided the blow, landing on the ground as he and White exchanged a glance. They both landed punches to each other's chests. Sliding back on the ground, Qi Mingyuan rose, shouting, "Will you not draw your sword?" White replied disdainfully, "Did you gain an advantage just now?" Furious, Qi Mingyuan proclaimed, "Dragon Spear, attack!" He charged at White once more, a massive spear materializing behind him, extending over 10 meters. White, gripping the sword hilt with his right hand and resting the blade behind him, surged forward. Almost simultaneously, Dugu Tianyu and White silently chanted, "Heavenly Slash." In an instant, a colossal sword of martial might seemed to tear through space as it flew forth. White pointed his sword at Qi Mingyuan, and the massive blade descended diagonally. Qi Mingyuan, alarmed, thrust his spear upward, while the enormous spear behind him surged to meet the oncoming strike. With a resounding crash, the arena trembled under the impact. While White remained steadfast, Qi Mingyuan was sent hurtling backwards, coughing blood. Those who understood the situation were left in shock. Was this the swordsmanship of the sword god Villa? Truly, it was extraordinary. Qi Mingyuan raised his head, saying, "It appears your clan has indeed been favored by the heavens to possess such remarkable skills. However, you remain as obstinate as that wild bull, deserving to be pinned to the ground." The stars extinguish. Simultaneously, the runic circles and the hexagram manifest. For the first time, White hesitated, yet he did not draw his sword. He held the blade horizontally across his chest, his hands slightly raised, invoking the 5 elements lethal strike. 5 circles of different colors appeared before him, representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, aligning themselves in a row before the sword. With a forceful thrust, White unleashed the sword, which pierced through the 5 elements light rings towards Qi Mingyuan, while also propelling himself into the air to charge forward. Qi Mingyuan simultaneously thrusts his war spear, and the 2 beams of light collided with tremendous force. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. The extinction of the stars barely endured for 2 seconds before it crumbled, and the war spear shattered, while the 5 elements lethal strike, accompanied by a frigid tempest, surged directly towards Qi Mingyuan. Realizing his defeat, Qi Mingyuan despaired as the sword approached his neck, but White seized it just in time. Qi Mingyuan, astonished, exclaimed, "Did you anticipate this outcome, prompting your charge?" White nodded and replied nonchalantly, "Indeed." At that moment, Qi Mingyuan trembled violently, overwhelmed by such confidence. He lifted his gaze and remarked, "By saving your enemy in this manner, you will suffer consequences." White, managing a faint smile, responded, "We are not enemies." With that, he turned and walked away. Qi Mingyuan, an exceedingly arrogant individual, conceded at that moment. He accepted his defeat, acknowledging it was to a respectable opponent. Though the sword god Villa boasted exceptional swordsmanship, it all depended on the wielder. Shaking his head, he smiled as he departed. The audience erupted in excitement, overwhelmed by the spectacle of such splendid martial prowess. They marveled at the strength of the orc. A warrior of the orc tribe, adept in martial techniques, had left a profound impression on every cultivator's heart. Wu Ming watched in astonishment, muttering to himself, "I must seek out the ancestors to learn such remarkable skills. How could I have not been taught this?" Pulling at his beard, Jie gently patted his head and said, "What are you babbling about?" Startled, Wu Ming jumped up like a frightened rabbit. "Sister, men and women should maintain their distance. Do not touch me indiscriminately." Jie retorted, "You arrogant little brat. Who would want to touch you?" Dugu Tianyu smiled and said, "You both sit. I shall go see the half-orc side." Wu Ming nodded. At this moment, the half-orc Butai was enthusiastically praising his son. Suddenly, a one-armed youth approached, emanating a unique aura of coldness that put him on guard. As he gripped the frigid tempest tightly, Dugu Tianyu sat directly beside Butai, who inquired, "Who are you?" Dugu Tianyu smiled faintly and whispered, "Earlier, your son employed the celestial slash and the 5 elements lethal strike." Butai gasped, How do you know? Who are you? Dugu Tianyu replied with a grin. I am known as Xuan Tian. Xuan Tian. I have not heard of such a name. Wutai stared blankly, shaking his head. Dugu Tianyu continued softly. Before Xuan Tian, I was called Dugu Tianyu. Wutai was suddenly taken aback, nearly standing up, but Dugu Tianyu grasped him gently and said, Uncle Wutai, please remain calm. Tianyu has yet to express gratitude for your honorable burial of the lonely souls from my sword god villa. After the tournament concludes, I will certainly pay a visit. Additionally, I shall honor the memory of my fellow brothers from the sword god villa. Bowtie was utterly astonished and excited, his complexion shifting from green to red, while Dugu Tianyu lavished praise upon White and engaged in conversation about various topics. Meanwhile, White sat in meditation, preparing for the impending final match. When the discussion turned to why Dugu Tianyu chose not to participate in the competition, he revealed that he had already attained the status of a mid-level martial emperor and thus refrained from bullying others. Bowtie was so shocked that he fell from his chair. As Dugu Tianyu and Bowtie animatedly conversed, Wu Ming was being thoroughly tormented by Dai. She pinched his adorable cheeks, rummaged through his spatial ring in search of roasted meat, and insisted on offering him her sister. Wu Ming refrained from rolling his eyes, pondering how it was his sister's fault that she was unmarried, as if she were merely handing over common vegetables. After enduring this for over an hour, Zhao Chunya's voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, congratulations to Miss Yu Qingxian of Moonshadow Pavilion for securing the championship for those under 20. Given that battles for those over 20 tend to be prolonged, this extended period should have allowed for sufficient recovery. If anyone remains unhealed, please come to me for medicinal pills that expedite healing. If you are ready, the finals shall commence now, featuring the semi-final victor, the half-beast White, against the reclusive Chu Tian, he of the Chu family. The crowd erupted in cheers, eager to witness whether the human cultivator or the martial adept half-beast would prevail. Upon hearing Chu Tian he's name, Dugu Tianyu furrowed his brow slightly, warning White not to underestimate his opponent, as every contender he faced had emerged injured or unconscious. Bowtie nodded in agreement and turned to remind White once more. At that moment, Dai ceased her torment of Wu Ming, eagerly anticipating the battle, hoping White would deliver a thorough beating to Chu Tian, especially since Yunting had suffered broken legs at his hands. Chu Tian ascended the arena, clad in a striking crimson cloak, his long black hair cascading down his back, and his pale, cold face exuding an air of menace. White, unperturbed, approached with his froststorm staff, which instantly coated the ground in a thin layer of ice. With a smile, he remarked, "This is not our first encounter." Chu Tian nodded slightly. "The place where we last met no longer exists." White's smile vanished as he retorted, "Yet he remains forever." Chu Tian sneered, "Even the dead can guard their coffins." White, enraged, shouted, "Prepare to meet your end." Both Wu Ming and Dugu Tianyu were incensed, and even Zhao Chunya frowned slightly. Wu Ming mused that he must find an opportunity to retaliate against him. As White advanced, Chu Tian moved, leaving behind a fleeting shadow as he struck at White's back with a palm. White was taken aback by the speed of his attack. He quickly turned, leaning back while delivering a kick to Chu Tian's chest. In response, Chu Tian elevated his right foot to strike White's calf, while White pivoted to deliver a horizontal strike to Chu Tian's waist with his sword. Luo Tianming nodded slightly, recognizing the adaptability displayed. Such talent was rare, as most would have lost their balance and fallen by now. As Chu Tianhe leaped into the air, his legs straightened and extended horizontally. The frigid storm swept beneath him. Witnessing this, White swiftly sprang up, executing a forward and backward kick aimed at Chu Tianhe's face. Chu Tianhe instinctively raised his hand to block the attack. Subsequently, White brought his feet together and propelled himself forward. In response, Chu Tianhe performed a somersault in midair, countering with both feet. The clash of their martial prowess sent ripples of energy radiating outward, forcing both combatants to retreat several dozen meters. At this moment, Chu Tianhe slowly retrieved a slender, blood-red blade from his spatial ring, an aura of lethal intent swiftly enveloping the arena. "You are the only one in this match who has compelled me to draw my weapon," he declared. Just then, Luo Tianming furrowed his brow and remarked softly, "The crescent moon. Such a deadly weapon resides within the Chu family. No wonder Chu Tianhe has resorted to such measures." Wu Ming, intrigued, inquired, "What is the crescent moon?" Luo Tianming explained, "It is said that the crescent moon blade possesses an insatiable thirst for blood. Once it tastes blood, it consumes relentlessly. It was discovered in the Blood Mist Valley near the Windshadow Tower. I never imagined it would end up in the hands of the Chu family. Over time, the wielder's temperament is said to be influenced by this blade." Wu Ming nodded slightly, acknowledging the weapon's sinister nature. On the stage, White unleashed the frigid storm, and the sword sheath flew forth, revealing the legendary blade. Its blade shimmered in a pale blue hue, adorned with swirling patterns reminiscent of a tempest. While an outspread wing motif graced the area near the hilt, white vapor emanated from the blade, occasionally forming small whirlwinds, drawing admiration from the onlookers. Even Chu Tianhe gazed on enviously. "You are also the first to compel me to draw my sword," White stated, "now that I have unsheathed it. The conclusion of this match draws near." "Oh, is that so? Confidence is commendable, but it may very well cost you your life," Chu Tianhe retorted, slicing forth with the blood-red blade. White responded with a diagonal slash of his sword, and both combatants leaped into the fray, clashing violently. The sound of metal on metal resonated as they were both thrown back from the impact. The sheer force of their confrontation continued for over 20 exchanges, with Chu Tianhe's crescent moon humming ominously as it vibrated in his grasp, while White's arm tingled from the strain. Once more, White leapt, striking at Chu Tianhe. Chu Tianhe, feeling overwhelmed, cursed inwardly, thinking, "If only I had a divine artifact, I wouldn't have to resort to such brutish tactics." Avoiding a direct clash, he sidestepped, using the blade to deflect the force of the frigid storm, then swung horizontally towards White's chest. Startled, White immediately adjusted his grip, positioning his sword vertically to block, pushing the blade away while aiming the tip directly at Chu Tianhe's chest. Chu Tianhe, realizing the danger, retreated hastily. As White prepared to strike again, Chu Tianhe scolded him. "You brute, is that all you can do, hacking and slashing?" Turning with a faint smile, White raised an eyebrow and replied, "Oh, so this is how you perceive me? Heh, this will not bode well for you. Prepare yourself." Exclusive technique. Ice dragon emerges from the sea. At that moment, the elder cultivators below all rose to their feet in unison, including Zhao Qinya and even the enigmatic Dugu Tianyu, their faces filled with anticipation for the exclusive martial skill. Indeed, this is the exclusive martial technique of the extreme cold storm. Each Millennium Sword possesses its own unique martial art, a skill that cannot be replicated by any other blade, which is one of the reasons for its preciousness. With that, White planted the sword firmly into the ground, and the entire arena was instantly encased in ice. Before Chu Tianhe could react, an ice dragon emerged from the stage, ensnaring him entirely. White then leisurely approached, saying, "I intended to toy with you a bit longer, but you chose to provoke me. Now you shall face defeat." After uttering these words, White turned and dismissed the ice dragon with a mere thought. A cold smirk appeared on Chu Tianhe's lips as he swiftly struck out, sending the unprepared White flying. Upon landing, White coughed up blood and exclaimed, "Why?" Chu Tianhe, with a sneer, replied, "All's fair in war. Never grant your opponent an opportunity. Who is defeated now?" He then stepped on White's abdomen and shouted towards the audience, "Who has lost? What of wielding the divine sword of the sword God Manor? What of their swordsmanship? You are still beneath my foot. The sword God Manor is but a relic of the past." Dugu Tianyu, now incensed, instructed Wu Ming, "Go teach him a lesson. Do not hesitate." Wu Ming, fueled with fury, leapt into action. "Is there anyone else who dares to defy?" Just as Chu Tianhe shouted this, a child, barely over a meter tall, crashed onto the stage. Chu Tianhe, intrigued, queried, "Little one, who are you? This is no place for you. Has the younger generation no one else to send?" The audience was divided. Half condemned the child for attacking an opponent who had spared him, while others deemed White arrogant and presumptuous. Wu Ming disregarded Chu Tianhe, assisting White to the edge of the stage and handing him over to a half-orc. Dugu Tianyu produced a pill for White to consume, which improved his complexion. Lowering his head, White murmured, "I'm sorry, father. I'm fine. You have done splendidly." "Good boy." Bowtie looked upon his exceptional son with indulgence. At least, aside from the peculiarities of the Dugu family, he ranked as the foremost among the youth. At this moment, Wu Ming approached Chu Tianhe and stated, "I believe you are somewhat misguided regarding the sword God Manor." Chu Tianhe, with a scoff, retorted, "And who might you be? Do you truly understand? A mere child. Are you here to challenge me?" Wu Ming shook his head, "No." Chu Tianhe, growing impatient, commanded, "Then be gone." Wu Ming, with a chilling smile, declared, "I am not here to challenge you. I am here to teach you a lesson. You are not worthy to speak of challenges with me." In an instant, Wu Ming drew his sword, and the air filled with a deluge of sword energy, leaving Chu Tianhe horrified. He frantically attempted to parry, yet was pierced by 11 strikes. "Who are you?" Chu Tianhe roared. Wu Ming, unperturbed by the setting sun, continued his assault. At that moment, a tiny wooden sword pierced through Chu Tianhe's left arm. "Ah!" Terror gripped Chu Tianhe as he realized he was utterly powerless against a child. With ethereal grace, Wu Ming pressed on. In an instant, all traces of his aura vanished, leaving even the martial emperor unable to sense his presence. Ah! Chu Tianhe screamed once more. By now, his left hand had been severed from his body. Wu Ming calmly stated, "Since this hand refuses to heed, a traitor to your life, I shall render it useless." He appeared before Chu Tianhe like a specter. In the audience, a palpable tension enveloped everyone. What was transpiring? A small child had utterly incapacitated Chu Tianhe, leaving him without a glimmer of resistance. The air was filled with frenzied shouts, alongside gasps of astonishment from those rendered speechless. Chu Tianhe knelt, imploring, "Who are you? Who are you?" The enigmatic child leaned closer to his ear and declared, "Listen well, you insignificant wretch. I am nameless and without lineage. Just yesterday, I turned 5. Now, I am a mid-level battle sovereign. Have you, the youthful champion, taken note? Remember this, the sword God Manor must not be insulted. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family." With that, he delivered a swift kick, sending Chu Tianhe tumbling off the stage. Zhao Chanya rubbed his temples vigorously. Though the child spoke softly, his formidable presence was unmistakable. In disbelief, he muttered, "What in the world? A 5-year-old mid-level battle sovereign, possessing unparalleled prowess in swordsmanship. What manner of demon is this?" He was not alone. Other powerful figures in the crowd also overheard. Upon hearing the child's own declaration of his abilities, Luo Tianming felt a sense of despair wash over him. Jiao Yi gazed at the child with admiration, realizing that she could never attain such heights. She resolved that her sister must be wed to him at all costs. Simultaneously, Lu Ruoling of the Seven Absolutes Valley, Huang Zhengfeng from Tianyin Mountain, Li Ao of Wushuang City, and Wang Wanlong of the Mist Sect also caught wind of the revelation, exchanging glances that conveyed their astonishment. A 5-year-old, proficient in the sword God Manor's techniques, wielding incredible power, it had to be him. The 5 nodded in unison, directing their attention towards the nameless child. A collective shudder swept through all present below the martial emperor rank as the 5 martial emperors unleashed their auras, advancing towards him. At that moment, Dugu Tianyu soared into the air, raising his fist and simultaneously sending the 5 flying, standing resolutely in the void. Luo Tianming gasped, astonished by the display of strength reminiscent of the revered Wang Laotu. Lu Ruoling exclaimed, "Who are you?" Dugu Tianyu replied, "I am the battle emperor of heaven." Instantly, all the women in the audience swooned, their eyes sparkling with admiration, exclaiming, "So handsome! Why do you save him? Do you wish to oppose us?" Li Ao shouted in anger, to which Dugu Tianyu smiled. "You are all several hundred years old and martial emperors. What shame is there in bullying a child? Since you are all martial emperors, why not attempt to bully me instead?" The 5 were taken aback. He had addressed them collectively rather than individually. He dared to challenge all 5 of them. Before they could fully comprehend, Dugu Tianyu continued, "Today, he imparted a lesson to Chu Tianhe, and I would not mind delivering a lesson to you 5, or even all the martial emperors of the continent." At that moment, Wang Wanlong exclaimed, "You are him. You were the one who escaped after being pursued by Windshadow Tower. You are Dugu Tianyu." He had been close to Tian Jie and thus knew the details. Suddenly recalling everything, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, many feeling a chill run down their spines. Dugu Tianyu, of the Dugu family, the foremost figure of the younger generation, now revealed to be a 23-year-old martial emperor. My heavens, what has transpired? After 5 years, members of the Dugu family re-emerge, still capable of standing above all others. Only Zhao Chanya and Luo Tianming understood the immense effort Dugu Tianyu had expended over the years. During his time at Xiantian Academy, he had not slept even once, dedicating himself to relentless training, while others, despite having talents far superior to his, simply could not match his diligence. Dugu Tianyu proclaimed, "Now that you know, I shall no longer conceal my identity. Indeed, I am Dugu Tianyu, the eldest son of Dugu Qingyun. This is my brother, my own flesh and blood. You all know what he represents. However, you intend to send formidable warriors to hunt him down. I shall not intervene, nor will I concern myself with it. If any shameless martial sovereigns dare to act, I shall not be courteous. If I am unable to intervene, my father is still capable. He is well. And the reason he has not emerged to confront the other sects is due to the current situation. Exercise caution." The last few words were merely a show of intimidation. Should a martial deity truly arrive, he would indeed be at a loss. Luo Tianming was incensed. Truly, this was an overwhelming display of power, a distinct trait of the Dugu family. Dai Yi was taken aback. The Dugu family members are indeed blood brothers. No wonder they are so fearsome. I cannot allow this. My sister must marry that young man. Wu Ming wore a bewildered expression. Truly, is this my biological brother? Summoning people to hunt me down. Lu Ruoling declared. Arrogance. I shall suppress you. The five soared into the sky. Dugu Tianyu proclaimed. It seems I must offer you a lesson. With his right hand, he condensed energy into a sword, saying, observe closely. The celestial slash roared forth. A sword simultaneously tore through space, intermingled with the symbols of the great Tao, slashing downwards. The five were taken aback, instantly employing their strongest defensive measures. The entity infused with the symbols of the great Tao was not something a martial sovereign should possess. Without any doubt, the five were sent flying, coughing up blood. Dugu Tianyu stated, remember, from this day forth, the notion that one martial sovereign cannot defeat two will become a thing of the past. You should be grateful for the current circumstances. Martial sovereigns cannot be slain, otherwise. Having said that, he departed with Wu Ming, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Even the most reclusive families, accustomed to their profound heritage, were compelled to reassess the Dugu lineage. They understood the significance of a 23-year-old martial sovereign comprehending the great Tao and recognized the implications of a 5-year-old intermediate battle sovereign, particularly one wielding the continent's premier artifact. Zhao Chanya shook his head, aware that a tempest was about to sweep across the continent, uncertain if the Windshadow Tower would make any moves. These two grandsons truly know how to stir up trouble. It appears they have imparted a lesson to the martial sovereigns of the continent. Chapter 34. Farewell. Grand Elder Dugu Tianyu returned to the chamber with Wu Ming, just as Wu Ming was about to express admiration for his brother's prowess. Dugu Tianyu suddenly collapsed to the ground. Wu Ming exclaimed, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" Dugu Tianyu smiled weakly, shaking his head. "I'm fine. It seems I overexerted myself and exhausted all my energy. No worries, I will recuperate shortly." Wu Ming nodded, feeling reassured. After all, that previous strike was exceedingly overwhelming. At that moment, Tang Xiyu returned with Dai Wu. She rushed to Dugu Tianyu, her eyes filled with concern. "Tianyu, are you all right? The discussions outside were quite alarming, claiming you single-handedly battled 5 martial sovereigns. Are you hurt?" Dugu Tianyu raised his hand to gently caress Tang Xiyu's cheek, smiling faintly. "I'm fine, rest assured. Tomorrow, I have arranged to visit Uncle Buotai to pay respects at the Sword God Manor. We shall return to the demon tribe the day after. You may play for one more day, and I will come to fetch you." Tang Xiyu replied, "I'll go as well. After all, he is your husband." Dai Wu chimed in, and Tang Xiyu grinned mischievously. "Do you believe I will introduce my brother to someone else?" The butterfly danced and changed colors. "Oh no, sister. Look at how beautiful you are. Your kind heart surely wouldn't allow that." Wu Ming, standing nearby, was speechless. "What does it have to do with me?" He shook his head and returned to his room to cultivate. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Wu Ming immersed his consciousness in the sword's spirit realm, preparing to venture into the demon territory, a place rife with the unknown. Although he was a battle sovereign, his martial skills were rather limited. "Ancestor, grandfather sword, Ancestor Yunshang, where are you?" Wu Ming called out playfully. Dugu Yunshang appeared, maintaining a respectful distance. "You little rascal, are you calling for your wife?" Wu Ming sat down, laughing. "Not at all. Haha, Ancestor, please teach me some martial techniques, would you? I just realized today that I only know 3 sword techniques and 2 forms of hand-to-hand combat. You wouldn't believe it. Those young brothers and sisters in the tournament had so many skills." Dugu Yunshang's lips twitched. "What did you eat today, you little brat? Why are you acting so coy with me? Have you fallen in love?" Wu Ming jumped up, sword in hand, his face flushed with embarrassment. "Old man, will you teach me or not?" Dugu Yunshang looked down at him. "What, do you wish to threaten me? Don't think your talent can intimidate me. Only you possess the privilege to speak to me in such a manner. Do not overstep your bounds. Do not take all this for granted." Wu Ming lowered his head. He indeed felt the weight of truth in those words. Although Dugu Yunshang was merely a sword spirit now, he was still his ancestor. It was indeed excessive to call him old man every day. "I'm sorry, Ancestor. Please don't be angry. I didn't mean to disrespect you. It's just a habit." Dugu Yunshang rolled his eyes. "Enough. I will not teach you, and there are reasons for that. A swordsman is the king of 100 weapons, and the profundities of swordsmanship cannot be comprehended in a day or two. The art of the sword is ever-changing and cannot be rigidly adhered to. I can teach you the supreme sword technique, but it may take a millennium, 10,000 years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. Can you guarantee that no one can unravel it? You must learn to innovate and research. Only then can you become a master. Why is Feng Qingyang invincible in this world? It is because he created countless martial techniques throughout his life. Have you ever seen yourself eat food that someone else has chewed for you? Do you understand my meaning? I can only prepare the meal for you. I cannot chew it for you. You must savor it yourself. Awakening from his reverie, Wu Ming realized that everything he had today was granted by others. His brother's ability to stand against 5 martial emperors alone stemmed from experiences of life and death, the simplest of truths. That Song Qiong did not claim to bestow the great Dao runes, yet his brother enhanced them, resulting in entirely different effects. Wasn't this a form of innovation as well? Feeling ashamed, Wu Ming said, "Ancestor, I understand now. Thank you for your guidance." Dugu Yunshang replied, "It's not too late to understand now. I shall teach you the 5 elements lethal sword technique. When you attain the rank of martial emperor, return to me, and I will teach you another sword technique before I retire. The rest, you must experience on your own." Wu Ming nodded. "Is that sword technique exclusive to this sword?" Dugu Yunshang shook his head. "No, this sword does not have a unique sword technique. However, this sword can utilize all exclusive sword techniques. Everything requires your own comprehension. If one day you can create a unique sword technique for this sword, only then will you be able to unleash its true power. This is the 5-line ultimate technique. Take your time to comprehend it." The old man has gone to sleep. Dugu Yun placed a rune into Wu Ming's mind and then departed. Wu Ming nodded, exited the sword spirit space, and began earnestly reflecting on the profoundness of the Tao to solidify his breakthrough, while also reminiscing about their recent conversation. He had not anticipated that this dialogue would profoundly impact his entire life. At dawn, Dugu Tianyu and Tang Xiyu donned white garments, instructing Wu Ming to wear black attire, as they were to pay homage to the departed souls. They all exhibited a solemn demeanor. Dai Wu had risen early, waiting at Wu Ming's door, uncertain of when she would see him again. She recalled the foolish, naive person who had once saved her and couldn't help but smile. Wu Ming, taken aback, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Are you spying on me while I change?" Dai Wu's face flushed crimson. She shot a glance at Dugu Tianyu and playfully pushed Wu Ming into his room, closing the door behind him. At this moment, a crisis was brewing. Wu Ming, startled, stammered, "No. What are you trying to do?" Dai Wu laughed. "Look at you, what do you think I would do? I merely want to bid you farewell. After today, who knows when we will meet again. But you must promise me, do not develop feelings for any other girl." Wu Ming was left speechless. How could that be possible? Dai Wu's face lit up with glee, but before she could revel in her joy, Wu Ming's next words doused her enthusiasm like cold water. "I have not liked any girl until now, and I want tea in the future. Rest assured." Dai Wu instantly became frantic, her meticulously styled hair resembling a bird's nest as she shouted, "Wooden block, rotten wood," and stormed out. Just then, Dai arrived, laughing, "Ha! I am quite clever. I managed to extract your residence from Teacher Luo. Hey, little sister, what are you doing here?" Wu Ming had just dashed out in pursuit of Dai Wu and called out, "Dai Wu, don't be angry. Why does it suddenly feel like the atmosphere has shifted?" He looked at Dugu Tianyu, who, with a helpless expression, pointed towards the entrance. Upon noticing, Wu Ming felt a wave of dread wash over him. This was a disaster. Coupled with Dai Wu's disheveled appearance as she emerged from the room, it was nearly impossible to avoid speculation. Dai exploded with fury. "Although I intended to betroth my sister to you, she is still so young. You scoundrel, I see what kind of person you truly are. Look at how you've made my sister feel." As she spoke, she rushed over to embrace Dai Wu. Wu Ming was at a loss. "Sister Dai, it's not like that at all. We have nothing between us. I do not like your sister. It's utterly impossible." Dai Wu immediately buried her face in tears. Even Dugu Tianyu was left speechless, wondering if this was how one should explain things. He shook his head and approached. "Dai, I assure you on my honor that there is nothing between them. It is merely a brother-sister relationship. As for the specifics, you may inquire with your sister. We have matters to attend to today and must take our leave. We shall convene again another day." With that, he took Wu Ming and Tang Xiyu and departed through the air, knowing that such matters were impossible to clarify. Especially to a woman, it was a headache just to think about it. Outside the city, Bo Tai and his party of 5 had just arrived at the designated location. Donggu Tianyu descended with 2 companions, and Bo Tai approached with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Ah, young master Tianyu, miss see you. How shall we address the young master?" Donggu Tianyu replied, "Fengzhu said no name is worthy of him. He is nameless and formless. So let us call him Nameless." Nameless and formless. Bo Tai chuckled. "In any case, I do not grasp the meaning behind this. Come, let us visit my half-orc territory." With that, Bo Tai led the group onto the great rock unique to the orc tribe, and throughout the journey, he incessantly praised Nameless. It was the first time for the Donggu family to visit his half-orc domain, and the excited Bo Tai resembled a child weighing 200 pounds. Meanwhile, It was also the first experience for Dugu Tianyu and his companions to ride such a magnificent creature. After a day of flight, traversing various mountains and deserts, they finally approached towering city walls constructed from massive stones. Bowtie pointed ahead, saying, "There it is." Nameless and the others looked up to see the imposing fortifications, with a few sentinels scattered atop the towers. Bowtie informed them that they had no fear of invasion, hence the sparse number of guards. This marked the entrance to the Orc clan. When they reached a picturesque hill, the rock descended, and Bowtie knelt on one knee, stating, "Phantom has come to be a guest of the half-orc clan. This land, spanning 2,000 miles, belongs to my half-orc kin, and all thanks go to the gifts from the sword God Manor." In unison, all the half-orcs knelt, expressing gratitude for the generosity of the sword God Manor. Dugu Tianyu, taken aback, urged, "Uncle Bowtie, please rise. You truly humble me. It was your exceptional talent and abilities, and our duty to inter the spirits of all the fallen from the sword God Manor. It is my Dugu family who owe you this." With that, the two brothers helped Bowtie to his feet. Dugu Tianyu said, "Uncle Bowtie, I will first pay my respects to the spirits, and then we shall converse." Bowtie nodded. "Please, this way, young master." Nameless and the others followed Bowtie to the largest hill, entirely adorned with tombstones. Dugu Tianyu clenched his fists, his eyes reddening, as he approached. Nameless closely trailed behind. Before each gravestone, Dugu Tianyu bowed 3 times, a solemn ritual that continued until nightfall. Finally, he spoke, "To all my senior brothers and sisters, esteemed elders, and Grandfather Smith, may you rest in peace. My Dugu family shall not let your sacrifices be in vain." This was the second time Tian Jie witnessed Dugu Tianyu shed tears, while Nameless also felt the first tear from his own memories. At that moment, a weathered, human hand rested on Dugu Tianyu's shoulder, and in an unperturbed tone, it remarked, "You've grown up and become quite formidable." Dugu Tianyu froze. He did not need to look to recognize that familiar voice, the one he often heard in his childhood when he would sneak over to this person's abode to steal food, pick flowers, and trample grass, all while clamoring for a ride on his back. He embraced the newcomer, exclaiming, "Great Elder, Yuer has missed you so much. I thought you were gone." The visitor was none other than Feng Wudi, who had returned on the 5th anniversary of his passing. "Well now, you've grown up, with a wife and child, yet still carry this childlike spirit. A son?" Tian Jie exclaimed, unable to contain her composure. "Dugu Tianyu, you have a son?" The great elder pointed at Nameless. "Is he not?" Dugu Tianyu stepped forward, grasping Nameless' arm. "Great elder, this is my brother. He is the one whom the divine sword recognized as its master. Nameless, this is the grand elder of my sword God Manor." In a profound bow, Wu Ming respectfully greeted the great elder, who replied with moist eyes, Well, haha, despite my inability to discern your cultivation level, anyone possessing the symbols of the great Tao within them must undoubtedly be a practitioner." Wu Ming, unable to conceal the truth, spoke earnestly, "Esteemed great elder, this year I have reached the mid-level of battle sovereign. My cultivation stems from my comprehension of the great Tao, hence the symbols of the Tao within me." The great elder was taken aback. "Comprehending the great Tao for cultivation? Battle sovereign?" Wu Ming nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, great elder." After a prolonged silence, the great elder exuberantly exclaimed, "Good, good, good. Come, let us dine." With 3 jubilant affirmations, the great elder could hardly articulate his emotions. Both Bowtie and the others were astonished. Though familiar with Wu Ming's prowess, the notion of cultivating through the understanding of the great Tao seemed exclusive to the martial gods. Bowtie scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend it fully. Beside them, White's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Father, I wish to challenge him." Bowtie promptly smacked White on the forehead, admonishing, "Silence. One must not challenge their benefactor." Chapter 35. The Demon Realm and the Demon Clan. White nodded quietly, yet resolved to challenge Wu Ming regardless. Dinner consisted of various fowls and fish, as the beastmen included minotaurs, pigmen, and centaurs, adhering to their clan's dietary regulations. The meal was quite palatable. Over the years, Bowtie's kin had often mingled with human society, realizing the significance of martial skills. Unlike other beastmen who viewed martial prowess as mere embellishment, believing true strength to be paramount. Post-repast, Dugu Tianyu conversed with Feng Wudi, while the great elder resumed his position, returning to the realm of martial gods. For him, it was merely the loss of some martial force and Tao power, which he could gradually restore without the need for breakthroughs. When the discussion turned to Wu Ming's impending tribulation as a battle sovereign, Feng Wudi was taken aback. Tian Jie sat beside Dugu Tianyu, resembling a dutiful daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Wuming contemplated sword techniques in the courtyard when White approached, slightly bowing. Young Master Wuming, witnessing your prowess yesterday ignited my fervor. I dare to challenge you, and I humbly request your guidance. Wuming turned, recognizing him. Ah, it's you. Your performance yesterday was quite unexpected as well. Come, it shall not be a matter of guidance, merely a spar. White beamed. I have another request. Wuming nodded. Speak freely. There is no need for such formalities. Let us refer to each other as brothers. White, somewhat surprised, replied, Very well. I am aware that the divine sword is in your possession. I wish for you to defeat me in your strongest state, while I shall enter a frenzied state. Wuming pondered for a moment before nodding slightly, agreed. However, I have a request as well. White interjected, I wouldn't dare to impose, just state it. Wuming, with a slight smile, proposed, Tomorrow, I shall venture into the demon clan for training. If I win, you shall accompany me, should I lose. I will impart all my knowledge to you. Does that seem fair? White was elated. This was a tremendous opportunity for him, as he rarely ventured out due to Buatai's concerns over potential trouble. In an instant, Wuming radiated brilliance, and with a sharp sound, the Tianhuang Eight Fury hovered before his chest. The aura of Tianhuang Banru instantly spread, illuminating the courtyard with the divine radiance emanating from it. At this moment, Feng Wudi and Dugu Tianyu simultaneously exclaimed, Tianhuang Banru. Both of them dashed out of the room. Nameless held the divine sword at an angle with his right hand, while across from him, White brandished the frigid tempest, his entire being ablaze with fury. Had he not been frantically grasping the frigid tempest, it would have quivered the moment Tianhuang Banru was unleashed. What are you doing? Feng Wudi inquired. Nameless grinned and replied, Just a friendly spar, nothing to worry about. Upon witnessing Tianhuang Banru, Feng Wudi's thoughts were tumultuous, a flicker of intensity igniting in his eyes. This was the culmination of his master's lifetime of effort. Dugu Tianyu remarked, A spar sounds good. I too wish to witness White's limits. Just then, Buatai emerged in a fit of rage, about to speak when Feng Wudi interjected. Let them have their fun for a while. With a casual display of power, he conjured a colossal luminous barrier to envelop the two, preventing the shockwaves from dismantling the building. White took the initiative, launching himself forward with a speed that exceeded yesterday's by at least tenfold. He aimed a downward strike at Nameless. Unfazed, Nameless countered with a swift parry, sending White hurtling backward. Nameless took a slight step back. Realizing this was the first opponent capable of pushing him back, he charged forward, exclaiming, What a thrill! Let's go again. He then aimed another downward strike at White, whose fighting spirit surged as he swept his sword horizontally to intercept the divine blade. When the two swords clashed, ripples surged forth. Nameless seized the opportunity to pull down, igniting sparks from the frigid tempest. Both retreated a step, White glancing at the frigid tempest in shock, secretly acknowledging the divine sword's unparalleled sharpness as it carved a notch into the frigid tempest. The two engaged once more, Nameless thrusting his sword forward, while White held his blade horizontally, countering with an upward jab aimed at Nameless' chest. Nameless parried and spun to the left, delivering a horizontal strike aimed at White's neck. White, startled, ducked to evade and launched a counterattack aimed at Nameless' lower body. Nameless leaped behind White, targeting his back, but White managed to block with his sword. Excellent. Haha, it's been years since I've witnessed such a battle. Feng Wudi applauded. Indeed, at their level, such confrontations bore little practical significance. They were merely exchanges of raw power and martial skills. It was a rare occurrence to witness such a clash, and Dugu Tianyu nodded slightly in agreement. The duel continued for over 100 exchanges, culminating with Nameless halting his sword at White's throat. White, reverting from his frenzy, acknowledged, Young Master, you are indeed formidable. The foremost warrior of the continent. Nameless smiled and replied, You are quite impressive as well. I have never encountered an opponent as tenacious as you. White shook his head, saying, Young Master, you cannot say that. I am already 20, while you are merely 5, and I believe this is not solely the sword's might. Nameless offered no response, merely smiling. Excessive humility would seem pretentious. He then asked White, Shall we settle our wager? White nodded vigorously. Yes, of course, haha. At that moment, Buatai approached, delivering a slap to White's forehead. You rascal, are you ignoring my words? Feng Qingyang intervened. What are you doing? It is perfectly normal for children to spar. Mutual progress is a good thing. White scratched his head, saying, Father, I lost. I admit my defeat. Buatai, perplexed, asked, What do you mean? You admit your defeat? Subsequently, White recounted the previous wager to Buatai, leaving both Feng Wudi and Dugu Tianyu astonished. You truly engage in grand pursuits. Buatai closed his eyes, pondering for a moment before responding, Very well, You may go. It's beneficial to venture out, to gain experiences, to observe humanity. Although their physicality does not match ours in strength, their intellect is exceptional. We orcs tend to be rather single-minded. And I hope you can elevate our kind to greater heights in the future. White was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, Father, for your support." Wutai continued, regardless of the circumstances. "I hope you will always follow the nameless young master and regard him as your leader." What? The nameless one was taken aback, hastily responding, "That is unnecessary. I can address him as a brother without such formalities." "Uncle, this is too much." Dugu Tianyu also interjected, and only then did Wutai concede, allowing them to refer to each other as brothers, but insisting that White must call the nameless one elder brother. He then took White aside, stating he had some matters to discuss. Dugu Tianyu and Tang Xiyu shook their heads, sighing. "This orc is truly stubborn." Feng Wudi chuckled softly. "It's not stubbornness, it's wisdom." He has finally grasped why he has led the half-orcs to this point, not merely through strength, but by seeing the bigger picture. A 5-year-old battle sovereign signifies something profound, and he understands it well. Dugu Tianyu had an epiphany, realizing the truth in his words. The next day, they opted not to fly with the rock. Now that Feng Wudi had returned to his status as a martial god, he could directly open a portal into the realm of the demon race, allowing for instantaneous travel. This was the first time White experienced such spatial power, eagerly exploring its nuances. Upon arriving at the boundary, they found it protected by a formation set by Feng Qingyang, allowing only him to permit entry and exit, thus preventing any bizarre creatures from escaping. Dugu Tianyu contacted Feng Qingyang through the formation. Soon, the portal swung wide open, and Feng Qingyang stepped out. Feng Wudi was momentarily taken aback before greeting, "Uncle, greetings," and performed a respectful bow. "Uncle." Both the nameless one and Dugu Tianyu exclaimed in astonishment. Feng Qingyang nodded at Feng Wudi, saying, "It appears you have recovered. You should first check on the realm of reincarnation. I shall remain here. At your command." Feng Wudi tore through the void, clearly displaying immense respect for Feng Qingyang. White felt as though he could hardly breathe. This was the legendary figure he had only heard spoken of, and he was finally in the presence of such grandeur and sanctity. He felt an overwhelming sense of honor. Once Feng Wudi departed, Feng Qingyang immediately relaxed his ethereal demeanor, smiling broadly as he remarked, "Haha, little nameless, you've grown so tall. What have you been eating lately to grow so quickly?" With a mischievous grin, the nameless one replied, "6-colored chicken." What? It dawned on him that Zhao Yuling had mentioned cooking 6-colored chicken for the nameless one when she could not see him on his 5th birthday. He found himself believing that the nameless one might indeed be telling the truth, clutching his chest in dramatic pain and collapsing onto the ground. "Let me have a moment." White completely began to question whether the person he had just seen was indeed the same as the one before. All right, that won't happen, ancestor. Let us go." After some coaxing from Tang Xiyu, Feng Qingyang rose and inquired about White's circumstances before leading everyone into the demon realm. They did not tear through the space but instead flew together, allowing the nameless one and White to observe and familiarize themselves further. At this moment, the nameless one inquired, "Why does the demon race possess a barrier realm while the beast race does not?" Feng Qingyang replied with a chuckle, The demon and devil races are known as the demon realm and the devil realm, respectively. Their worlds are distinct yet adjacent. The barrier's purpose is to separate the two realms and mend spatial rifts, a technique from ancient powers. The beastmen and humans are both indigenous to the Xuan Tian Continent. Hence they exist within a singular plane. The nameless one nodded. "Oh, I see, yet I still find it somewhat perplexing." Dugu Tianyu gently patted his head and said, "You will understand it in due time." Subsequently, the nameless one began to survey this new realm, which was scarcely adorned with grand mountains, comprising mainly small hills that bore resemblance to the territories of the half-beastmen. However, this land lacked trees, being instead abundant with vines, lakes, and streams. Upon reaching the exterior of a palace, Feng Qingyang descended and led the group inside. Presently, the ruler of the demon race, known as the demon sovereign, possessed only the strength of a battle master, yet Feng Qingyang still felt compelled to extend a greeting. Years ago, he had nearly wreaked havoc upon this realm, and now he sought to atone for his past transgressions. Consequently, the demon sovereign regarded him with a neutral demeanor, showing excessive warmth towards the others. The nameless one observed that the so-called demon race, regardless of gender, sported green hair, slightly pointed ears, and blue eyes, resembling humans in all other aspects. The demon race was generally comprised of strikingly handsome individuals. The demon sovereign before him was a woman of astonishing beauty, almost unreal in her appearance. Unlike the others, she bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, yet possessed 9 tails and pink eyes. Dugu Tianyu informed him that she was one of the rare noble types within the demon race, and her beauty stirred the heart of the 5-year-old nameless one, causing it to race. In contrast, White felt no particular attraction. As to him, only the half-beastmen were truly captivating. Feng Qingyang exchanged a brief greeting with the demon sovereign before taking his leave. Dugu Tianyu stepped forward and said, "Respected demon sovereign, I, Tianyu, have come with my younger brother, Nameless, and the half-beastman, White, to assist the demon race and to provide them with training." The demon sovereign responded in an enchanting voice. "Brother Tianyu, there is no need for formality between us. I shall arrange accommodations for them at once. I welcome all those you have brought." The Nameless One and White also stepped forward, saying, "We have the honor of meeting the esteemed demon sovereign." The demon sovereign approached with an alluring grace. "So, this is Brother Tianyu's younger brother? Indeed, he is quite handsome and utterly adorable." As she spoke, she playfully pinched the Nameless One's cheek, causing him to blush profusely. After teasing him, she arranged their lodgings. Upon exiting the grand hall, Tang Xiu seized Dugu Tianyu by the waist, saying, "Let me tell you, not only you but also keep Nameless away from that woman. She exudes an air of seduction. If there are matters to discuss, I will speak. You must not converse with her." The Nameless One, bewildered, murmured from behind, "It seems bringing Sister Xiu along was indeed wise. Otherwise, I might have ended up with a fox sister." "You little rascal, what did you just say?" Dugu Tianyu thought, his mind swirling with confusion. "Ah, it's nothing, haha. Brother loves Sister Xiu the most." The Nameless One managed to force a smile. Tang Xiu became even more exasperated. "Look, even Nameless has noticed. Be cautious." White shook his head and remarked, "You humans are indeed quite complex." The Nameless One nodded in agreement. "They truly are intricate. Aren't you human?" "Yes, of course." After dining and practicing, tomorrow promised to be a busy day. Chapter 36, Dreadful Revelations After Dinner. Feng Qingyang remarked, "The current situation of the demon clan appears relatively optimistic. The rift in the dimensional plane has manifested in the western region, and as of yet, it has not spread to other areas. However, the western lands have suffered immensely due to the pervasive aura and remnants emerging from the rift. Creatures have begun to emerge, albeit seemingly without any formidable masters among them. Their elite warriors must be few, or they would have launched a large-scale invasion by now. Take your time to familiarize yourself with everything here. The demon clan is a mysterious race, and the demon realm harbors many undiscovered powerful relics. Tomorrow, venture out on your own, but exercise caution, for there are indeed belligerent beings among the demon clan. Once you have explored the other regions, make your way to the west." Wuming nodded slightly. At that moment, a hearty voice resonated from outside. "I heard we have a guest." Xianyuan Jueming stepped in with a stride. Wuming rose and exclaimed, "Ah, Uncle Reptile." This caused Feng Qingyang to spit out his tea in surprise. This little rascal seems to learn everything. Realizing his misstep, Wuming quickly corrected himself. "No, I meant Uncle Xianyuan. You see, I got a bit too excited. Ha ha ha, don't take it to heart." With Feng Qingyang's assistance, Xianyuan Jueming had integrated the Dragon Sovereign's rebirth tree into his being, and he was gradually undergoing a transformation. Consequently, the demon clan regarded him as the demon emperor due to the influence of the Dragon Sovereign's rebirth tree. Once he fully transformed into a true dragon, he could potentially become the rightful ruler of the demon race, the celestial demon emperor. However, he wished to avoid such complications, constantly evading the demon clan. Presently, he appeared vibrant and full of life. Surprisingly, upon hearing Uncle Reptile, he did not take offense but instead smiled and said to Wuming, "Young one, it's only been a few months since we last met, and not only have you grown in strength, but you've also become quite bold." Wuming chuckled awkwardly, and after a brief exchange, they each attended to their respective matters. Xianyuan Jueming was preoccupied with evading the demon clan while completing his transformation, ensuring peace in this realm. Meanwhile, Feng Qingyang led Dugu Tianyu and Tang Xiu to oversee the western region. White had already integrated himself with the demon clan, engaging with them like a martial enthusiast and insisting that half-beasts might be the ancestors of the demon race, which drew scorn from a group of women. In his room, Wuming sat in contemplation, reflecting on Dugu Yunshang's words. "The ancestor taught me 3 sword techniques. There must be a purpose behind them, yet these 3 techniques seem entirely unrelated. The technique Hifeng Shiyu can release sword energy as dense as raindrops, capable of evading both single and multiple opponents. Rising Sun at dusk is merely a form of sword control." Sword control. Yes, sword control. Ha ha ha, it must be so. When I first sparred with my brother, he once mentioned that if one encounters an opponent of a significantly higher realm, The rising sun at dusk might only serve to hand over a weapon to the adversary. However, sword energy is different. I could attempt to combine He Feng Shiyu with rising sun at dusk. Without hesitation, Wu Ming settled into a meditative position and entered the sword spirit space. Attempting to create this technique in the external world would likely result in demolishing the house. Upon entering the space, he retrieved a sword and declared, He Feng Shiyu. Yet, as he unleashed a barrage of sword rain, he realized he had lost control and exclaimed, I need to try again. As the journey continued, each movement was executed with deliberate slowness, allowing for a gradual comprehension of every subtle variation. After enduring 30 failures, he finally grasped a single drop of rain, which manifested as a sword forged from the confluence of martial prowess and sword energy. This blade embodied not only the overwhelming force of martial might, but also the piercing sharpness of sword energy. Both elements were indispensable. Upon seizing it with his mental strength, he swiftly invoked the remnants of the setting sun, unleashing the sword energy. A dark crimson beam of energy shot forth with a swift whoosh. In that moment, he was consumed by exhilaration, attempting this feat numerous times. However, he soon recognized a significant shortcoming: the protracted duration required to execute the technique. In combat, even the slightest margin could determine victory or defeat, and it currently took him at least 5 seconds to summon a single strand of sword energy. Yet, he remained undeterred, persistently exploring and contemplating each transformation. If he could control all sword energies in the fleeting instant akin to a gentle rain, he could dictate their trajectories at will, an unfathomable dominance. He also became acutely aware of a grave issue. His mental strength was still insufficient, despite his relentless pursuit of enlightenment. His mental faculties, though robust, remained lacking. His endeavor persisted until the dawn of the following day, leaving him utterly exhausted as he finally opened his eyes. White was polishing the sword sheath and, upon noticing his awakening, asked, Brother, what have you been doing? You're drenched in sweat. With a smile, he replied, I'm researching my own martial techniques. White was taken aback. Your own martial techniques? How is that possible? How do you even begin to do such a thing? Momentarily taken aback by the question, he replied, I'm just trying to see if I can create some techniques of my own. White regarded him with admiration. For them, martial skills held more significance than even a 5th-level golden core. After a modest meal, the two exited the palace of the demon clan, preparing to head south. Just outside, they encountered the demon sovereign, who smiled and inquired, Where are you two headed? With a bow, he responded, We intend to take a stroll southward. The expression of several individuals behind the demon sovereign shifted upon hearing this. The demon sovereign cautioned, You wish to wander south? That territory is not a place for mere leisure. It belongs to the beasts of the demon realm, which, although under the demon clan's dominion, are naturally combative and favor overwhelming the few with their numbers. Are you certain? He nodded confidently. It's fine. We simply wish to take a look around. I can't very well say we're off to excavate your relics for treasure, can I? The demon sovereign chuckled. Do as you wish, but exercise utmost caution. Here, take this. It will alleviate many troubles on your journey. As he spoke, he handed him a jade token. Upon receiving the token, he remarked, Shaoli, how audacious. Is it appropriate for you to call the esteemed name of the demon sovereign so casually? A guard behind the sovereign interjected, How dare you? What audacity gives you the right to reprimand my guest? The demon sovereign turned, his anger palpable, then faced him with a smirk. What is your name? Is it not Dugu by Fa? Huh. Or perhaps Dugu Xiao by Lian? With a frown, he replied, No, I am simply known as Nameless. Then, esteemed demon sovereign, I shall take my leave. Without further ado, he grasped White's hand and fled, fearing that lingering any longer might lead to further absurdities at the hands of this creature. As the two traversed the path, they were incessantly questioned by patrolling guards. Fortunately, thanks to the jade token bestowed by the demon lord, Nameless managed to evade scrutiny, while White barely escaped each inquiry. Upon nearing the southern territory, they encountered a grand city gate. The entrance posed no stringent requirements, but the exit was heavily scrutinized. Once inside, they were regarded as anomalies by the demon beasts, which were predominantly large and rarely slender. The streets were filled with stout figures, resembling a rural road more than an urban thoroughfare, for shops were virtually non-existent, as the demon beasts were entirely self-sufficient. Consequently, finding sustenance became a dilemma for the two. Nameless decided against lingering in the city and promptly led White to the grasslands outside. Upon arrival, Nameless unfurled his mental web, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The only significant difference between this realm and the human world lay in the dominant species. Turning to White, he inquired, Are there no rabbit folk among your orc kin? White shook his head, replying, "None. What are you planning?" Nameless demonstrated his intent through action, unleashing the pressure of a battle lord to dispatch several wild rabbits, which elicited a roll of White's eyes. It seemed he was the first to employ such a method for hunting rabbits. Nameless began to prepare his exclusive barbecue recipe, while White indulged without restraint, even devouring the bones, leaving Nameless momentarily astonished. Just then, Nameless sensed an approaching presence, swift and infused with a palpable aura of death. He swiftly enveloped White in his formidable power, urging him to crouch low and conceal their presence. At that moment, Nameless beheld a figure shrouded in a gray hooded robe, its face obscured by a dense fog, rendering its features indistinct. An eerie creature? Nameless was taken aback, questioning the presence of such a being here, as they were supposed to inhabit the western lands. At that juncture, a demon beast arrived, presenting a jar to the sinister entity, stating, "This is all we have. The demon clan's population is scarce, and the essence we can refine is limited." The peculiar being extended its hand to receive the jar, and Nameless clearly observed that it possessed only 3 fingers, scrutinizing the demon beast intently before departing. Nameless was horrified. It appeared that the demon beasts were colluding with the eerie creature, seemingly intent on supplying them with essence. This was intolerable. Consequently, Nameless instructed White to follow the demon beast while he trailed the strange entity. After traversing nearly 20 miles, Nameless caught up with the eerie being and called out, "Who are you?" The creature was startled, retreating in alarm. However, upon glimpsing Nameless, it trembled uncontrollably, its demeanor akin to a starving wolf that had not feasted for 10 days, spotting a rabbit. Sensing the aura of a cultivator emanating from Nameless, the eerie entity charged at him, perceiving this as an unparalleled opportunity for a sumptuous meal. As it closed in, it threw a punch, and Nameless responded in kind. They struck in unison, both being repelled by the force of their clash. Nameless was astounded. This was his first encounter since ascending to Battle Lord, and he felt at a disadvantage. Admittedly, he had not exerted his full strength, and the strange creature was equally taken aback, astonished that this seemingly unassuming youth possessed such terrifying power. Once again, he charged towards the Nameless figure, this time enveloped in a shroud of gray mist. The Nameless one, showing no hesitation, unleashed a strike infused with purple martial energy. With a single, decisive blow, he crushed the bizarre creature, leaving it obliterated. Even he was taken aback, for he had exerted little effort. How could he have reduced it to such a state? Shaking his head, he stowed away the vial of essence blood. This was a chilling revelation. The monstrous beasts were colluding with the strange entities, providing them with essence blood. The implications were terrifying, hinting at a treacherous collaboration that had likely begun unnoticed. An ominous premonition unfurled within the depths of his mind. In a distant cave, a creature adorned with thorns on its back suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, fixating on a shattered blood orb before it. Go investigate. My dispatched agents have perished." Chapter 37. The Dragon Goddess Tomb. Upon returning to the earlier scene, he found White encasing the recently subdued beast's legs in an icy grip. Its complexion darkened from the frigid assault. Approaching, he inquired, "Are you aware of the gravity of your actions?" The beast shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, "What do you understand, you naive child?" Casually retrieving the vial he had previously acquired, he demanded, "Whose essence blood is this? Where did it come from? And for what purpose? If you do not speak the truth, I shall reduce you to pulp with my fists." The beast scoffed, a mere child still suckling. Yet before it could finish, it was struck, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "A mere child can indeed dictate your fate," he declared. The beast felt a chill run through it. The boy's ability to seize the essence blood indicated he possessed some capability. It then replied, "We have no choice. We are merely trying to save the demon realm." "Fool, you, with your methods, dare speak of saving the demon realm?" He fumed, delivering another punch. The beast chuckled. "What other means do we have? That esteemed lord has promised that as long as we provide essence blood to restore his power, he will not trouble the demon race." He bellowed in fury. "Currently, the strongest expert in our realm and the martial emperor guard the demon realm. Do you think we fear his tyranny? You are not only endangering the demon realm, but also the human saviors who come to aid you." Human saviors? Could it be that infamous human? Has the demon realm fallen so low? We have never bowed to anyone, all due to that human. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, and White's expression changed drastically. "We must flee. The beast tide is upon us." He turned to see, on a distant hill, thousands of monstrous beasts charging towards them with fierce intent. Furrowing his brow, he realized that this tactic of overwhelming numbers was indeed troubling, leaving him uncertain if the beasts were friend or foe. He swiftly joined White in a frantic escape. At that moment, above where he had obliterated the strange creature, a figure appeared, suspended in the void. Gazing down at the remnants, it mused aloud, a power of such a caliber, before soaring towards the territory of the beasts. Meanwhile, the beast clan leader was interrogating the captured creature within his chamber, his brow furrowed and pacing back and forth. Boom! In an instant, the entire stone edifice erupted. Fragments of stone and debris suspended in the air. A humanoid entity hovered above, neither joyful nor sorrowful, proclaiming, "Surrender that esteemed being of formidable power along with 100 flesh and blood creatures, and this matter shall be laid to rest. Otherwise, from this point as the epicenter, within a radius of 50 miles, not a single living creature shall remain." The leader of the beast clan fell to his knees, exclaiming, "My Lord Wu, this incident is not of our doing. How could we dare defy your will? There are reasons behind this. We have just delivered the precious essence you required to that esteemed being. We did not anticipate the sudden emergence of these two calamities. Please, my lord, grant us your understanding. We would never act against your interests. Jagira, I doubt you possess the audacity. Who dares to disrupt my master's endeavors?" Wu Ersi remarked coolly. "Reporting to you, my lord, they are but two children, one human, and the other, of unknown origin, entirely green." The interrogated individual stammered. "Children of such stature wielding esteemed power? How intriguing. Where did they go?" Wu Ersi inquired while stroking his chin. "According to reports, they headed southeast. I have dispatched a beast horde to pursue them." Jagira responded. "Pursue them? Be cautious not to squander those flesh and blood creatures. Beware of being pursued in turn." Wu Ersi commanded. "Very well, let this matter rest for now. But you shall handle the debris yourself." With that, Wu Ersi soared southeast, and the falling debris shattered the surrounding structures into disarray. Once Wu Ersi departed, the beast clan leader collapsed to the ground, unleashing a fierce roar filled with sorrow and rage, feeling utterly powerless as his kin were victimized. Meanwhile, Nameless and White raced through the grasslands, reaching a tangle of marshy vines. Just as they intended to rest, an ominous aura caused Nameless' pupils to contract. Swiftly enveloping White in his violet energy, he plunged into a nearby pond. Moments later, he sensed a figure above the water, standing in the void, and desperately pulled White deeper. The human strength was undetectable, but he could not guarantee safety against such a peculiar entity. Wu Ersi, perplexed, noted that a chilling presence had previously manifested here, yet it had vanished without a trace. He probed the lake's depths with his mental energy, but found nothing. Quickly, he retreated. Lingering outside posed immense danger for him, as even if Feng Qingyang was in the west, a miscalculation on his part could leave him exposed. On his way back, he slaughtered 100 beasts, draining their blood before contentedly returning to his lair. After a while, Nameless and White finally surfaced, gasping for air. White indignantly exclaimed, "Brother, we should have charged in and confronted him. I nearly suffocated." Nameless shot White a glance, saying, "What is wrong with being alive? If you wish to court death, do so on your own. That level of strength is fundamentally different from ours. Do you not realize that all below the martial emperor are but ants? Though we are invincible among warriors, against a martial emperor, you wouldn't even be able to move." White began to grasp the situation, responding, "Oh, I see. Let us get to shore. If I stay submerged any longer, my beautiful skin will turn pale." Nameless, "You, Timo, my master, I have thoroughly investigated the matter. Two formidable human beings of exalted rank have slain Jinsi. They are likely of royal status or higher. Here is the blood I have brought back for you," Uls said, presenting a spatial ring to the thorn-covered figure before him. "Indeed, I understand. From now on, you shall take charge. Avoid flight. Those two will surely appear again." Uls replied, "As you command. Should we encounter them again, I shall bring them to you without fail." At this moment, the two were resting beneath a massive vine, having searched this area for half a day without discovering any trace of ruins. Nameless remarked, "This is not a viable approach. We must at least inquire about our surroundings. We cannot rely on mere chance to find the ruins." White nodded in agreement. "Yes, but whom shall we ask? The entire beast realm is likely hunting us down." Nameless acknowledged, "Correct. We must hasten back and inform Elder Xianyuan. This is terrifying. Such a presence lurks within the demon realm." Suddenly, a colossal vine behind them struck with ferocity, ensnaring both and dragging them into the earth. They had no time to react. Who would have imagined such a monstrous vine? By the time they regained their composure, they beheld a massive green maw opening wide on the ground, a gaping abyss ready to consume them. Nameless exerted his strength, yet he could not break free from the vine. Just as he was about to resort to force, White shouted, exclusive ice dragon, emerge. With a sharp sound, an icy tempest erupted from its sheath, striking the ground and encasing everything in frost. An ice dragon soared forth, shattering the maw into fragments. They landed on the ground, exchanging glances and bursting into laughter, having narrowly escaped becoming the creature's meal beneath the eyes of a martial emperor. Wait, where are we? Nameless suddenly realized, and White's smile froze as they faced a wall rather than soil. The wall was constructed entirely of marble. Nameless summoned his strength, conjuring several massive orbs of light that floated in the air. They found themselves within a corridor, at the end of which stood a grand door made of stone, adorned with the image of a flying dragon and several runes. The two gasped, ruins. Martial techniques. They dashed forward and pushed with all their might. But the massive door did not budge. Nameless and White exerted their strength once more, yet it remained immovable. Stepping back, Nameless began to scrutinize the grand door. Suddenly, he noticed the runes were not merely etched but carved, akin to his own method of integrating runes. Step back, he instructed. Although White did not comprehend Nameless' intent, he complied and took a step back. Nameless placed his hands in a specific position, channeling the runes from within him to fill the corresponding spaces. As he placed the final rune, a radiant glow enveloped the door, illuminating the ancient and mysterious patterns. The sight left White awestruck, realizing that during their previous contest, Nameless had not exerted his full strength. A sudden sound echoed, and the dust erupted from below as if deflated. The entrance slowly creaked open, revealing a realm of brilliance as the Nameless One guided the martial emperor's orb within. The interior, while modest and lacking the opulence one might expect, featured intricately carved dragon motifs adorning each stone pillar. Beyond the pillars lay a staircase, ascending 10 levels, with an additional tier that presumably housed the true treasures. The two rushed forward, but their first step revealed their miscalculation. With a resounding clang, they felt as though they were treading on iron plates. Confronted by the oppressive aura of the martial emperor, struggling against the pressure, the Nameless One advanced laboriously to the second tier, only to find the weight of the atmosphere intensifying. Pain surged through him as he ascended to the third tier, while White managed to take his second step. The Nameless One turned to assist White, who gestured for him to proceed. Each step felt as if 100,000 pounds were added to his burden. Upon reaching the fifth tier, the Nameless One unleashed a surge of purple martial power to counteract the oppressive force, extending a hand to pull White up. At that moment, White also released his own martial energy to withstand the pressure. As White finally reached the fifth tier, he began to bleed green from his nostrils. The Nameless One swiftly imbued his great path runes upon White, improving his condition. Thus, they supported one another, enveloping themselves in martial energy as they ascended to the sixth tier, where White's body emitted crackling sounds, a sign of bones fracturing under the strain. A frigid storm erupted from the host, and both felt a wave of relief akin to their previous experience on the fifth tier. Nevertheless, by the time they reached the ninth tier, they were drenched in blood. The Nameless One, entirely crimson, felt the bones in his chest fracturing, while White was on the brink of collapse. With a mighty effort, the Nameless One invoked the Celestial Desolation 8 Wrath, driving it into the final step. He propelled himself upward, feeling an immediate release as all pressure dissipated. We finally made it. Brother, quickly, see what treasures await. White shouted. Exhausted, the Nameless One remained silent, carefully placing 3 second-tier golden pills into White's mouth, helping him to regain his strength. The Nameless One then sat in meditation, surrounded by swirling purple energy, as a dragon and phoenix hastily mended his wounds. When he finally emerged from his recuperation, White was nearly revitalized as well. They both turned to behold the treasures that had nearly claimed their lives. Instantly, their pupils constricted as they exclaimed in unison, "The Dragon God's Tomb." Chapter 38. The might of divine thunder. Their eyes widened, for ahead loomed a colossal coffin, with an enormous marble slab before it, inscribed with the words Dragon God's Tomb. Who was the Dragon God? Millennia ago, he had contended with the first clan leader of the demon race, the Dragon Sovereign, Ling Feng. Though ultimately defeated, one who dared to vie for the clan leader's position against the Dragon Sovereign could not be weak. A faint chuckle escaped the lips of two young companions, who, though not of the demon clan, found themselves here, suggesting a fateful connection. An ancient voice resonated, causing their bodies to tremble as a spirit emerged from the marble monument. Without hesitation, the Nameless One bowed and spoke. "We meant no offense, having inadvertently stumbled into this place. If we have caused any disturbance, we shall depart immediately. Please forgive our intrusion." The spirit replied, "No offense taken. The shortcomings of the descendants of the demon clan are theirs to bear. Your presence here speaks to your uniqueness and your lack of greed. Only those below the martial emperor may enter this portal, which requires the power of the great Tao's runes to unlock, a testament to your exceptional nature. This staircase demands the cooperation of two. One alone cannot ascend, thus indicating your unselfishness. I am the master of this realm, the divine feather azure dragon. The two were taken aback, realizing they stood before the legendary dragon god. They bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the dragon god." The dragon god smiled gently and said, "No need for such formalities. It is surprising to know that humans have heard of me. How many years have passed? I had nearly forgotten, thinking I would never see anyone arrive here. Yet today, fortune smiles upon me, allowing my skills to be passed down. I can offer you but two gifts. One is my dragon goddess killing technique, and the other is the power of the great Tao's runes throughout your life. You must deliberate on your choice, for only one may be selected by each of you. Moreover, the dragon goddess killing technique can only be passed on at the moment of death." Their hearts raced, as these were gifts tailor-made for them. It was only logical that entrance would require the great Tao's runes, and correspondingly, there would be a legacy to inherit. Thus, the Nameless One chose to inherit the great Tao's runes, while White opted for the dragon god's killing technique, which unexpectedly turned out to be a sword technique. For White, the process was straightforward. The dragon god touched his forehead, and a dark red rune fused into his mind, requiring only contemplation. In contrast, the Nameless One faced a more complex challenge. The dragon god summoned runes from within, which gradually floated into the Nameless One, aiding in their integration. Meanwhile, the Nameless One worked diligently, using a violet energy hammer to inscribe the runes into his bones, akin to driving nails. Even the dragon god's lips twitched at the sight of such an extraordinary child. This integration lasted a fortnight. When all the runes were inscribed within his chest, the Nameless One opened his eyes and took a deep breath, instantly depleting the spiritual energy within 100 miles, which converged here. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened as ominous clouds gathered, accompanied by terrifying thunder. Even the dragon god, alongside White, stepped back in alarm, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Is he undergoing the heavenly tribulation?" In the distance, the demon beasts, including their leader, gazed toward the ominous clouds, their kin struck with fear, questioning the source of such a phenomenon. Could it be that revered figure gone mad? It seemed impossible, for that being was not present. Simultaneously, within the demon royal palace, Xianyuan Jumai suddenly opened his eyes, looking southward and murmuring to himself, "Someone is undergoing the heavenly tribulation." Feng Qingyang also sensed the terrifying aura, remarking, "This young one." In a cave overgrown with thorns, a peculiar, ancient creature opened its blood-red eyes and commanded, "Ursus, hasten to the southeast and ascertain who is transcending the tribulation." The thunder rumbled incessantly, and a nameless, vibrant five-colored divine lightning erupted from within, swirling above the head of the Nameless One as if it feared losing its target. At this moment, the Nameless could not employ the dragon and phoenix to shield himself. He had to endure the onslaught directly. If he were to deflect it elsewhere, it would be a wonder if the divine lightning did not wreak havoc here. With a deafening roar, a bolt of five-colored divine lightning surged toward the Nameless, piercing through the tomb's ceiling and striking him. Instantly, his garments were torn asunder, leaving a charred mark upon his back. White, witnessing such a scene for the first time, was rendered speechless, filled with concern over whether the Nameless could withstand this ordeal. The dragon god, observing with furrowed brows, pondered what defiant act this young man had committed. Was it not true that the heavenly tribulation only manifested when a martial emperor broke through to martial god? Surely, it could not be that he had crossed that threshold. With another thunderous crash, another bolt descended. More? The dragon god's composure faltered. Even the transition from martial emperor to martial god typically involved but a single five-colored divine lightning strike. The third, fourth, and up to the seventh bolt fell relentlessly upon the same spot, and only then did tranquility return. The ominous clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky once more. Uls, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill run down his spine. 7 bolts of divine lightning striking a single location. 1 bolt for a low-tier martial god, 2 for a mid-tier. And he dared not contemplate the implications further, convinced it was merely an illusion. 7 bolts had transcended the realm of the martial emperor, and he was drenched in cold sweat as he swiftly retreated. Within the tomb, the Nameless lay in complete unconsciousness. His back was devoid of flesh, allowing a clear view of his internal organs, which were now shrouded in a purple aura. His spine was charred and shattered. Upon seeing such a dire state, White wept uncontrollably. The dragon god was also numbed by the sight. 7 bolts of divine lightning were a feat he might not have withstood even at his peak. This boy was extraordinarily gifted, or rather, the purple aura was extraordinarily potent. Nevertheless, the resilience of this child's body was remarkable. The protective purple aura surged forth, taking the form of a dragon and phoenix, mending the nameless body. The dragon god gasped in astonishment. The spirit of the continent. The legendary spirit of the continent. No wonder, this child was extraordinary. After the passage of a mere incense stick's time, flesh and blood began to regenerate on the nameless back, and his spine was restored. White stood there, dumbfounded, pondering the nature of this martial technique. How utterly bizarre. Suddenly, the nameless let out a mighty roar, leaping to his feet. The previous divine lightning had been terrifying. Had it not been for the spirit of the continent, he likely would have perished. Shaking his head, he then realized he was standing in the void. Had he reached the realm of the martial emperor? The sensation was surreal. He could perceive everything within 100 miles. An essence of the martial emperor. Upon introspecting his energy sea, he discovered that the 5-colored divine lightning had significantly thickened, and he could now draw upon it. Elated, the nameless mused, why was there no binding force of the great Tao upon his energy sea? The dragon god sighed, explaining, it is because you harbor the spirit of the continent. The shackles of the great Tao cannot bind you. The nameless awoke to this realization. How insightful of the dragon god. It was no surprise that he recognized the spirit of the continent, given his centuries of experience. The dragon god waved his hand dismissively, stating, it is no trouble. It is indeed my honor that my legacy can continue through one who possesses the spirit of the continent. This young man is of half-beast descent, correct? White nodded affirmatively. The dragon god, satisfied, remarked, indeed, all of you are remarkable young talents. Since you have received my legacy, I have a matter to entrust to you. The nameless one bowed and said, please, senior, speak. As long as it aligns with reason and is within my capabilities, we shall not hesitate. The dragon god chuckled and replied, it is not a difficult matter. I hope that in the future, should the demon clan face adversity, you will lend your assistance. Both the nameless one and White responded in unison. We shall ensure the safety of the demon realm. The dragon god smiled kindly and said, thank you. You may go now. I feel reassured knowing there are successors. It is time for me to rest. With that, he merged into the stone tablet. Brother, let us ascend to the heavens. The nameless one grasped White and leaped through the opening created by the divine thunder. After flying around to familiarize himself with the ability to traverse the skies, he descended and began to mend the tomb entrance that had been shattered by the divine lightning. Utilizing the power of the great Tao, he sealed the opening and planted a few young trees in the soil. Where's the clan leader? It is just the 2 of them. At that moment, a group of demon beasts arrived. Kikira exclaimed, such audacity. You mere fledglings have provoked my demon clan, and do not flee for your lives, but instead play in the mud. Seize them. The next moment, he regretted his words. His heart racing with dread, for the nameless one floated forward, producing Xiaoli's jade token, and declared, audacity? I believe it is your demon clan that displays true audacity. Not only do you fail to kneel before the demon lord's token, but you also collude with strange beings, providing them with flesh and blood. As a leader of your clan, you permit these bizarre creatures to prey upon your kin. What punishment do you deserve? Merely this collusion with strange beings could lead to the annihilation of your entire clan. Kikira dropped to his knees and pleaded, my lord, spare me. Please save my demon clan. The nameless one replied, if you clarify the matter truthfully, I shall let you go. Should you utter a single lie, I will annihilate your entire clan. Kikira wept. Months ago, while dining with my family, a figure descended from the sky, obscured by mist, rendering his appearance indistinguishable. He claimed to be ULS, stating that due to his master's forceful interdimensional crossing, he was injured and required our clan to provide a jar of essence blood every 7 days. He warned that if his master did not recover, he would slaughter the entire demon realm for it, demonstrating his threat by obliterating a nearby mountain. Left with no choice, I had to acquiesce. My lord, we were compelled by circumstances beyond our control. The nameless one looked down upon him. What a convenient excuse. Why did you not report this? Why conceal it? Human warriors have already come to your aid. Kikira responded, it is said that the human warrior is the very one who once slaughtered my demon clan. I truly did not dare to report it. The nameless one felt a sense of helplessness upon hearing this. It seemed that the name of the wind ancestor carried a notorious reputation in the demon realm. Enough. When will they come to collect the essence blood? My brother and I shall eradicate the evil. Kikira, with a look of joy, said, tonight. The nameless one replied, let us proceed to your demon territory and wait for their arrival. The night sky was bright, the air scented with flowers, and the occasional chirping of crickets filled the atmosphere when suddenly, a furious shout pierced the tranquility. Gakira, how dare you? Do you wish for me to annihilate your entire clan? The Nameless One nodded to Gakira, who stepped forward and declared, You vile creature. There should be limits to your oppression of my kin. You filthy beings feast upon the essence blood of living beings. I wish to cast you into a pit of filth to stew for a millennium. Ha ha ha, splendid. Urs let out a laugh, followed by a cruel smile that lingered on his lips as he declared, Then I shall toss you into the cesspit. With that, he reached out towards Kaguila, only to find his strength dissipating as if swallowed by the vast ocean. Startled, he shouted, Who goes there? Show yourself, you sneaky wretch. At that moment, the nameless figure slowly rose to stand before him, stating, Today, I shall immerse you in despair. Urs raised an eyebrow. Were you the one who killed Jinxie last time? The nameless figure nodded with indifference. This time, I shall slay you. Urs roared in fury, Impudent child. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall end your life today. Your growth has been far too rapid. Prepare to die. He unleashed a punch through the air towards the nameless figure, who remained utterly still, effortlessly shattering the attack with the power of the void, leaving Urs in shock. Such familiarity with the power of the void. You cannot be allowed to live. With that, he unleashed a torrent of various attacks towards the nameless figure, who simply raised a finger, murmuring, Let me see just how formidable you truly are. With a crackling sound, a five-colored divine thunder erupted from his fingertip, instantly obliterating all incoming assaults and hurtling straight towards Urs. Panic-stricken, Urs turned to flee, but the five-colored divine thunder struck him down, leaving him sprawled on the ground. The nameless figure cast a disdainful glance. I am truly disappointed. I anticipated a grand battle. Yet you are so feeble. Prepare to meet your end. He concentrated his energy into a blade, ready to sever Urs's head. Suddenly, a portal of space burst open, and a voice boomed, How dare you? With a swift motion, the nameless figure severed Urs's head, retorting, What was that you just said? In the distance, White's mouth twitched, pondering whether he truly did not hear or if he was foolish enough to challenge the god of war. Chapter 39. The onset of calamity. A hand, bristling with thorns, lunged towards the nameless figure, who now sensed a lethal threat, rendering him momentarily immobile. Just then, an authoritative voice resounded, Dare you? A beam of dark red light shot forth from the portal, repelling the thorny hand and instantly alleviating the pressure on the nameless figure. Dressed in a black robe, Xuan Tian stepped forth, declaring, Since you have dared to come, why not reveal yourself? From the opposing portal emerged a gaunt figure, its back adorned with over a dozen 1-meter-long spikes. Except for its face, which bore a resemblance to a human, the rest of its body was covered in varying lengths of thorns. The newcomer remarked, I never expected such mighty beings to exist in this diminutive demon realm. My vision has indeed been clouded. Ha ha. Xuan Tian inquired, Who are you? From whence do you hail? And what is your purpose? The creature replied, My name is Destruction. You are not privy to such matters. Only he is. With that, it pointed towards the nameless figure, adding, Allow me to take him for a discussion. Xuan Tian retorted, That depends on whether you can persuade him. With a hum, a dark red glow enveloped Xuan Tian's entire being, while Destruction leisurely stated, If that one from the west were to arrive, I would take my leave. As for you, I might still entertain a test. Subsequently, Destruction enveloped himself in black light and unleashed an attack. Xuan Tian extended his right hand, which instantly transformed into a dragon claw, and countered with a powerful strike. The impact reverberated through the air, causing Xuan Tian to stagger back, while Destruction was sent flying several dozen meters, coughing up blood in astonishment and fury. The aura of the Dragon Emperor. You possess such power. I have underestimated you. I bid you farewell. After speaking, Xuan Tian tore through the fabric of space and leaped inside. He followed up with a powerful punch, drawing forth screams of devastation and fury. Wait for me. Once I recover, I shall slay the dragon. Xuan Tian retorted, If you have the courage, I will await your arrival. Suddenly, the world fell silent. Wuming, with a tone of admiration, exclaimed, Uncle Xuan, you are so formidable. Why not slay him now? Xuan Tian shook his head and replied, It is difficult. He likely stands on par with Feng Qingyang, perhaps having forcibly crossed realms, leaving behind significant troubles. Otherwise, we would all perish today. Wuming, soaring through the air, remarked, Allowing him to depart may lead to future calamities. Xuan Tian helplessly shook his head and turned to Wuming, exclaiming, My goodness, you can fly now? Have you broken through to the martial emperor level? Wuming nodded, barely. Xianyuan Jumie jested. Barely indeed. You're quite the anomaly. Would you not return with me? Wu Ming shook his head, saying, not for now. I intend to journey westward, seeking Fengzhu. Xianyuan Jumie nodded. Very well, take care on your journey. With that, he turned and stepped through the portal. As the sounds of the demonic beasts echoed, we bid farewell to the demon emperor. Xianyuan Jumie poked his head out and shouted, I am a beast, a ruthless beast. If you dare call me demon emperor again, I shall sweep you away with my tail. As he spoke, the portal closed, leaving Wu Ming bewildered, pondering why Xianyuan Jumie was so sensitive about the title of demon emperor. Wu Ming descended, observing the equally perplexed demonic beasts, and said, enough. The threat has been averted. I hope you act wisely. Should there be a next time, I shall have him sweep you away. White approached with a smile. All right, big brother. You are not cut out for teaching. Let us go. Let us continue digging and playing in the mud. The group, led by Jia Kuei La, was left in confusion, pondering how the aura of the Dragon Emperor could be present while claiming to be a beast, and how a figure of martial emperor strength would choose to play in the mud. Truly, the lives of such exalted beings were beyond their comprehension. With a sigh, Jia Kuei La began to comfort his kin. Having left the territory of the demonic beasts, Wu Ming and White soared through the skies, with White excitedly chattering away. Eventually, they arrived at a quaint town where they grabbed a bite to eat before settling in. Were it not for the jade token from Shaoli, they might have faced difficulties in both dining and lodging. Nameless sat in quiet contemplation, meticulously studying the aerial mastery he had recently acquired. He discerned that this power of levitation was merely a refined understanding of spatial energy, a sensation where space no longer repelled or compressed him, as if he had seamlessly integrated with it, blending into the very fabric of the continent. He began to experiment with this delicate force, extending a hand to perceive each subtle shift, reminiscent of the moment he had coalesced all spatial gateways to form an immense barrier during his confrontation with Ursus. When Ursus's assault met the barrier, he infused the attack with the gateways, only to dissolve it instantaneously. What appeared to shatter was, in fact, the swift condensation and subsequent disintegration of the portals. At that moment, he had already gathered a small segment of spatial barrier in his right hand, while simultaneously extending his left to coalesce another. His objective was to establish a connection between the two barriers and attempt to breach them, thereby creating a spatial portal. After prolonged efforts to no avail, his mental energy was nearly exhausted. Shaking his head, he mused that the insights imparted by the martial god were indeed formidable. He then entered the sword spirit space, recalling that the solitary Dugu Yunshang had instructed him to seek him out upon reaching the martial emperor rank to learn the final martial technique. In the cavern, destruction roared, having been interrupted by the last punch from Xianyuan Jumie's spines, which had broken several of them. He tirelessly inscribed runes onto the ground with his essence, and ultimately, a circle of runes stood before him. With urgency, he declared, there can be no hesitation. We must penetrate all realms immediately. A malevolent entity lurks in this world, growing at an alarming rate. We cannot afford delays, or we will lose our chance. With that, the runes vanished, and he resumed his meditative state. Within the inn, Nameless immersed his consciousness in the sword spirit space, where Dugu Yunshang marveled at Nameless' rapid growth, far exceeding his expectations. Nameless, you must not experience any breakthroughs within the next 6 months. Nameless, bewildered, inquired, why, ancestor? Due to your foundation, replied Dugu Yunshang. You are an innate martial artist, a rarity on this continent. While endowed with exceptional talent, you are not without flaws. The universe maintains balance. You have yet to experience the refinement of the fluid and solid stages. The breaking point is the gateway to the Qi Si. However, since you possess it, you need not undergo that. The Xian practitioners and martial artists must refine the Qi Si and solidify it respectively. From today onwards, within 6 months, you must use martial force to nourish your Qi Si and then inscribe the path's runes throughout every inch of it. Only then may you return to me, and I shall teach you the sword technique. Remember, rapid cultivation can be a double-edged sword. Securing your foundation is paramount. With that, Dugu Yunshang departed. Nameless opened his eyes, contemplating the wisdom shared with him. Indeed, he realized he was advancing too swiftly. However, the concept of inscribing runes within the Qi Si seemed beyond the capabilities of a martial artist. It matters not. Time for a meal. White preferred to cultivate outdoors, claiming the spiritual energy indoors felt lacking. Nameless called to White on the balcony, and together they descended to order a few steamed buns and a bowl of congee. Hey, have you heard? 2 massive warships burst forth from the Western Rift yesterday, and those creatures are soaring above. There are two extraordinarily terrifying beings engaged in battle with those human demons. The outcome remains uncertain, yet the warships have not advanced further. At this moment, a member of the demon clan remarked, causing both Wuming and White to tremble with shock. Another demon then exclaimed, I sincerely hope they annihilate each other. That human demon, who once slaughtered my kin, Humph, deserves nothing less than death. Wuming, at a loss for words, produced a handful of crystal coins and placed them upon the table, before soaring into the sky alongside White, leaving the patrons of the inn in utter astonishment. Such a young child could traverse the skies. Wuming and White headed westward. Simultaneously, in the reincarnation realm of the Xuan Tian Continent, the formation shattered with a thunderous roar, and three colossal warships emerged. The hidden clans, the Qi, Qin, Chu Bai, and the ancestors of Dai Valley, rushed forth to intercept the warships. Zhao Qinya and Luo Tianming from the Xiantian Academy led their disciples towards the reincarnation realm, determined to prevent any strange creatures from infiltrating the continent. What astounded the entire continent was the emergence of bizarre creatures from the Windshadow Tower. A terrifying being, accompanied by a cataclysm, launched an assault on Yufeng City with over 10,000 peculiar entities. Had it not been for the intervention of the Qin clan's elder, Yufeng City would have certainly been drenched in blood. Windshadow Tower's Yu hastily led her disciples to Yufeng City. Upon her arrival, she found the once thriving city in ruins, littered with corpses and the shells of strange creatures, devoid of anything within except their outer skin. Upon reaching the drunken immortal tower, Yu inquired about the situation. Yixian, with a grave expression, reported, the elder was defeated in one blow by the terrifying creature brought forth by the cataclysm and has returned to the clan to recuperate. The cataclysm, recalling that we once coexisted on the same continent, has granted us one day. If we do not retreat by tomorrow morning, they will massacre the city. Yu's eyes turned blood red with fury, realizing the internal strife posed by the Windshadow Tower. The fact that bizarre creatures could emerge from there indicated that this force, established a century ago, was far from simple. Early the next morning, the city was filled with the shrieks of strange creatures. Yu immediately launched an attack, dispatching over 100 bizarre entities. Just then, the cataclysm and the terrifying beings appeared in the skies above Yufeng City. Furious, Yu shouted, Cataclysm, you beast! Prepare to meet your end. She then surged into the air, aiming to confront the cataclysm. At that moment, the creature beside the cataclysm raised its hand, freezing Yu in midair. Meanwhile, within a shattered palace, covered in cobwebs, a gaunt old man opened his golden eyes, tearing through space to strike at the back of the terrifying creature. The creature was taken aback and retaliated with a palm strike. As the elder slowly stepped through the portal, Yu landed nearby, her face a mask of astonishment as she beheld the elder emerging. Senior, you're still alive. Chapter 40. Fury against the cataclysm. The elder did not respond, merely nodding slightly. The bizarre creature turned and questioned, who are you? Daring to launch a sneak attack from behind. Mo Yuan Xianghai. The elder replied coolly. The cataclysm's demeanor shifted dramatically. Who was Mo Yuan Xianghai? He was a master, renowned alongside Feng Qingyang and Dugu Yun thousands of years ago. At this moment, the cataclysm felt a chill run down its spine. It was one thing for Feng Qingyang to emerge, but wasn't this individual rumored to have perished due to going mad? Now, he appeared ethereal, devoid of any martial aura. Yet stepping through the portal and standing in midair, he was undoubtedly an unfathomable expert. The enigmatic creature ceased its speech and struck with a swift blow. Mo Yuan Xianghai deftly evaded, declaring, have the courage to follow me. With that, he ascended vertically into the sky, and the strange being pursued him. On the ground, Yu bellowed, Tian Jie, you treacherous wretch, conspiring with foreign entities time and again, you deserve to perish. Tian Jie merely smiled and replied, conspiring? No, you are mistaken. I am one of them, merely an early arrival. Yu was taken aback. What did you say? You are one of them? How is that possible? You are not even worthy to know such matters. Tian Jie interrupted, yet I am qualified to end your life. With that, Yu drew her sword, striking towards Tian Jie. Tian Jie was taken aback. This was indeed the ethereal water moon. The Dugu clan was extraordinary. It was evident that there was no blade visible in Yu's hand. Only the hilt was discernible. To assume it was merely the hilt would be a grave error. The sword's form was indistinct, manifesting as a faint aura, only taking the shape of a sword within its sheath. Moon, do you truly wish to engage me? Tian Jie said with a calm demeanor. Yu, uninterested in further dialogue, slashed forward with her sword. In that instant, Tian Jie also drew two daggers to deflect the sword energy, simultaneously hurling one dagger with incredible speed. Enraged, Yu Yuzhu countered by unleashing her ultimate move, Moon God Kill, which conjured 7 apparitions of herself in the sky, all aiming their swords at Tian Jie. In response, Tian Jie clasped his hands together, transforming the Moon Knight Kill into a fleeting shadow that swiftly eradicated the 7 apparitions as if traversing through space. By the time Yu Yuzhu regained her composure, Tian Jie had positioned a dagger against her throat, stating, "What is the purpose of this struggle? You cannot contend with us. Join us, and I can offer you eternal life and guarantee the safety of everyone in the Windshadow Pavilion. Dream on, you abomination. You want me to join you? Only over my dead body." Yu Yuzhu retorted furiously. Tian Jie smiled faintly. "You and I are the only ones in this realm who are reluctant to kill one another. You cannot defeat me, and you are not my match. What about me?" Tian Jie felt a jolt of alarm. Turning around, he saw a diminutive wooden sword aimed directly at his brow, instilling in him a sense of imminent peril. He swiftly recoiled. Yet the wooden sword still severed a few strands of his hair and pierced through several strange beings before returning to the hands of a child. Tian Jie rose to his feet, trembling, nearly collapsing. A child could wield such power, and it was the unique swordsmanship of the Dugu family. What troubled him most was the sword in the child's grasp. Tian Huangba knew. The newcomer was none other than Wu Ming. Feng Qingyang, upon learning of the upheaval on the continent, had hastily brought Wu Ming and White to this location. Just as Tian Jie was still in shock, the surroundings within a 10-mile radius froze over, encompassing houses and every blade of grass. An ice dragon roared, instantly annihilating all strange beings within its range. Tian Jie exclaimed in horror, "You are that remnant from before?" Wu Ming coldly chuckled, "And you were the instigator back then? Today, you shall meet your end." Tian Jie laughed heartily, threatened by a child? "Huh, are you summoning me to eradicate your lineage? Run, quickly, child, you are no match for him. Leave you. What are you doing here, you scoundrel Dugu Yunshang?" Yu Yuzhu cried out frantically, for this was her grandson. Tian Jie unleashed a flurry of daggers, aiming to pierce Wu Ming like a sieve. Yet, Wu Ming stood motionless, a cold smirk spreading across Tian Jie's face, only to be abruptly halted as the daggers ceased 5 meters away, swiftly torn to shreds. Wu Ming gazed disdainfully. "Is that all? Are you ready to meet your demise?" With a gentle yet forceful strike, a torrent of sword energy surged towards Tian Jie, accompanied by 5 crimson blades slicing from various angles. Tian Jie was aghast. This was his first encounter with a member of the Dugu family. Such sword energy was formidable, and he dared not engage directly, opting instead for a hasty retreat. "Thief, where do you think you're going?" Wu Ming shouted, transforming into a streak of light in pursuit of Tian Jie. Tian Jie was terrified. This was exceedingly formidable. Was this the reason that esteemed individual had expressed concern? Truly, it was a terror to behold. If he could slay him, perhaps it would lift his spirits. He fled outside the city, abruptly halting to turn and unleash a powerful strike towards Wu Ming. Yu Yuzhu was already in a state of agitation. Her grandson was proving to be more extraordinary than the last. She followed closely, anxious for Wu Ming's safety. Huaite was exhilarated on the ground, never having experienced such exhilarating combat. Another wave of bizarre creatures charged forth, and Huaite grinned widely. "Ha ha ha, come on, I am far from satisfied." Yixian was also engaged in battle nearby, occasionally glancing at Huaite, feeling speechless at how extraordinarily peculiar the younger generation had become, even more bizarre than the creatures themselves. "Ha ha ha, my friend, how dare you battle alone without calling on me?" Qi Ming Yuan had also been summoned through a spatial portal by his clan. Huaite turned back, laughing. "Huh, friend, today we shall fight to the death and see who slays more." "As you wish." Qi Ming Yuan wasted no time, brandishing his halberd and swiftly dispatching a large number of the bizarre creatures with grace and ease. Huaite was astonished. This halberd master faced the fray with no pressure, like a wolf among sheep. At this moment, Wu Ming and Tian Jie hovered in the air, merely dozens of meters apart. Wu Ming questioned, "What is the matter? No more fleeing." Tian Jie coldly laughed. "Talk? Now you should be contemplating how to escape. Prepare to die." With that, he hurled another volley of daggers, this time imbued with malevolent energy and brute force, each one aimed directly at Wu Ming's heart. Wu Ming wielded his sword before him, a spectrum of colors radiating in a perfect alignment, invoking the Tian Huangba Nu Shenlong to manifest the 5 elements lethal strike. The Tian Huangba Nu surged forth like a fierce dragon, scattering the daggers and charging towards Tian Jie. Tian Jie, alarmed, silently cursed. Truly, this was exceedingly formidable. He ascended vertically to evade, But the 5 elements lethal strike, executed through Tian Huangba Nu, transcended all. Though Tian Jie was fast, he found his ankles severed. Wuming beckoned, and the Tian Huangba Nu returned to his grasp. Tian Jie, now furious, summoned all his martial power for the Yu Yi Sha. Realizing he had to exert his full strength, Wuming's prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary martial emperor, appearing like a phantom behind him. As Yu Yuzhu was about to shout a warning, she realized that Wuming had vanished, his presence completely undetectable. A cold sweat broke out on Tian Jie's back as he shot away over 100 meters, summoning more than 20 daggers and various concealed weapons to swirl around him. He was tense, scanning the surroundings for Wuming, and this sensation left him utterly despondent. He had always been the one to eliminate others without them ever sensing his existence. And now he was ensnared in a similar predicament. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt pierced through his chest, creating a transparent hole. The surrounding daggers and flying darts slipped from his control and plummeted to the ground. At that moment, Wuming's figure materialized, standing sideways before Tian Jie. His right hand gripping a sword plunged deep into Tian Jie's chest. Tian Jie felt his life force rapidly diminishing, his body succumbing to weakness as he muttered, "How could this be?" With that, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Yu Yuzhu was rendered speechless by the shock. She was no match for Tian Jie's prowess, and yet her grandson had effortlessly brought him down. She soared upwards, but Wuming interrupted, "You must be Aunt Yu Yuzhu. I'm heading to the city now. Sister Tang Xiyu is doing well." With that, he vanished into thin air, racing towards the city, leaving Yu Yuzhu in a daze. Realizing that this young man was still oblivious to their connection, she quickly followed suit toward the city. Within the city, White was engaged in a fierce exchange with the strange creatures, moving in and out with remarkable agility, while Qi Mingyuan wielded his brand new spear with bold strokes. And Yaxuan brandished a long weapon, continuously striking. At that moment, Wuming crashed down, sending a cloud of dust into the air, swiftly dispatching a cluster of bizarre creatures with the gentleness of a breeze and the subtlety of rain. He then retreated, using his strength to lift White and the others 10 meters into the air. Before they could comprehend the situation, Wuming raised his index finger and unleashed the 5-colored divine thunder. With a crackle, the divine lightning erupted from his body, rapidly expanding. Apart from the numb White, Qi Mingyuan, Yaxuan, and the newly arrived Yu Yuzhu sensed the lethal threat and primal fear emanating from the 5-colored divine thunder. As the divine lightning struck the ground, the strange creatures fell as if swept away by a hurricane. The onlookers were left aghast. Before they could praise Wuming, a furious voice echoed from above. "How dare you be so monstrous? You shall not be spared." A hulking figure descended, and Wuming found himself unable to evade as he swiftly disarmed the others, sending them crashing to the ground. He forcefully raised Tianhuang 8 Fury to block the attack, but another voice, that of Ma Yuan Xianghai, rang out, "You vile creature! How dare you!" Thud! Wuming was directly struck away, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater, coughing up blood and losing consciousness. Simultaneously, the strange creature that had fallen from the sky lay lifeless on the ground. Mo Yuan Xianghai tore open a portal in the void above Wuming's crater, stepped forward, and placed a medicinal pill in Wuming's mouth, attempting to heal him with his energy, unwilling to let such a promising talent perish. However, he was astonished to find that his energy could not penetrate Wuming's body. At that moment, White rushed over, saying, "Senior, there is no need for such concern. He will not die. Rest assured, you should focus on healing yourself." Mo Yuan Xianghai, equally injured, had been locked in a fierce battle with the bizarre creatures, and it had never crossed his mind that they would risk their lives to eliminate Wuming. Nodded and settled down in this very place to commence his healing. Chapter 41. Suppressing the 5 Emperors. Within the drunken immortal tower, Wuming had regained consciousness, or rather, he was stirred awake by the weeping of Yu Yuzhu. Initially, he had hoped to rest after his injuries had healed, but Yu Yuzhu's incessant sobbing proved to be a distraction that could not be quelled. White also sat down, closing his eyes to recuperate, as the previous day's battle had taken quite a toll on him. Qi Mingyuan and Yaxuan regarded Wuming as if he were a curious creature. Yaxuan was somewhat more composed, while Qi Mingyuan scrutinized him with an unyielding gaze. Yaxuan could tolerate Qi Mingyuan's reaction, but Yu Yuzhu's behavior was even more exaggerated. She constantly looked at him, embraced him, and kissed his cheek, asking about his well-being, inquiring about Dugu Tianyu and Zhao Yuling. Wuming was perplexed, especially when Yu Yuzhu attempted to kiss him, causing him to evade her affection. Yaxuan mused inwardly that despite Yu Yuzhu being the leader of a sect and the head of the Windshadow Tower, known for its disdain towards men, She now behaved like a hungry cow longing to devour this alluring tender grass. Qi Mingyuan had also learned of Wu Ming's circumstances from White, and to him, Wu Ming seemed akin to a reincarnated deity. Yaxuan shared a similar sentiment, realizing that age and experience indeed held their own wisdom, affirming that the actions of the elder were justified. Thus, Yaxuan stepped forward and said, "Yu Zhongzhu, what are you doing? He is but a child. And in the presence of so many, your actions are rather inappropriate." Yu Yuzhu, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Oh, I'm just too excited." She then inquired, "Where's Senior?" "He has gone to the realm of reincarnation," Qi Mingyuan responded. Just then, a resonating sound echoed as the portal to the spatial realm opened wide and emerged with a grave expression, stating, "You all must follow me. The situation at the front is dire." "Has something happened, Senior?" Yu Yuzhu asked. Sighed heavily, "Indeed. A grave matter has arisen. The ships of the anomalous creatures have breached the realm of reincarnation, the Qin, Qi, Chu, by clans, as well as the ancestor of the Butterfly Valley, have all sustained severe injuries. The 5 clans have dispatched 2 lower-tier martial deities as their supreme elders to retreat while fighting. The orcs have also vacated their territory, joining forces with humanity. The minotaurs and centaurs have suffered heavy casualties. Currently, half of the Xuan Tian Continent has fallen into the hands of these anomalous beings. Alas, let us proceed. I wonder how the demon clan is faring. Can that old man Foam withstand it alone?" The expressions of the crowd turned somber. It was indeed a serious matter. No one anticipated that the anomalous creatures could seize half of the continent in merely 2 days. Subsequently, the group set off alongside towards the front lines. The so-called front lines were now situated at the heart of the continent, in what was once the largest and most prosperous city, Panlong City. At this moment, all the citizens had evacuated, with humans and orcs each occupying half of the area, while the Peacock clan was scattered throughout the city, tending to the wounded. 50 miles outside Panlong City, 3 massive warships loomed ominously in the sky, each vessel being significantly larger than half of Yufeng City. They appeared to be resting. Yet everyone understood that should another battle ensue, it would likely culminate in a decisive confrontation. Within the majestic confines of Panlong City, in the tallest edifice known as Qingfeng Tower, the patriarchs of the 5 reclusive families convened alongside the 3 leaders of the Orc tribe and the formidable Feng Wudi, while Zhao Qinyao of Xiantian Academy occupied the central position. Kneeling at the entrance were the heads of the 6 major sects, compelled to re-evaluate the significance of the 6 individuals before them due to the impending heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, a portal materialized above the Grand Hall, and Mo Yunshang, accompanied by the enigmatic Wu Ming and his entourage, arrived. Before they could even disembark, the patriarch of Dugu Valley erupted in fury, exclaiming, "In my opinion, those 6 worthless wretches should be tossed directly to those 3 moths to be devoured. They are utterly insignificant. Had the sword God Manor still existed, the situation on the continent would be far different." At this juncture, Mo Yunshang stepped forward, declaring, "Enough. Let them charge to the front lines when battle commences. Should any of them falter, I shall personally ensure their demise. Now, you 6, rise and exit." "Not so fast," Wu Ming interjected, halting the 6 individuals in their tracks. Mo Yunshang had already informed everyone present of Wu Ming's remarkable achievements in Yufeng City. Merely surviving a blow from the martial emperor was enough to grant him considerable influence. Yu Yuzhu cast a glance at Zhao Qinyao before seating herself beside Feng Wudi. The elder from Dugu Valley regarded Wu Ming with eyes aglow, as if envisioning a mountain of glittering coins, and excitedly approached, exclaiming, "Oh my, this is extraordinary." He circled Wu Ming several times, unable to suppress his salivation. Yixian wore a disdainful expression, questioning whether this elder was a pervert. Wu Ming, bewildered, inquired, "Grandfather, who are you? What is the meaning of this?" The elder adopted an exceedingly amiable demeanor, smiling broadly as he introduced himself. "He, I am Dai Longyuan, the grandfather of Dai Wu. Indeed, my grandson-in-law is truly remarkable." At the mention of grandson-in-law, not only did Feng Wudi seem taken aback, but several patriarchs and Mo Yunshang also struggled to suppress their surprise. Wu Ming nearly stumbled over himself, exclaiming, "Grandfather Dai, this cannot be a jest." Feng Wudi rose, interjecting, Longyuan, such matters cannot be decided unilaterally. In the absence of the couple from the Dugu family, I hold the most authority in this regard." The other martial leaders echoed their disapproval, unwilling to let such a prize slip into another's hands. Even the patriarch of the Chu family, aware of Wu Ming's defeat of Chu Tianhe, remarked, "Old Dai, you are being rather domineering." Dai Longyuan retorted earnestly, "Silence. You old fools know nothing. This lad has been with my Dai Wu for 3 months. Mo Yunshang spat out his tea in shock, staring incredulously at Wu Ming. Good heavens, this child! Feng Wudi nearly choked on his own blood, exclaiming, by the heavens. The Dugu family has truly become more audacious with each generation. Yu Yuzhu could no longer contain herself, shouting, Old Dai, do not speak without evidence. Have some respect for your age. Wu Ming, you speak. Wu Ming, his mind clouded with confusion, protested, that is not the case. We merely slept in the same room. Ah. Everyone stood up, even the typically composed Zhao Qinya turned to scrutinize Wu Ming. Bah, what nonsense. We merely resided in the same house. Wu Ming waved his hands in explanation, chuckling. Did you hear that? Dai Longyuan gleefully responded, as if he had stumbled upon a great treasure. As the unnamed individual struggled to articulate his thoughts, Yashuan smiled and interjected. It is not as everyone imagines. Initially, at my drunken immortal pavilion, the unnamed one did indeed share a suite with Sister Duwu. However, there were 2 separate rooms, each occupied by one of them. The unnamed one nodded vigorously, as if affirming her words. Feng Wudi then took a deep breath, and everyone settled down. Dai Longyuan remarked, after 3 months together, who can guarantee that nothing transpired? Ma Yuan Xianghai, unable to tolerate further speculation, added, enough of this matter. Unnamed, do you have something to discuss with these 6 individuals? The unnamed one then spoke earnestly. Ladies and gentlemen, a month ago, 4 of you conspired to slay me. Now, I offer an opportunity to you 4, or rather 6, because I have already dealt with your disciples and deputy sect leader. If you can defeat me, I shall cease all grievances between the Dugu family and yours. Should I prevail, however, I will not pursue any trouble with your sect. Is this agreeable? Unacceptable, retorted Feng Wudi. With a great enemy looming, we must unite against external threats. We can discuss this later. The unnamed one shook his head, replying, Elder, if I can defeat the 4 or 6 of them, it proves that what they can accomplish, I can achieve alone. Dai Longyuan laughed heartily, exclaiming, excellent. My grandson-in-law certainly has spirit. This resonates with my preferences. However, a single martial emperor against 6 is no trifling matter. Can you refrain from calling me grandson-in-law? Very well. Grandson-in-law, he replied. Let them battle. If this matter remains unresolved, the obsession in the unnamed one's heart will not dissipate. Mo Yuan Xianghai took a sip of tea, then raised his hand, conjuring an enormous sphere of martial energy in the void outside. The unnamed one soared into the air, standing atop the glowing sphere, and invoked the heavenly desolation's 8 Fury, declaring, How many of you will join me? For those who choose to stay behind, I shall not pursue you. The onlookers marveled at the heavenly desolation's 8 Fury, the continent's premier artifact. In the end, aside from Lu Ruoling, all 5 others joined in. The unnamed one turned to Lu Ruoling, saying, Haha, it appears there are still wise individuals among us. Huang Zhengfeng from Tianjin Mountain remarked, Haha, despite your youth, you are quite arrogant. The unnamed one replied with a faint, cold smile. Did your elders not instruct you that when one challenges a group, they are either extraordinarily formidable or utterly foolish? Do I appear foolish to you? Prepare to meet your end amidst the gentle breeze. The sword rain unleashed in this confined space exhibited tremendous power, as 5 dark red blades, controlled by the unnamed one, relentlessly assaulted the 5 adversaries. They found themselves in a position of extreme defensiveness, blocking the rain of swords while evading the dark red sword energy. The unnamed one launched another assault, positioning the heavenly desolation's 8 Fury across his chest, with 5 colored rings aligned in a row. 5 elemental kill. Boom. Surrounding the heavenly desolation's 8 Fury was a colossal sword energy, composed of martial force and infused with profound runes. Seeing the dire situation, Li Ao immediately fled the ring of light. The unnamed one chuckled coldly, lifting his left hand and, with a single fingertip gesture, unleashed a 5-colored divine thunder that obliterated him into dust. The 4 remaining within the ring were also unable to withstand this strike, meeting their demise as well. The crowd fell into a profound silence, so palpable that one could almost hear the beating of their hearts. Although they had heard tales of the nameless terror, witnessing it firsthand evoked an entirely different sensation. In mere 3 moves, 5 martial emperors were vanquished. Such a feat left them utterly astounded. Yu Yuzhu, overwhelmed with excitement, clutched tightly to Feng Wudi's sleeve, while Dai Longyuan was so elated that he appeared almost lightheaded. Qin Daorong cast a glance at Yashuan, seemingly questioning her absence during this pivotal moment, as it would have been prudent to intervene on his behalf. At that moment, Lu Ruoling felt remarkably astute. She sensed that had she participated, the outcome would likely have been no different. The nameless figure descended and addressed Lu Ruoling, stating, From this day forth, If your 7 absolute valley does not provoke me, I shall spare every soul within it. With that proclamation, he sheathed the heavenly desolation Eight Fury. Lu Ruoling bowed her head and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, esteemed brother Nameless, for your magnanimity. He paid her no heed and raised his voice, proclaiming to the members of the Sword God Manor, I am Nameless, the son of Dugu Yunshang, and I have avenged you all. May you rest in peace. As for the demon clan SARS, once the battle concludes, I shall retrieve his head and honor your memories at your graves. Feng Wudi was moved to tears. How remarkable it was that Nameless had matured so much. His most vivid memories were of Nameless as a child, crying incessantly and demanding milk at all hours. Yet here he stood, a mere 5.5-year-old, transformed into such a formidable figure. Dai Longyuan proudly pulled Nameless behind him and declared to the assembly, This is my grandson-in-law. Do not entertain any ill intentions. At that moment, Feng Qingyang wished to strike Dai Longyuan for reducing such a valiant and heroic individual to the status of a rogue. Qin Daorong chuckled, Brother Longyuan, it is quite normal for a man to have multiple wives. My daughter Yaxuan is still an untouched flower. She is not significantly older than Nameless. If it cannot be virtuous, then let it be a concubine. Yaxuan, nearly beside herself, exclaimed, Father, did you pick me up from the drunken immortal pavilion? Curse you, Qin Daorong. My grandson-in-law is not that sort. Dai Longyuan retorted angrily. Nameless, feeling exasperated, pondered whether they ever considered his feelings. Mo Yuan Xianghai interjected, Enough of this talk of wives and concubines. We should focus on discussing strategies. Very well, Senior Mo Yuan. He replied, He truly is my grandson. Silence. Indeed, in-laws. Who is your in-law? Ah, old Feng. One must not speak so carelessly. Get lost, or I shall strike you down. All right. I concede since you are my in-law. Chapter 42. My name is Huqi Ro in the Grand Hall. Mo Yuan Xianghai sat regally in the center, while Nameless occupied a seat beside the Grand Elder. Yu Yuzhu gazed intently at her grandson, her face aglow with joy. Not only Nameless, but even Dai Longyuan found it somewhat difficult to contain his emotions. Mo Yuan Xianghai began, as of now, the adversary has dispatched a total of 4 martial emperor-level powerhouses within the realm of Xuan Tian Continent. One of them attempted to ambush Nameless in Yufeng City, but met his demise at my hands. Nonetheless, we remain uncertain of their true nature. As the peculiar being I vanquished left behind only an empty shell. Presently, it seems there are no fewer than 20 beings at the martial god level among them. The martial emperors, I have not counted, but their overall strength is exceedingly terrifying, with the lowest combat prowess equivalent to that of a battle sovereign. As I observed our team, I noticed the presence of a battle sect. Once the meeting concludes, each of us must send back our respective battle sects or keep them stationed at the rear. Under no circumstances should they engage in combat. Now, let us discuss your perspectives. The expressions of the crowd were grave. Qin Daorong rose and stated, After several encounters, I have discerned that the bizarre creatures possess the combat prowess of a martial emperor, yet lack their substance. They merely unleash their strength indiscriminately. Against such martial emperors, I firmly believe our side's martial emperors can easily contend with 5 of them. And for our esteemed nephew, it would surely be akin to slaughtering pigs and dogs. Dai Longyuan glanced at Qin Daorong and remarked, Nephew, you truly lack restraint. However, you are correct. The quality of their martial gods is notably high, and their strength is nearly on par. This is not a favorable situation, for we can only muster a handful of martial gods ourselves. Mo Yuanxiangai expressed, Indeed, I wonder how Old Wind is faring. The demon race possesses 2 warships, and he is alone. I sincerely hope nothing untoward occurs. He shall be fine. A profound voice resonated as the spatial gate swung wide open, revealing an imposing figure stepping forth. A robust man, marked by distinct lines on his face and fair skin, clad in a flowing white robe, appeared in the center of the hall. Following him, 3 magical beasts emerged from the spatial portal, drawing the attention of all present. Each was a formidable 7-segment monarch. Among them was the saber-toothed tiger, known to the Nameless One. It is well understood that magical beasts of the same realm surpass humans in strength. The crowd's expressions turned to joy simultaneously. Mo Yuanxiangai stood and inquired, May I ask for your esteemed name, friend? The man responded in a resonant voice. I am known as Tiger Eats Meat. This was a name he had concocted on the spot. Uft! Dai Longyuan spluttered tea, exclaiming, For someone capable of traversing space, could you not choose a name that is less ostentatious? Can a tiger truly gnaw on a cabbage? Mo Yuanxiangai, adopting a serious demeanor, asked, Might you hail from the Demon Dragon Mountain Range? Tiger Eats Meat nodded. I am a newly reborn magical beast. My form is that of the blue ice divine tiger. At this moment, none dared to mock his name, including Dai Longyuan. The concept of being a newly reborn magical beast signifies a martial emperor-level expert, a being that even the strongest among us, Mo Yuanxian guy, might struggle to contend with. Dai Longyuan felt relieved for not voicing his earlier thoughts. Mo Yuanxian guy, filled with joy, declared, I thank you, Brother Tiger, for your noble intention to assist us in exterminating the bizarre creatures. Tiger Eats Meat waved his hand dismissively, stating, There is no need for thanks. It was Lord Xianyuan who summoned me. He mentioned something about the lips and teeth being cold, which I do not fully comprehend, nonetheless. It implies that I should bring a few companions to join in the fray. You need not worry about Old Wind. I have heard that there are 3 martial emperor-level powerhouses in the demon realm, and Old Wind is facing 2 of them alone, while my lord is contending with another. The martial emperor-level minions have been thoroughly defeated by the eldest son of the Dugu family and should be safe for now. At this moment, not only the crowd but even Mo Yuanxian guy felt a surge of exhilaration. The Demon Dragon Mountain range harbors 2 experts of imperial strength. Meanwhile, humans are preoccupied with debating which sect ranks first or second. The Demon Dragon Mountain range holds no regard for such trivial matters. It appears that the initial pact was indeed remarkably astute. Otherwise, humanity would have long been supplanted by these beings. One cannot help but marvel at the prowess of Feng Qingyang, who single-handedly confronted 2 martial emperors, exhibiting an utterly terrifying strength. Moreover, Dugu Tianyu effortlessly dispatched an opponent of martial emperor caliber, leaving them utterly defenseless. Truly, the Dugu lineage is formidable. Upon hearing that Dugu Tianyu was unharmed, both Wu Ming and Yu Yuxuan felt a wave of relief wash over them. Mo Yuan Xianghai chuckled, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, thank you. However, my friend, your name is rather lackluster. Allow me to bestow a more fitting one upon you. In battle, lacking a grandiose title may invite ridicule from your adversaries. Very well. As you wish, replied the other. Your esteemed master bears the surname Xianyuan, and you are the blue ice divine tiger. Henceforth, shall we call you Nangong Hongyu? Mo Yuan Xianghai suggested with a light-hearted smile. The tiger, eager to comply, nodded in agreement. Indeed, a splendid name, Nangong Hongyu it is. I must admit, you humans possess some intriguing insights. I shall endeavor to learn more from your kind in the future. Haha, thank you. Beyond my master, you shall be my elder brother. He chuckled once more. The others were left speechless, incredulous that one could so easily recruit such a powerful ally simply by naming him. Ah, how the disparities between individuals can be so exasperating. At that moment, Nangong Hongyu inquired, Who is Wu Ming? Wu Ming stepped forward, declaring, It is I. Nangong Hongyu nodded, saying, You possess some remarkable capabilities. I cannot discern the depths of your cultivation. However, the power of the great Tao within you may very well rival my own. Lord Xianyuan has specifically instructed me to offer you assistance. Wu Ming smiled warmly. I am grateful, esteemed elder, and I appreciate Lord Xianyuan as consideration. Mo Yuan Xianghai then rose, stating, Since we have gained another formidable ally, let us now deliberate on our strategies. Currently, only 2 imperial-level entities emerge from the enigmatic creatures, while another, according to the ancestors of several hidden families, may be severely injured from a powerful formation he activated while crossing the rift. Despite his injuries, he managed to injure 4 ancestors who maintained the formation, indicating his terrifying strength. However, he is yet to appear, likely due to his own grievous wounds. We must confront them on equal footing, matching like with like, lest we provoke him and invite catastrophe. The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while 2 adversaries could be managed, facing 3 would indeed tip the scales unfavorably. They felt a sense of shame, realizing that the demon realm could be safeguarded by merely 3 individuals led by Feng Qingyang. While the Xuan Tian Continent had nearly exhausted its top talents, yet still lost half its forces. Subsequently, Nangong Hongyu introduced the 3 7-segment king-level magical beasts he had brought, the saber-toothed tiger, the mighty ape, and the lightning bear. Mo Yuan Xianghai assigned them to different factions, the saber-toothed tiger under the leadership of Qi Haoyan, the mighty ape under Chu Qingtian, and the lightning bear under the Butterfly Valley's martial emperor. Given that Dai Longyuan had already attained martial god status, their separation was primarily to prevent the 3 magical beasts from being overwhelmed due to inexperience and to maximize their combat potential through collaboration with humanity. This would likely mark the first historical alliance between magical beasts and humans on the Xuan Tian Continent. Qin Daorong and Bai Mu Feng were tasked with escorting the injured martial emperor away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, Yu Yuzhu and Zhao Qinya also departed. uncertain whether Mo Yuan Xiong acted with intent or by chance, while Wu Ming accompanied Buotai. Subsequently, everyone returned to their respective factions. In a lavish suite, Nangang Hongyu had completely discarded the dignity befitting the martial emperor, rolling on the bed with unrestrained joy, exclaiming to himself, "Ah, life is meant to be savored. This bed is so soft and comfortable. I must acquire one of these for myself in the future." Meanwhile, Qin Daorong paced anxiously within the room, urging, "Could you please cease your antics? My head is spinning." With a furrowed brow, Qin Daorong retorted, "You have never truly awakened. Just look at how you squandered such a splendid opportunity not long ago. Now, that insufferable old man, the butterfly elder, is relentlessly pursuing Wu Ming. Do you comprehend the significance of a 5.5-year-old prodigy with such overwhelming strength? Have you lost your senses?" Yashuan rolled her eyes and replied, "What can be done? Did you not give him a 4th-tier golden pill? His character should ensure that he looks after the Qin family in the future. Oh, let us not dwell on this matter, dear father." After dinner, Zhao Qinya arrived at the residence of Yu Yuzhu, saying, "Yuzhu, regarding the events of the past." Yu Yuzhu interrupted, "Let us not speak of bygone days. Our fates have diverged, and I have long since forgotten those matters. There is no need for you to mention them again." Zhao Qinya's eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing the depth of his affection for Yu Yuzhu. He quietly confessed, "Yuzhu, I love you, and thus I respect your choices. Given the unfortunate circumstances that befell the previous sect master, I vow to protect you with my life this time." "Zhao Qinya, you fool. You are nothing but an ignorant simpleton. I do not require your protection. You must safeguard Wu Ming instead, even if he demands your life in return. You must comply, for I shall do the same," Yu Yuzhu exclaimed. Zhao Qinya, bewildered by her sudden outburst, nodded, "Yes, I understand. He is a dragon among men, destined for greatness." Yu Yuzhu, feeling exasperated, remarked, "After all these years, I had hoped that your tenure as the Academy's head would have sharpened your wits. Do you not grasp why I asked you to protect him? Did you truly believe the child was lost forever? Do you not see that Zhao Yuling shares your surname for a reason? Zhao Yuling is your daughter. You imbecile. Wu Ming and Dugu Tianyu are your grandsons. Tell me, do you not have an obligation to protect him? Your negligence has already cost Tianyu an arm. If anything further happens to Wu Ming, I shall dismantle your Xiantian Academy." Zhao Qinya was no longer composed. He dropped to the ground, exclaiming, "Are you saying Zhao Yuling, the wife of Dugu Qingyun, is my daughter, and that Dugu Tianyu and Wu Ming are my grandsons? Is this true? Heaven above, this is splendid news. My daughter is alive. I shall protect her, rest assured." With that, Zhao Qinya laughed joyfully and dashed out. Once Zhao Qinya had departed, Yu Yuzhu allowed herself a faint smile, shaking her head. "Ah, that foolish man." At this moment, Wu Ming was engulfed in torment, as Dai Longyuan flitted around him, incessantly inquiring about his feelings for Dai Wu, his preferences, and whether he desired Dai Wu's companionship. Wu Ming, like a simpleton, merely nodded in response. Finally, in exasperation, he declared that he must prepare for the battle ahead, forcefully pushing Dai Longyuan out of the room. Chapter 43, Battle. On the following morning, a gentle and cool breeze roused Wu Ming from his slumber, feeling as though a piece of flesh had been excised from his arm. He could scarcely recall the last time he had enjoyed such restful sleep, and his corporeal form had long since been impervious to such caresses of the wind. Was this the eve of a tempest, as the saying goes? Wu Ming shook his head, donned the battle attire crafted by his mother, and gazed into the mirror, brushing his hair, which resembled pine needles tinged by a blizzard, with a dreamy smile. He observed the stars gradually fading away as he ascended the battlements, which had stood in solemn silence for countless years. Upon that ancient wall, the elder Feng Wudi sat like a steadfast listener, motionless and grounded, as if he were absorbing the final tale of an era, exuding both elegance and gravitas. Wu Ming approached, and the elder, seemingly reluctant to interrupt the narrative, gently inquired, "My young friend, you're up quite early. Shouldn't you rest a bit longer? There will be no time for respite later." He turned to regard Wu Ming's delicate, milk-white visage. Wu Ming bowed respectfully and replied, "You have not slept through the night, esteemed elder. Please take a moment to rest. I shall stand guard for a while." The elder shook his head. "There is little left to be gained from sleep at my age. The significance of slumber has diminished." The breeze fluttered Wu Ming's crimson cloak, and the sword embroidered by Zhao Yuling upon his back appeared almost alive, poised to leap forth and vanquish any intruders. Just then, Yashuan, newly arrived, gazed in fascination at the enchanting sight before her, a child of just over 5 years, standing at 1.20 meters, radiating charm. Within her heart, a seed-long berry began to sprout, nurtured by the spring rain. She approached gently, and Wu Ming greeted her politely, Good morning, Sister Yaxuan. You are up quite early. Yaxuan nodded, her lips curling into a captivating smile. Rarely had she donned such form-fitting leather attire, and beneath a neat fringe, her alluring eyes met Wu Ming's gaze. You are up early too. Why not practice today? Wu Ming nodded slightly, his eyes drawn to 3 warships outside the city, each capable of annihilating the entire continent upon landing. A look of grave concern etched upon his face. As the stars vanished from the heavens, the leaders of the various clans arrived, accompanied by their most formidable warriors. Standing in a row like resilient poplar trees, ready to thwart the impending sandstorm, Wutai, wielding the frost storm, displayed a greenish-bronze complexion that rendered his exposed muscles akin to those carved from solid blue stone. Beneath his stern expression, his fangs appeared not as a source of fear, but rather an emblem of authority. Zhao Qinya and Yu Yuxuan stood to Wu Ming's left, the former casting a benevolent glance at his enigmatic grandson, who had yet to reach the age of 6, secretly rejoicing. Meanwhile, Dai Longyuan craned her neck, as if searching for her husband returned from battle, eager to catch a glimpse of her yet-to-be granddaughter-in-law. Adjacent to the 3 martial emperors from the Chu, Qi, and Jiegu clans stood their respective 7-segmented king-level magical beasts, a formidable saber-toothed tiger, a majestic Hercules ape, and a stern lightning bear, each cloaking the emperors in an air of mystery. In the eyes of Mo Yuan Xiong, a flicker of golden light occasionally emerged, as he stood alongside the towering Nangong Hongyu, forming a striking contrast. At that moment, a glimmer flashed in Mo Yuan Xiong's eyes. They are coming. The 3 warships remained stationary, but from their bases, they unleashed a torrent of bizarre creatures, akin to waves, intent on tearing the ancient city walls asunder. From the ships, approximately 100 strange beings soared forth. As they neared within 5 miles of the weathered city tower, Mo Yuan Xiong focused intently and commanded, "Open the city gates. The war god and all below the divine level shall charge forth. The opposition has yet to unleash their war gods." With a thunderous crash, the long-suppressed bow tie was the first to leap into action, causing a shower of petrified debris to erupt from the ground. Soon after, Wu Ming drew a long sword from his spatial ring and plunged into the throng of bizarre creatures, wreaking havoc. As one martial emperor after another ascended into the sky, additional small craters appeared upon the city tower, each seemingly chronicling a solemn tale. On the ground, the Orcish minotaurs had entered a frenzy, rampaging like wild bulls, their eyes filled with madness and the thrill of battle, mercilessly harvesting every peculiar creature in sight. White, Qi Ming Yuan, and Yixian forged their own path, slashing through the fray. When they regrouped, Qi Ming Yuan exclaimed, "This is untenable. There are too many." White nodded in agreement. "Let it be. We shall simply slay them." "You have yet to witness my new martial technique, have you?" "A new martial technique? Did that rascal Wu Ming teach you?" Qi Ming Yuan sat on the ground, enviously remarking. Yixian cast a curious glance, while White shook his head. "He did not teach it to me, but one could say he has bestowed it upon me. The Azure Dragon Assault Technique." With White at the center, a vast expanse of ground was enveloped in a golden aura of martial energy, and countless whirlwinds surged upward like dragons leaping from the abyss. As White moved, the luminous circle followed suit. In no time, the bizarre creatures were brutally shredded, leaving a clear path through the fray. Several ancient beings at the city front gazed at White in astonishment. The Dragon God's technique. "It seems this young man is destined for greatness, and the orcs will surely ascend to new heights because of him." Mo Yuan Xiong smiled and remarked, "Is this not already a new height?" Indeed, once upon a time, humans and orcs would meet with swords drawn and hostility in their hearts. Who could have imagined such a day would come? Qi Ming Yuan and Yixian quickly surged forward to confront the enemies that had been separated from the main battle, while disciples from Xiantian Academy rushed in to block the advancing foes. Simultaneously, the Centaur tribe charged towards White like lightning, who found himself devoid of martial energy and was carried into the city by the centaurs. In the sky, the 3 great king-level magical beasts fought with an almost frenzied fervor. For these beasts, it seemed they were not merely engaged in battle, but rather reveling in the thrill of combat. Moreover, individuals of the same caliber as humans are no match for the beasts, and neither are the strange creatures a threat to mankind. The saber-toothed tiger relentlessly swats at one enemy after another with its powerful paws. Upon impact, its razor-sharp claws leave behind deep gashes akin to the lethal strikes of shadows lurking in the dim light. Each strike etches for profound grooves into its foes. The mighty gorilla pounds its chest incessantly, seemingly taunting its adversaries, and any enemy struck by its force invariably plummets to the ground. only to be swiftly dispatched by the martial emperor of humanity, showcasing the exquisite synergy between man and beast. While bears are renowned for their strength, the lightning bear, embodying both power and speed, weaves through the ranks of enemies like a dagger, wreaking havoc within their midst. The unnamed warrior, his eyes clouded with the fervor of battle, cleaves a path through the throng, leaving no foe in his wake. Around him, 5 small swords dance through the air, occasionally joined by a diminutive wooden sword that swoops in to claim yet another victim, as a relentless storm of blades sends adversaries cascading to the ground. Zhao Qinya follows closely, anxious to ensure the unnamed warrior's safety. At that moment, a cadre of over 20 beings clad in crimson robes emerges behind the peculiar creatures, standing in a straight line, each pair of hands clasped tightly, and from their chests emanates a dark red sphere of light, released simultaneously and hurled towards the saber-toothed tiger with astonishing speed. Before the first wave has even reached its target, another barrage is already en route to Boitai. Shi Haoyan envelopes both himself and the saber-toothed tiger within a protective barrier, but even as the tiger instinctively reinforces the shield with its power, it is still shattered, sending both the man and the beast crashing to the ground. Qin Daorong leaps into action, swiftly lifting both man and beast and soaring towards the city wall. The orc healers of the Peacock clan hasten to tend to their fallen comrades. In the absence of the duo on the battlefield, a gaping void appears, which Yuzhu promptly fills by unleashing the demanding moon goddess kill, simultaneously sealing the breach with 7 strikes of her weapon. Wutai, resolute in his stance, grips the icy tempest with fury as he glares at the approaching 20 spheres of light. Ice Dragon emerges, he proclaims, conjuring an ice wall before him. The ice dragon bursts forth to confront the spheres, yet despite the dragon's valiant efforts, it is ultimately vanquished, leaving 2 spheres hurtling towards Wutai. With a swift swing of his sword, he cleaves one in 2, but the second collides with his chest, sending him crashing into the city wall, creating a significant dent upon impact. Qin Daorong rushes down to lift Wutai, exclaiming, "Hold on, my friend." The Peacock clan leader, Kong Mingyue, rushes over to administer healing, her voice a steady mantra of encouragement. "My lord, please hold on." Wutai, blood oozing from his mouth and nose, trembles as he points weakly towards the sky, murmuring, "Quickly, kill the creatures behind us." Each of their spheres bears the strength of 20. Qin Daorong is struck with horror, realizing why even the duo could not withstand such power. He silently laments the remarkable strength of these half-beasts, capable of withstanding such force alone. Immediately, he rises and sends a message. Who will take down the 25 beings at the rear? They have fused their powers, maximizing their strength. Each sphere strikes as if wielded by 20. Before he can finish, the Butterfly Valley Emperor and the Lightning Bear are struck, hurtling towards the city wall, only to be caught by Mufeng using his own power. Subsequently, Zhao Qinya exclaimed, "I shall slay these vile beings." Unnamed stepped forward, blocking his path, and said, "Senior Zhao, allow me to take this on. You must retreat to the rear, where your presence is essential." Before Zhao Qinya could protest, Unnamed vanished without a trace. This sudden turn of events caught the attention of the peculiar emperor-level being aboard the warship, who muttered in disbelief, "Impossible." Just then, a 5-colored divine lightning rapidly spread from the first individual on the right. It was so swift that, nearly simultaneously, over 20 individuals were engulfed in a cloud of charred smoke and fell to the ground. At that moment, Unnamed materialized like a specter. 5-colored divine lightning. This person cannot be spared. The strange emperor stepped forward, raising a hand with overwhelming might, intent on obliterating Unnamed. At that instant, a spatial gateway suddenly manifested beside Unnamed, extending a hand to pull him within. When Unnamed regained his composure, he found himself beside the ink abyss sea. He marveled at the gateway's extraordinary nature. Meanwhile, the ink abyss sea emerged through the portal, positioning himself where Unnamed had just been, and transmitted a message: "You have crossed the boundary." The peculiar emperor lounged leisurely in a bone chair, his gray robe exuding an aura of death, as his fingers rhythmically tapped against his indistinct legs. With a voice imbued with dark allure, he drawled, "Cross the boundary? And what of it?" The ink abyss sea smirked coldly, raising an eyebrow. "Then I shall slay you." Concurrently, another peculiar emperor aboard a different warship rose and said, "Oh, what of me?" A spatial gateway opened once more beside the ink abyss sea, and Nangong Hongyu stepped forth, declaring, "What about me?" Chapter 44. The threads of fate. The emperor seated in the bone chair was no longer as relaxed as before. His eyes flickered with a depth darker than night as he straightened, stating, "Ah, I did not anticipate the presence of another." It seems this realm is not so simple after all. Very well. I understand you are awaiting someone, and we too are awaiting someone. He then reclined again, resting his hands behind his head and crossing his legs, allowing them to play for a while. After all, the outcome would remain unchanged. With that, he gazed towards the demonic realm. Another peculiar emperor scrutinized Unnamed's direction, as if intending to examine every inch of the child's skin, emanating a terrifying killing intent, yet concealing an unperceived blend of anger and fear. The lean figure of the ink abyss stood directly facing the sun, his eyes shining with golden brilliance as he questioned, "Are you so certain?" The emperor in the bone chair ceased his speech, rhythmically tapping his legs, as if humming a melody of death. Another ethereal emperor, standing in the void, spoke with an air of lamentation. "Heh, I have heard of the overwhelming might of your esteemed human powerhouse. Otherwise, why would 2 ships be dispatched to buy time for our master? Such measures were unnecessary. Yet we discovered that there were indeed 2 deities on that side." He then glanced toward Unnamed's position, acknowledging that his presence necessitated a forced crossing, which ultimately led to the injury of their esteemed master. At that moment, the Ink Abyss Si and Nangong Hongyu were struck with astonishment. Dispatching 2 emperors merely to delay Feng Qingyang for the purpose of healing the existence aboard the other warship, rather than to slay him. The audacity of risking so much merely because of Unnamed? On one hand, the prowess of Feng Qingyang instilled fear in them, while the mere presence of Wu Ming intensified their trepidation. On the other hand, Mo Yuanxiong and Nangong Hongyu cast their gaze upon another warship. "You too should reconsider. Do you not understand the vast chasm that exists between emperors of martial arts? Setting aside our own presence, there is a saying among humans that a withered camel is larger than a horse. Do you believe yourselves capable? Otherwise, how could the one who established the formation inflict such grave injuries after 10,000 years? Were it not for the concern regarding that entity from the demon realm, you would already be vanquished." The enigmatic emperor of martial arts seated on the bone chair turned his head, completing his statement with a whimsical hum, reclining once more. Upon hearing this, the 2 felt as if frost had descended upon tender shoots. Mo Yuanxiong let out a self-deprecating chuckle before turning away, pondering how he could be compared to Feng Qingyang. Such comparisons were merely the impositions of the ignorant. He knew in his heart that although both were emperors, he was no match for Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, the myriad martial techniques of Xuan Tian Academy would not be inscribed with Feng Qingyang's name. As Mo Yuanxiong returned, he discerned a sense of helplessness etched upon the elderly visage of Wu Ming, as if he had aged a few years in an instant. The battle raged on, and Wu Ming once again plunged into the fray with fervor. A strike of the 5 elements severing instantly cleaved an aberrant creature as if tearing a sheet of paper, and the onlookers seized the opportunity to concentrate their fire on the less defended flank. A pained groan echoed as Lu Ruoling was sent flying, pursued by 5 grotesque beings. Wu Ming turned, shaking his head in resignation, and in the blink of an eye, he dispatched the 5 creatures with lethal precision, using his strength to transport Lu Ruoling to the city wall. Leaning against the inner wall, she collapsed in the corridor, her delicate hands, as pale as mutton fat, pressed against her injured chest, blood trickling down her fingers in droplets upon the ground. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by sorrow and despair, her eyes bloodshot like roses weeping crimson tears, no longer concerned whether the Peacock clan could heal her. Once, her hands had been stained with the blood of disciples from the sword God Manor, and in the instant she was struck down, the nearest to her, Chu Qingtian, did not even spare her a glance, yet she was saved by the descendants of those she had once slaughtered. At this moment, she made the most resolute decision in her heart. A horn sounded from the opposing side, signaling the cessation of hostilities. The battle concluded in the most ancient manner, and as the horn reverberated, the warships, scarred from combat, appeared timeless, as if they had emerged from an age of primordial conflict. The martial emperors of the Xiantian continent halted their pursuit after 5 miles, and at this moment, all living beings on the Xiantian side shouted, roared, and bellowed. The enigmatic emperor of martial arts, reclining on his bone chair, lifted his gaze slightly towards the battlefield, devoid of any hint of bloodlust or fury. Rather, he seemed to revel in the aftermath of a grand feast, casting a glance at the 3rd lifeless warship before resuming his placid repose, unperturbed by joy or sorrow. Beneath Longpan City, following the cries of the people, waves of lamentation arose. The ground was strewn with corpses, some hastily buried on the spot, while others were carried into the city, wrapped in battle flags, amidst shouts of grief. On the city wall, the Grand Elder Feng Wudi sighed with resignation. Such is the brutality of war. All clans, please immediately account for casualties and report at once. As people nodded and dispersed, Their concern for the casualties within their clan echoed in the air. It was the very foundation of their lineage, akin to fresh blood nourishing the entire faction. Once the crowd had dissipated, Feng Wudi chose to remain at the city walls. Perhaps observing the stillness of the enemy and listening to the tales whispered by the fortifications would grant him some solace. Lu Ruoling crouched atop the wall. A gentle breeze tousling her hair, causing it to dance around her nose, accentuating her helplessness and desolation. She turned to gaze at the imposing figure seated on the ground and said, "Senior Feng." Feng Qingyang raised his right hand to silence her, saying, "There is no need for further words. If he had not forgiven you, he would not have intervened to save you. The Dugu clan is not one to hold grudges. Now, go and rest to heal." Lu Ruoling nodded and turned to leave. Unnamed descended from the battlements and found Xuan sitting alone on a piece of weathered wood, worn by rain and wind. He approached, and with a smile that revealed his handsome features, she asked, "Brother Unnamed, have you seen my father?" Unnamed stepped closer, replying. After the battle concluded, he flew back to the Qin territory to assess the casualties. Xuan was taken aback, but then a sense of relief washed over her as she murmured, "Ah, I had thought he was at the drunken immortal pavilion." As we agreed to meet here after the battle, Unnamed remained silent, sensing Xuan's deep concern for Qin Daorong's well-being. He chuckled softly. "He is fine, rest assured. How about you? Do you need my assistance?" Xuan shook her head, smiling. "I'm all right. You should go eat and rest." Unnamed nodded and turned to leave. Observing his departing figure, Xuan realized she was indeed quite fatigued. "Could you lend me a hand? I'm utterly worn out." Unnamed turned to see her cheeks flushed with color, asking, "What's wrong? Are you injured? Your face is so red." "I have some medicinal herbs." "Put away your herbs," she replied. "Oh, are all girls like this? When sick, they refuse medicine and instead rely on force to help." From a distance atop a tower, Qin Daorong smiled as if a scheme had succeeded, his expression concealing the cunning of dozens of sly old foxes. "I'm sorry, Xuan. I will certainly wait for you tomorrow." Beneath the sun, Unnamed draped one arm over Xuan's delicate shoulders, while the other supported her slender waist, gently resting his head against the side of her bosom. He glanced up at Xuan, who, in that moment, appeared less like the enchanting beauty she often was. Sunlight filtered through her slightly disheveled hair, revealing a gentle and pure visage, occasionally blushing like a celestial maiden from the heavens. "Will I ever have a wife as beautiful as you?" Unnamed blurted out, only to realize his face was flushed with heat. Xuan paused, observing the innocent yet heroic boy before her, and remarked, "How old are you? What will you be like when you grow up?" As she moved forward, Xuan felt the seed of affection in her heart germinating, taking root and sprouting solid leaves. Upon reaching the entrance of the Qin residence, Unnamed said, "Sister, I'll leave you here. I must check on Uncle Botai." Xuan nodded, aware of Botai's serious injuries, understanding it was best not to keep Unnamed with her. In an instant, the nameless figure soared into the sky, his robe billowing like a fierce falcon gliding across the horizon. "Stop looking, it's gone from sight," Qin Daorong exclaimed, approaching with a few maidens to assist Xuan. Xuan retorted with a roll of her eyes, "You promised to wait for me. But then again, it was you who either picked it up or traded for it." Qin Daorong, with a disdainful glance, replied, "Do you know what this is called? It's called being ungrateful after having benefited." "Humph, I know you, Qin Daorong." "You stop right there," Xuan shouted shyly at the retreating figure of Qin Daorong. The nameless one arrived at the territory of the half-beasts, inquiring about the residence of Botai, and strode confidently inside. The half-beasts paused their tasks, standing respectfully with their heads bowed as he passed. Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Kong Mingyue, who was emerging. "How is Uncle Botai?" he asked. Kong Mingyue blinked her weary eyes and replied, "He is fine, just needs a few days of rest." The nameless one bowed deeply, expressing gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, White, who had just brought in a basin of hot water, witnessed this scene, a warm surge of emotion flooding through him like a spring. It was heartfelt. This was the first visitor to see his father after the injury, and the son of the distinguished Dugu family, a young prodigy and martial emperor, was bowing in thanks to Kong Mingyue for aiding his father. At that moment, White felt a connection to the way Feng Wudi had looked at them after standing before thousands of tombstones for 3 days and nights. "Big brother," White called out. The nameless one turned and patted White's solid shoulder, reassuring him. "It's good to know he's all right." Together, they entered the room. Botai lay on the bed, attempting to rise upon seeing the nameless one, but the latter pressed a hand on Botai's shoulder, saying, "Uncle, you need to rest properly. Sleep for a few days and refrain from practicing. You've almost forgotten what sleep feels like." The nameless one then retrieved several leaves from the tree of life from his spatial ring, handing them to White. One leaf daily, steeped in hot water for Uncle Boitai. Take it before bed. I only have a few of these left. He added the last sentence with an awkward scratch of his head. White received the leaves, tears misting his eyes. Thank you, big brother. The nameless one, feeling somewhat bashful, replied, It's nothing. Since uncle is fine, I shall not disturb your rest. After the nameless one departed, Boitai, once a formidable presence on the battlefield, closed his eyes, a single tear falling like dew upon his pillow. He had witnessed his son's terrifying Qinglong attack technique in battle, which, according to White, was merely the first stage, and he had learned about its origins. He felt profound gratitude towards the nameless one as he gazed upon his son. Boitai closed his eyes again, seemingly transported back to the time when he had naively stumbled into human society, inadvertently entering the Sword God Manor. On that day, amidst a fierce blizzard, he had been pushed forward amidst laughter, yet the expressions of those who wished to see him humiliated quickly froze when he unexpectedly grasped the sword with an innate understanding. Drawing it from the forging platform, everyone realized that only this sword would recognize its master, otherwise, it would be impossible to lift. In that moment, the illustrious Dugu Qinglong had laughed heartily at him. Drawing himself towards the high platform, he imparted his unique swordsmanship upon himself, only to realize his own inadequacies. He then sought the guidance of the Grand Elder to master the art of the sword. It seemed as though, from that moment forth, an invisible thread had tightly bound him to the Dugu clan. Thus, following a fierce battle, both parties remained in a state of stalemate for several days. Later, Wuming visited Boitai, finding him unharmed, and ascended the weathered city tower to sit in meditation with the Grand Elder. Together, they began to cultivate the power of space, patiently awaiting the brutal and life-wrenching battles to come. Chapter 45. The Reemergence of the Sword God Manor in the Aftermath of a Great Conflict. As the populace beheld the staggering toll of devastation, the weight of the losses bore down upon their hearts like a 1,000-ton boulder, no longer ephemeral as ink upon paper. The most tragic of all was the Seven Absolute Valley, where only Lu Ruoling remained. Within the territories allocated to the Seven Absolute Valley in Panlong City, she stood alone. The resentment towards her had seemingly diminished, replaced by a profound sense of pity and compassion for the solitary woman. Meanwhile, the sect within the distant Seven Absolute Valley consisted merely of children, frolicking and playing, the highest cultivation level being that of a martial artist. As dusk fell, she gently removed the pristine plaque that had yet to gather a speck of dust, tucking it into her spatial ring. She left behind the empty streets, her silhouette fading as she made her way to the Taoran encampment, graceful yet solitary. At dawn, the stars, as if devoured by the blue sky, vanished into obscurity. Yu Yuzhu, carrying a small basket adorned with several exquisite peacock grasses, moved with an endearing vibrancy. Within it lay a carefully prepared breakfast for Wuming, and the thought of her two handsome and valiant grandsons filled her face with a radiant smile of happiness and pride. As she passed by the entrance of the Seven Absolute Valley, a fleeting glance caught her attention, and she paused. What? Why is there a plaque with 4 characters? Turning back, she nearly dropped her breakfast in shock. The plaque that once bore the name of the Seven Absolute Valley now proclaimed Sword God Manor. The 4 striking characters, each stroke resonating with strength and vigor, left her astonished. She hurried towards the city tower, for Wuming had been practicing there with the Grand Elder for several days. This marked her 5th visit. Upon reaching the tower, she found Wuming engrossed in sketching something, while the Grand Elder provided continuous guidance. Yu Yuzhu approached softly, saying, It's time for a meal, you two busy bees. The Grand Elder, uplifted by Wuming's presence these past few days, turned to her with a cheerful tone. My dear, what delightful dish do you bring today? You really are a troublemaker, always busying yourself when I told you not to. Wuming, with hunger gleaming in his eyes, chimed in. Wow, Aunt Yu's culinary skills are simply marvelous. The shrimp dumplings that the Grand Elder loves, and my favorite Aunt Yu's noodles. I must learn to cook from you. Aunt Yu. Since the arrival of the magical beasts to support Panlong City, Wuming had resolved to refrain from consuming them. Yu Yuzhu beamed with joy. That sounds wonderful. I would love to see you every day. The Grand Elder cast an odd glance at Yu Yuzhu, her expression radiating affection, as if she could see something beyond the surface. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, Yu Yuzhu suddenly adopted a serious tone and remarked, Today, I have seen the signboard and residence of the Sword God Manor. What? Both Wuming and the Grand Elder stood up in astonishment. The Grand Elder, suspecting he had misheard, inquired again. Yu Yuzhu nodded affirmatively, declaring, It is absolutely true. Wuming, somewhat bewildered, asked, What is happening? Where is it? It is now the territory of the Sword God Manor, once part of my Seven Absolute Valley. Previously, I was misled by deceitful words and committed a grievous sin. Now, all I wish is to atone. I have resolved that from this day forth, either I or my descendants shall serve as slaves to the sword God Manor for generations. To redeem the transgressions I have committed, Lu Ruoling slowly ascended the city tower, as if the 20-plus steps of the tower had exhausted even a martial emperor like her. Breathing heavily, she spoke with a tone of resolve tinged with melancholy. Yu Yuzhu and the Grand Elder remained silent, gazing at Wu Ming's handsome yet somewhat youthful face. Wu Ming frowned and said, "Do you not understand? Why did I save you? If I truly wished to kill you, I could effortlessly send you to hell with a mere gesture. You are not like the other 5. They are merely 5 cowardly pretenders to royalty. You are a true breakthrough of your own making. I do not intend for you to be a mere pawn. I wish for you to fulfill the responsibilities of a martial emperor for the continent. If you are unaware, allow me to enlighten you. I now only wish to defend every inch of this land as a cultivator." Lu Ruoling seemed to awaken from a dream, yet appeared to be lost in contemplation. Yu Yuzhu gently shook her head and said, "Ah, I never expected I would one day plead for the 7 Absolute Valley. Wu Ming, since she has established the signboard of the Sword God Manor, let her go, lest her heart ache." This compassion she feels for Lu Ruoling is a sentiment every woman has experienced at some point. Since there is a manor, someone must inhabit it and take charge. Now, only you two remain here at the Sword God Manor. Without a moment's hesitation, the Grand Elder pushed Wu Ming forward and said, "You go." Wu Ming, bewildered, gazed at the Grand Elder, realizing there was truly no room for negotiation. The Grand Elder then entrusted Yu Yuzhu to assist Wu Ming, ensuring he was not left in ignorance. As he departed, Wu Ming turned to the Grand Elder and said, "Grand Elder, I will visit you often." Feng Wudi smiled at him, thinking, "Ah, this child has grown up." He then looked toward the rising sun and mused, "Master, can you see it too?" The Grand Elder watched as a youth clad in ornate, yet tattered garments sprinted across the courtyard under the blazing sun, his lips appearing pale as if dusted with lime. He looked up at the 3 characters of Panlong City and quickly dashed inside, thinking, "He is here. He must be here," continuously fleeing amidst the throng. He felt the world around him blur. When he awakened, he felt considerably better. And seated at the table was a figure of imposing presence, the very person he had been searching for over the past 6 months. The youth leaped from his bed and knelt before him, pleading, "Please accept me as your disciple." The middle-aged man simply replied, "Reason," and resumed his focused examination of the map in his hands. The youth, with fervent eyes, declared, "I have a passion for swordsmanship." The middle-aged man, devoid of emotional fluctuations, remarked, "Isn't your madman capable of the same?" The youth, his eyes brimming with fear, shook his head vehemently. "No, he is a demon. He has slaughtered the entire demon race, including those above the battle sovereign rank. He is a demon." The imposing figure before him trembled slightly, finally setting aside the map in his hands. With eyes deeper than the heavens after the fall of stars, he gazed at the boy and said, "Eat something. Tomorrow, you shall accompany me back to the Sword God Villa." The boy, overflowing with joy, spun around the room several times. Later, he witnessed the man battling the demon, shattering the barriers of the realms, enduring countless fierce confrontations, and ultimately, he beheld that noble and elegant visage, adorned with a smile as he plunged into the furnace. That clear smile became the man's final silhouette in this world. At the entrance of the Sword God Villa, a considerable crowd had already gathered, comprising members of the 4 great hidden families as well as leaders of the beast tribes, all laden with bundles and packages, waiting at the threshold. Bowtie's eyes shimmered with tears as he once again laid eyes on those familiar characters. Unnamed felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Such a scene instilled a sense of trepidation in this young martial sovereign, who had battled through bizarre creatures time and again. Suddenly, someone let out a shout, "They've arrived." The crowd surged forward, exclaiming, "Congratulations! The Sword God Villa has been re-established. Ha ha, my little brother unnamed, you truly are. Oh my, son-in-law, heartfelt congratulations." The cacophony of congratulations and well wishes flushed Unnamed's face with embarrassment. He managed a greeting before retreating to a distance, allowing Yu Yuzhu and Zhao Qinya to handle the affairs. Bustling in and out, Qin Daorong also brought his home-esque kitchen to prepare a grand feast for the guests, for the Sword God Villa held profound significance for them. Moreover, the members of the Dugu family were all top-tier experts on the continent. The people were fervently eager to see the legendary Dugu Yunshang from their generation. Lu Ruoling busied herself with serving tea and water, seemingly oblivious to the previous disdain and contempt reflected in the gazes of the crowd. Her spirits had notably lifted. At that moment, The crowd suddenly felt the space before the hall's entrance quaking violently, gradually coalescing into a portal that sparked with erratic flames, resembling an irregular doorway. The onlookers tensed as a martial god stepped forward, standing a meter away from the portal. Just then, a voice exclaimed, and unnamed emerged from within, feeling as though he had traversed the entire continent bearing the weight of a mountain, collapsing onto the ground. Yet his face bore the satisfied smile of a child who had just received a delightful new toy. When he regained his composure, he realized he was surrounded by a pack of bloodthirsty beasts, drawn to him as if he were a lavish feast of fresh meat. He forced a smile and waved. "Hello, everyone. Who was the half-baked martial god that assisted you in creating this wretched doorway? A slip could trap you in there forever." Zhao Qinya replied with indignation. Unnamed rose and scratched the back of his head. "I made it myself." A stunned silence fell over the crowd. "Are you joking? A martial sovereign. You opened a portal. I shall take my leave now. Do enjoy yourselves." Unnamed, like a jubilant spirit, spoke as he dashed away. After a considerable time, Dai Longyuan chuckled. "Indeed, my son-in-law is nothing short of extraordinary. Haha, the martial emperor has grasped the gateway of space. Henceforth, one can attain the legendary realm of a flower encompassing an entire world. Son-in-law, your visage is thicker than a minotaur's rear. Hey, Zhao Qinya, that old rascal Qindaro, despite his shortcomings, at least has a daughter. What do you possess? Do you perhaps harbor some peculiar inclinations?" Dai Longyuan scoffed. Zhao Qinya, exasperated yet restrained, recognized that the moment was not opportune. Yu Yuzhu remained a pure and innocent maiden in their hearts. Shaking his head, he replied, "Very well. I shall ascend the city wall and relieve senior foam." Subsequently, discussions erupted among the crowd, all marveling at Unnamed's astonishing talent, which seemed beyond the realm of humanity. After the meal, it was already late into the night. Unnamed sat alone in a fragrant chamber, entering the sword's spirit realm. At that moment, Dugu Yunshang lay sprawled like a slumbering Buddha, lazily stating, "You've arrived." Unnamed nodded. "Yes, ancestor. You instructed me to solidify my foundation, and I have accomplished it. The great Tao runes have been inscribed upon my Qi Si under the guidance of the Grand Elder." Dugu Yunshang, still drowsy-eyed, sat up and remarked, "Good. I see you have made progress. Now, I shall teach you the final sword technique. After this, I shall not instruct you again. You needn't visit unless necessary. You are now a martial emperor, having grown. The knowledge I imparted is derived from my own accumulation, yet you possess the spirit of the continent, and many things you must experience for yourself." With reverence, Unnamed nodded. "Yes, ancestor." Dugu Yunshang continued, "Today, I shall teach you the unique and undisclosed Dugu 9 swords of my clan. Each generation passes it on to but one individual. This technique is both ancient and enigmatic, suited for close combat as well as ranged attacks. Many sword techniques of the Dugu clan have been developed through the ages, and there is no foe whom the complete Dugu 9 swords cannot vanquish." With his gem-like eyes blinking, Unnamed inquired, "What if it cannot vanquish them? Then strike again." Dugu Yunshang replied, "All right, I shall now impart it to you. It was originally meant for your father, but I suspect your grandfather's hasty departure left your father unprepared." Having said that, he bestowed upon Unnamed a pink rune. "Now, go and comprehend it. The extent of its power is your fortune." With that, he vanished from the sword's spirit realm. Emerging from the sword's spirit space, Unnamed decided against comprehending the Dugu 9 swords just yet. He wished to wait until he broke through to the intermediate martial emperor level before delving into the sword techniques. At present, his priority was to find a secluded place to undergo his breakthrough. He was well aware that if he attempted to break through here, the commotion would be too great, and such a heavenly tribulation would undoubtedly provoke strange creatures eager to extinguish him. Chapter 46. The Unnamed trapped in a scheme. The Unnamed awoke from his meditative state, the sound of delicate pruning drifting in from outside the window. Turning his gaze, he beheld Lu Ruoling, gracefully wielding a pair of elegant scissors as she meticulously trimmed the garden's gardenias. Rising, he briefly attended to his grooming. Today, he intended to venture forth to achieve a breakthrough. It had been 3 months since the last great battle, and the conflict with the enigmatic entities seemed to have subsided in intensity. There had been occasional skirmishes, yet they were not fierce. Both sides were conserving their strength, awaiting the fateful confrontation. As the Unnamed stepped outside, Lu Ruoling set her scissors down. "Young master, you are awake. Breakfast is ready. No need, please eat without me. I have matters to attend to," he replied, striding directly toward the gate. Lu Ruoling nodded with a smile. She resided here as well, tending to household chores, nurturing the flowers, and occasionally delivering fresh garments and tea to the elder. The Unnamed had no objections. Upon reaching the street, he observed that over the past 3 months, citizens had resumed their lives here. Street vendors hawked snacks, while throngs of people bustled by, laden with various packages. Occasionally, horse-drawn carts delivered supplies. The unnamed had grown accustomed to urban life, as familiar faces greeted him continually, showering him with compliments of charm and grace, most of whom were common folk. He responded with nods and smiles, as if the fires of war had been quelled, restoring the former prosperity of Panlong City. Yet, the 3 warships stationed outside the city served as a stark reminder that the battleground, a veritable harvester of lives, was yet to come. Are you seeking a breakthrough? Is this not sufficient? Zhao Chenya inquired, seated beside the unnamed, a pair of fragrant teas set upon the table. The unnamed, his eyes shimmering like twinkling stars, responded with a nod. Indeed, I must pursue a breakthrough. Here, it is not feasible. Zhao Chenya's expression brightened with understanding. Ah, I have heard Qin Daorong speak of your extraordinary potential. Allow me to have the ancestor escort you to his secluded retreat. It is far safer there. With the ancestor present, I shall feel more at ease. Thank you, the unnamed replied with a smile. Zhao Chenya then led the unnamed to the entrance of Moi Xianghai. Ancestor, are you within? A soft voice emanated from within. You may proceed. I am aware. Zhao Chenya spread his hands. See? There is no privacy before the martial emperor. He shook his head and departed. Little unnamed, come inside. The unnamed gently pushed open the door, where Moi Xianghai had already torn open a rift in space. Come. Let me witness your astonishing breakthrough, so that this old man may broaden his horizons. The unnamed bowed respectfully. I am grateful for your guidance, esteemed elder. Xiantian Academy, the largest sanctuary for cultivators on the continent, lay shrouded in mist, its bell tolling melodiously through the mountains. Here, regardless of wealth or poverty, as long as one possessed the requisite energy reservoir, they could come to cultivate and learn. There were no distinctions between inner and outer gates. Divisions were made solely according to cultivation levels, with graduation attainable upon reaching the rank of battle sovereign. At this moment, before a dilapidated entrance in the forbidden area of the rear mountain, a resonant hum heralded the emergence of a spatial gateway. As the mighty Mo Yuan Xianghai and the nameless figure emerged from within, the latter gazed upon the dilapidated palace, overrun with weeds and ensnared by cobwebs. The air thick with a damp odor. Yet, within this ruin resided a formidable martial emperor. Mo Yuan Xianghai waved his sleeve, conjuring a barrier that soared into the heavens, declaring, You may begin. Those outside cannot behold this. The nameless figure nodded, settling into a meditative posture. And as specks of purple light began to emanate from him, the brilliance swelled into a resplendent aurora, seemingly inciting the wrath of the heavens. In an instant, the skies darkened, a tempest brewing as silver serpentine lightning darted about. At that moment, a 5-colored furious dragon descended, prompting Mo Yuan Xianghai to retreat several paces. Simultaneously, aboard a peculiar warship, an enigmatic martial emperor opened his eyes, terror etched within, addressing the being reclined upon a bone chair. Do you sense it? The creature, a martial emperor itself, replied nonchalantly, It is of no consequence. Do you truly believe this realm could birth a martial emperor without the fall of 1 or 2 such beings? The creature from the demon realm, imbued with the aura of a dragon emperor, cannot possibly perish, and neither can that human. Of the 2 adversaries we face, do you think either can transcend? Indeed, it is impossible. The martial emperor upon the bone chair grew agitated. Eightfold, could that lad truly be so defiant against fate? Wraith, go ascertain the condition of our lord's injuries. If they remain unhealed after another month, we must take action. Understood, Lord Chime. At Panlong City, Nangong Hongyu pondered with a furrowed brow. This lad meanwhile, in the forbidden zone behind Xiantian Academy, Luo Tianming felt a weight pressing down upon him. As everything concluded, he hastened to the rear mountain's forbidden grounds, witnessing Mo Yuan Xianghai bouncing about like a boiling kettle. Confounded, Luo Tianming exclaimed, Ancestor? What is this? Mo Yuan Xianghai remained silent, pointing to the place where the nameless figure lay. Instantly, Luo Tianming, like a timid mouse confronted by a sprightly cat, scurried to Mo Yuan Xianghai's side, whispering, Who is he? Nameless. Mo Yuan Xianghai affirmed. Luo Tianming was utterly astounded, gazing at the half-destroyed nameless figure, who lay exposed upon the ground, resembling a colossal purple gemstone, shattered and haphazardly reassembled, with skin appearing like layers draped over bones, radiant purple light piercing through the cracks. Void of brilliance, sound, or sensation, the nameless figure found himself adrift in a space darker than night, where only the faintest breath could be discerned. Am I dead? Gradually, Luo Tianming observed the nameless figure's fragmented body being drawn back together by an overwhelming force, and the rhythm of his breathing began to normalize. A dazzling ray of dawn pierced through the darkness, dispelling the shadows. Exhausted, it felt as though he had floated in the dark for too long, succumbing to fatigue. Plummeting into an unfathomable abyss. Have you awoken? Are you hungry? A gentle voice seemed to pull him back from the precipice of despair. The nameless figure inhaled the fragrance of flowers and the melody of birdsong. Where am I? A nameless voice, tender yet tinged with compassion, whispered as if it had languished in hunger for far too long. This is Panlong City. You have lain within the realm of Xiantian Academy for an entire week. Struggling to pry open his eyelids, the nameless one beheld a stunning visage, akin to a celestial being, gently wiping his arm with a warm towel. Startled, he sprang upright, blinking rapidly in disbelief, exclaiming, Xuan, what are you doing here? Xuan chuckled lightly. Oh, what is this? The young hero, who faced countless strange beings with unwavering composure, now startled to this extent. With a playful grin, she teased, what is it? Am I not beautiful enough for you, dear brother? He nodded fervently. Yes, yes, truly beautiful. I am amazed. Observing his startled demeanor, Xuan smiled and reassured him. Do not overthink it, you little rascal. You have been unconscious for a week. It was Elder Zhao who helped change your clothes. Hearing this, the weight that had burdened his heart lifted, and he inquired, but what of the elders? Have the strange beings made any movements? Xuan then spoke with a serious demeanor. In the past week, they seem to have grown anxious, dispatching various levels of martial emperor and martial god experts daily. The Bai and Qi families have lost a martial god, and Elder Dai Longyuan has been gravely injured. Just the day before yesterday, the head of the Chu family, Martial Emperor Chu Qingtian, was obliterated by an enigmatic martial god. Elder Nangong and Elder Mo Yuan were furious and jointly annihilated all the martial gods sent by the enemy. However, they too faced two formidable opponents who engaged them for over half a day, resulting in injuries on both sides. It appears to have quieted down since yesterday. There has been no activity today. And what of the Grand Elder? Elder Feng remains unscathed. No one dares to challenge him. Upon hearing this, the nameless one felt a slight sense of relief. He swiftly donned his garments and dashed towards Elder Mo Yuan's chamber. Zhao Qinyao was stationed at the door, and upon seeing the rushing figure, he reassured, fear not, the ancestor will recover with a few days of rest. For experts of such caliber, as long as the injuries are not fatal, there is little cause for concern. You should visit Elder Longyuan. After all, seeing your face flushed with emotion is enough to suggest you care. Nodding, the nameless one replied, as long as Elder Mo Yuan is well, that is what matters. And what of Elder Nangong? Zhao Qinyao smiled. He has sustained no internal injuries, though his arm was severed. It should grow back soon. Such is the power of imperial-level strength. The nameless one nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of reassurance. These individuals cared deeply for him, and he wished for their well-being. Oh, and don't forget to express your gratitude to Xuan. She has been tirelessly attending to you day and night, wiping your sweat, bathing you, and even, well, cleaning you up. Zhao Qinyao jested. Perhaps you should just take her as your bride. The nameless one blushed deeply, feeling quite embarrassed. Upon returning to his room, he found Xuan asleep, cradling a pillow. He approached her slowly, gazing at the slumbering goddess. His heart swelled with emotion and regret. To him, Xuan's beauty was flawless. In his heart, she would always remain a beloved elder sister. I fear that apart from family and the Wind Ancestor, this elder sister has done the most for me. From the Wind City to this Panlong City, I gently wrapped myself in the quilt she provided, and then prepared to visit the Butterfly Valley to see that loquacious old man. Upon arriving at the entrance of Butterfly Valley, two disciples approached me directly. Are you here to visit the elder, young Master Wuming? I nodded and replied, I have heard that Elder Dai has sustained injuries, and I have come to pay my respects. Before I could finish, one disciple interjected, Please, young master, the elder has instructed us to take you directly to him. I was somewhat taken aback, but followed them nonetheless. Inside, Dai Longyuan lay in bed like a decrepit dragon, his eyes devoid of spirit. Upon seeing my handsome visage, a flicker of life returned to his gaze. Son-in-law, you have finally come. Looking at the frail old man, I no longer felt troubled by the term son-in-law. As long as he wished it, he could call me anything. I nodded and said, I have come, elder. You are gravely injured. Do not speak. I have some spiritual herbs here. Dai Longyuan shook his head, a barely perceptible twitch at the corner of his mouth. Son-in-law, I have been waiting for you to ask a favor. Would you be willing to grant it? Seeing his breath grow weaker, I hurriedly nodded. A glimmer of gold flashed in Dai Longyuan's eyes. Can you marry Dai Jiwu? It has become my final wish. A wave of panic washed over me, my handsome face betraying my unease. Elder, Diawu and I are still young. Right now, suddenly, Dai Longyuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. In the future, all right. Please do not speak. Rest well, I promise you. Do not become agitated. I was terrified, hastily agreeing. For the thought of causing Dai Longyuan to pass away was too grave a sin. You must swear. Dai Longyuan seemed to be on the brink of death, speaking with great difficulty. I swear. Please rest. I insisted. I will definitely marry Diawu, all right? A man must keep his word. As I spoke, I wished I could transfer some of my vitality to Dai Longyuan, but alas, it was impossible. Apart from me, the spirit of the continent would not choose or assist any other individual. Ha. This is exactly what I wanted to hear. Dai Longyuan sprang up as if rejuvenated, bouncing around the room like a famished person savoring a delicious meal. My mind buzzed incessantly, leaving me no time to react. I exclaimed in frustration, a man must keep his word, and I have sworn. What, dear grandson-in-law, do you wish to be a woman? Dai Longyuan chuckled mischievously. I thought to myself, what a disrespectful old man playing tricks on me. Chapter 47, Crisis. I rose, my robes billowing around me as a surge of martial energy surrounded us. I spoke with a serious tone. Elder Dai, I respect you for your lifetime of wisdom and came to visit out of goodwill, yet you choose to toy with me in such a manner. Let me make it clear. Even if I remain unmarried for life, I will never marry your granddaughter. If I were to marry, I would rather wed Sister Yaxuan than your granddaughter. Impudent. Who do you think you are? My uncle treats you with such kindness because he holds you in high regard. Do not presume that being a member of the Dugu family makes you truly exceptional. Beside the butterfly dragon abyss, a martial emperor exclaimed loudly, as if he had been stepped on by an unseen force. Impudent. With a swift motion, the butterfly dragon abyss delivered a resounding slap to the speaking martial emperor. He realized that he had truly stirred up trouble. Offending the family of this striking young man would certainly have dire consequences. Unmoved, the young man turned his head, and this time his fury was palpable. His handsome visage was now as cold and sculpted as ice, devoid of the youthful sunlight and innocence. He resembled a harbinger of death, gazing at the martial emperor with eyes brimming with a chilling, murderous intent. I do not presume to consider myself anyone of significance. However, for the sake of Butterfly Dance's final regard, I shall spare your life today. Without the might of your backing, would you still dare to speak so brazenly? With a mere gesture, I could end you. You are but an insignificant insect, and you have grown accustomed to arrogance. You have squandered the final favor of Butterfly Dance. From now on, let us remain as distant as water from the river. Farewell. With that, Unnamed strode away. Young friend Unnamed. Butterfly Dragon Abyss called out, pursuing him. Before he could finish, he spotted Qin Daorong, holding various healing spiritual fruits, his eyes gleaming with eagerness as he gazed at Unnamed. Butterfly Dragon Abyss thought to himself that this was the end. The old fox had likely overheard. He promptly spoke up. Qin family, please do not strike. Uncle Qin, if you do not mind, how about I come to propose to Sister Yaxuan when I come of age? Before Butterfly Dragon Abyss could finish, Unnamed respectfully interjected to Qin Daorong. Very well. As long as you are willing, tomorrow would be perfect. Qin Daorong was overjoyed. He tossed the spiritual fruits to Butterfly Dragon Abyss, and, with an arm around Unnamed's shoulder, they headed out. Second uncle, this brat. Rascal. Were you not my elder brother's only son, I would have turned you into mush with a single slap. You have only been here 2 days, yet you have no idea what that young man represents. In time, you will regret your words today for the rest of your life. As Unnamed and Qin Daorong walked some distance away, Unnamed, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, said, Uncle Qin, about what I said earlier. Qin Daorong chuckled with a magnetic laughter. No worries, I understood you were jesting. However, it would be wise to dispel that old man's intentions. Feeling awkward, Unnamed nodded, acknowledging the situation. But little one, what you said earlier is not entirely impossible. I shall inquire about Yaxuan's thoughts. Qin Daorong feigned deep contemplation as he spoke, shaking his head and waving his hands. Unnamed replied, No. If you mention it to Sister Yaxuan, I would never dare to speak to her again. Qin Daorong laughed heartily. I was merely teasing you. Where are you off to now? With a slight blush on his face, Unnamed said, At this hour, Aunt, you should be delivering delicacies to the Grand Elder. I shall join her for a meal, hee hee. Ha. Who would have thought that the renowned martial emperor of Panlong City would go to mooch a meal? What a delightful surprise. Qin Daorong called out, watching Unnamed's retreating figure. It seemed he was both jesting and subtly reminding those around him to take action. Startled by the shout, Unnamed leapt into the air like an eagle startled by a hunter, soaring away into the skies. As the moonlit rain drizzled upon the castle, Zhu Yu offered lunch to the Grand Elder and was preparing to depart when she spotted a formidable eagle, which had caused her unease for an entire week. Soaring towards her. Wang Liang, did you sense that? He seems to possess an extraordinary strength, though I cannot perceive his aura or realm. His presence in the air just now instilled in me an indescribable feeling, lazily remarked the enigmatic martial emperor seated upon a skeletal chair. Wang Liang nodded in silence, striving to discern what about the Nameless One instilled such dread in his heart. In the evening, the Nameless One returned to the Sword God Manor, where he found Lu Ruoling engaged in conversation with a group of individuals in the living room. Approaching them, he inquired, "What is this?" "Ah, young Master Nameless, you have finally returned," they exclaimed. They insisted on coming here as various cooks and servants, and no amount of persuasion could send them away. I have had no choice but to keep a few. With such a vast estate and so few people, Lu Ruoling lowered her voice, fearful of offending the Nameless One. The group nodded and smiled at him, and he reciprocated with an endearing smile, recognizing some familiar faces, perhaps from the streets where they exchanged greetings. Feeling overwhelmed, he shook his head and said, "I truly do not know. You may handle it as you see fit. After all, they have been enduring hardships outside. Kindly make the necessary arrangements." With that, he turned and walked towards his room. Lu Ruoling's demeanor brightened. "Trouble for me?" At last, a genuine smile graced her lips. "Then I shall enlist your help, everyone." Upon returning to his room, the Nameless One began to contemplate the Dugu 9 swords. Just as he entered a meditative state, the voice of the Grand Elder pierced through. "Enemy attack." The Nameless One's eyes widened with clarity. He swiftly rose to his feet and rushed into the courtyard, transmitting a message to Lu Ruoling. "Hurry here." Lu Ruoling dashed over, witnessing the Nameless One tear open a spatial doorway with his own hands. Her heart filled with terror and astonishment. "Let us go." The Nameless One stepped through first. Atop the castle, nearly all martial sovereigns had gathered. Bowtie acknowledged the Nameless One with a nod, sensing that, although he was unaware of the Nameless One's recovery from unconsciousness, he had an instinctive feeling that the Nameless One had grown significantly stronger. Across from them, numerous powerful individuals emerged from 3 warships, far too many to count. Suddenly, 18 spatial gates appeared 20 miles from the castle. The enigmatic martial god stepped through one, and just as the Nameless One was about to inquire of the Grand Elder, he noticed the Grand Elder's brow furrowed tightly. "This has never happened before. We shall engage in battle at night. Last time, over 20 martial gods perished, and now there are 18 more." He cast a wary glance at the 3 warships that had remained silent until now. Moonlight pierced through the gaps in the clouds like a sword of judgment, aiming to shatter this wicked place. On the ground outside the castle, sharp stones seemed to form a colossal vice, poised to consume all living beings within. Before commands could be issued, the Grand Elder transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, charging forward. Before he rose, the Nameless One sensed a flicker of fear or perhaps sorrow in the Elder's eyes. Before he could fully comprehend, the Grand Elder was already engaged in battle with a strange martial god, prompting the others to leap forth, advancing into the fray. The Nameless One, too, coldly unsheathed his sword, ready to launch himself into battle, when a warm and gentle hand pulled him back. A soft yet slightly bashful voice whispered, "Be careful. I will await your return. This time, I will support you." Unnamed did not look back. The familiar fragrance and voice prompted a slight nod, akin to a furious thunder dragon plunging into the sea, stirring up tumultuous waves that instantly scattered the strange martial emperor into disarray. White fervently gazed at the battle in the sky, yearning for the day he could match their prowess. Bowtie roared like a ravenous beast long deprived, wildly brandishing his longsword, memories of past wounds and lost souls igniting his fury. With a primal scream, he unleashed his wrath, becoming a ruthless slaughterer on the battlefield. Indeed, frenzied could no longer encapsulate Bowtie's current state. This time, Bai Mufeng also charged into the fray, wielding a spear named Song Qiong, delivering strikes with the ferocity of a dragon, alternating between sweeping attacks and concentrated thrusts. Around him, strange martial emperors fell to the ground in droves, while the 3 great beasts unleashed their roars: tigers roar, apes scream, and bears growl, echoing throughout the battlefield. Yu Yuzhu and Zhao Qinya fought side by side, fully convinced of unnamed strength. Zhao Qinya wore a blissful expression, reminiscent of the days when they stood shoulder to shoulder. Yet in Qin Daorong's eyes, it was an entirely lewd sight. "Oh Zhao Qinya, how unexpected it is to see you in this light. Rest assured, I shall find a chance to rectify your reputation," he mused, chuckling at the thought of Zhao Qinya and Zhao Yuling. When Yu Yuzhu was kidnapped by the orc tribe, Zhao Qinya was equally aghast, his face a canvas of astonishment and shock. In the forefront of the battlefield, Unnamed was engaged in a relentless fight, surrounded by a dozen strange martial emperors. It felt as though he were trapped in a desperate struggle, yet he seemed to intentionally draw them closer. The chilly breeze swirled around him as swordlight danced, and soon no enemy dared approach him. He took the initiative to launch an assault, as strange martial emperors continued to fall at his side. His body pulsating with purple energy, his red robe billowing alongside his white hair, resembling a divine warrior subduing all. At times, he summoned a torrential rain of swords. At others, he unleashed elemental forces, mercilessly slaying these enigmatic foes. Whenever he sensed someone under pressure, he rushed to their aid, his divine might escalating with each breakthrough. Yaxuan gazed at him with admiration, realizing how valiant and captivating he appeared, as if a skilled craftsman had constructed a direct path to her heart. Lu Ruoling descended upon the city walls, having slain 4 strange martial emperors. She was nearly spent, bearing various wounds. Unable to maintain her aerial stance, she fell directly into Qin Daorong's arms, who greeted her with a warm smile, and in that moment, she felt a profound sense of relief. Above, the clouds shimmered with an array of colors, illuminating the entire sky. This was the battlefield of the martial gods, where the thunderous roars intensified. The Grand Elder moved with ease, exhibiting exquisite swordsmanship, akin to a wild stallion, yet possessing the steadiness of an old ox. Like a hunter toying with its prey, he ensnared it with silken threads, only to release it back into the wild, and just as the prey reveled in its freedom, the hunter could effortlessly reclaim it. Mastering its fate, not far away, Dai Longyuan watched in trepidation, truly deserving of the title of the strongest disciple of the legendary Dugu Yun. The elusive spirits, known as Qi Mei and Wang Liang, slowly rose, with Qi Mei lazily gesturing a hand to signify the continuation of their previous battle. Meanwhile, Mo Yuan and Nan Gonghanyu also stood up, and the 4 of them ascended into the sky simultaneously, their destination unknown. "Be careful," Bai Mufeng shouted, "you scoundrel. Brother Qin, assist me." Qi Haoyan roared in anger. At that moment, Qin Daorong also cursed fervently, soaring into the air alongside Qi Haoyan to summon their combined martial prowess, forming a robust defensive shield to withstand the incoming crimson orbs of light. This time, the assault was not aimed at the martial emperor, but was directed towards the city itself. Although the number of orbs was halved compared to earlier, their threat was by no means negligible. Without waiting for Qin Daorong's command, Wu Ming quietly vanished, and an unsettling premonition surged within Yuxian's heart. Impossible, knowing Wu Ming's formidable techniques. Yet he dares to approach like this. Something is amiss. She cried out, "Wu Ming, return." But as her voice echoed into the air, she realized it was too late. With the conclusion of her words, the 10 gathered orbs of light descended ominously towards the ground. Wu Ming had just materialized when he felt an icy chill envelop him, his body frozen in place, as if an ancient beast was fixated upon him. An upper-tier martial god. I have underestimated this. Wu Ming's final thought flickered before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yuxian watched in horror as Wu Ming plummeted like a cannonball towards the earth, kicking up a cloud of debris as if he were on a direct descent into the abyss. She trembled, feeling as though a sharp, cruel dagger was being slowly driven from her chest into her heart, stirring the depths of her being. The Grand Elder was utterly preoccupied, while the elder of the Qi family was knocked down against the city wall, besieged by 2 martial gods, his eyes now a terrifying crimson. "This is my master's legacy, the finest descendant of my master." Bowtie roared, unleashing an ice dragon towards his foes, only for it to be effortlessly dispelled with a mere wave of the hand, resulting in Bowtie coughing blood and being sent crashing into the wall. Yu Yuzhu and Zhao Qinya also reacted, simultaneously striking the ground and shouting, "Grandson, where are you? Are you all right? Where are you, grandson?" Suddenly, a wave of confusion swept through the crowd. "Grandson, what is happening?" Even Yuxian was taken aback. Just as the strange martial emperor prepared to launch another attack, a spatial portal opened before him, and a fierce sword beam shot forth, accompanied by a deep, resonant voice that exuded both strength and allure. "Vile creature, how dare you?" As the words fell, a towering figure emerged at the threshold of the portal, exuding an aura of majesty and might. In Qin Daorong's fervent gaze, this figure resembled a divine being. However, terror and panic filled Lu Ruoling's eyes. Before the strange martial god could react, he was cleaved in 2 by a flash of sword light, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he fell to the ground, gripped by an unshakable fear. The imposing figure raised his right hand, and with a gentle grasp towards the city of Panlong, The strange martial emperor erupted like popcorn, shattering into countless fragments, none surviving the onslaught. The heavens gradually brightened, and as the figure descended, before Yu could utter a word, he cradled Wu Ming in his arms, having already reached the city ramparts, his eyes betraying an unmistakable sorrow and regret. With great effort, he tried to hold back his tears, no longer possessing his former elegance. The corners of his mouth were adorned with a rugged charm, and his sun-kissed skin radiated strength and masculinity. In a voice imbued with charisma, he addressed Qin Daorong, saying, "Brother Qin, I must trouble you with my son for the time being." Qin Daorong, filled with excitement, responded, "Brother Qin Yun, leave it to me." The newcomer was none other than the father of the nameless one, Dugu Yunshang. Qin Daorong turned to the members of the Peacock clan and commanded, "Immediately attend to his injuries." Wutai, clutching his chest, urged, "Kong Mingyue, go and treat him at once." Without hesitation, Kong Mingyue dashed forward. Dugu Yunshang then ascended towards the heavens with a speed that surpassed lightning. As Dugu Yunshang joined the fray, peculiar martial gods began to crash down upon the ground. An hour passed, and Dugu Yunshang returned to the city walls, accompanied by only 8 martial gods, including the Grand Elder and Dai Long Yuan, all of whom bore wounds and were battered. Meanwhile, the peculiar martial gods were utterly defeated. As the sun rose, the battlefield below was littered with corpses, yet the onlookers were no longer shocked by the gruesome scene. Instead, they gazed at the nameless one, who leaned against Yuxian's chest, seemingly drained of tears. His eyes reflected a bewildered and helpless expression akin to a pet abandoned by its master, and his tousled hair danced in the wind like a flag. Reciting a sorrowful tale, the nameless one lay breathlessly on her chest, his feeble breaths barely perceptible. The sunlight cast a painful glow on his pallid face. As if he were in a deep slumber, his still form seemingly frozen in amber. Moon Yuzhu resembled a despondent elder, her eyes vacant as she slumped motionless on the ground, while Zhao Qinya continued to wipe away his tears. Dugu Yunshang stood before the nameless one, having not seen his son for over a year. Today was supposed to be the joyous occasion of his son's 6th birthday, but instead, he was met with this tragic sight. His face was engulfed in a fury that surged within his tear-filled, profound eyes. Suddenly, the spatial gate burst open, and Nangong Hongyu emerged, cradling the broken body of Mo Yuan Xianghai, shouting, "Retreat quickly! We've fallen into their trap. I was ensnared in the fog of death, and brother Mo Yuan was struck down by their combined might. Kill!" He spoke each word with gritted teeth, leaving no time for the others to react. With a screech and a loud crash, a sound echoed as Nangong Hongyu looked in terror towards the 3rd battleship, from which a menacing aura began to emanate, one that even he feared. Soon, phantoms and spirits spilled forth from the spatial gate above the city walls. They did not attack, but stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, seemingly waiting for something. Then, the space before them shattered like glass, releasing a murky aura. From this darkness emerged a figure that left the onlookers on the city walls in disbelief. His face was no longer shrouded in the gray mist of death. Instead, it bore the countenance of a composed and refined man in his 50s, streaks of silver threading through his dark hair. Clad in a flowing gray robe, he gazed down at the crowd with an air of authority, declaring, "Remember my name, Star Plucker. From this day forth, you shall be my slaves. This realm is now under my dominion. Any who dare resist shall be slain." He spoke as if he needed no one's consent, with a calmness that belied the gravity of his words. "Slay? Have you sought the old man's permission?" Unbeknownst to anyone, Feng Qingyang stood atop the Panlong city, his white robe billowing fiercely in the wind, and a cascade of white silk trailing behind him. Lacking the imposing aura of a formidable figure like Dugu Yunshang, he instead exuded a sense of ancient restraint. At this moment, Zhaixing was devoid of his previous calm demeanor, his face now etched with fear as he uttered, "You truly have not perished." "Ah, so you imply that I could die?" he retorted, his expression betraying a foolish yet proud demeanor. A surge of Dragon Emperor's aura enveloped the surroundings, and Xianyuan Jueming emerged behind them. The Dragon Emperor's aura. Indeed, Zhaixing exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, Nangong Hongyu lowered the ink cup in his hand and proclaimed, "At last, I have the opportunity to sever your inhuman, ghostly existence. Very well, since you have arrived, I shall gladly test the prowess of the masters of this realm." Zhaixing declared before vanishing like a specter, with Feng Qingyang soon following suit. Xianyuan Jueming, whistling behind them, observed the retreating figures with a smirk. "It seems this is your fate. Come, come." As he spoke, he tore away, and Qimei angrily flicked his head before hastening to follow. Nangong Hongyu, with a cold smile, vowed, "Last time, I severed an arm. This time, You shall lose your life." He then soared into the sky, with Wang Liang pursuing him amid a cacophony of noise. This left the stunned onlookers atop the city wall, exemplifying the truth that arrivals are swift and departures even swifter. At that moment, two figures descended from the horizon, landing behind Dugu Yunshang. The male, despite having only one arm, remained unaffected, his handsome visage and powerful chest exuding strength. The female's beauty was almost surreal, as if she belonged solely to the realm of tales. They were none other than Dugu Tianyu and Tang Xiyu. Dugu Tianyu gazed upon the imposing silhouette and inquired, "Father, is it truly you?" Dugu Yunshang did not turn around, but merely nodded in acknowledgement. Dugu Tianyu continued, "The wind ancestor instructed us to promptly eliminate the bizarre creatures on the ground, lest we alarm them. Yesterday, the chaos from the demon realm emerged. Then why did you not arrive at the first opportunity? Are you also fearful of startling them?" Dugu Yunshang thundered, turning in fury to face Dugu Tianyu. Dugu Tianyu, still bewildered, stared at his father, only to hear Tang Xiyu gasp in astonishment. Following her gaze, he froze. "Who are you, and why have you invaded my home?" "I am your brother, your real brother. A liar, an utter liar. Truly, I am indeed your brother. Brother, here is a gift for you. Come, let me embrace you once more. This relic is truly wondrous. Happy 5th birthday, dear brother. Can I go up and teach him a lesson?" Vivid memories played in his mind as if they had transpired yesterday. Wu Ming still embodied that adorable, naive demeanor, with gem-like innocent eyes that could illuminate the world with joy. Yet now, he lay there, pale as if frozen for millennia, barely perceptible in his breath. Dugu Tianyu rushed forward, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his fists imprinting a dent in the earth, tears cascading like diamonds caught in the wind, whispering softly, "It is my brother's fault." He felt as though a stone pressed upward against his chest. Shuddering and weeping, White timidly approached, his voice barely audible like a mosquito's buzz. "Lord Qingyun, may I inquire which is more terrifying, the tribulation of ascension or the strike of the war god?" He felt he could scarcely continue. Dugu Qingyun glanced at the timid half-orc and reassured him, "It's all right, do not fear. Undoubtedly, the tribulation of ascension is far more dreadful. The chasm between them is insurmountable." White then chuckled lightly. "Ah, then there is nothing to worry about." Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened, as if the surrounding individuals were ready to devour him. "I didn't mean it that way. What I meant to say is that I once witnessed Brother Wu Ming endure 7 colors of divine lightning and remain unscathed. Surely, this should be manageable, right?" He forced a semblance of a smile. "Tribulation of ascension? What is happening?" Dugu Qingyun exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Daorong finally reacted, declaring, "What he says is true. I have witnessed my esteemed nephew face the tribulation of ascension." He continued, "If my conjecture holds, during his next breakthrough, he shall confront 9 bolts of divine lightning." Instantly, the expressions of those around began to ease, and Dugu Qingyun revealed a hint of a smile, shaking off the tension. "We must take action. Those above the rank of battle sovereign, follow me to vanquish these wretched entities. Yes, let us annihilate them." The crowd roared in unison. Dugu Qingyun turned back, addressing, "You must be Yaxuan. The little girl from back then has grown so much. I entrust the child to you." Yaxuan slowly regained her composure. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me, would you?" After the crowd dispersed, he carried Wu Ming down the city tower. Though tears glimmered in his eyes, he incessantly murmured, "I knew you were resilient. You still owe me for the lodging at Drunken Immortal Tower. You must rise to settle your debts. 3 months of free meals and a week's worth of care, and here you are, fast asleep. Did you not tell my father that you would traverse the skies above the cycle of reincarnation? Is it your intention to facilitate your own escape?" Feng Qingyang gazed down upon him, a hint of disdain in his demeanor, as Zhaixing smiled faintly. "No, I wish to invite you to witness the world beyond. You cannot persuade me, and you cannot leave." With those words, thousands of swords emerged behind Feng Qingyang. Densely packed like stars in the night sky, the grave of 10,000 swords. "This is impossible," Zhaixing shouted in desperation. Feng Qingyang was equally astonished. "You recognize this technique?" Zhaixing seemed to have lost the will to retaliate, responding, Of course. This belongs to the lineage of a certain titan from a far-off realm. Where did you acquire it?" Feng Qingyang blurted out, "A dear friend taught me." His curiosity surged. He had been intrigued for millennia, feeling as though Dugu Qingyun had materialized from thin air. Now, to encounter an outsider familiar with this sword technique, how could he not be astonished and intrigued? Zhaixing's eyes shimmered with an unusual light. "Is he of the Dugu lineage?" Feng Qingyang nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, he is of that surname." "Ha ha ha, that is splendid." Zhaixing laughed heartily. "You need not mention it. Had you not possessed this technique, I might have engaged you in battle. However, now, I am not merely your opponent. I am simply no match for this sword technique. There exists a higher echelon to this art, and should he impart it to you, I fear today I would have no chance to escape. Nevertheless, you shall not be able to detain me. In 10 years, I shall undoubtedly return. With that, Zhaixing retreated, darting towards the rift. Feng Qingyang chuckled lightly. Since you have made your move, it is unreasonable to withdraw. Allow me to escort you on your journey. Countless flying swords surged towards him, chasing him into the rift. Moments later, a scream echoed from within. Just wait. I shall return to cleanse this place with blood. Chapter 49. The demon realm. Feng Qingyang did not pursue. Instead, he remained rooted in astonishment. A path shrouded in thick mist seemed to unfold before him, leading to answers he sought. Yet, no matter how he strained his vision, it remained obscured, and no matter how he attempted to traverse it, he could not. Shaking his head, he turned to seek out the other two. You rascal, are you not coming out? Master, what troubles you? Little one, do not be careless in the future. This time, I deflected that strike for you with my heavenly desolation's 8 wrath. Next time, I may not be able to shield you. That blow struck directly at your energy sea. Fortunately, with the great Dao runes, I managed to absorb most of the impact. You have lingered here for 8 days. Everything I needed to impart has been taught. You should leave now, lest they worry. Ah, thank you, master. I understand. Wu Ming gradually regained consciousness, a soft breath akin to silk caressing his ears, infused with a faint fragrance of gardenias, flowing like a warm current into his heart. Slowly, he opened his eyes and turned his head, his mind filled with delicate gardenias. Yet, a buzzing in his head left him blank. These were not gardenias, but rather ethereal blossoms more exquisite than any flower. At that moment, Yaxuan, adorned in a floral dress, curled up beside him, one hand resting on his chest, her head resting on his pillow as she slept. A single tear lingered at the corner of her eye, resembling dewdrops resting on petals after a spring rain. However, Wu Ming felt no admiration for this beautiful and fragile flower. He resembled a child robbed of his candy, gazing tearfully at a flower that appeared to thirst for blood. An hour prior, Dugu Tianyu had just stripped Wu Ming of his clothing to change his attire when Yaxuan arrived. Dugu Tianyu swiftly covered Wu Ming with a blanket and stowed the garments in his spatial ring. Miss Yaxuan, why have you returned? You have not rested for a long time. You should take a break. I will notify you when your brother awakens, Dugu Tianyu said with a smile. Yaxuan, a bit flustered, replied. Aunt Zhao has arrived and insists on seeing Wu Ming. She is unaware that Uncle Qin Yun asked you to intervene. If she sees Wu Ming in this state. Dugu Tianyu dashed off, saying I understand. Thank you for your help. She approached, gazing at the young man who exuded a burgeoning charm. Gently kissing his cheek before leaning against the pillow, her hand resting on his sturdy chest. If only it could be like this forever, without seeking, without longing, without melancholy, and without the fear of losing you, the one and only you in this world. Gradually, the light faded, and she fell asleep. A tear trickling from the corner of her eye. My clothes. My pants. Wu Ming frantically began to expand his consciousness, only to find nothing. His spatial ring was also missing. Just then, a voice outside the door filled him with both terror and joy. Yet bang. The door seemed to burst open. Oh dear mother. He is truly cultivating. He is probably exhausted. Let him sleep. Before Dugu Tianyu could finish speaking, he noticed Yaxuan beautifully reclining beside Wu Ming, who was wide-eyed with a lantern-like gaze, pleading for help. Son, what are you doing? Tianyu exclaimed incredulously. Is this what you call cultivation? Letting him sleep, allowing him to be with a girl? Dugu Qingyun, enraged, shouted and stormed out. Dugu Tianyu observed the adorably bewildered Wu Ming, torn between laughter and tears at his brother's almost tearful expression, with a raised eyebrow and a smile. He seemed to convey the message that Wu Ming was in trouble. He promptly retrieved a set of clothes from his spatial ring and handed them to him. Wu Ming raised his hand and broke through the spatial barrier, vanishing inside. Dugu Tianyu stared in a daze, contemplating the door to the spatial realm. Was it an illusion or a reality? How could this be? Moments later, Wu Ming emerged clad in a white outfit, layered with a black cloak. Dugu Tianyu, still somewhat bewildered, remarked, Brother, have you become a martial god? Wu Ming blinked, glancing fearfully at Yaxuan and gesturing for silence. Brother, keep your voice down. Let us talk outside. In the courtyard, the air was infused with the earthy scent of freshly fallen rain. Wu Ming took a deep breath, relishing the moment of tranquility. I am not a martial god. It is due to the spirit of the continent that I can wield spatial power. Dugu Tianyu nodded in understanding. So that is how it is. I'm glad you're awake and safe. Let us go check outside. Many people have arrived recently, and mother just got here today. But to see you naked beside a girl, what a sight. Wu Ming, feeling embarrassed, replied, It's not like that, brother. I don't know what happened, but I definitely don't want to be associated with Sister Yashuan. I don't want to go out. There are bound to be many people, which would be quite troublesome. Dugu Tianyu affectionately patted Wu Ming's head, as if wishing to bestow all his love upon this adorable brother. He reassured him. Of course at ISNT her. If you don't want to go, then we want tea. Are you hungry? Should I fetch you something to eat? Wu Ming shook his head. I'm not hungry, brother. What is the situation with the war now? Dugu Tianyu sighed. Aside from that, Jiaxing, the rest have been eradicated. Wu Ming discerned a glimmer of despair and self-doubt in his brother's eyes and asked, What's wrong, brother? Did Jiaxing escape? He did. But he claimed he would return in 10 years. From what I've heard from the Wind Ancestor, it seems that 10 years from now could be the real disaster. They are merely here to scout the terrain. 10 years is but a fleeting moment. Dugu Tianyu lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Wu Ming too felt a sense of pressure. 10 years indeed. I yearn for strength. I must protect my homeland. At this thought, he glanced at the room behind him and shivered. How could I have thought of her? A month later, this place seemed perpetually shrouded in mist, devoid of sunlight. Only one soul in the Xuan Tian Continent knew the true nature of this realm, a vast expanse, either a plain or a desert, punctuated by irregular black crystals of varying sizes. Alongside immense, fearsome skeletal remains, some human-shaped, and trees devoid of leaves, all enveloped in a floating black fog that appeared to devour everything in its path. There was no sunlight, no spiritual energy, only the overwhelming force of the Great Way and the pervasive black mist. The night sky was pitch black, the earth was shrouded in darkness, and everything was engulfed in this gloom. Amidst this obscurity, a figure squatted, their face seemingly illuminated by an unseen light. Yet their eyes were as deep and dark as the night sky after a star's fall, concealing multicolored divine lightning beneath the shadow. With full lips, they uttered two words that sent shivers down the spine. Demon realm. Hey, you there, nameless one, have you eaten? If you have, you may leave. Half a month prior, within the Xuantiang Academy, farewell, friend, may your journey be smooth. I have avenged your grievances. Now, I am the only one left. Sigh. Feng Qingyang stood before the tomb of Mo Yunshang, his eyes glistening with tears, as if he could once again see Mo Yunshang mediating between him and Dugu Yunshang. Behind Feng Qingyang stood the clan leaders and masters from various families, as well as the Dugu Qingyan family. Let us hurry, everyone, to mend the remnants of this continent. It is time for revival. After the crowd dispersed, Feng Qingyang turned to Dugu Qingyun and inquired, What of our previous discussion? I cannot dare to seize anyone. The future rests with the Nameless One. Surely, they will do something about this continent, or else why would the land itself sense impending doom and entrust the spirit of the great to the Nameless One? Dugu Qingyun's eyes mirrored sorrow and helplessness as he replied, Yuling wishes to spend a few more days with the Nameless One. I can only suggest that you join him in his cultivation. I cannot speak of anything else to her. After all, this journey, as a father, it weighs heavily on me. Feng Qingyang, equally filled with helplessness, responded, Indeed, we are entrusting everything to a child. In 10 years, there will surely be more than one star plucked from the heavens. Ancestor Feng, when may I return? The Nameless One asked, his voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Feng Qingyang could not meet his gaze, fearing he would weep as Zhao Yuling had. You may return when you are capable of breaking through this barrier. The Nameless One nodded innocently. If I can break through tomorrow, will I be able to return? With a half-smile, Feng Qingyang nodded affirmatively, yes. Go now, child. Be mindful of everything. He then removed the precious treasure that had sealed the barrier and struck it with several powerful blows, creating a tiny opening. Hurry. Time is of the essence. You will be discovered. Reluctantly, the Nameless One gazed at Feng Qingyang before slipping through the opening. He wandered for a week in this realm, finding not even a trace of life, until on the 8th day, he finally spotted several figures and cautiously approached. One slightly plump, rosy-faced individual came forward and asked, Who are you? How did you emerge from the Forbidden Zone? Forbidden Zone? The Nameless One stood in silent astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words as he gazed at the creature before him, which bore a semblance to humanity. At that moment, a slender man spoke up. Chi-Fei, do not be so fearsome towards this adorable little fellow. He might just be the mischievous child from Boda village. Young one, my name is Yutu. May I ask for yours? The Nameless One shook his head, looking at Yutu with innocent eyes, and replied, I have no name. A glimmer of sympathy appeared in Yutu's eyes as he remarked, Poor child, are you so frightened that you have forgotten even your own name? Do you recall where you reside? The Nameless One shook his head once more. Yutu suggested, How about this? Come with me to my home, and we can ponder it together. Let us move quickly. This place is perilous. With that, he placed a hand on the Nameless One's shoulder. The Nameless One felt no fear, sensing that these two were merely at the level of a battle sect. Qifei whispered cautiously, "Is that wise? After all, he has emerged from the Forbidden Zone." Yutu chuckled lightly, replying, "It is nothing to worry about. It is common for naive children to wander here out of curiosity." The trio reached a sandy slope, where Yutu suggested they rest for a moment, stating, "We are almost there. Let us have a bite to eat." Qifei nodded in agreement and took out a cup filled with a dark, unappetizing substance from a water flask, offering it to the Nameless One. "Have a little something." The Nameless One recoiled in horror, exclaiming, "Are you certain this isn't excrement?" He shook his head vehemently, saying, No, I can manage." Turning away, he lay down behind the sandy slope, taking a moment to catch his breath. The food in this demonic realm was quite disconcerting. He then produced a piece of beast meat to gnaw on, finding some satisfaction in it, as it was a reminder of the meals his mother used to prepare. After a while, Yutu's voice called out from behind, prompting the Nameless One to rise. "I am finished eating," he announced. They continued on their way, and soon the sky began to brighten, resembling the dawn rather than the lingering darkness of night. Vegetation gradually appeared upon the ground. Eventually, they arrived at a bustling area filled with wooden structures. The sun had risen, dispelling the vast darkness, yet heavy clouds loomed overhead, preventing sunlight from penetrating, casting a gray pallor over the surroundings. The inhabitants of this place were peculiar and diverse, making the Nameless One feel as if he had entered an Orcish realm. Only Yutu resembled a human, albeit with a hint of dark mist perpetually emanating from his eyes. Along their journey, numerous villagers greeted Yutu, and the Nameless One was astonished to discover that all the villagers were cultivators, yet the highest cultivation levels belonged solely to the two companions by his side. "Behold, this is my home. What do you think? It is the most luxurious house in the village," Yutu proclaimed proudly to the Nameless One. The Nameless One looked up and observed that this so-called luxurious abode was merely constructed of stone, with the roof thatched with some kind of grass. Noticing the Nameless One's bewildered expression, Yutu explained, "It is still a work in progress. This is the dream that Qifei and I share, to build the grandest house here, which will also be our home. Ha! We scour the land daily for various stones to construct it." The Nameless One remarked, "Indeed, it is an ambitious dream. I had a feeling it would be so. Come, let me show you around." "Is no one at your home?" Yutu replied, "No. Qifei and I have been without parents since childhood. I heard they were killed when the magical beasts attacked our village." The Nameless One expressed his condolences, to which Yutu responded, "It is nothing. It has been many years. I have always relied on Qifei. You may stay here for the time being." Upon entering the abode, Wu Ming observed that everything was crafted from stone. Beds, tables, benches, and even the bowls were hewn from rock. Indeed, everything was stone. "Alas, how fond you are of stone. Had I known earlier, I would have brought some stones for my spatial ring." In Chapter 50, Slaying the Demon Clan, the only solace for Wu Ming was that this place did not resemble the Wall Realm. Here, there was spiritual energy and the power of the Tao, which sufficed for him. It seemed that there was no distinction between day and night. The creatures residing here relied solely on their biological clocks, and their lifestyles bore remarkable similarities. Perhaps it was because Wu Ming was a guest that the two were particularly warm-hearted. With only 2 rooms available, they graciously offered one to him, which brought a flicker of warmth to his otherwise languid heart. However, the food left much to be desired. It resembled a dark, unappetizing paste, making it difficult to muster any appetite. At this point, Wu Ming seemed to require little sustenance. Eating was merely a matter of tasting, as the concepts of fullness or hunger appeared trivial to a martial emperor. After residing here for a week, Wu Ming had gleaned a general understanding of the demon realm's circumstances. The demon realm was roughly comparable in size to the beast realm, and its cultivation system was largely akin to that of humanity, save for the fact that above martial gods stood the demon lords. Currently, there were 2 prominent demon lords, though they appeared to be at odds with one another, each ruling over half of the realm, leading to frequent skirmishes. War heralded the birth of the strong. The demon clan was inherently combative. Strength equated to authority and governance. One could challenge any ruler, and upon victory, ascend to their status, earning reverence. Conversely, defeat bore the ultimate price, life itself. For them, failure meant the ruler's mercy in sparing their lives was a burden too great to bear, often leading to self-destruction. No one wished to exist in the shadow of failure. Weakness was synonymous with disgrace, and one could swiftly transition from a revered monarch to a despised vanquished. The competition for survival was fierce. In this realm, cultivators were not rare, anyone could cultivate, contingent upon their talent and resources. Those typically challenged were city lords or regional monarchs, as prominent families possessed deep roots, making them less frequently targeted. What set the demon clan apart was the presence of individuals with unique bloodline gifts, which significantly accelerated their cultivation. You too, like Qi Fei, was endowed with such a bloodline talent. Qi Fei could manipulate flames, albeit within limits, whereas Yu Tu's abilities left Wu Ming in awe. He could conceal himself within the shadows of any object, as long as a shadow existed, allowing him to remain hidden indefinitely. To Wu Ming, this was an almost sinister power, yet for Yu Tu, it was of little use, and he would prefer to exchange it, for the demon realm was devoid of light. Upon hearing this, Wu Ming nearly spat blood in frustration. What a remarkable talent rendered utterly useless in this realm. It was akin to placing a wealthy individual, adorned in gold and jewels, in an uninhabited wasteland, where their wealth served no purpose. However, should Yu Tu's talent manifest in the Xuan Tian Continent, it would likely incite widespread panic. He is truly the specter lurking in the shadows of the night. Who would ever suspect their own shadow? Suddenly, one could find themselves pierced by a translucent hole created by that very shadow. Thus, the bond between the two was forged. One ignited flames of brilliance, while the other indulged in mischief within the shadows. However, the awkward truth is that they cannot confront the ruler together, leaving them to take refuge in this remote village. At that moment, the Nameless One realized why he was so well regarded in the Xuan Tian Continent, because he was deeply cherished. The trio engaged in lively conversation, and when asked about the Nameless One, he could only reply with ignorance, leaving the others quite perplexed. Then, with a sigh, Yu Tu remarked, "In just over 10 hours, we may not be this joyful." The Nameless One asked in confusion, "Why?" "Because the Spirit Gathering Festival in Deal City is approaching," Qi Fei responded, his eyes reflecting a mix of anger and fear. The Nameless One seemed to grasp something and inquired, "What is the Spirit Gathering Festival?" Yu Tu sighed and explained, "This is the ruler's decree. The spiritual energy here is scarce. So everyone in each village must collect the energy into spirit bottles to supply the Lord of Deal City for his cultivation or use. If someone fails to fill their bottle, they face death. Those above the battle sovereign rank are exempt from this obligation. You should hide tomorrow. It's strange that you cannot cultivate." Alas, the Nameless One felt a jolt of shock at this revelation. Such a predicament existed. He nodded, unafraid, but aware that he needed to slowly unravel many mysteries after arriving in the demon realm. With a hint of confusion, he asked Yu Tu, "What is the use of the collected spiritual energy?" Yu Tu shot him a glance, saying, "It appears you are genuinely frightened by the forbidden zone. Spiritual energy can be traded for many valuable items. As for what those items are, I cannot say. Haha, those are privileges reserved for the rulers." The Nameless One was taken aback. Using spiritual energy as currency was indeed exorbitant. As the three continued their conversation, Qi Fei began fiddling with a black paste, which left the Nameless One utterly unappetized. No matter what, he refused to take a bite, retreating to his room to begin his cultivation. He fortified this space with martial power, employing divine thunder to refine his body, striving to reach a terrifying pinnacle and avoid being reduced to nothingness by the divine lightning upon breakthrough. Following Feng Qingyang's guidance, the Nameless One enveloped himself in divine thunder, allowing it to incessantly forge his physique. He felt on the verge of splitting apart, as if every inch of his being were being gnawed upon by bloodthirsty demonic worms. This immense suffering would yield a resilient and immortal body. Thud! The Nameless One collapsed onto the bed, panting heavily before quickly sitting up to resume his cultivation. During this period, he finally comprehended the first form of the Dugu Nine swords. The intricacies of this sword technique bore a resemblance to the celestial slash he had previously encountered, yet the dangers were far greater. It could be wielded in close combat or unleash a colossal forceful strike from afar. However, the Nameless One felt this swordsmanship was more suited for melee, for its profundities were overwhelmingly fearsome, each strike surpassing the last, an unending cycle of blade clashes. Once the Nameless One completed his training, cries of alarm erupted from outside, and Yu Tu frantically pounded on the door of his room. Rising, he dismantled the martial barrier, only to have Yu Tu, face pale with terror, exclaim, "Quickly, hide. The people from Deal City have arrived early. You must conceal yourself while I go out. Remember, do not come out under any circumstances." After speaking, Yu Tu and Qi Fei rushed outside. Wu Ming peered through a gap and saw 5 formidable warriors of the battle sovereign realm. A burly man, his face a mask of brutishness, bellowed in a coarse voice, "Since you hail from Deer Sea City, you must contribute to Lord Deer Sea. In return, Lord Dear shall ensure your safety. I trust there is no need for further elaboration. Simply hand over the tribute you have prepared. This is not the first time, and you all understand the rules. Should you fail to comply, haha? As he spoke, he licked the blood from his large blade. The villagers knelt, trembling, their faces a blend of fear and anger. Qi Fei and Yu Tu wore expressions of defiance. Wu Ming surmised that had it not been for such a system, these two would likely have already ascended to the rank of battle sovereign. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a scream pierced the air. Wu Ming turned to see the giant licking the blood from his blade. The fate of those who offered no tribute laid bare before them. You do not wish to become the next victim. Qi Fei and Yu Tu were enraged. The deceased was an elderly man who had shown them kindness. Their eyes met, and Wu Ming felt a chill. He understood the vast chasm that lay between the realms of battle sovereign and battle sovereign. With a roar, Qi Fei unleashed a fiery palm strike. The gifted one. Even the giant was momentarily taken aback, yet the flames posed no threat to him. However, in the next instant, Qi Fei was engulfed in raging fire, and the giant's shadow became grotesque. Before he could react, a dagger shot forth from the shadow. But upon contact with his body, it shattered. Wu Ming recognized that without a divine artifact, a battle sovereign would struggle to harm a powerful battle sovereign. The giant, furious, seemed to grasp the situation and stomped his foot, causing the ground beneath Qi Fei to collapse, burying him in dirt, extinguishing the flames, and vanquishing the shadow. Yu Tu appeared behind him in an instant, and Wu Ming watched in astonishment. The moment the shadow emerged, Yu Tu vanished. Had the giant not been of a higher realm, they might have met their end today. He felt that facing such an opponent would indeed be troublesome. The giant flashed a sinister grin at Yu Tu. Haha, I did not expect there to be two gifted ones. Is he your brother? Watch closely. This is how one kills. With that, he raised his blade to strike into the pit where Qi Fei lay, and the four companions accompanying him laughed wickedly. Yu Tu closed his eyes and screamed, no. Instead of the chilling scream they anticipated, a sound of metal clashing echoed. Yu Tu opened his eyes in shock. For Wu Ming stood beneath the blade, which had halted just 2 centimeters above his head. The giant and his four companions frowned, unable to discern Wu Ming's realm, yet certain that this young boy was an extraordinary figure. A slightly more attractive member of the demon race stepped forward, saying, Little brother, we offer you 2 choices. 1. Leave immediately. 2. Meet your demise. Choose. Wu Ming regarded the four with disdain. Had it been anyone else, he would not have bothered to intervene. But Qi Fei and Yu Tu were his friends now. Although the giant felt a twinge of fear, he steeled himself and declared, Who are you? Our Lord Dear is an upper-tier battle sovereign. Do not miscalculate your standing. Clang. As soon as the words fell, the nameless one did not move an inch, and the great blade in his hand shattered into several pieces of iron. The burly man was utterly astounded. He knew well the resilience of his weapon. Even Lord Dios would not easily break it. The rest of the four were equally alarmed. Yu Tu's jaw dropped in disbelief. He could not have imagined that the child he had rescued possessed such terrifying power. One among them, quick to react, seized Yu Tu by the throat and lifted him, threatening, Let us go, or I will slay him. The nameless one wore a faint, cold smile. Do you truly believe you possess the right to negotiate with me? The aura of the martial emperor enveloped the five, instilling profound fear within them. How could such strength exist here? Yu Tu managed to break free and rushed behind the nameless one, eager to communicate. Let us extract him first. Nodding in agreement, the nameless one clenched his right fist, causing the five to dissolve into blood mist. Yu Tu struggled to maintain his composure, yet his scalp tingled with terror. The unknown child had effortlessly obliterated those he had thought were formidable opponents. Meanwhile, the timid villagers had fled in fright. The nameless one appeared as a demonic deity to them. They had only ever encountered individuals at the martial sovereign level, beings they believed were the arbiters of their fate. Yet today, a mere child had so easily vanquished those they revered. Soon, the crowd erupted in cheers. Yu Tu recounted the events to Qi Fei, grateful that he had restrained himself in the forbidden zone. Otherwise, he might have met a fate similar to their own. Chapter 51. The Nameless Lord. At this moment, not only the villagers, but also Yu Tu and Qi Fei, who had spent a week with the Nameless One, felt a mix of fear and reverence. The five spiritual collectors at the martial sovereign level had been extinguished, as if they were mere insects. Even Yu Tu, who daily discussed the demonic realm's affairs with the Nameless One, felt a shiver of apprehension. Especially Qi Fei, who recalled his earlier menacing demeanor toward the Nameless One. Had it not been for Yu Tu, he might have indeed turned into blood mist. Timidly, Yu Tu approached the Nameless One, attempting to communicate. Nameless, dear brother, what are you? The Nameless One flashed an innocent smile. What troubles you, brother Yu Tu? No, no, you are the elder brother. Who exactly are you? Yutu stammered in terror, as if facing an ancient beast capable of crushing him at any moment. The Nameless One patted his shoulder. What are you doing? I won't harm you. Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand on you. He then turned to the villagers, assuring them, fear not, as long as you do not provoke me, I shall not resort to violence. The moment his words concluded, the villagers vanished in haste. Provoking him? What a jest! Who would dare offend such a godlike figure? Afterward, the Nameless One retreated to his chamber, preparing to delve further into the solitary 9 swords. Just then, Yutu approached, still trembling. Brother Nameless, you have slain those 5. The people of Deal City will surely learn of it. The Nameless One turned with a spark of interest. You previously mentioned that as long as one can defeat a city lord, one can become a ruler, correct? Yutu nodded, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Well then, let us head to the city, declared the Nameless One, stepping outside. Yutu shook his head, realizing the implications. Ah, Brother Nameless. Why are you going this way? Shall I guide you? Oh, that sounds fine. Let's take a look at Deal City. Upon arrival, it became clear to the nameless traveler that the city was not as splendid as one might imagine. It could only be described as slightly better than a village. As he walked, he finally understood why Yutu held such a fascination for stones. Here, they were a rarity. Black crystal stones were abundant, yet their bizarre shapes rendered them unsuitable for crafting. Their sheer prevalence diminished their value, leaving the traveler puzzled as to how Yutu had managed to gather so many. The city lacked grand gates or towers. Instead, a colossal skeleton bore the inscription Deals. Beneath it were traces of wear, which Yutu explained signified a change in the city lord, as cities were often named after their rulers. Once inside, there was no need for inquiries. Yutu had visited twice before and was familiar with the lord's residence. This so-called lord's manor was merely larger than the surrounding buildings, adorned with doorways and wooden pillars, surrounded by walls made of mud plastered onto wooden boards. Upon entering the lord's residence, the nameless traveler remained silent, using his imposing aura to subdue the guards before leisurely stepping inside. To his surprise, the courtyard was lush with vegetation, and the entire manor was constructed of black wood, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. A small pond graced the courtyard, containing several irregular black crystal stones, presenting a style that was both minimalist and luxurious. At that moment, Deals was in the living room, greedily gazing at vials of spiritual energy, oblivious to the arrival of the two. The traveler shook his head at the sight of the corpulent figure before him. How could someone like this attain the rank of battle sovereign? Surely it was merely a matter of excessively absorbing spiritual energy. Are you Deals? He inquired. Deals jumped up in alarm, quickly shifting from fear to fury as he glared at the 2 disheveled children. Huh, 2 small children with such audacity. Are you here to challenge me? I can offer you both the chance to face me together. Oh, is that so? You cannot even discern your opponent's realm, and yet you boast? This place allows for cultivation by anyone, Lord Deals. The traveler replied with a mocking smile. Deals furrowed his brow. No one could conceal their cultivation level without a trace of fluctuation unless they were vastly superior. He was unwilling to accept that this child could surpass his own level as a battle sovereign. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Leave now, and I shall let this go." Upon hearing this, the traveler smiled, a smile filled with mockery, derision, and disdain, as if a ravenous beast were eyeing a sumptuous feast. He acted swiftly, raising his right hand and momentarily lifting Deals into the air. Yutu, standing behind, was perplexed, but Deals understood all too well. This child had mastered the power of space. He was both astonished and filled with despair. How could a being of divine strength exist in such a small, remote place? At this moment, he found himself suspended in the air by the enigmatic figure, his gaze fixated on the pristine white hair of this mysterious individual, whose immaculate attire bore not a speck of dust, exuding an air of nobility. The seemingly innocuous smile was tinged with a hint of mockery, while his robe billowed gracefully, reminiscent of a black lotus flower in full bloom. Before he could utter a plea for mercy, he vanished from this realm. Turning to the bewildered Yutu, the enigmatic figure inquired, "From this day forth, shall I be considered the lord of this city, Deals? No, rather, the lord of this very town?" It was only then that Yutu began to comprehend, preparing to kneel, but was halted by the forceful grasp of the mysterious figure. "We are brothers. There is no need for such formality." Yutu, filled with astonishment and delight, nodded fervently. "Indeed, from now on, this shall be known as Nameless City." In an instant, the news spread throughout the city. The tyrant who had reigned for an indeterminate duration had been replaced, yet the question remained, who would take his place? Immediately, 10 battle sovereigns arrived to pledge their allegiance, servants of Deals. The enigmatic figure regarded the kneeling battle sovereigns and declared, "You may follow me, or you may seek vengeance for your former lord." To his surprise, the 10 battle sovereigns responded in unison, "We dare not. We are willing to brave fire and water for our lord." The mysterious figure pondered, "Do you not fear Deals discovering this?" Just then, one spoke up, "I am Mog, and I shall promptly change the name of the city. May I inquire your esteemed name, my lord?" Upon glancing at Mog, who bore a physique similar to that of a human, save for 2 blade-like protrusions at the elbow joints, the enigmatic figure nodded, "Proceed. Engrave the name Nameless." Mog nearly faltered, to which the figure, with a piercing gaze, questioned, "Are you doubting my command?" Mog hastily shook his head, "I would not dare to have defeated Deals without their notice. And to remain oblivious to this youth's true strength signifies that his power is formidable, perhaps even transcending their realm." All 10 understood this truth. Mog rose, bowing once more before exiting. Turning to the remaining 9, the enigmatic figure stated, "I now require your assistance. You shall return this spiritual energy to the 20 surrounding villages. Should anyone dare to hoard even a single vial." The dark crystal in the courtyard exploded into shards, illustrating the fate that awaited them. The 9 were instantly struck with terror. Space power. A martial god. Those with timid hearts trembled in fear. At this moment, U2, seated beside the enigmatic figure, stood in shock. He had heard it said that only those of the martial emperor rank could shatter black crystal. He gazed at the figure with astonishment, who, equally bewildered by U2's reaction, gestured for him to sit. The enigmatic figure observed the gathered crowd, walking as he spoke. "If you wish to accompany me, heed these rules. First, unless absolutely necessary, do not engage those of lesser realms, except for evildoers or those who pose a life-threatening danger. Second, from this point onward, do not accept spiritual energy from anyone. If needed, seek out battle sovereigns in other cities to acquire it. Third, no burning, killing, or plundering shall occur, nor shall you harm one another. Fourth, this is U2, my friend. His words carry my intent. Do you understand? Should you fail to comply, I do not shy away from bloodshed. You may depart in peace." Depart? Who would be willing to depart? A master possessing the power of space is certainly rare, and it would be foolish for anyone to leave. Subsequently, one individual spoke up, "Lord of the city, everything else can be accomplished, but this first point may pose a challenge." The nameless one furrowed his brows. "Do you have an objection?" The combat master replied, "It is not that I have an objection, but if we do not gather the spiritual energy, we will be unable to present it to the main city. I fear there may be some dissent from the main city." The nameless one, slightly impatient, retorted, "What is the main city anyway? Is this not it?" The individual explained, "This can only be considered a small city. A main city governs 30 small cities, and it is overseen by the demon city, which serves as the abode of the demon lord." The nameless one chuckled, "Abode? Do you think of him as a beast?" The crowd responded, "How dare you say that?" The nameless one stretched languidly, "No worries. If someone from the main city arrives and is amiable, all will be well. If they dare to speak disrespectfully, I would not mind assuming the role of the city lord myself." The crowd responded, all right, you are impressive. Enough, you may go. Do not disturb my cultivation. Let U2 handle matters. If he is at a loss, assist him. Oh, by the way, gather some stones to offer him as a bribe. Perhaps he will speak kindly of me, and I might teach you some techniques." As he said this, the nameless one winked at U2, who was deeply touched, his heart already weeping profusely. Next, the nameless one instructed someone to accompany U2 to fetch Chifei. U2 was indeed a capable individual, prudent and strategic. With the matter of gathering spiritual energy no longer a concern, U2 had also advanced to the rank of combat master. The nameless one found himself largely undisturbed, dedicating his days to cultivating and comprehending the laws. However, each time he emerged from seclusion, he was often tasked with somewhat bewildering errands, such as assisting in farming at a village today, washing clothes at someone's home tomorrow, or helping construct a house. Yet afterward, the nameless one would impart a few subtle techniques to them. Although he found the tasks somewhat absurd, the rewards they received in their hearts left them quite satisfied. Such high-level experts were indeed a rarity. The villagers and residents of the city held the new city lord in high regard and affection. There was unlikely to be another like him throughout the entire demon realm. In the sky, a peculiar crow soared overhead, beneath which lay a vast city, its walls constructed from black crystal blocks. The city featured an array of imposing wooden structures, aesthetically pleasing, with a bustling marketplace where vendors sold various goods, and oddly shaped magical beasts pulled carts laden with cargo. The flow of people entering and exiting the city was unceasing. Within the city stood a grand courtyard, occupying nearly one-tenth of the entire area. All the buildings within the courtyard were crafted from a combination of volcanic rock and wood. The interior boasted gardens, pools, and various decorations. Meanwhile, servants busily delivered an array of delectable dishes to a person seated in a lavish hall. She was clad in revealing attire, one luminous, silky arm resting on her cheek, while the index finger of her other hand playfully toyed with her long, smooth hair, which cascaded like a dagger. Beneath her exquisite features lay a pair of captivating eyes that gazed hungrily at the sumptuous feast before her. A subtly upturned nose complemented her alluring lips, capable of ensnaring the hearts of many. Her delicate chin and porcelain-like cheeks added to her ethereal beauty. Intricate tattoos of outspread wings adorned her back, giving the illusion that they had sprouted naturally. Every movement she made was akin to a brushstroke on a canvas, enough to drive any man into a frenzy of desire and reverie. With a slight lift of her silky, fair leg, she spoke in an irresistibly seductive tone. I have heard that the tributes from Deal City have yet to be delivered. Is that not so, Chief Gao? Do you wish to relinquish your position as the governor of my exquisite Linglong city? Kneeling 10 paces away was a middle-aged demon whose shoulders bore a resemblance to horns. Trembling as he implored, Lady Yin Linglong, I beseech you, grant me 3 days. I shall personally retrieve the tributes. Please, grant me this chance. His body quaked with fear, for this enchanting beauty had a notorious penchant for bloodshed. Anyone who displeased her faced inevitable annihilation. In this moment, he was engulfed in panic, dreading the wrath of this female demon god. Oh, Chief Gao, your prowess seems to have grown considerably. A mere Deal City requires 3 days? TSK. I shall afford you a maximum of 2 days. If, by then, you fail to return with the heads and spiritual essence of the people from Deals, you may commence your flight for survival. Do you comprehend? Yen Linglong's voice was laced with allure as she regarded Gao. Gao immediately bowed his head. I shall not fail the lady's expectations. He then retreated hastily. Yen Linglong glanced at the delectable dishes on the table and commanded, Wait. Go and slay the chef responsible for this meal. At once, my lady, Gao replied, hastening away, fearful that this bloodthirsty enchantress might take his life as well. Chapter 52. The Ink Thunder Abyss. During this period, Wu Ming found himself less hurried in his cultivation, embracing a rare tranquility. It seemed as though he had never experienced such leisure since becoming aware of the world, as if he had been perpetually engaged in battle without a moment's respite. After completing his training with the 5-colored divine thunder, he stretched his limbs, deciding to venture into the city. The new city lord had assumed office nearly half a month ago, yet he had not yet explored the surroundings. Stepping outside, he gazed upon the gray expanse, feeling a tinge of oppression. My lord, are you going out? Mogul inquired respectfully at the entrance. Wu Ming nodded, indeed. I have not yet seen this city after such a long time. Admittedly, it felt somewhat forced to refer to it as a city, as it did not compare to the flourishing villages of the Xuan Tian Continent. Mogul smiled and said, Please, my lord, allow me to guide you. It would be my pleasure to introduce you. Wu Ming responded, What need is there for introductions? Very well, let us proceed. What of you two and the others? Returning to you, my lord, Master Yu has gone in search of stones. That madman. Wu Ming sighed, shaking his head. It seemed as though he was either possessed by stones or had some past connection with them. Midway through their journey, a rhythmic knocking sound echoed nearby. Wu Ming turned to Mogul and asked, Is there a blacksmith here as well? Mog, bewildered, inquired, What is this blacksmith you speak of? Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Ming shot him a glance and replied, It refers to the artisans who forge weapons. Come, let us observe. Approaching a forge, they encountered a robust figure, a man with an elephant-like stature, tirelessly hammering away at a sword nearing completion. Wu Ming, intrigued by the art of swordsmithing, often discussed such matters with Dugu Yunshang. He scrutinized the sword being crafted by the burly man and shook his head, declaring, Uncle, this sword is inadequate. It might struggle even to chop wood. The muscular blacksmith glared at him, retorting, Whose child are you? What do you know? Mog stepped forward, clarifying, He is the current city lord. Instantly, the blacksmith's legs trembled. Although he had heard that the newly appointed city lord was commendable, it seemed no one had dared to confront him before. Observing this, Wu Ming shook his head, bemused by the fear the townspeople harbored towards their lord. With a reassuring smile, he said, Fear not. Forging a sword is not merely about shaping iron into a blade. As he spoke, Wu Ming seized the hammer from the blacksmith's grasp and deftly transformed the sword back into a lump of iron. Sword forging requires dedication, he proclaimed, heating the iron until it glowed red, then meticulously shaping it into a rectangular bar. He folded and hammered it repeatedly, undertaking this process hundreds of times until the iron finally took the form of a sword. No longer a dull gray, the blade now gleamed with a silvery sheen, displaying intricate patterns reminiscent of tree rings. With a swift motion, Wu Ming sliced through the already forged sword, cleaving it into two segments. Both Mog and the blacksmith stood in astonishment. Wu Ming smiled. From now on, forge in this manner, and I assure you a prosperous life awaits. This is merely the foundational swordsmithing technique taught to me by Dugu Yunshang. Suddenly, Wu Ming's smile faded as he sensed an approaching presence. Someone is here, he exclaimed, glancing towards the direction of the skeleton marked with his name. Wu Ming, a voice interrupted, and before he could finish his thought, a figure darted towards him with lightning speed. Wu Ming felt a wave of surprise wash over him. This was the first Emperor-level individual he had encountered since arriving in the demon realm. The newcomer, equally taken aback, was confronted by an enigmatic child whose strength eluded his perception. What is this? I am Garl. You, he began, but Wu Ming interrupted, pointing at the skeleton inscribed with his name. Are you the new city lord? Can you speak? Of course. Who are you, and why are you here? Wu Ming regarded him with a discerning gaze. Garl smiled faintly, exuding an air of friendliness. You must be the new city lord. I assume someone has briefed you on the matter of collecting spiritual essence. Thus, I kindly request you hand it over to me for proper accountability. Beneath Garl's congenial facade, Wu Ming detected a trace of cold menace. Absolutely not. I shall consume it all. With that, he mimicked a toothpick gesture, continuing. Return to your city lord and inform him that I will consume all the chaotic spiritual essence from here, leaving nothing behind. What benefit do I gain from relinquishing it to you? Garl, stifling his frustration, exhaled deeply. The benefit is protection. Wu Ming burst into laughter, exclaiming, Are you dreaming? Protection? From now on, not a single vial of spiritual essence shall be surrendered. If you desire it, let your city lord personally visit me. Only then will I consider his position. Otherwise, I shall pay him a visit myself. Now, you may take your leave. Gar, having reached the limits of his patience, unleashed a powerful punch that surged towards the nameless figure. In a swift motion, the nameless one simply extended a finger, lifting it upward, and met the forceful blow with his fingertip. I return this to you. He then hurled the mighty fist back at Gar, who, in a state of utter shock, exclaimed, By the heavens, a monster, and promptly turned to flee. The nameless one made no attempt to pursue him. Upon entering the city, Mog was utterly bewildered. It seemed he had just witnessed the first instance in the annals of the demon realm where a small town had struck down an envoy from the main city. You are Gar? How did you end up in such a pitiful state? He gasped, feigning concern. Yun Linglong gazed at the bruised and battered Gar. Do you recall the promise you made to me earlier, dear governor? Gar knelt, on the verge of tears, and replied, My lady. Deal City has undergone a change in leadership, and the new ruler is at least a martial emperor, capable of flight, and his strength is obscured. He mentioned. Yun Linglong, with a bewitching smile, interjected, What did he say? Gar, bowing his head, continued, He said unless you personally visit him, allowing him to peel you layer by layer, and if he is pleased, only then would he consider this year's tribute. To his surprise, Yun Linglong merely chuckled lightly. Not bad at all. Let us go. Gar looked at her in confusion. To Deal City? You want him to strip you down piece by piece? Ha! The last words ignited a fiery turmoil within Gar's chest. Yet, as Yun Linglong strode away, a cryptic expression flickered at the corners of Gar's eyes. As Yun Linglong and Gar soared through the skies, they approached a point over 60 miles from the nameless city when suddenly, a figure obstructed their path. This individual, adorned with a white mask and opulent attire, gazed at Yun Linglong, rubbing his hands together in awe. Ah, truly, seeing you in person is more impressive than rumors suggest. The fiery beauty of the city lord is almost surreal. How about accompanying me elsewhere for a while? There are far more thrilling pursuits in this world than mere killing. Yun Linglong frowned. White-faced ghost, shouldn't you be attending to your duties in White Ghost City? Are you summoning me to exorcise you? The white-faced ghost covered his mouth, exclaiming, TSK, your temper is as fiery as your figure. Exorcise me. Do you possess the scriptures for that? With a teasing smile, Yun Linglong replied, You have lived for quite some time. Our strengths are comparable. However, I have 2 companions, while you are alone. What kind of scripture do you wish for me to recite for you? The white-faced ghost shook his head. Oh dear, beautiful Yun, you are mistaken. It is you alone. And we are too. At that moment, Gar swiftly flew to the side of the white-faced ghost. Yes, exactly. TSK, a beautiful lady's anger is quite a sight. You seek your own demise. Yun Linglong roared, her fury ignited by betrayal. Instantly, Flames erupted from all directions towards the two. Yet, as they approached, all the flames extinguished. Or rather, were encased in ice. A glimmer of surprise crossed Yun Linglong's face. Ice soul frost. Indeed, the city lord of flames is as knowledgeable as they say. With you as my opponent, I must tread carefully, the white-faced ghost acknowledged, producing a bottle emanating a chill. The frigid air returned to the vessel, and the surrounding flames transformed into tendrils of black smoke. Suddenly, the Nameless One opened his eyes wide. Dare you come again? He then broke through the window. Soaring into the air, Yin Linglong chuckled softly. Do you really think you can conquer me with just a hint of frost? You truly underestimate me. With that, a column of molten lava erupted from the ground, aimed directly at the white-faced ghost. The white-faced ghost raised a hand, exclaiming, "Oh my! The little beauty certainly has a fiery temper, but I find myself increasingly enamored." He commanded, "Perish." With a single strike, he shattered the lava column, sending Yin Linglong crashing to the ground. Astonished, "Are you a martial god?" The white-faced ghost smiled lightly. "Indeed. I am not merely a high-tier martial emperor. I typically only release the aura of a martial emperor." He beckoned, "Come, beauty, come with me." Just as the white-faced ghost reached out to grasp Yin Linglong, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. He had honed his mental prowess to a terrifying level and was particularly fond of the cultivation and development of the soul. Trusting his instincts, he leaned back, only to have something sever his nose, causing his head to detach from his body. Enraged, the white-faced ghost saw Yin Linglong beside a portal of space and snatched her inside. A thought flashed through his mind. Impossible. He was certain that no martial god he knew would appear in this area. Could it be someone with spatial talents? He immediately unleashed his power to shatter the surrounding space. Just as Wu Ming closed the portal, the white-faced ghost caught a glimpse of a fleeting light and struck out with his hand. A sharp clang resounded as Wu Ming and Yin Linglong simultaneously tumbled out. Wu Ming shook his head, realizing indeed, the spatial portals of martial emperors are not as pure as those of martial gods. He addressed them, "Are you not going to flee?" The sound of the shattering space echoed with the white-faced ghost's voice. Alarmed, Wu Ming swiftly pulled Yin Linglong into his embrace and leaped into the abyss behind them. Yin Linglong had no time to intervene, while the cold-faced ghost's lips twitched in disbelief. "How ruthless! You dare descend into the Mo-Lay abyss." He shivered and turned to flee. After falling for what felt like an eternity, Wu Ming finally opened his eyes, only to freeze in place. At that moment, overwhelmed by the burgeoning feelings between him and Yin Linglong, he took a deep breath, exclaiming inwardly, "My heavens! She is breathtakingly beautiful. Is this the devil people speak of? Such a devil is simply exquisite." Yin Linglong smiled alluringly and whispered in Wu Ming's ear, "Little brother, you are quite impressive. Instead of admiring me, you should devise a plan to deal with those creatures below, or else you might find yourself unable to see anything at all." A glimmer of golden light flashed in Wu Ming's eyes as he attempted to open a portal. However, he quickly realized that such an action was futile here, sending shivers down his spine. Below lay a sea of thunder, pitch black and resembling a colossal cloud of cotton candy. Wu Ming closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and embraced Yin Linglong, flipping himself to face away from the sea of thunder, lifting her by the waist with both hands. The two gazed at each other, descending straight into the thunder sea. In the moment of plummeting into the ink-like thunder, Wu Ming absorbed all the dark lightning as if he were a magnet drawn to iron filings. The dark thunder surged towards him as if it had discovered an escape from the abyss. In an instant, Wu Ming felt as though everything around him had come to a halt, including the flow of time. It was as if he had sunk into a quagmire, where everything moved languidly, and death seemed to approach him slowly. His body felt as if it were being devoured by thousands of insidious insects, gnawing at every part of him. He longed to struggle, but felt himself sinking deeper into the abyss, rendered powerless. The clearest sensation he felt was the trembling fear emanating from Yin Linglong. He looked at her exquisite face, which bore an unreadable expression, part pity, part compassion, and part heartache. Wu Ming ceased his struggle and slowly closed his gem-like eyes. Suddenly, Wu Ming drew a deep breath and sat up. "Where am I? Am I dead? What do you want?" He saw the stunning Yin Linglong holding a sword forged from flames directed at him. Yin Linglong's eyes flickered, as though a bloodthirsty beast were about to leap forth. And she spoke, "You are not of the demon race, nor do you belong to the demon realm. You hail from the human side. What is your purpose here?" Wu Ming, on guard, replied, "How do you know that?" Yin Linglong flashed a captivating smile. "Just now, 5 colors of divine lightning manifested from you, absorbing all the dark thunder. To my knowledge, the demon realm possesses no such 5-colored lightning, nor could it ever." Wu-Ming was somewhat at a loss. How could this divine lightning emerge to consume? He then stood and said, I came merely for training, or perhaps you could say cultivation. Do you believe me? To his surprise, Yin Linglong sheathed her fiery sword and nodded. I do. For no outsider would save a demon. Then, with a playful glint in her captivating eyes, she inquired, could it be that you are here because of my beauty? Wu-Ming nodded, then shook his head. No, it's just that you were attacked on my territory. And I intervened. Unexpectedly, he added, by the way, I'm called Wu-Ming. What is your name? You are truly stunning. In the end, Wu-Ming even tried to act cute, his gem-like eyes blinking at Yin Linglong. Wu-Ming? Yin Linglong felt a flutter in her heart. So, you are the new city lord? I am Yin Linglong. Wu-Ming blinked in awe. Wow, sister, your name is as beautiful as you. Upon saying this, he felt his face flush. Wait, how did that slip out? Is this my bloodline talent? Yin Linglong chuckled. Little fellow, you may be small, but your words are sweet. I'll make you cry soon. Wu-Ming, alarmed, exclaimed, Ah, sister, what are you going to do to me? This cursed bloodline talent. He was rendered speechless, even as Yin Linglong shot him a look, gesturing to their surroundings. At this moment, the Nameless One realized that they seemed to be within a cavern, yet it possessed a resilience that was more akin to fortitude than mere hardness. With a gaze filled with uncertainty, he looked towards Yin Linglong, who tilted her head slightly with a smile, assuring him, rest assured, this is certainly not a cavern. Rather, it is a locale of such profound significance that it could drive the entire demon realm into a frenzy. Once, the two great demon lords were the closest of friends. But they eventually clashed fiercely over this very place, leading them to draw boundaries and cease all interactions. We now find ourselves within its very core. Within its core? Are you implying that we have been consumed? He exclaimed in astonishment. Yin Linglong, with a playful smile, responded, What troubles you? You dare to leap into the ink thunder, yet fear being devoured? Fear not. He perished, and your presence here is entirely due to you. If my conjecture holds true, not only do you possess the five-colored divine thunder, but you also harbor the spirit of the continent within you. Upon hearing this, an intense murderous intent surged within him. For this was his most guarded secret, known only to Fengzhu and his family on the Xuan Tian Continent. How could she possibly know? Leaning against the wall, Yin Linglong remarked, Oh dear, are you intending to make a move against me? Would you truly dare? Do not find it strange. Your extraordinary self-healing ability is unparalleled. To be nearly torn apart by the ink thunder and subsequently absorbed by the five-colored divine thunder is a feat even the two great demon lords could scarcely accomplish. The spirit within you must be that of a dragon and phoenix, right? He was taken aback, realizing that her analysis was entirely correct. How do you know all this? He queried. Ah, is it much? I simply enjoy seeing your Na'vi demeanor. Yin Linglong teased, raising an eyebrow. In our demon realm, this is hardly a secret. Did you not know? The spirits of the continent are divided into the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Yellow Dragon. The Black Tortoise lies right beneath us, while the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird reside within you, and the White Tiger dwells in the so-called demon realm. The Yellow Dragon is said to appear only when one possesses all four spirits of the continent. It is rumored to be located within the Xuan Tian Continent. Right at its very center, Panlong City, was his immediate thought, as it was indeed situated at the heart of the Xuan Tian Continent. The existence of the spirits of the continent was well known in the demon realm, yet entirely unknown in the Xuan Tian Continent. Could it be that someone was deliberately concealing the truth? He pressed on. Since you are aware, why not enlighten me about the spirit of the continent beneath our feet? Yin Linglong shrugged. What do you think the spirit of the continent is? Whoever finds it claims it. Without its acknowledgement, even a powerful demon lord would find it impossible to seize it by force. Since you possess the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird and have gained their recognition, why not attempt to connect with the Black Tortoise as well? Attempt? How does one attempt that? He asked, bewildered, as this was his first encounter with such a concept. Yin Linglong, seemingly at a loss for words, replied, simply try to communicate with the Black Tortoise through the spirit of the continent within you. It's as straightforward as that. Do you even realize who you are? He nodded obediently, expressing gratitude. Thank you, sister. I shall give it my utmost effort, all right? All right. What do you mean by that? Yin Linglong teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. His face flushed crimson as he stammered. I mean, let us have a meal together. Lowering his head, he dared not engage her further. He projected a part of his consciousness into his sea of qi, respectfully bowing. Greetings, spirit of the continent. I acknowledge the assistance you have provided me. Yet now, for the first time, I find myself imploring your help. You need not say anything. We are aware. Xuan Wu has informed you that you are still too feeble to bear his power. Return when you have ascended to the martial god. A voice, distant and ancient, resonated through the air. Wu Ming stood in stunned silence, astonished to hear the voice of the spirit of the continent for the first time. It appeared that escape was not imminent. Resolutely, he settled into a meditative posture to cultivate his strength. This action left Yen Linglong visibly unsettled. Have you truly found it so swiftly? Acquired it? Wu Ming shook his head. Only upon reaching the martial god would he be worthy of claiming it. Otherwise, he would be unable to withstand its might. Raising an eyebrow, Yen Linglong approached and gently placed her hand upon Wu Ming's back, whispering in his ear, "May I be so bold as to inquire? Are you planning to break through to the martial god here?" Wu Ming replied earnestly, "Indeed. Haha. Would you mind moving aside, sister? Your proximity may hinder my concentration." Yen Linglong rolled her eyes. "Perhaps you should consider how to escape. By the time you break through, I might be quite aged. I do not wish to squander my most splendid years here alongside you." Upon hearing this, Wu Ming cast a glance at Yen Linglong. "You hail from the demon realm. You must devise a plan." Yen Linglong sighed and shook her head. "No one has ever emerged alive from the Mo-Lay abyss, or managed to traverse the depths of Mo-Lay. It seems we are the only two who have survived thus far. But do you not command the power of space?" Wu Ming replied, shaking his head. "It is futile. I have attempted it upon descent and could not maintain the spatial gateway." A glimmer of insight flashed in Yen Linglong's eyes. "Perhaps you should consult Xuan Wu. He should possess the knowledge, having lingered here for so long." Indeed. Wu Ming's eyes sparkled with hope. He realized he was uncertain of when he might break through to the martial god. He then closed his eyes, attempting to commune with Xuan Wu. "Brother Xuan Wu? Or perhaps uncle? Or grandfather? Do you know how one might exit from here?" After a prolonged silence, just as Wu Ming was about to inquire again, a sudden sneeze echoed in his mind, followed by a resonant voice. "Ah, truly, awakened by a reptilian creature once, and now by a mere child. Proceed straight to the left and exit through the opening. Beneath lies magma, and beyond that is the exit." Wu Ming's heart soared with joy. "Thank you, Uncle Xuan Wu." Upon emerging from his conscious space, he exclaimed, "Xuan Wu, is this acceptable for you? Ha. Let me indulge a little longer. Else, this opportunity may never arise again. Consider it a gift to him." Wu Ming opened his eyes and leaped to his feet. "I have discovered a way out." Where? Yen Linglong inquired excitedly. Wu Ming pointed to the left. "We exit from here, traverse the magma, and we shall be free. Let us hasten. I wonder how you two is faring." "I hope he remains safe." Yen Linglong, intrigued, asked, "You two? Are you quite concerned for him? What is your connection to him, dear brother?" Wu Ming chuckled awkwardly. "He is my friend. After I became the city lord, I brought him from the village to the lord's residence. I sincerely hope he is unharmed. He is my first friend here." Yuan Linglong covered her mouth with a light laugh and said, "It's all right, rest assured. As long as no one can prove your death, you shall forever remain the city lord. The position of the city lord is earned through conquest. One must defeat you to claim the title. Otherwise, no one can usurp it. This is an unchanging rule of the demon realm. Come on, I'll handle the magma. If you're reluctant to return, wouldn't becoming the city lord allow you to hide away and remain so for a lifetime? The demon clan knows no cowards." "Oh, foolish one." As they approached the cave's entrance, Wu Ming felt an intense heat strong enough to roast anything in its path. Yuan Linglong walked ahead, raising her left hand to shield them from the searing temperatures. Turning back, she flashed a charming smile at Wu Ming. "Let us go, little brother." Wu Ming raised an eyebrow. "Sister, are you playing with fire? Don't burn yourself." Yuan Linglong simply chuckled softly and continued forward. Upon exiting the cave, Wu Ming was astonished by the scene before him. Aside from a stone pillar jutting into the magma above, there was nothing else, only an endless expanse of molten rock. Yuan Linglong smiled slightly. "Follow closely behind me." With a swift gesture of her left hand, the magma parted swiftly, revealing a wide path, though the ground remained molten. Wu Ming was once again awestruck by the innate talent of the demon clan. Indeed, there was reason behind the barrier separating the two realms. Yuan Linglong exclaimed, "Stay within 5 meters of me, and you won't feel the scorching heat." With that, she took flight ahead, prompting Wu Ming to hastily pursue her. Unbeknownst to them, pairs of ghostly eyes gradually opened within the magma, fixating on the two unsuspecting prey like deadly hunters. Chapter 54, Flame Spirit. Flame General. After flying a distance, Yuan Linglong glanced back at Wu Ming, her pupils suddenly constricting as she gasped in shock. Wu Ming immediately halted, nearly colliding with her delicate form, and asked, bewildered, "What's wrong?" With a mix of terror and fury, Yuan Linglong pointed behind her. "That's where we emerged." Wu Ming turned to look, his pupils constricting as a wave of anger surged within him, feeling as though his insides were being scrubbed with a rough cloth, his eyes ablaze with fury. Before them loomed a colossal creature with the head of a dragon and the body of a turtle. The exit they had thought they had emerged from was, in fact, the creature's rear. The stone pillar that penetrated the magma was its tail. Wu Ming hesitated. Are we pulled out by it? Silence. I shall slay this beast. Yuan Linglong roared in fury. Wu Ming quickly intervened. Let it be. If it can soak in this molten spring for so long, it surely fears your flames. Come on, let us go. After much persuasion, Yuan Linglong reluctantly relented, though she trembled with rage. Be careful. Wu Ming held Yuan Linglong close as he advanced. Suddenly, countless magma spears shot forth from behind them. Yuan Linglong regained her composure, a chill rising within her as she commanded, run. Wu Ming dared not be reckless. The situation was terrifying, for the magma exhibited offensive capabilities. He sensed the power of the spears was sufficient to pierce him, even though he trained daily with divine lightning. The two figures swiftly soared forward side by side, while the molten lava pushed aside by Yuan Linglong gradually converged behind them. A barrage of spears descended upon them. Unnamed remarked, can't we ascend? Bypassing the path below would surely expedite our escape. Yuan Linglong cast him a disdainful glance, replying, what do you understand? Here, we merely need to manage the surrounding temperature. In the air, we confront the entirety of the lava sea's heat. I am indifferent, but can you withstand it? Moreover, neutralizing that temperature above demands an immense expenditure of power. We might well be consumed by the lava before we can escape. Unnamed conjured a sphere of energy and declared, you clear the path. I shall shield against the heat. Yuan Linglong shot him an incredulous look, stating, your power is insufficient to withstand this heat. My innate bloodline is of fire. I can only utilize my strength to assimilate it, maintaining the lava at my body temperature. Then, with a teasing smile, she added, I can burn at the same temperature as the lava. Unnamed, taken aback, retorted, stop jesting, let us flee. With that, he formed a sword of energy, relentlessly striking at the incoming lava spears. After flying a short distance, Unnamed suddenly heard a tumultuous sound, akin to 1,000 galloping horses, accompanied by frenzied shouts. As if countless lost souls were wailing in despair. A chill ran down his spine. He turned to Yuan Linglong, asking, what is that? He noticed her expression mirrored the terror of encountering a specter in the dead of night, trembling in fear. It is the flame spirit. That wretched turtle must have done this on purpose. Could this be the flame spirit's stronghold? Is that mere place just a drop in the ocean? A flicker of delight crossed Yuan Linglong's mind. Soon after, Unnamed beheld humanoid figures of molten lava surging from all directions. Is this the flame spirit? He unleashed a gentle yet forceful strike. Yet the flame spirits displayed no fear or hesitation, barreling straight into the tempest of swords. The sword rain pierced through them effortlessly, leaving Unnamed aghast. Their bodies succumbed as if the blades had plunged into water, inflicting no harm and failing to slow their momentum. They were spiritual entities, embodiments of fire. Your efforts hold no sway over them. Do you not possess an array of peculiar abilities? Utilize them. Yuan Linglong shouted, though a hint of regret flickered in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Unnamed raised his right hand with a cold smirk. Do you not revel in fire and destruction? Allow me to ignite your passion. With a crackle, multicolored divine thunder erupted. The flame spirits burst like water-filled balloons, disintegrating into lava and merging with the sea. Observing this, the regret on Yuan Linglong's face dissipated. And Unnamed rejoiced, it works. Come, let me sever you one by one. As his words fell, the flame spirits seemed to comprehend, erupting in furious roars. Have I frightened you? Unnamed exclaimed in astonishment. No, they are merely resolved to fulfill your demise. Yuan Linglong shook her head, her inner turmoil entirely unraveling. The flame spirits surged from every direction, now pressing in from all sides. Unnamed thought to himself, brother, I was wrong. Is that all right? Come, I shall slay as many as you send. Unnamed, equally frenzied, unleashed multicolored divine thunder upon the relentless onslaught. After half an hour of this relentless assault, he gasped. I can't go on, sister. There are far too many. At this rate, we'll either be slain or perish from exhaustion. Yuan Linglong, her complexion pale, lamented. My martial prowess has been nearly depleted. Martial prowess. Indeed. How could I have forgotten? Without hesitation, Wu Ming retrieved a beastly golden pill from his spatial pouch and urged Yuan Linglong, consume this, quickly. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately accepted it, only to be struck with horror as she inquired, what is this dark crimson orb you have given me? I feel as though my martial strength has been restored in an instant, and my body seems considerably more resilient. I even sense a hint of impending breakthrough. Where did you acquire such treasures? Wu Ming, perplexed, furrowed his brow and questioned, dark crimson. Are you certain that is what you received? Yin Linglong, behaving like a child savoring the most delectable jam, nodded eagerly yes. Dark crimson. Though it lacks flavor, the effects are astounding. Do you have more? Please. Grant me 2 more. Turning back to Wu Ming, she asked in astonishment, what is that expression on your face? What's wrong? Wu Ming, devoid of expression and energy, replied. I'm fine, it's just that my heart seems to be in agony. My 4th tier golden pill. Oh heavens, how could it have been squandered so easily? The heavens are blind. Ah, the golden pill of a 7th tier monarch. Subsequently, Wu Ming consumed a purple 3rd tier golden pill, regaining some martial strength, and began to wreak havoc in a frenzy. Yin Linglong watched, her heart racing, pondering what had come over him. After a day of flight, Wu Ming felt somewhat better. Yet Yin Linglong was utterly exhausted. Although her martial strength remained abundant, maintaining the surrounding temperature while flying placed an immense burden upon her. Wu Ming's golden pills were nearly exhausted. In this place where spiritual energy was exceedingly scarce, even he felt somewhat overwhelmed despite the presence of the continent's spirit. Gradually, Wu Ming noticed that aside from the pursuers behind them, no fire spirits dared to emerge. With a sense of triumph, he remarked to Yin Linglong, they've been scared off by my prowess. They no longer dare to pursue us. Let us take a moment to rest. I am utterly fatigued. Yin Linglong remained silent, her gaze fixated ahead. Sensing something amiss, Wu Ming inquired, what is it? Is something wrong? With a heavy tone, Yin Linglong responded, our crisis, I fear, has only just begun. Wu Ming's heart sank. After a day of desperate travel, it seemed he had been foolishly plunging into peril. Suddenly, the magma below vanished, revealing a vast expanse of land, resembling a colossal courtyard, with walls formed by molten rock. Without a second thought, Wu Ming decided to rest, fearing that Yin Linglong might truly exhaust herself, potentially leading to their demise. As they descended, though it felt comfortable, Wu Ming sensed the temperature of the ground was alarmingly different from their body heat. At that moment, 8 towering magma giants, each standing 5 meters tall and adorned with fiery stones, emerged from the surroundings. Their eyes, noses, and mouths were somewhat indistinct, yet recognizable. Yin Linglong gasped in terror, flame generals. Indeed, it is the flame generals. Indeed, a flicker of incredulity crossed Wu Ming's mind, yet he quickly shook his head, refusing to believe it. One of the flame generals approached, wielding a massive flame blade, and inquired, why have you trespassed upon our territory? Do you seek to end your own lives? Yin Linglong stepped forward and bowed, addressing him, esteemed flame general. With a flick of his hand, Yin Jiang pierced through her jade-like leg with a column of flame, causing Yin Linglong to kneel halfway to the ground. Yin Jiang gazed down with disdain. Speak to me. You lack the qualification to stand. Suddenly, he sensed an imminent threat to his life, as if something had materialized from thin air. Before he could react, a nameless figure struck at him with a sword. Yin Jiang scoffed and raised his blade to counter, but in the next moment, his pupils dilated in horror. He realized it was too late to evade. With a sickening sound, Yin Jiang was forced to retreat, staring in disbelief at his severed hand lying on the ground. You, how could you sever my hand? Yin Linglong mirrored his astonishment, exclaiming, impossible. How could a weapon harm such a spirit? This sword was no ordinary divine artifact. The more time Yin Linglong spent with the nameless figure, the less she understood this boy before her. First, he had devoured the 5-colored divine thunder. Then he possessed the spirit of the continent, followed by the astonishing elixir, and now wielded a sword capable of severing spiritual entities. How many hidden cards did he possess? The nameless figure advanced step by step, wielding the Tianjuang Banruo with a manic glint in his eyes. Did your mother never tell you not to strike a girl? Especially one as beautiful as her. A girl? Who exactly is the child here? Yet, a flicker of warmth arose within him. Was he fighting for me? After a few steps, he paused and turned to Yin Linglong, asking, which is stronger, magma or divine fire? While healing her injuries with force, Yin Linglong replied, of course, it's divine fire. It has the word divine in it. What do you think? A look of astonishment flashed in her eyes. Why was he asking that? The nameless figure slowly approached, resting his sword on the ground with a clang. I did not wish for this. Now you have 2 choices. First, you escort us out. Second, you annihilate your clan, and we will leave on our own. The 8 Yinjiang warriors simultaneously glared with menace, cursing furiously as they prepared to strike down the nameless figure. He roared in anger, silence. Then, he slowly lifted his sword, wiping it with his sleeve. I recall a divine fire known as the Netherworld Cold Flame. I wonder if you are all aware of it. You seem to have lingered here for too long. Perhaps your memories have faded. Allow me to assist you in regaining them. With that, the nameless figure swept his left hand across the Tianchuang Banruo and gradually raised it. At this moment, not only was Yin Linglong filled with shock and fear, but the 8 Yinjiang warriors also displayed expressions of terror. The fire spirits in the magma trembled uncontrollably. For within the nameless figure's left hand danced a deep blue flame, pulsating with energy. The surrounding temperature began to plummet sharply. The netherworld cold flame was not a flame of extreme heat, but rather one that reached unimaginable lows. This was one of the 18 divine fires collected by the legendary Dugu Yun. Had it not been for the tamed fire spirits, the nameless figure would have long since been reduced to ashes. The surrounding Yinjiang warriors slowly began to retreat, as if their very souls were being frozen inch by inch. The magma around them started to dim ominously. At this moment, Yin Linglong panicked. The nameless figure could keenly sense her desperate cries of despair, as if he could almost guess her thoughts, yet felt an insurmountable distance between them. Welcome, esteemed guest. Young friend, there is no need for such hostility. I kindly ask you to retract the cold flames. A sultry and enchanting voice emanated from the molten lava, drawing the immediate attention of Yin Linglong and the Nameless One. At that moment, ecstasy was evident in Yin Linglong's eyes. Chapter 55. The calculations from the depths of the magma emerged a figure, its head and lower body engulfed in fierce flames. Though not strikingly handsome, its features exuded a refined elegance. The figure hovered 10 meters away from the Nameless One and clasped its hands in greeting, saying, I am the king of these spiritual entities, known as Dizong. This young brother exhibits extraordinary demeanor, and his realm is rather enigmatic. I apologize for any previous disrespect. I beseech you to overlook our transgressions. The Nameless One, slightly taken aback, inquired, Dizong, you are the spirit flame of divine fire. How could such a being exist in the demon realm? Dizong nodded slightly. Indeed, I am of the divine fire. I arrived here alongside Lord Xuanwu. Since you have made your way here, it implies that you have been guided by Lord Xuanwu as well. Please do not hold our previous actions against us. Not hold it against you, the Nameless One retorted. Had I not possessed the divine fire today, would you not have sought to settle the score? Is she not the finest example of that? He scoffed. Do you think I can be intimidated by a mere turtle? This was merely an accident. Dizong replied, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. The Nameless One laughed heartily. Accident? I might accidentally spill the nether coal flame here as well. You are aware that the divine fire is not easily controlled, am I correct? Dizong furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth. Then what compensation do you require? My young friend? The Nameless One grinned innocently, retracting the divine fire. Only a simple request. You shall obey me for 100 years, after which you will regain your freedom. Alternatively, I could freeze you for 100 years, but should I forget the timeline? A flicker of disappointment surged within Yin Linglong. It seemed he still held sway, and her hopes were dashed once more. Dizong felt a rising unease. Had not Lord Xuanwu stated that those who came from his domain would be bound to serve that individual for life? Why was it only a century now? Surely, Lord Xuanwu would not look down upon him, as he was the sole possessor of the spirit flame. Have you made your decision? The Nameless One barked impatiently. Awakened by the force of the question, Dizong replied, yes. Of course I agree. However, will you truly grant us freedom after 100 years? The Nameless One nodded. I stand by my word. Dizong smiled faintly. If it is indeed at the behest of Lord Xuanwu, I shall comply. Yet, I have a small request. This place once belonged to the 9 flame generals, and one of them was captured by a powerful being 500 years ago. I wish for you to rescue him. Dizong clasped his hands as he spoke, though a glimmer of rage flickered in his eyes. The Nameless One nodded. Naturally, that can be arranged. Dizong then began to transform slowly into a mass of flames, saying, very well. Please prepare yourself, as I will merge with your being. The Nameless One waved his hand. Wait, I meant to say, I already possess the divine fire. After a moment's contemplation, Dizong replied, that is acceptable, provided she consents. I am willing. Yin Linglong, nearly overwhelmed with excitement, nodded vigorously. Observing this, the Nameless One shook his head, sighing, indeed. Subsequently, the divine fire of Dizong began to shrink gradually. Entering Yin Linglong's third eye, everything around her was absorbed, and all the magma and spiritual entities coalesced into the flames depicted within the wings on her back, ultimately forming a fiery emblem. With wide eyes, Wu Ming was taken aback. Did this mean that she now possessed an army of flame spirits? Leaning on his sword, he knelt on the ground, frustration boiling within him. A day later, Yin Linglong fully integrated and opened her eyes. Upon noticing Wu Ming was merely a few millimeters away, she gasped, what do you intend to do? Quickly rising, she retreated, casting a seductive smile at Wu Ming. Brother, are you hoping to take advantage of me during my fusion process? Wu Ming offered no response. Instead, he pressed Tianhuang Baiyu against her neck, seething. Did you plot against me? You knew from the very beginning, didn't you? You were aware of their existence, weren't you? You intended to use me to assist you, right? You concealed it well, yet I discerned your subtle emotional fluctuations. I demand to know why. Why exploit me? Surely you know the quickest route to leave this place. Yet you deliberately brought me to the center area. Wu Ming's anger flared. Yen Linglong, taken aback, felt a twinge of guilt at the starkness of his accusation. Lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing, she murmured, I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't mean to. I merely wanted to test it. My inherent talent is with rock fire, and I truly wish to try it out. No one in the history of the demon realm has ever possessed divine fire. I can compensate you, anything you desire. Wu Ming sheathed Tianhuang Baiyu, flashing a grin that revealed his teeth, his smile concealing the calculating nature of a cunning fox. You said anything, didn't you? He swallowed hard, appraising Yen Linglong. Anything at all. Suddenly tense, Yen Linglong replied, everything else is fine, but not that. What do you mean? Wu Ming feigned innocence, as if oblivious to the lascivious implications of their earlier exchanges. Yen Linglong, flustered and angry, retorted, you little brat, how dare you? Wu Ming, with a sly grin, proposed, I want you to obey me for 20 years. Is that agreeable? Of course, I have no interest in you. What do you mean? Why am I not appealing to you? She challenged, her ire rising. If you can't articulate it, I'll have your head. Yen Linglong was enraged. Was he implying she was unattractive? Apart from her cultivation, her beauty and figure were her pride. The disparity between her self-image and his words ignited her fury. Wu Ming reassured her, no, you are indeed beautiful. However, I already have someone I admire. Feeling somewhat appeased, Yen Linglong raised an eyebrow and teased, oh, so young and you already have someone you fancy. That's not good. You might get in trouble with your father. Who is she? Let me meet her. Wu Ming waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough of that. You will obey me for 20 years. After that, I shall grant you your freedom. Do you agree? Your consent is irrelevant. Since I can integrate divine fire into you, I also possess the means to extract it. Yen Linglong shot him a glare. It seems you have schemed against me as well. Is this considered abduction? Not abduction, merely a fair transaction. Yen Linglong found herself in a predicament. For the divine fire held immense significance for her. It was the key to her ascension as an emperor. Nodding, she stated, very well. As long as it does not contravene my conscience, I shall cease my efforts. Yet, a lingering question plagued her. Why do you forsake the divine fire yourself? Although you possess the nether-cold flame, who would not desire an abundance of treasures? Unnamed smiled. Are you attempting to provoke me into flaunting my wealth? With a resounding thud, he planted the heavenly desolation Eight Fury into the ground. A series of sounds echoed as 18 orbs of divine fire danced mockingly around Yen Linglong. Yen Linglong exclaimed in exasperation, by the heavens, you scaly wretch. With that, she coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, nearly driven to madness. The treasures that could incite frenzy even among the formidable beings of the demon realm. These rare divine artifacts, of which only 20 were recorded across the realms of gods, demons, and mortals, were deemed more precious than life itself. And yet Unnamed possessed 18. It was no wonder he had no use for them. Shaking his head, Unnamed recognized that Yen Linglong was unscathed, so he settled into a meditative posture to cultivate his strength. He anticipated gathering a group of allies. His spirits buoyed despite a hint of disappointment. He understood that excess could be detrimental. The essence of the path here was remarkably potent, and with closed eyes, he began to inscribe runes. Before long, Yen Linglong opened her eyes, striving to calm her racing heart. Casting her gaze toward Unnamed, she felt a surge of irritation and contemplated teasing him. However, Unnamed interjected, if you wish to live, do not approach. Have you not witnessed the 5-colored divine thunder? Did you not claim that the demon realm lacks it? Allow me to demonstrate. Before she could comprehend, a wave of fear engulfed her, sending chills down her spine and raising the hairs on the back of her neck. Unnamed declared, the first task I require of you is to intercept any creature that approaches after the divine thunder strikes, regardless of its nature. I trust you. Boom. A bolt of divine thunder struck before he could finish his sentence, crashing down upon Unnamed. Witnessing the spectacle, Yen Linglong was seized by terror. It truly was the 5-colored divine thunder. Could the demon realm truly give rise to such a phenomenon? In the distance, atop one of the few mountains in the demon realm, a creature clad in armor opened its eyes, which flickered with blue lightning. Its face was obscured by the miasma, and the armor, though not cumbersome, was perfectly proportioned. With its lightning-imbued gaze fixed on the horizon, it murmured, "Divine thunder. Five-colored? Has a human powerhouse arrived? That cannot be." And with that, it vanished from sight. 9 bolts of divine thunder descended upon Unnamed, who emerged charred, yet intact. Although one more bolt than last time had struck him, his frequent practice with divine thunder had fortified his body to an extraordinary degree, further protected by the spirit of the continent. Here, he did not dare to be careless and summoned the spirit of the continent to mitigate the damage from the divine thunder. Consequently, he lay scorched and unconscious on the ground. Yan Linglong's heart raced as she stood frozen, consumed by fear. She realized that she could easily be obliterated in an instant. It seemed that behind such terrifying power lay an unbearable cost. She dared not hesitate, for she fully understood the gravity of her circumstances. The recent divine thunder was sufficient to rouse a multitude of formidable beings from the demon realm, converging upon this location. With a mere thought, the flames emanating from the midpoint of her wings radiated a resplendent glow, subsequently enveloping the nameless one in a cocoon of power, darting away with the swiftness of lightning. Wherever she passed, the ground was cloaked in molten rock, and she fervently concealed her presence. A deep hum resonated as a portal to another dimension materialized on the ground. From it emerged a divine entity clad in armor, surveying a gaping hole the size of a basin. The surrounding demonic energy had dissipated, with the sand transformed into crystalline structures. Indeed, a human dares to undergo tribulation here. Precautions must be taken, he mused, closing his eyes to extend his mental acuity. Probing the movements below and engaging in relentless calculations, he refrained from recklessly entering, fully aware of the terrors that lay within. Just as he began to discern the unfolding scene, a sudden flash of 5-colored divine thunder struck, prompting him to open his eyes wide and step back. His brow furrowing in contemplation as he muttered to himself, "Such a phenomenon exists. Is the heavenly secret truly beyond comprehension? Very well." With that, he vanished into the vastness of the desert.